In the 51st year of Konoha, the setting sun bathed the village in a warm orange hue, while the footsteps of ninjas grew increasingly frequent upon the stone-paved paths. Having completed their missions, groups of ninjas made their way to the izakayas, where the enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted from the establishments, mingling with the sounds of laughter and lively chatter, rendering the entire village vibrant and at ease. Hokage Rock stood out prominently in the twilight, with the visage of the fourth Hokage gazing down upon the village. The sun's rays cast a gentle glow upon his features, despite his era having long passed, following the tumult of the Nine Tails incident. The third Hokage resumed his leadership, while the legendary figure of the Golden Flash remained immortalized in the past, etched into the rock face. Yet the true protagonist was not amidst this bustling scene. The focus shifted to the forest surrounding the village. Sweat trickled down the golden strands of hair as the 3-year-old Naruto panted, flinging a shuriken whoosh. The cold gleam of metal sliced through the air, striking the target embedded in the tree trunk with impeccable precision. At the tender age of 3, when one would typically struggle to even hold a shuriken, he had already mastered such accurate throws. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What remarkable talent! Truly worthy of the title child of prophecy. It appears the original story squandered quite a bit of time, didn't it? His voice was youthful, tinged with his characteristic peculiar speech pattern, yet his tone bore an unusual maturity, as if a profound wisdom resided within a child's frame. Indeed, within Naruto's memories lay another life, in a world known as Blue Star. He had been an ordinary office worker, leading a monotonous existence until one fateful evening, a runaway truck abruptly whisked him away from that realm in a rather clicked manner. What an unoriginal means of transmigration. The memories of infancy were hazy, shrouded in a dense fog. He was unsure if he had truly traveled to this world or if the original Naruto had merely awakened the memories of his past life. What he could ascertain was that when his consciousness began to crystallize, the narratives and characters of Naruto were indelibly inscribed in his mind. Strangely enough, Databayo, this peculiar phrase, which no one had taught him, slipped from his lips as if it were the instinct of this body. It took Naruto several days to begrudgingly accept the reality that he had not only entered the world of ninjas, but had become Uzumaki Naruto, the child of prophecy from the original tale. Currently, Konoha basked in a brief period of peace. The corpse of Uchiha Obito had begun to decay, and his pawn, Uchiha Madara, donned a mask as he wept in secrecy, scheming the Eye of the Moon plan in the shadows. The greatest filial piety of the ninja world, Kagaya's Black Zetsu, still lurked in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to resurrect Kagaya through betrayal. Yahiko from Amage had perished, and Nagato had fallen into the extremity of making the world feel pain. Jiraiya continued his travels across the ninja world, seeking the so-called child of prophecy and materials for his tales, unaware that the individual he sought was currently practicing shuriken techniques in the forests of Konoha. Tsunade had long departed the village, roaming the gambling dens with Shizune, becoming the legendary big fat sheep, numbing herself with alcohol and dice. The only significant recent event was the exposure of Orochimaru's human experiments, prompting the third Hokage to personally issue a manhunt. Once one of the 3 legendary ninjas, he had now become an rank rogue ninja in Konoha. Years remained before the plot truly commenced, and even longer before Naruto would enter the Ninja Academy. He recalled the major events quite clearly. As for the details, his renewed interest in Naruto was sparked by a mobile game adaptation that shared its name. Though he had long known that his parents, the 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina, were no longer in this world, every time he passed by Hokage Rock and gazed upon the statue of Namake's Minato, a twinge of melancholy would stir within him. However, the loneliness stemming from his upbringing in a tomato orphanage was something he could endure. After all, he had long grown accustomed to solitude, and in this life he at least had a modest apartment and a monthly allowance generously provided by the 3rd Hokage. Yet, Naruto still yearned to inquire of the old man regarding the whereabouts of his late father's inheritance, was not oblivious to the cold glances of the adults or the distance from the children in the village, but he had long since come to terms with it. After all, he was not a soft currency, and not everyone could be fond of him. Moreover, the companions he would eventually bond within. The Konoha 12 were primarily scions of notable clans, such as Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, and Sasuke, whose elders were privy to the truth of the Jinchuriki and would not treat him with the same disdain as ordinary villagers. In truth, Naruto need not exert himself so vigorously following the original narrative would lead him to marry into the Hyuga clan, ascending to the pinnacle of life as Hokage. But alas, Boruto's story loomed ahead. Though Naruto had not read Boruto, he had encountered spoilers in online forums. Extraterrestrial Otsutsuki diminished Naruto and Sasuke, scientific ninja tools, a plethora of troublesome scenarios awaited. Had he known he would transmigrate, he ought to have caught up on Boruto back then. However, such musings were futile. With years yet until the story unfolded, idleness was not an option. Training was preferable to languishing in thought. Besides, should he ever encounter extraterrestrial beings, it would be unwise to rely solely on words to prevail, wouldn't it? All right, let's try this next. Naruto inhaled deeply, preparing to increase the difficulty, fingers pinching several shuriken, his gaze locked onto various targets on the tree trunk ahead. In the next moment, he flicked his wrist sharply, sending the shuriken slicing through the air, tracing multiple trajectories. Clang, clang. The crisp sounds of metal clashing resonated as several shuriken collided midair, their angles artfully shifting the course of their flight. What initially appeared to be a haphazard throw strangely adjusted its direction post-collision, ultimately landing precisely. Thud, thud, thud. All shuriken embedded firmly into their respective targets, none missing their mark. Wow, that's quite extraordinary. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He understood that this body possessed remarkable talent, a blend of the fourth Hokage's lineage and the Uzumaki bloodline. Yet he had not anticipated such finesse in throwing techniques. The original Naruto had not displayed such precision. Could it be that the influence of a transmigrator had unlocked this potential? Could this be what they referred to as the benefits of transmigration? Scratching his head, he intended to retrieve the shuriken when suddenly, wow, amazing! A sweet, youthful voice rang out from the forest, startling Naruto. He turned to see a small figure emerge from the thicket, seemingly flustered by her own exclamation. Red-faced and fidgeting in place. So adorable. This was the first thought that crossed Naruto's mind. Before him stood a little girl, approximately his age, with long, black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, accentuating her snow-white skin. Her large, luminous eyes, imbued with a mix of shyness and curiosity, were fixed upon him. Her delicate features appeared as if sculpted with care, her lips gently pursed, radiating an endearing charm. Who is she? Was there such a delightful background character in the original story? Naruto surveyed the little girl before him. She was clad in a simple yet tidy outfit, the fabric not particularly luxurious, but tailored to fit her perfectly, evidently designed for ease of movement. At her waist hung a small ninja tool pouch, an accessory not typically carried by ordinary children. She bore no resemblance to a pampered heiress, yet she did not appear to be the offspring of an average villager either. After a brief silence, Naruto took the initiative to speak. "May I ask who you are?" His tone was polite. After all, given her adorable appearance, he instinctively felt drawn to her. However, if she were to cast him a disdainful glance, like many villagers did, he would promptly turn away. Yet, before doing so, he would certainly have to pinch her cheeks, ensuring she understood not to look down upon others. The dark-haired little girl stood there, her small hands unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. After a moment of hesitation, she finally lifted her chin slightly, striving to adopt an air of haughtiness. Humph, that last move was passable. Her voice was deliberately cold, though the slight lilt at the end betrayed an undeniable childishness. However, one ought to introduce oneself before inquiring about others. After this remark, she added, "Moreover, this is the training ground for my sister and me. What brings you here to practice? Tsundere?" Naruto felt a chuckle rising within him. After all, she hadn't displayed such bravado when she had been hiding behind the tree, exclaiming how impressive he was. The girl's assertion that this was her and her sister's training ground clarified for Naruto why she was there. This area, situated on the outskirts of Konoha, was indeed not a public training ground, merely a clearing he had stumbled upon. He had inadvertently encroached upon someone else's territory. While Konoha possessed designated training areas, Naruto preferred to venture farther away, as he was reluctant to endure the disdainful gazes of the villagers while practicing his shuriken techniques. The little girl's demeanor was peculiar, neither distant nor openly contemptuous, but rather a concoction of deliberate disdain and pride. Her chin was held high, and her obsidian-like eyes sparkled as they occasionally darted toward the shuriken embedded in the target. This awkward yet proud attitude, combined with her striking appearance and the geographical clues about her lineage, hinted at her connection to the Uchiha clan. Naruto began to form a vague hypothesis. Oh, thank you for the compliment, he replied, offering a friendly smile. My name is Naruto. Is this your and your sister's training ground? I apologize for using it without permission. He deliberately slowed his speech to gauge her reaction. If you prefer that I leave, I can do so right now. The little girl's brow furrowed ever so slightly. She had initially anticipated that this blonde boy would elaborate on throwing techniques. But she was taken aback when he shifted the conversation to the matter of the training ground's usage rights. After a few seconds of silence, she could no longer contain herself. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stiffly retorted, "If you absolutely must use it, I have no objections." The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. Did that not imply she was easy to negotiate with? Thus, she quickly adopted a stern expression and added, "However, how exactly did you hone your throwing technique?" It seemed rather frivolous, and as she flailed her little hands in a fluster, she added, "Don't misunderstand. I'm merely asking out of curiosity. You must know that the throwing techniques of the Uchiha clan are unrivaled. What you possess is hardly noteworthy." As she concluded, her voice dwindled, and her ears began to tint with a rosy hue. Observing the little girl, who was clearly distressed yet attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance, Naruto couldn't help but let a faint smile grace his lips. Indeed, she was the epitome of a tsundere Uchiha. He deliberately took his time to extract a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, spinning it deftly upon his fingertips. "I have my own training regimen, crafted through my own research." No sooner had he spoken than he flicked his wrist lightly, and the kunai vanished from his grasp as if by magic. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, her dark pupils reflecting her surprise. Before she could process the spectacle, Naruto nimbly flipped his hand, and lo, 3 kunai were suddenly nestled between his fingers, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the setting sun. "How impressive! How on earth did you accomplish that?" The little girl's lips parted slightly, on the verge of exclaiming in awe, her obsidian-like eyes fixated on Naruto's fingers, brimming with desire and curiosity. Yet, in the next moment, as if realizing her lapse in composure, she hastily turned her face away. Naruto, observing her demeanor, felt he understood how to engage with such a tsundere. "I must admit, it was wrong of me to use your and your sister's training grounds without permission." He softened his tone deliberately. "However, I am aware that the throwing techniques of the Uchiha clan are indeed top tier in Konoha." Noticing the little girl's ears subtly perk up, Naruto continued to coax her. "How about this? Would you like to practice with me? Training alongside another is always more effective than going solo." He waved the kunai in his hand, revealing a mischievous grin. "I can teach you that trick I just performed. Consider it a rental fee for using your training grounds. What do you say? Isn't the method a bit too simplistic? Are you certain this will suffice?" The Uchiha girl, who referred to herself as Suki, furrowed her brows, standing in position as instructed, her small face etched with skepticism. The training method Naruto had imparted was indeed exceedingly simple, merely adjusting one's stance, controlling the subtle force of the wrist, and calculating throwing angles. This was far from the secret she had envisioned that would instantly elevate her to a throwing expert, and it paled compared to the spontaneous tips her sister occasionally bestowed upon her. The mere thought of the raven-haired girl clad in high-collared clan attire dimmed Suki's gaze momentarily. Her sister had promised to teach her the art of shuriken throwing. Yet each time, she would gently poke her forehead and, with a tone both tender and distant, say, "Perhaps next time." Then she would depart with that insufferable sure sway, leaving Suki alone to practice against the wooden target. "What's the matter?" Naruto extended his tone teasingly. "I've heard that the Uchiha clan is composed of geniuses. Could it be that you lack the courage to test your innate talent?" "What?" You abruptly lifted her head, her dark eyes igniting with determination. "Of course not. Come at me, and I shall show you the might of the Uchiha." She puffed up her cheeks and struck a pose, exuding an air of seriousness as if facing a formidable opponent. "How amusing." Naruto suppressed a chuckle as he observed the fiery little Uchiha. Her focused expression, lips pressed together. Inexplicably reminded him of an aloof black cat from his previous life, who, despite its desire for treats, insisted on waiting for the food to be placed on the ground before elegantly approaching it. After silently ridiculing this thought, he casually picked up a few smooth pebbles from the ground, weighing them gently in his palm, taking note of their shape and heft. "Are you ready?" he inquired with a glance, confirming her preparedness before flicking his wrist. Whoosh! The pebble traced a sharp arc through the air, aimed directly at Uchiha Yu. Her eyes narrowed, akin to a young cat locking onto its prey. Her slender fingers swiftly grasped a shuriken, releasing it almost simultaneously with the pebble's flight. Bang! The metal collided with the stone midair, producing a crisp sound. The pebble shattered upon impact, falling to the ground in two halves. "Humph!" Yu proudly puffed out her chest. An involuntary smile creeping onto her lips as a hint of triumph shone in her expression. "Not done yet. Take this." Without pausing, Naruto launched 3 pebbles in a triangular formation. Yu quickly withdrew a new shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, her arms swinging rapidly. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sharp sounds resonated almost simultaneously, sending tiny sparks flying into the dusk-lit air. As the practice continued, the rhythm between the two accelerated. The sounds of pebbles colliding with shurikens echoed through the forest, and the occasional sparks illuminated the twilight. Naruto began to alter his strategy. He forsook the straightforward throws, instead launching the pebbles from various sly angles, some soaring high in parabolic arcs, others skimming the ground at speed, and even a few that unexpectedly changed direction mid-flight. Initially flustered, Yu missed several shurikens in quick succession. However, she soon steadied her breath, began to anticipate Naruto's throwing trajectory, and adeptly adjusted her position. Her angles of attack with the shuriken became increasingly refined. Indeed, Naruto marveled silently. Although the girl was still young, her keen insight and rapid learning abilities truly warranted the title of Uchiha Genius. In truth, this method was somewhat cumbersome, essentially relying on rote memorization. Yet, this laborious approach was exceptionally suitable for the training of a prodigy. If an ordinary person were to throw the pebbles, they would likely become bored, as there was no inherent challenge. However, the one hurling them was none other than the talented Naruto, and both were able to maintain a harmonious rhythm, creating a seamless cadence in their exchange. As time passed, the sun's afterglow gradually painted the horizon in shades of red, and the light in the forest softened to a gentle haze. Their shadows intertwined on the ground. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a slight ache in his arms. Today's practice proved to be far more engaging than he had anticipated. Initially, he intended merely to casually practice shurikens. Yet before he knew it, time slipped away as he exchanged throws with Yu. The experience was undeniably fruitful under Yu's influence. He experimented with various new throwing angles and techniques, his sense of timing becoming markedly sharper than during solitary practice. Indeed, there is a distinct difference when training with a partner. He bent down to retrieve 2 leather water pouches from his backpack and casually tossed one towards Yu. Instinctively, she reached out and caught it. Had this occurred just a few hours earlier, she would have awkwardly declined or at the very least offered some bravado-laden response. However, at this moment, she merely unscrewed the cap and tilted her head back to drink. The cool water quenched her parched throat, and only then did she realize how much she had perspired. Strands of her black hair clung to her neck, and her shirt was slightly dampened. It is indeed a testament to the exuberance of youth, isn't it? Despite the prolonged intensity of their training, her body felt invigorated rather than fatigued, imbued with a sense of fulfillment. "All right," Naruto said, setting down the water pouch with a sigh of relief. "Thank you for practicing with me today." The sun was nearing the horizon. "Are you heading home now?" Yu nodded gently, securing the cap on the water pouch. "Yes, my mother should be finishing dinner soon." "What about you?" "I don't have parents, so I made my own bento," Naruto replied, scratching his cheek. His stomach was beginning to grumble, and he figured he would dine by the riverbank. Upon hearing this, Yu paused, taken aback by the revelation that this golden-haired boy, who was her age, was an orphan. Although it was their first meeting, his words stirred a subtle pang in her chest. Eating alone must be quite lonely. As dusk deepened and the evening breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a soft whisper, Yu spoke up, her voice softened. "I see. If I return now, dinner should still be in preparation. I'll stay with you a little longer." Realizing her tone may have sounded overly sentimental, she quickly averted her gaze and added, "Of course. It's only because I have some free time." Naruto blinked in surprise, a warm smile spreading across his face. Then I'll rely on you. He gestured towards the distant path. The riverside at night has a beautiful view. The two walked along the forest path, with Naruto leading the way, occasionally glancing back to ensure he was keeping pace. Despite being only 3 years old, Naruto's memories from over 20 years had instilled in him an instinct to care for younger ones. As they traversed the last thicket, their surroundings opened up to reveal a tranquil lake, its surface reflecting the gradient of twilight. The reeds along the shore swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. In the distance, the lights of Konoha village twinkled like scattered fireflies. The two settled side by side at the wooden dock by the lake. Naruto retrieved a light brown bento box from his backpack. Eating instant ramen every day isn't good for your health. Even if Uncle Jiraiya never discriminates against me, eating the same delicious ramen for months on end would become tiresome. Under the command of the third Hokage, the proprietors of other eateries had already begun to sell their goods to him, yet the gaze of Naruto still made him feel uneasy. Ever since Naruto took to cooking for himself, he had specifically sought out the third Hokage for fresh ingredients from time to time. As he opened the bento box, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Moon instinctively straightened her posture, her obsidian eyes subtly darting towards it. Don't look at me like that. Naruto noted her small movements. I possess a fair amount of confidence in my culinary skills. Inside the bento box lay a neat arrangement of simple dishes: golden fried shrimp, vibrant green blanched vegetables, and rice balls molded into the shapes of a frog and a fox. However, the piece de resistance was the dish of scrambled eggs and tomatoes, which occupied a significant portion of the bento. The bright red tomato chunks were enveloped in golden egg ribbons, the sauce presenting a rich orange hue, with a sprinkling of green onions adding a touch of elegance, all glistening under the twilight sun. Moon's pupils dilated in astonishment. Tomatoes. As the daughter of the Uchiha clan leader, she had always consumed her mother's meticulously prepared Japanese cuisine since childhood. While balanced in nutrition and artfully presented, she had never encountered a dish that so boldly combined tomatoes and eggs in such a straightforward manner. Most importantly, tomatoes were her favorite food. It looked absolutely delicious. How she longed to taste it. Her small hands unconsciously clutched the hem of her clothing, and her throat involuntarily swallowed. Yet, the pride of the Uchiha clan immediately sounded the alarm in her mind. No, how could she casually partake in someone else's cooking? Such rudeness. But the aroma was simply irresistible. The internal struggle caused a slight flush to rise on Moon's cheeks as she fixated on the dish, her breathing unconsciously softening. Despite her pride, the desires of a child ultimately prevailed. She feigned indifference by turning her gaze away, yet her eyes repeatedly betrayed her, drifting back to the enticing meal, her lips unconsciously pressing together. All these subtle gestures did not escape Naruto's notice. This dish is quite rare in Konoha, isn't it? Naruto gently prodded the vibrant dish with his chopsticks, mixing the tomatoes and eggs together. While the ingredients were simple, the flavor was anything but ordinary. Moon swallowed hard, leaning slightly forward, yet resisting the urge to get too close. Observing her reaction, Naruto's mind conjured images of culinary short videos from his past life. Clearing his throat, he continued in an explanatory tone. First, you must select ripe, fully cooked tomatoes. Score the tops and blanch them in hot water to peel them. Why peel them, you ask? Curiosity and appetite had triumphed over her pride, as Moon momentarily forgot her Uchiha dignity. This is a little trick. Peeled tomatoes release their juices better when cooked, resulting in a more delicate texture. The night breeze caressed the lake's surface, and the reeds rustled softly. As Naruto spoke, he illustrated his points with his chopsticks in the bento box. Once the tomatoes are prepared and the green onions chopped, you can beat the eggs. Adding a pinch of salt and a dash of white vinegar to the egg mixture eliminates any fishy taste, resulting in eggs that are tender and fragrant. Moon's eyes widened in fascination. She had never imagined that cooking could be so intricate. Her mother's culinary creations were always so exquisitely perfect that she had come to view cooking as an inherent skill. Listening to Naruto's enthusiastic explanation at this moment, the ordinary ingredients suddenly sprang to life. So this is how dishes are crafted. First, one must scramble the eggs and set them aside once they have reached a golden, fluffy state. Then, the tomatoes are sautéed separately until their flesh releases its juices, seasoned with merely the simplest soy sauce and salt, complemented by a touch of sugar to balance the tomato's acidity. Finally, the eggs are returned to the pan, allowing the two flavors to meld together. A soft sound emanated from her stomach, a clear protest from her digestive system. Her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson, even the tips of her ears blushing like a sunset. Oh no, this was a disaster. As the heiress of the Uchiha clan, even as a child, she had been taught to maintain elegance and strength at all times, upholding the pride of the Uchiha. Yet here she was, not only fixated on another's lunch, but also embarrassingly betraying her hunger with such a noise. This was not merely a physiological response to hunger. When one witnesses or hears ingredients being skillfully transformed into a delectable dish, the mind involuntarily begins to conjure its flavor, especially when the dish features one's favorite ingredients. The anticipation is akin to seeing a beloved toy just out of reach, igniting an insatiable longing. Suppressing a laugh, Naruto nudged his bento box towards her. So, how about a taste? Her fingers tightened around the hem of her clothing. This was not her usual pretentious display of arrogance, but rather a genuine embarrassment. Rationality urged her to decline. After all, she had insisted on accompanying Naruto, and now she was expected to share in the bento he had meticulously prepared. How shameless could she be? Yet, as the enticing aroma of egg mingled with the sweet and sour scent of tomato wafted into her nostrils, all her reservations began to crumble. She discreetly glanced at Naruto, discovering no trace of mockery in his blue eyes, only sincere anticipation. Just try a little. I made plenty. It's no trouble at all. Oh, how could she resist such an invitation? The scales of her inner debate began to tip. Since he had extended the invitation, then surely it wouldn't he be too presumptuous to indulge just a bit? Perhaps, if he insisted, she could treat him to a meal next time. No, that would be too much trouble, she replied, though her voice lacked conviction. Her gaze was glued to the bento, her longing evident even as she feigned composure. This adorable display melted Naruto's heart. How he wished to have a daughter as charming as her in the future. He suppressed the urge to touzle her dark hair, realizing that if he acquiesced to her refusal, she might stubbornly go home hungry. Just a little bite, he softened his tone. No one usually eats with me. It would make me really happy if someone appreciated my cooking. Those words gently unlocked the final barrier in her heart. Oh, I see. Her eyes suddenly sparkled, momentarily forgetting her signature tsundere remarks. Then, I suppose I shall have a taste. Almost unable to contain her excitement, Suki eagerly accepted the spoon offered by Naruto. The instant the first bite of tomato scrambled eggs touched her lips, the sweet and tangy juices burst upon her tongue, causing her to involuntarily squint her eyes in delight. Her calves gently swinging at the edge of the wooden board. This is so delicious. At that moment, all notions of Uchiha pride and the aloofness of a young lady were cast aside, transcended by the sheer power of culinary delight. Ultimately, nearly half a box of tomato scrambled eggs found its way into the little girl's belly. Naruto watched Suki as she diligently savored her meal, her seriousness enchanting. She would squint in satisfaction upon tasting a particularly delectable morsel, reminiscent of a contented cat. Naruto found himself utterly defenseless against her unconscious charm. As the last morsel of food was consumed, Suki stared at the empty bento box, suddenly realizing what she had done. Oh no, I had only intended to sample it. After carefully stowing the empty bento box in her backpack, Naruto heard a soft voice behind him, delicate as a whisper. Suki lowered her head. Her tone sweet. I'm sorry, it seems I've eaten too much. If you're still hungry, would you like to come to my house for a meal? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but then his brows relaxed. It seemed she was not the stubborn tsundere he had expected. As the saying goes, tsundere can ruin a life. Yet the most unfortunate situations often arise from pride held for too long, leaving no room for tenderness. This young girl, however, bore the inherent pride of the Uchiha clan, yet was also willing to express her apologies openly, even inviting others to her home as a form of recompense. Clearly, she had received an excellent upbringing. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Naruto as he realized that in the original Naruto series, there had never been an Uchiha girl named Suki. The answer was all too evident. In approximately 3 years, after Naruto entered the Ninja Academy, a tragedy would unfold that would shock the entire ninja world, the Uchiha Massacre. To delve into the roots of this tragedy reveals a complex web of intertwined forces, with 3 primary culprits: Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito. However, the downfall of the Uchiha clan was not a matter of a single day. It resembled a meticulously arranged series of dominoes, the first of which fell on the very night of Naruto's birth, the Night of the Nine Tails. Obito Uchiha attacked Konoha, unleashing the Nine Tails, leading to the sacrifice of Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, his father, Minato Namikaze, in a bid to prevent the village's ultimate weapon from falling into enemy hands. Fulfilled his duty as Hokage by sealing half of the Nine Tails within the newly born Naruto. Yet, the core of the Uchiha massacre lies not here. What truly set the Uchiha clan on a path to destruction was the enormous Sharingan within the Nine Tails' eyes. All the Konoha ninjas involved that night saw clearly, and the higher-ups had reason to suspect that the Uchiha clan orchestrated this attack. Thus, their suspicions were not unfounded. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the one controlling the Nine Tails would be Obito Uchiha, who had been dead for many years. In a bid to guard against the Uchiha clan, the higher echelons of Konoha decided to relocate them to the outskirts of the village, implementing stringent surveillance. The proud Uchiha, unable to endure such degrading treatment, began to fracture under the weight of their desire for power. Within the clan council, the voices of the hawkish faction grew increasingly pronounced, advocating for the use of force to seize control of Konoha and alter their dire circumstances. It was at this juncture that a traitor emerged. Itachi Uchiha, the eldest son of the clan leader Fugaku and a covert agent planted within the Uchiha, divulged the conspiracy brewing within the clan to the higher-ups of Konoha. Upon learning of this, the third Hokage and Danzo found themselves at an impasse. The third advocated for dialogue, hoping to resolve the discord through communication, while Danzo insisted on eradicating the threat entirely, determined to eliminate the Uchiha once and for all. Subsequently, Danzo set his plans into motion. Fearing the potential of Shursui Uchiha's Kotoamatsukami, an ability capable of altering one's will. In a clandestine assault, Danzo seized one of Shursui's eyes. Realizing that he could no longer employ Kotoamatsukami to thwart the impending coup after losing one eye, Shursui, in his despair, entrusted his remaining eye to Itachi and chose to leap to his death, merely to diminish the Uchiha's power. Following the loss of his dear friend Shursui, Itachi, the individual caught between the village and his clan, shockingly acquiesced to Danzo's proposal. The very person whose actions had indirectly led to Shursui's demise had now become his collaborator. Thus, the clan extermination commenced. Regardless of age or gender, even infants were not spared. Blood stained the Uchiha's homeland, leaving only the young Sasuke alive. Why did Itachi entirely disregard the third Hokage's call for peace? The logic of the entire affair cannot withstand scrutiny. Itachi claimed to act in the interest of Konoha while personally orchestrating the slaughter of his entire clan. He professed a deep love for his brother, yet subjected Sasuke to unending torment through Tsukuyomi. Such contradictory actions likely explain the reversal of Itachi's reputation online. Kishimoto sought to portray Itachi as a guardian burdened by darkness, romanticizing this massacre as a necessary evil. However, Naruto felt a chilling sense of dread. Can one justify any means as long as the ends are noble? Even if the Uchiha had indeed attempted a coup, could their fate have been worse? Annihilation of the entire clan? Not even sparing infants? Shaking his head, Naruto was reluctant to ponder further. He could not grasp Itachi's rationale, nor could he comprehend the so-called Hokage mentality. Presently, he had abandoned his dream of becoming Hokage. As he gazed at the young girl with dark hair before him, he wondered if she would meet her demise that fateful night. The thought of the innocent being slaughtered in the name of a grand purpose stirred unease within him. He knew he had to devise a plan. The system showed no signs of activation, leaving him to rely solely on himself. Perhaps he could go to the third Hokage and weave a tale of irreplaceable bonds, claiming that if anything were to happen to her, he might falter and even abandon his path as a ninja. While it may sound like a threat to the Hokage, Naruto was aware that such concern might be excessive. Yet, that was simply who he was. One cannot remain indifferent to the tragedy unfolding before them. Certainly, kindness alone does not equate to saintliness. That scoundrel, Obito, would not spare him. Thank you, Suki. However, it is unnecessary. I am already quite satisfied. In truth, it is not merely the food that brings me joy, but the presence of someone willing to share a meal with me. Naruto responded to Suki's invitation. Moreover, witnessing you relish your meal is, for me, the highest form of praise. You are the first to acknowledge my culinary skills. Oh, why are you blushing again? But never mind. Your shy demeanor is truly adorable. However, it is getting late, and I must return to rest. Thank you for keeping me company today. He stood up, brushing off the grass clippings from his trousers. I shall come to visit you again, Uchiha Suki. At his words, Suki immediately lifted her head and, with a hint of pride in her tone, corrected him. If you insist on seeking my company, I suppose I shall reluctantly oblige. She paused and added, moreover, my name is not Uchiha Suki, it is Uchiha Satsuki. Satsuki? Naruto's smile suddenly faltered. Why does that name sound so familiar? It bears a resemblance to that of his future dear friend and rival, Uchiha Sasuke. Satsuki keenly noticed Naruto's peculiar expression and, after a brief hesitation, she began to explain. Well, the combination of this name is indeed a bit peculiar. You see, my father originally intended to name me Uchiha Sasuke, but he never anticipated I would be born a girl, so he changed Suk to Suki. Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Satsuki? No, calm down. How is that even possible? Naruto blinked rapidly, attempting to dispel the image of that cold-faced, dark-haired boy from his mind. Sasuke is undeniably a boy. That brat, who constantly speaks of vengeance and is perpetually brooding, could never transform into this adorably haughty little girl before him. It must be a coincidence. Yes, undoubtedly a coincidence. However, as he scrutinized Satsuki's delicate features, he began to perceive a certain familiarity from certain angles. This visage Naruto suddenly realized something. Sasuke was already an epitome of beauty in the original narrative. If transformed into a girl, no. What am I thinking? Sasuke as a girl? What a bizarre timeline in the Naruto universe. Or is it the butterfly effect caused by my own transmigration? Countless questions exploded in his mind. Yet Naruto managed to retain a semblance of social decorum. He would certainly not foolishly inquire, "You are actually a boy, aren't you?" Such an exceedingly rude question could lead to being labeled a pervert. Ultimately, all his chaotic thoughts coalesced into a dry farewell. I see, then, until we meet again. Upon hearing Naruto's promise to visit her again, Satsuki's heart fluttered with a subtle excitement. She endeavored to maintain a serious expression, yet her lips betrayed her with a slight curve. Well, if no one else is available to practice with you, she feigned reluctance and turned away. I suppose I shall keep you company. Upon finishing her words, she walked toward the Uchiha clan's domain without a backward glance, her small hand casually waving as she feigned indifference. However, as she turned the corner and ensured that Naruto could not see her, Satsuki covered her mouth, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. This was her first time making a friend outside of her clan. She skipped lightly across the sunlit cobblestones, her steps imbued with an extra buoyancy. Meanwhile, Naruto, left behind, found himself engulfed in unprecedented confusion. He gazed at Satsuki's receding figure, his mind buzzing as if 1,000 shadow clones were simultaneously executing the shadow clone technique. No, it must be a coincidence. Despite desperately attempting to reassure himself, the damning evidence continued to flash in his mind. Sasuke had always been humorously dubbed the true heroine of the story. From their initial encounter to eventual reconciliation, every line they exchanged was steeped in ambiguity, not to mention that unexpected yet fated first kiss that left him dazed with the weight of friendship. Just as Naruto struggled to untangle his thoughts, a crisp system notification suddenly resonated within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have established an initial bond with the original character, Uchiha Satsuki. Reward. The system is officially activated, and you have received 500 points. Bang. Naruto collapsed to the ground in shock. Could it be true? Had Sasuke really transformed into a girl? Indeed, it was not surprising that Naruto possessed a system. For traversers, such a phenomenon was virtually standard. This system had existed within his consciousness since infancy, yet until now, the semi-transparent interface had displayed only a cold, unyielding line of text, awaiting the plot to commence. No matter how Naruto attempted to communicate, probe, or even express his frustration by shaking his tiny fists in protest, the system remained as unyielding as a stone, offering no response. Over time, Naruto resigned himself to patiently await the so-called plot to unfold. He had initially believed he would have to wait until Mizuki tempted him to steal the Book of Seals for the story's true beginning. However, fate seemed fond of playing tricks. Who could have anticipated that this dormant system would be unexpectedly activated by the gender-swapped version of his rival, Uchiha Satsuki? Naruto's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity as he mechanically walked forward, his gaze fixed intently on the now illuminated system interface. Bonding system. Establish connections with original characters to form various bonds and earn system points. The deeper the impact on the original story, the more points you will receive. Points can be used for system lottery draws, including ninjutsu, sage arts, ocular techniques, and bloodline limits. Please strive to forge bonds. As the street lamps flickered to life one by one, he fixated on the phrase's ocular techniques and bloodline limits, his throat involuntarily tightening. It was concise, yet impactful. 3 years of curiosity and anticipation crystallized into this moment. There is no cumbersome system mall, nor a complicated exchange list. The entire interface is so pristine that it borders on simplicity. The sole option available is the conspicuous lottery button, or, more accurately, it is essentially a card draw. Is it not? The name, bonding system, brazenly lays bare the theme of Naruto. Following this logic, even if he meticulously adheres to the original storyline, he can effortlessly amass a substantial number of bonding points. He can forge friendships with the 12 young ninjas of Konoha, develop a master-disciple relationship with Jiraiya, and even entangle himself with the antagonists from the original work. However, the system thoughtfully indicates that the deeper the impact on the original narrative, the more points one will receive. This implies that he need not squander time appeasing those foolish villagers, nor must he force himself to conform to their prejudiced gazes. His fingers glided over the succinct introduction of the lottery interface. The entire setup is stripped down to its essence, featuring only a shimmering 10 consecutive draws button, each costing 1,000 points. With 500 points, it means that the initial 10 draws yield half the cost. Establishing an initial bond with the gender-swapped Sasuke surprisingly amounts to 500 points, which is quite substantial. Once he accepted the premise that Uchiha Sasuke is a girl, Naruto unabashedly began using that teasing nickname. After all, the current Sakura would not suddenly leap out to unleash a Chidori upon him. Just as he was about to close the interface, a thought abruptly flashed through his mind. Wait, if the system's activation signifies that establishing bonds can yield rewards, does that mean I have rewards ready to claim right now? Naruto halted abruptly. In the next moment, he resolutely changed direction, abandoning his path toward the desolate apartment and instead sprinting towards the bustling district of Konoha. Sorry for the wait, Naruto. The miso pork bone char siu ramen is ready. Within Ichiraku ramen, the warm steam wafted towards him, accompanied by an enticing aroma. The jovial uncle presented a steaming bowl of ramen, with thick slices of golden char siu artfully arranged atop the noodles, and a perfectly halved soft-boiled egg glistening at the edges. Thanks, Uncle, Naruto said, accepting the bowl with both hands and feigning calmness, though his gaze remained fixed on the gently swaying broth as he struggled to maintain a composed expression. Just as anticipated. Just as anticipated. Just as anticipated. No, he mustn't smile just yet. He must hold on until he returns home. At that very moment, as Naruto stepped into Ichiraku ramen, a crisp notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have established a bond with the original character, the ramen master, Uncle Ichiraku, reaching level 5. Points earned, 500. Indeed. He suppressed the urge to punch the air in celebration and instead dove into the noodles with fervor. The scalding broth burst upon his tongue, the familiar bliss swelling in his chest, yet what quickened his heartbeat even more was the soaring number on the system interface. He had not expected this bond to reach level 5, worth 500 points. Undoubtedly, if one were to enumerate Naruto's initial bonds, Uncle Ichiraku would certainly hold the foremost position, since his days as a child ostracized by the villagers. This humble ramen shop had been the only place that never cast disdainful glances his way. It seems that the deeper the impact on the storyline, the more points one accumulates. The bond level essentially reflects the degree of affection. Although Uncle Iruka's bond level reaches an impressive 5, a quintuple of that of Sasuke, he has only garnered 500 points. However, upon contemplation, when it comes to the extent of influence on the original narrative, no one can rival his future rival and cherished friend, Uchiha Sasuke, who should now be referred to as Uchiha Satsuki. In this realm, aside from his late parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, Uncle Iruka is the first to actively and selflessly express goodwill towards Naruto. It is worth noting that during an era when even some uninformed ninjas displayed disdain towards Naruto, an ordinary man like Uncle Iruka never succumbed to the rumors of the demon fox, instead choosing to warm the lonely Naruto with his kindness. One could assert that Naruto's eventual avoidance of a dark path owes much to Uncle Iruka's influence, alongside that of Iruka himself. Despite having already had a meal, Naruto continued to voraciously devour the ramen. The steaming noodles, enveloped in rich broth, and the tender, succulent slices of char siu were undeniably exquisite. Befitting a renowned establishment in Konoha frequently visited by the Hokage, its flavors were beyond reproach. However, for a 3-year-old who had just finished a meal. Consuming an entire bowl of ramen was rather ambitious. Midway through, Naruto's pace noticeably slowed. His little belly had swelled to a round shape. Uncle Irika peered out from the kitchen, squinting slightly as he inquired, "What's the matter, Naruto? Struggling to eat? Is today's ramen not to your liking?" "No, not at all." Naruto hastily shook his head. Uncle Irika's ramen is just as delicious as ever. He sheepishly scratched his head. "I had brought a bento today, and after finishing it, I felt unsatisfied." So now Uncle Irika chuckled knowingly and replied kindly, "I see. It seems the portion of the bento was not quite right. But as long as the ramen tastes good, that's what matters. If you truly can't finish, it's perfectly alright to leave some. It wouldn't be good to overeat." Yet, Naruto resolutely shook his head. "No, I will finish it." Uncle Irika appeared momentarily taken aback, though his squinted eyes betrayed little of his emotions. Naruto then buried himself in his bowl once more, and although he paused for a few seconds after each mouthful, he persevered, ensuring that every last drop of broth was consumed. "Thank you for the meal," Naruto exclaimed, patting his now rounded belly contentedly, as he skillfully extracted 75 ryo from his small pouch, placing them neatly on the table. Uncle Irika then collected the bowls and chopsticks, his tone tinged with mild reproach as he remarked, "Naruto, overeating like this can truly upset your stomach. Why not leave some behind? It's just a bowl of ramen." Lowering his head, Naruto replied, "Because it's so delicious, I didn't want to leave any." This was indeed a heartening rationale, prompting Uncle Irika to wipe his hands and express concern through his squinting eyes, though he cautioned, "But that cannot serve as an excuse to disregard your health." As Naruto lifted his head, his azure eyes sparkled with genuine warmth. "Well, Uncle's ramen is indeed quite healing. Can this be considered an excuse? Healing?" Uncle Irika chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. "That seems a bit exaggerated. The ramen is delicious, but it hasn't reached that level. No, I am quite serious." Naruto suddenly sat upright, his small face brimming with earnestness, for Uncle Irika's ramen truly possessed a healing quality. His voice lowered gradually. "The first time I came to eat your ramen, for reasons unknown, the villagers refused to sell me anything. It was a rainy day, and they wouldn't even let me take shelter." Uncle Irika's movements halted. A vivid memory surfaced, the image of a small figure, drenched by the rain, standing forlornly outside the shop, golden hair plastered against a pale cheek, looking utterly pitiful. With a stomach aching from hunger and shivering from the cold, Naruto continued, "It was you, Uncle, who kindly invited me inside and treated me to a steaming bowl of ramen." His voice suddenly brightened, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "That was when I discovered how wonderful it is to eat ramen on an empty stomach." Thus, with both hands resting on the table, his eyes sparkling with excitement and his voice brimming with barely concealed joy, he declared, "Every time I eat your ramen, I feel an extraordinary sense of happiness and warmth. For this reason, I absolutely refuse to leave even a single bite of the ramen you prepare for me." Having finished speaking, Uncle Irika turned away, his back to Naruto, his shoulders quivering slightly. With a tone laced with both exasperation and a hint of affection, he replied, all right. It seems I have been persuaded by you. Given what you've said, it truly would be impossible to leave any ramen uneaten." From a perspective unseen by Naruto, Uncle Irika raised his rough hand, quickly wiping away the warmth that had gathered in his eyes. Subsequently, he retrieved a small card from his apron pocket, carefully inscribing a line with a ballpoint pen. "Here, Naruto." He turned back, presenting the card before Naruto, his squinted eyes filled with mirth. "Accept this." Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be? Uncle Irika nodded gently, his voice soft. "Indeed, there is no greater joy for a chef than to have someone appreciate their ramen. Consider this a special gift for a patron who truly understands the delight of good food." The card bore clear lettering. Ichiraku Ramen Special Treat Coupon. Miso Tonkatsu, Chashu Ramen. 1 serving. Valid. Forever. It was precisely Naruto's favorite flavor. Content. Naruto returned to his modest apartment, eager to delve into the system. Upon opening the door, he found the room, though simple, impeccably organized. The quilt on the single bed was neatly folded, the ninja tools and books on the desk were arranged with precision, and even the floor was spotless. A far cry from what one might expect of a child living alone. He walked purposefully towards the kitchen and retrieved a carton of milk from the refrigerator. Indeed, a refrigerator. Whenever Naruto encounters these modern appliances, he cannot help but critique the technological development of the Naruto world. In an era where travel relies on horse-drawn carriages and communication is predominantly conducted through letters, the existence of refrigerators, induction cookers, and even cinemas and vending machines is rather perplexing. Perhaps this is a unique form of cyberpunk. Shaking off these unrelated thoughts, Naruto opened the system interface. The point total displayed was 1100. Just moments ago, as he departed from Ichiraku Ramen, the system's notification sound chimed once again. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have formed a bond, level 6, with a character from the original work, Uncle Ichiraku. Points gained, 100. It seems that the most effective way to enhance a chef's favorability is to express appreciation for his culinary skills. Naruto casually placed the half-finished milk on the bedside table and rubbed his palms together. Next came the moment of testing his luck. As someone who once relied on a mere 100 draws in a mobile game to secure high-tier A-rank ninjas, he possessed a fair amount of confidence in his fortune. Here we go. A 10 consecutive draw. Without hesitation, Naruto clicked the 10 draw button on the system interface, watching as his points swiftly plummeted from 1100 to 100. Immediately, the system's notification echoed clearly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed your first 10 consecutive draws. Reward, System Space. Item description. System Space is an independent storage area, bound to this system and visible only to the host. It can be manipulated freely through thought, with infinite capacity, but can only store items produced by this system. Storage space? This system is quite considerate, only allowing the storage of its own items. It seems he cannot utilize it like Obito's Kimui space. However, at present, his interest lay more in the items acquired from the draw. Indeed, the system interface displayed 10 cards, each radiating a faint glow. Yet, upon closer inspection of the card designs, his lips involuntarily twitched. Wait, this design. The back features a familiar blue and gold pattern, with a peculiar stone in the center. Isn't this the card from The Legend of O? This is a bizarre fusion of games. Naruto suppressed the urge to comment and reached out to select one of the cards. Congratulations. You have obtained Chakra Quantity 5, Item Description, Quality, Ordinary. The source of power in the Naruto world. Derived from the physiological energy extracted from 130 trillion human cells. Reference values. Average Chunin 10, Kakashi Hatake 50. I see. This is an initial increase to the chakra limit. Naruto suddenly found it somewhat amusing. So, does this mean I've just received chakra equivalent to a level 01 card? Using Kakashi as a unit of measurement seems a bit off. If Kakashi is 50, he muttered to himself, then what is my current chakra quantity? As soon as he finished speaking, the system promptly responded. Current chakra quantity of host, 205. Oh, quite intelligent. Naruto was somewhat surprised. Although the functionality was a bit rudimentary, it could still answer questions. How considerate. 200 points of chakra equate to 4 cards. This figure made him raise an eyebrow in astonishment. It is essential to note that Naruto has yet to embark on the formal training of chakra refinement. Even with merely an initial amount of chakra, he has already surpassed Kakashi, a seasoned elite jonin. Moreover, within his own body resides a colossal fox entirely composed of chakra. Eagerly, Naruto continued to unveil the remaining cards. Congratulations. Acquired 500 grams of chakra metal. Item description. A special forging material capable of conducting chakra. Commonly used for crafting high-grade ninja tools. Congratulations. Acquired. Weight training equipment, Lee Rock's model. Item description. Adjustable weight, with a maximum capacity of up to 1 ton. Congratulations. Acquired. 10 military rations. Item description. Each restores 10 points of chakra, with a bitter taste. Congratulations. Acquired. Basic taijutsu enhancement. Item description. Overall enhancement of physical attributes by 5. At the moment he revealed the 5th card, the system unexpectedly emitted a familiar notification sound. Rare. Immediately, a warm current surged from within, swiftly coursing through his entire body. Naruto, astonished, moved his limbs and distinctly felt his muscles becoming firmer and his joints more agile. His body had been enhanced. The effects were instantaneous. It seemed the system's rewards were more reliable than he had anticipated. His spirits lifted. Naruto promptly clicked on the remaining cards. Congratulations. Acquired. 10,000 Ryo. Universal currency in the Naruto world. Congratulations. Acquired. 5 chakra. Congratulations. Acquired. Mastery and adaptation of fire attribute chakra. Another notification of rarity echoed. This time, Naruto sensed a surge of intense warmth within him, unlike the previous gentle enhancement. This felt akin to the awakening of a latent talent. He could distinctly perceive that his chakra had become more active, with a significantly heightened affinity for the fire element. It appeared to be a talent-based reward. Only 2 cards remained. Naruto gazed at the system interface, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. He was quite intrigued by the so-called legendary rewards. If he were to unveil a pair of Rinnegan, would that not propel him to greatness? Taking a deep breath, his fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on the penultimate card. Congratulations. Acquired 500 grams of chakra metal again this. Though he understood that chakra-conducting metal was a precious material for crafting high-grade ninja tools, he wondered what use it held for him at present. He had no skills in forging and lacked the means to employ advanced weaponry. Would he need to seek assistance from the third Hokage? How would he explain the origin of this rare metal? I found it. Would he believe that? Shaking off such trivial concerns, Naruto turned his focus to the final card. At the moment his fingertip made contact, the system erupted with an unprecedented dazzling purple light and a resounding, powerful notification reverberated in his mind. Epic. Congratulations. Acquired. A select treasure chest from the Naruto movie series. Item description. Choose one from the following 3 options. 1. 1/10 of Zero Tails, Dark Chakra. The Swirling Vortex of Destiny. Template experience card 3 times. And the special summoned beast, the wolf, has emerged in a dazzling purple. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the self-selected treasure chest before him, a veritable trove of rewards akin to those found within the realms of the game. Each option therein was a unique artifact drawn from the illustrious Naruto film series. His gaze fixated on the second choice. Swirling Vortex, Template Experience Card 3. Usage Instructions. Upon activation, the user will acquire the full strength and abilities of the boss, Swirling Vortex. From Naruto, The Path of the Ninja, for a duration of 1 hour, usable 3 times. Swirling Vortex. This character was one with which Naruto was intimately acquainted. A dark counterpart to himself from the limited world of Tsukuyami. The Swirling Vortex was the antithesis of Naruto in both temperament and experience. Yet, what truly captivated him was the terrifying power it wielded. The 9-faced Seppoka's Great Spiral Wheel, as he recalled, possessed the capability to summon 9 distinct summoned beasts. In its ultimate technique, the Great Spiral Wheel harbored the destructive force capable of obliterating the entirety of Konoha. Furthermore, it housed the 9 tails within, allowing for perfect mastery over the complete transformation into a tailed beast. Its strength undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary Kage. According to the animated portrayal, the power of the Swirling Vortex was at least on par with his own form in the 9 Tails Chakra mode, or even that of Sasuke with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Perhaps even stronger. Rather than a mere template experience card, it seemed to be the ultimate trump card prepared for his still-developing self. Most significantly, utilizing it posed no risk of a berserk transformation like that associated with the 9 Tails Chakra, devoid of any adverse effects. As for the other 2 options, Naruto furrowed his brow in contemplation. The so-called zero-tailed Dark Chakra appeared to be a synthetic tailed beast concocted by a character named Shinnon from the film Bonds. While it sounded formidable, it would offer him no advantage. Rather, it would be a mere embellishment. He recalled that Dark Chakra was known to incite negative emotions. What a joke. After all, the most powerful tailed beast, the 9 Tails, resided within him. Why pursue the Dark Chakra of an artificial tailed beast when he could forge a better bond with the proud fox residing within? It was akin to neglecting a top-tier computer at home in favor of playing on a subpar one at a secondhand shop. The final option left Naruto utterly speechless. The wolf? It seemed to be the trivial summoned beast from the will of Fire's heir. He even questioned whether the system was merely filling in slots. This creature was not even the primary summoned beast of the film's final antagonist, Pain, but merely a subordinate's synthetic beast. Moreover, should he choose the experience card for the Swirling Vortex, Naruto might achieve feats that were previously deemed impossible. For Naruto, who had lived an unremarkable life in his past existence, this represented an opportunity to alter certain tragedies. The death of Hisashi flashed through his mind. This event was likely to transpire soon, certainly no later than this year. Hisashi Hyuga, the father of Neji, one of the most tragically fated characters among the Konoha 12, was on the brink of his inevitable end. Following the conclusion of the Third Shinobi World War, the Hidden Cloud Village, under the pretense of negotiating a peace treaty, dispatched envoys to Konohagakure. In reality, they were clandestinely plotting to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. In a shocking turn of events, they even resorted to attempting to abduct the mere 3-year-old Hinata Hyuga. Fortunately, the clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, discovered the plot in time and eliminated the kidnapper. However, the most infuriating aspect of this incident was the subsequent backlash from the Hidden Cloud Village, which accused the Leaf Village of murdering their envoy and threatened to declare war unless Hayashi was surrendered to them. At that time, Konohagakure had just endured the chaos of the Nine Tails incident and the ravages of the Third Shinobi World War, leaving it severely weakened. As a result, the higher-ups ultimately chose to compromise to keep the secrets of the Byakugan from surfacing. The Hyuga main family suggested that Hayashi's twin brother, Hisashi, serve as a scapegoat. Astonishingly, Hisashi accepted this fate, even proclaiming that he would die to protect his brother, thus romanticizing his sacrifice as a noble act of defying fate. There was no justice, no fairness. A living soul was consumed by the world. The young Niji lost his father forever. As for the lofty rhetoric about greater good and the avoidance of war, what of the manipulations and calculations of the higher-ups? Naruto had no desire to comprehend. He only knew one thing. He did not want to witness a living being devoured by the world, and that was all. Furthermore, considering Niji's tragic fate later on, he pondered whether the Hidden Cloud Village would truly wage war. If they saved Hisashi and the Raikage dared to suspect that the Leaf orchestrated the events, Naruto would not hesitate to engage in combat once more. System, I choose the Uzumaki Ramen Experience card. Congratulations, host has obtained Uzumaki Ramen Template Experience Card 3. This precious item could elevate one to the pinnacle of a Kage, even if only temporarily. Naruto was eager to behold its true form. With a mere thought, a card radiating a purple glow slowly materialized before him. He reached out to grasp the card, scrutinizing the design upon it. Was that not the depiction of the Hidden Leaf Village? As another thought crossed his mind, the card transformed into a stream of light and vanished from his palm, returning to the system's space. After finishing his milk and rinsing his mouth thoroughly, Naruto collapsed onto his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Who else could the bond system help him connect with? Naturally, he wanted to seek out Satsuki again. But then he wondered if Uchiha clan members approaching him, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, would raise suspicions among the higher-ups of the Leaf. Especially given that old schemer Danzo might expect him to show leniency just because she was a mere 3-year-old girl. It would be prudent to dismiss such naive thoughts. He needed to find a way to visit the third Hokage and seek some advice. There was no choice. The increase in bond level with Uchiha Satsuki had granted him 500 points, which was simply too tempting to resist. Speaking of which, did the third Hokage also possess bond points? Surely, that old man did not truly see him merely as a vessel for the tailed beast, did he? To be fair, the third had treated him decently, but that was merely the extent of it. In the realm of existence, starvation was never a concern. Eventually, the villagers, heeding the orders of the Hokage, began to sell their wares to him. However, the isolation and disconnection remained palpable each time the third Hokage visited. Aside from the customary delivery of supplies, he would invariably ask, Naruto, do you understand what it means to be a Hokage? Do you comprehend the significance of this role? His intentions were unmistakably clear. The old man evidently wished for Naruto to inherit his legacy, to become a distinguished ninja of Konoha, and ideally, to aspire to the position of Hokage himself. Naruto's reluctance to assume the mantle of Hokage was not solely rooted in the resentment fostered by the villagers' alienation, though that was undeniably disheartening. The deeper reason lay in his aversion to the dark undercurrents of power, coupled with his acute awareness of the burdensome nature of the Hokage's responsibilities. In the animated series Boruto, the version of himself as the 7th Hokage was overwhelmed by a mountain of paperwork, so much so that he could only celebrate his daughter's birthday through a shadow clone. The perpetual dark circles under his eyes contrasted starkly with the vibrant reflection he saw in the mirror now. What a jest! Who would willingly embrace such a life? The potential for forging connections was severely limited. The third Hokage was one possibility, while Kakashi was likely still engaged in ANBU duties, making him inaccessible. As for the Konoha 12, aside from Sakura, who hailed from humble beginnings, the rest, Lee, Tintin, and the others, were descendants of prominent clans. Approaching them recklessly would undoubtedly raise alarms among Konoha's elite. The storyline of escorting Hinata home and the heroic rescue had yet to unfold. It was utterly impossible to seek out the heiress of the Hyuga clan. With a resigned sigh, Naruto pondered. It seemed that aside from Might Guy, suitable companions were scarce. As night deepened, Naruto lay in bed, his thoughts gradually slowing. The distant chirping of insects outside ebbed and flowed, and his eyelids grew heavy. Ultimately, filled with anticipation for the future, he gently closed his eyes. In the somber twilight, the air was thick with dampness, carrying a faint scent of rust. The puddles on the ground reflected the dim light, and each step sent ripples dancing across their surfaces. Directly ahead, a colossal iron door loomed. Towering at least several dozen meters high, its heavy panels etched with intricate and obscure seals, at the center of which was affixed a sealing symbol. Naruto was uncertain whether he was dreaming or had genuinely entered a space of confinement. At that moment, he stood behind the iron bars, locking eyes with the massive orange fox that resided beyond the door. The small Naruto craned his neck, straining to observe the scene before him. Though it was indeed larger than life, upon closer inspection, there was something undeniably endearing about it. Upon hearing this, the Ninetales felt a twitch of irritation in its temple. Did this little brat lack common sense? As the mightiest of the tailed beasts, it had long grown accustomed to the fearful and hateful gazes of humanity. But adorable? That descriptor left it momentarily speechless. It could not fathom which aspect of its being could be associated with such a term. Nevertheless, the Ninetales yearned far more for the freedom that had been stripped from it for so long than for the opinions of others. Little brat, come here and unlock the door. A deep, oppressive voice reverberated within the confines of the ceiling space. Naruto gazed up at the colossal orange fox before him, its fiery crimson eyes emanating a dangerous glow even in the darkness. Its sharp fangs were barely visible, and 9 restless tails swayed behind it. Faced with the Kyuubi, who spoke so bluntly to him, Naruto couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Was this fox too lazy to even attempt a disguise? It directly demanded the unsealing of its power, without any pretense. This door is too large. I cannot open it, the fox said, its impatience evident as it flicked its tail. Lowering its massive head, it exhaled hot breath upon Naruto, who pondered for a moment before inquiring. What will happen if I open it? Why are there so many questions? Just open it already. The Kyuubi's voice rose sharply, causing the entire ceiling space to tremble slightly. In its eyes, this little brat, despite often mumbling nonsensical words, was merely an inexperienced human child. As the mightiest of the tailed beasts, how could it not handle a mere 3-year-old? I refuse. Naruto retreated a step, crossing his arms. Though my understanding is limited, it seems quite dangerous to release you. What a perceptive little brat. Just as the Kyuubi contemplated how to manipulate the child, it noticed that Naruto exhibited no fear. Instead, he gazed at it with wide, enthusiastic blue eyes. No wonder they call me the demon fox, he thought, staring intently at the magnificent creature before him. It turns out there is indeed a great fox within my body. The Kyuubi's ears twitched slightly, taken aback by this unexpected reaction. Unfazed by its silence, Naruto continued. Although you are rather large, you are truly magnificent. This statement left the Kyuubi utterly stunned. Having lived for millennia, it had encountered countless humans who regarded it with fear, hatred, disdain, and scheming, yet never had anyone described it as magnificent. What surprised it even more was the sincerity behind Naruto's words. He genuinely believed it to be beautiful. The Kyuubi's appearance was indeed striking. Its orange-red fur glimmered softly in the dim ceiling space, while its 9 enormous tails swayed gracefully, each hair brimming with potent chakra, tracing elegant arcs in the air. Its immense figure nearly filled Naruto's entire field of vision, and though its sharp claws and fangs, along with its fiery gaze, should have instilled terror, there was an inexplicable aura of nobility akin to that of a legendary beast. Wasn't the Kyuubi originally a divine creature? As Naruto pondered this, he suddenly realized a pressing question. But how do we get out of here? He surveyed the damp, dark ceiling space, which was filled only with endless shadows and the imposing iron door. It seemed they were trapped here. Scratching his head, he then broke into a radiant smile and extended his hand toward the Kyuubi. By the way, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Since we have met, let us become acquainted. In response, he was greeted with a disdainful snort from the Kyuubi. Scram, brat. It slowly lowered its body, its massive head resting upon its forepaws, coldly fixating its gaze upon Naruto, threatening to end his life otherwise. Huh, why is that? Naruto, far from being intimidated, responded with a look of confusion. This is our first encounter, isn't it? Harboring mutual disdain isn't beneficial. He casually sat cross-legged, cradling his chin. Since we're both here, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to engage in conversation rather than merely stare at one another? The Ninetales flicked its tail in agitation, taken aback by the audacity of this child who not only showed no fear, but intended to converse with it. Truly, a bothersome human brat. How long have you been here? Naruto inquired. It's all water around. Doesn't that bother you? The Ninetales' ears twitched slightly as it cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you think I desired this? Do not address me so casually, child. Honestly, Naruto protested with a disgruntled expression. I already introduced myself as Uzumaki Naruto. Not just a mere child. Since I've shared my name, shouldn't you also politely provide yours? The Ninetales scoffed. Humph, a name? Aren't you humans accustomed to calling me the Nine-tailed fox? That title has grown tiresome long ago. It appeared that to foster a connection with this formidable creature, some unconventional methods would be necessary. Naruto stroked his chin, then looked up with a cunning smile. May I ask, is your name Kyubi? What? The Ninetales, initially indifferent as it lay on the ground, abruptly lifted its head, its massive form tensing instantly. Its name should only be known by the Sage of Six Paths and other tailed beasts in this ninja realm. How could this child possibly know? Boom. The Ninetales rose suddenly, its enormous paw crashing against the iron bars of its cage, causing the entire sealed space to tremble slightly. Child, where did you learn that name? I saw it in an animation, Naruto replied, but that answer would not satisfy the Ninetales. In this world, the concept of animation did not exist. If he were to respond thus, the Ninetales would likely feel mocked. Well, Naruto feigned hesitation. What I'm about to say may sound rather peculiar. Just say it already. The Ninetales impatiently struck the ground with its paw, splattering water onto Naruto's pant legs. I can't even be sure if it's true. Long ago, I had a very strange dream. A dream? The Ninetales were a scornful expression. Child, are you implying that you learned my name from a dream? Although it sounded bizarre. Naruto met the Ninetales' eyes with an unusually serious tone, but that is indeed the truth. In the dream, an elderly man clad in a white robe, with a rather unique appearance, told me that a great fox resided within my body, named Kyubi. He urged me to befriend you, suggesting that we should strive to understand one another. Old man. The description struck a chord with the Ninetales. Its colossal form noticeably stiffened for a moment. Even its breathing became rapid. The details of a white-robed, uniquely appearing elder, instructing humanity to understand tailed beasts were far too specific to be mere coincidence. One day, the tailed beasts will come to understand humanity and discover their true home. The words of the Sage of Six Paths echoed thunderously in Kurama's mind. These are secrets known only to the tailed beasts who have lived through that era. Secrets that a mere 3-year-old human child could never fabricate. Kurama instinctively tightened his claws. What else did that old man say? Naruto noticed the subtle shift in Kurama's demeanor and felt a flicker of joy. Indeed, he had uttered some peculiar phrases. Like the essence of chakra is connection, and true power comes from understanding. With each statement, Kurama's pupils constricted further. These words, these ideals, were none other than the core philosophies of the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto scratched his head, pondering a particularly strange detail about that old man. What? Kurama immediately inquired, his voice laced with undeniable urgency. His mind raced, attempting to piece together the truth from these fragmented bits of information while meticulously discerning any contradictions within Naruto's words. In the dream, Naruto wore a puzzled expression, exclaiming, he called me Ashura. Isn't that odd? Did he mistake me for someone else? Ashura. This name resonated explosively in Kurama's ears, conjuring thoughts of the Sage of Six Paths, his true name, the old man's prophecy. And now this name. Could it be that this little brat before him is the reincarnation of Ashura? Naruto gazed at the suddenly silent Kurama, whose orange-red eyes were fixed intently upon him, yet he remained silent. It appeared that the sheer magnitude of information had left even this ancient beast, who had lived for over 1,000 years, at a loss for how to respond. Naruto finally broke the silence. Kurama, that's your name, right? I am Uzumaki Naruto. He patted his chest, adding, since you're within me, I look forward to your guidance. Kurama was silent for a moment before slowly lying down again, tilting his massive head to one side, and spoke in a deep voice, Kurama. Although he had already come to believe most of what Naruto had said, as a creature that had witnessed too much hatred and fear, he would not be naive enough to trust humanity based solely on a single conversation. Nor would he foolishly rush into the ideal of mutual understanding. Let us observe for now. Kurama narrowed his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the golden-haired boy. He would assess whether this child indeed had any connection to the old man, and if he truly qualified to be the one foretold in the prophecy. Kurama noticed Naruto's unabashedly fervent gaze, the bright blue eyes shimmering with an unsettling anticipation, which made him twitch his tail in annoyance. So, little brat, what exactly do you intend to do? Naruto sat cross-legged on the damp ground, beaming brightly. Nothing special, it's just that hardly anyone ever talks to me. Are you also stuck here? Does that mean I'm never truly alone? I'm not here by choice. Well, at least our involuntary situation seems quite fitting, doesn't it? If releasing you would pose a danger, how about we temporarily play the role of less than quiet neighbors until we find a suitable solution? You possess quite an imaginative mind. Do not be so aloof. Naruto prolonged his tone. Although that old man compelled me to befriend you, my reason for conversing with you transcends such superficial motives. The Nine-Tails remained silent, merely gazing at Naruto, awaiting his continuation. Naruto's expression grew somewhat melancholic, for in truth, no one usually pays me any attention, and finding someone to chat with brings me immense joy. His smile turned slightly bittersweet. Naturally, if you are unwilling to engage with me, I will be left with nothing but shadows. Thus, I am grateful that you are willing to listen to my words. Do not compare me to you. The Nine-Tails turned away, yet its magnificent, fluffy tail swayed uncontrollably. Naruto merely smiled at the Nine-Tails' indifference, aware that this great beast was, after all, rather tsundere. Presently, I am uncertain how to exit or how to assist you in transforming this environment. Naruto surveyed his surroundings. Kurama, if given the choice, would you prefer to remain alone or allow me to chatter on and share stories with you? It is entirely up to you. In the early morning, Naruto rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up in bed. Although he had taken a nap, he felt utterly unrest. Naruto let out a tremendous yawn, a few drowsy tears escaping the corners of his eyes, realizing that conversing with the proud great fox was more exhausting than training. He recalled the events of the previous night in the ceiling space. In an effort to win Kurama's favor, he had spent the entire night regaling the great fox with reimagined tales from novels he had read in his past life. Now, it seemed that his efforts had not been in vain. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have established an initial bond with the original character, Kurama. Reward, 400 points. Wow. Naruto joyfully leaped from his bed, truly worthy of being the first character to appear in the original Naruto. Although he had 100 points fewer than Sasuke, the remaining 100 points plus this 400 meant he now possessed 500 points. He was already halfway to the 1,000 points required for the next 10 consecutive draws. At this rate, he would soon be able to draw again. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As for the stories he shared with Kurama last night, Naruto had chosen them with great care. That great fox, confined for so many years, must surely harbor feelings of frustration and resentment. Therefore, he specifically selected exemplary works within the genre of light novels, such as Will I Encounter the Ring Grandpa in the Reincarnation of Xiaohua and A New Life in the Dochi Continent, as well as the story of my reincarnation as a fallen genius, commonly referred to as Do Otsangqiong. Initially, the proud great fox adopted an air of superiority, haughty and aloof. Since you insist on telling this old man, I shall reluctantly listen. Naruto adapted the story Dochi to chakra, the sects to ninja clans, and the elixirs to soldier food pills. After this localized transformation, Kurama quickly became engrossed. As anticipated, the otherworldly fox was utterly defenseless against the meticulously crafted allure of this online literature. As the plot unfolded, Naruto even noticed the Nine-Tails' tail unconsciously swaying in rhythm with the narrative. At their parting, the Nine-Tails spoke in a deliberately coy tone. If you wish for me to tell you stories, I shall reluctantly oblige. This proud declaration was unmistakably an invitation for Naruto to return. Achieving such a rapport on their first encounter exceeded all expectations. Naruto understood that to truly conquer the animosity that had tainted this tailed beast for a century, a prolonged companionship was essential. To carelessly utter the words, I wish to alleviate the hatred in your heart, would not only be futile, but could also provoke distaste. Taking a bite of his bread, Naruto resolved to proceed gently, fostering trust in the Nine-Tails through consistent companionship and conversation. However, what to do today? Should he seek out Satsuki? Yet, the thought of the Leaf Village's upper echelons monitoring the Uchiha clan made him frown involuntarily. What if the third Hokage and Danzo issued a warning, compelling that proud girl to distance herself from him. Just imagining Satsuki feigning indifference and declaring they should not meet again filled Naruto with unease. At that moment, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Naruto paused momentarily, already knowing who it was. In this village, the individuals who would actively come to knock on his door could be counted on one hand. In fact, there was only one person. "Here they come," Naruto replied. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the familiar sight of the Hokage's white robes and iconic hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the entrance, a gentle smile etched across his wrinkled face. Behind him, several paper bags were neatly arranged, revealing fresh vegetables, meats, and milk within. "Naruto, I've come to deliver some supplies." The third Hokage's voice was warm. "May I come in?" The quantity of provisions was modest, not out of stinginess, but rather because these were perishable goods. Providing more would only lead to waste. "Oh, it's the third Hokage, my esteemed elder. Have you come to visit me? Please come in." The third Hokage visibly twitched at the term esteemed elder, but merely shook his head in resignation as he entered with the bags. Ding! The moment the third Hokage stepped over the threshold, a crisp system prompt echoed in Naruto's mind. "Congratulations, host. Established a bond with the original character Sarutobi Hiruzen, level 2. Reward, 300 points. Oh, Naruto felt a flicker of surprise. It appeared that the third Hokage harbored genuine feelings towards him, perhaps stemming from a sense of guilt. At the very least, it demonstrated that he did not merely regard Naruto as a vessel for the Nine Tails, as some conspiracy theories suggested. However, the bond's level was only at 2, and the reward points were not particularly abundant. This figure subtly reflected the third Hokage's attitude, much like the modest living arrangements he had provided for Naruto, acceptable, yet merely sufficient. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the last carton of milk into the refrigerator and turned, gently inquiring, "Naruto, have you been eating well lately? Is your living allowance sufficient?" Sitting at the table, Naruto casually grasped a freshly delivered apple and took a hearty bite. Of course, he was eating well. After all, he was in a phase of growth. His living expenses were indeed adequate, as there was hardly anything he needed to spend it on. This statement elicited a flicker of guilt in the eyes of the third Hokage. The child, protected by the lives of the West Side couple, the hero of Konoha, was now living such a solitary existence. Yet, the helplessness of being Hokage quickly overshadowed that guilt. He understood all too well that fostering dependency on a Jinchuriki could prove perilously dangerous. The individual entrusted with caring for Naruto needed to be not only utterly reliable, but also capable of withstanding pressure from various factions. If only Bawako were still alive. Moreover, Danzo remained lurking in the shadows, eyeing the power of the Nine Tails with keen interest. The third gazed intently at Naruto, who was munching on the apple. More concerning than the adequacy of his material needs was the attitude this child held towards Konoha. From the moment Naruto took his first wobbly steps, the third had keenly sensed something unusual about him. He had inherited the precocious traits of Minato, upon sensing the peculiar gazes of those around him. Instead of seeking attention like an ordinary child, he silently erected an invisible wall, isolating the entire village from himself. Would this truly be acceptable? While ordinary children might grow rebellious in their solitude, yearning for attention, Naruto had opted for the most worrying method of growth. He constructed a complete psychological defense, viewing the entirety of Konoha as outsiders. In the depths of Naruto's eyes, there existed not a shred of belonging to the village. This child, who was meant to carry forth the will of fire, regarded the village as merely a temporary refuge, his gaze chillingly composed. Yet, this reaction was not unexpected. Human emotions require a foundation. In a place devoid of even a single connection, how could one possibly foster a sense of belonging? However, the true purpose of this visit stemmed from yesterday's events. The contents of the Umbu surveillance report were still vivid in his mind. Naruto had interacted with the daughter of Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Satsuki, the previous day. The daughter of Fugaku, was it? Rationality dictated that a 3-year-old child could hardly be a pawn of the Uchiha. Furthermore, the report indicated that Satsuki had not uttered any leading remarks. And Fugaku was not an ambitious man, foolish enough to utilize his own daughter to approach a Jinchuriki. The cost would be far too great. The third slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, the image of Uchiha Satsuki forming in his mind, the second daughter of Fugaku. He distinctly remembered that before Satsuki's birth, Fugaku had held hopes that this child would grow into a formidable ninja, even intending to name her after his father, Sasuke. However, with 2 daughters in succession, he had to slightly modify the name. Upon first encountering little Satsuki, the third could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Why was it that Fugaku could have such a lovely daughter? That 3-year-old girl, with her delicate features, already hinted at the makings of a future beauty. If she were not of the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage might have even contemplated an engagement between Satsuki and his newly born grandson. Naturally, this absurd notion was swiftly dispelled by reality. A union between the Uchiha and the Hokage lineage? If that were the case, he would find it utterly shameful to face the second Hokage. With this thought in mind, the third Hokage redirected his gaze toward Naruto, who was munching on an apple. It was indeed a commendable endeavor to help this solitary child forge bonds. Yet the choice of Satsuki, the Uchiha clan leader's daughter, was exceedingly sensitive. Naruto, the third Hokage, endeavored to make his tone casual. Have you made any new friends lately? Naruto paused momentarily at the inquiry. Although the third Hokage appeared to be inquiring casually, he was well aware that this was a probe regarding Naruto's meeting with Satsuki the previous day. Yes. Naruto swallowed the apple in his mouth, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. I met someone wonderful yesterday who practiced shuriken throwing with me for quite a while. But what? That person has a rather peculiar personality. How should I put it? There's a deliberate pride about her, Naruto pouted, recalling her earlier praise of his throwing technique while she had hidden behind a tree, exclaiming, "So impressive." But I was at fault initially for using her training ground without permission. The third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. I see. However, doesn't Konoha have public training grounds? Why venture so far for training? Because those people don't like me, Naruto replied, though he could not fathom why. Their gazes are truly uncomfortable. To avoid causing trouble for everyone, I had to run a bit farther away. The third Hokage tightened his grip on his pipe slightly. I understand, Naruto. He deliberately slowed his speech. Did your new friend agree to play with you again? A knowing smile crept across Naruto's lips. He was fully aware that the third Hokage's inquiry was a subtle confirmation of whether Satsuki had intentionally guided him to the Uchiha territory. Yes, she said that if the opportunity arises, we could train together in the forests on the outskirts of Konoha next time. After training, we can sit by the river with a fantastic view, eating and enjoying the scenery. The third Hokage subtly exhaled in relief. That area was within the surveillance range of the Umbu. He could now reasonably dismiss any suspicion of the Uchiha clan orchestrating their meeting. The encounter between the two children was likely mere coincidence. Naruto, the third Hokage, shifted to a more relaxed posture, making the topic sound like the concern of a caring elder. What do you think of that, child? Naruto grasped the core of his apple tightly, understanding that his next words would determine whether the third Hokage would permit this friendship to flourish. That girl, Naruto feigned a look of distaste. Though her personality is super strange, and she often acts as if she looks down on others, his voice softened. But the third Hokage raised an intrigued eyebrow, observing Naruto's rare bashfulness. But she is quite good-looking. The third Hokage nearly choked on his smoke. He had not anticipated such a pure and childlike response. Observing Naruto's rare display of age-appropriate shyness, a complex emotion flickered in the elder's eyes. It appears that even children possess an instinctual fondness for beauty. Perhaps I should summon Uchiha Fugaku for a discussion shortly. After tidying the house, Naruto deftly secured his ninja tool pouch around his waist, checking whether his lunchbox was properly packed before stepping out into the sunlight. Everything that needed to be said had already been articulated clearly. Naruto gazed towards Hokage Rock. If that old man still intended to impede his interactions with Satsuki, he could not blame Naruto for harboring resentment. The small figure agilely leaped across the rooftops, golden locks dancing in the wind. This mode of travel, deemed perilous by ordinary standards, was a routine affair for a ninja, even a mere 3-year-old. After a brief sprint, the familiar training ground finally came into view. Slowing his pace, Naruto eagerly scanned his surroundings, but Satsuki was nowhere to be found. Had she not come today? Just as he contemplated the possibility of a fruitless journey, a soft sound, akin to a match being struck, suddenly emanated from the riverbank nearby. Curiosity piqued. He followed the sound. Satsuki's petite figure stood at the river's edge, her small hands clumsily forming hand seals. Her brow was furrowed, lips pressed tightly together, and her concentrated expression was utterly endearing. Fire style, fireball jutsu. With a youthful shout, a fireball roughly the size of a soccer ball erupted from her mouth, tracing an orange arc through the air before sputtering out. There it was, the original fire style ignition technique. standing by the riverbank. Satsuki clenched her tiny fists until her knuckles turned white, replaying her father's disappointed sigh in her mind. It seemed impossible to match Itachi's prowess. Was the gap between me and my sister truly that vast? She bit her lip, defiantly shaking her head to suppress the waves of despondency. If talent was lacking, then effort would compensate. Satsuki resolutely resumed her hand seal position. I must surpass my sister and become a ninja that our clan can be proud of. Hey, there you are. I kept my promise to find you. The sudden voice startled Satsuki, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She whipped around to see Naruto's radiant smile mere inches away. Oh, it's you, Satsuki replied, feigning composure as she turned her face away. Naruto, oblivious to her embarrassment, eagerly approached. That fireball you just did, were you practicing ninjutsu? Satsuki froze, realizing her clumsy fireball technique had been witnessed. Shame washed over her. She had boldly proclaimed that the Uchiha were the strongest, yet here she was, struggling with the most fundamental fire style. How disheartening. To her surprise, Naruto's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. You're amazing, he exclaimed. Satsuki turned in astonishment, meeting his bright blue gaze. You haven't even started ninja school yet. And you're already practicing ninjutsu like a true ninja. You're incredible. Naruto stood beside her, fixated on her fingers as she formed the seals. Rat, boar, snake, tiger, horse, and dog. He mentally noted the sequence, feeling a sense of unexpected admiration. Unexpectedly, when I casually inquired whether this ninjutsu could be taught to me, Satsuki unhesitatingly divulged the method of mastering the great fireball technique. The reason was quite simple. Although the Uchiha clan consistently heralds this technique as their foundational ninjutsu, in reality, it is merely a C-rank ninjutsu. Within the hierarchy of Konoha, both Chunin and Jonin can acquire it with a modicum of merit. Moreover, if a ninja possesses an affinity for fire release, even a leading Jonin may impart it directly. As Naruto observed Satsuki's earnest practice, he gradually discerned the nuances of their interaction. The Uchiha clan inherently reveres strength, yet it is crucial not to appear excessively superior. He needed to instill a sense of competitive pressure while ensuring she felt it was within her reach to surpass him with diligent effort. If the pressure were too great, Naruto glanced at Satsuki's tightly pursed lips. According to the original narrative, Sasuke succumbed to obsession and self-doubt due to the overwhelming gap between him and Itachi. Presently, Satsuki had yet to harbor such vengeful desires, and he hoped history would not repeat itself. Naruto slowly formed the necessary hand seals. As he completed the final seal, he distinctly felt the chakra within him begin to flow, like a gentle stream converging towards his mouth. It was surprisingly smooth. This fluidity of chakra astounded Naruto. He instinctively sensed that if he unleashed his full power at that moment, the great fireball he would produce would undoubtedly exceed conventional dimensions. This was evidently not the behavior of a novice. In the world of ninjas, most are only attuned to a single chakra attribute. Just as in the original story where he excelled in wind release, while Sasuke mastered fire and lightning release. Theoretically, all elemental ninjutsu could be learned. But talent dictates the upper limits. In the vast village of Konoha, only 2 ninjas currently excel in all 5 elemental releases, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake. Yet at this moment, Naruto's chakra was exceptionally obediently transforming into fire release, as if it were his innate talent. He quickly realized the reason. This was a reward from the system. The ability to adapt and master the transformation of fire release chakra was at play. Naruto swiftly adjusted the output of his chakra, deliberately suppressing much of its potency. He inhaled sharply, then declared, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A fireball the size of a basketball erupted from his mouth, solidifying in the air for a moment before slowly dissipating. Although he had intentionally controlled its power, the successful execution of this ninjutsu on his first attempt left Satsuki wide-eyed in astonishment. Satsuki's expression grew increasingly serious. Could it be that this person truly is a genius? Although Naruto's successful execution of ninjutsu on his first try filled her with a sense of defeat, what weighed heavier on her mind were the rumors within the clan that her sister had produced a fireball with a diameter of several dozen meters during her first attempt. Upon returning home, her mother had gently comforted her, stating that, under normal circumstances, ninjas require extensive practice before successfully performing ninjutsu. If Satsuki could succeed on her first attempt, she was already a genius, though her sister was an even more extraordinary talent. With this thought, Satsuki's small chest rose and fell slightly as she positioned her fingers to form the hand seals once more. A resolute glimmer sparkled in her eyes, and she resolved to successfully execute a complete Great Fireball technique through diligent practice. Naruto observed the serious profile of Satsuki, aware that the moment for him to act had arrived. To excel as an outstanding ninjutsu practitioner, the key lay in the judicious application of the chakra within. He recalled the lessons from the original narrative, sensing, refining, and controlling the flow of chakra, with the alteration of its properties coming later. The essence of all ninjutsu resides in the precise manipulation of chakra. To cultivate such control, one must employ that classic method. Satsuki, Naruto suddenly spoke. I have a technique that could expedite our learning of ninjutsu. Would you care to try it with me? A technique? Satsuki paused her hand seals, turning her head with a look of curiosity. Naruto nodded mysteriously. Indeed, this is something I discreetly observed from the ninjas in the village. It is an excellent method for practicing the agile use of chakra. Satsuki's eyes brightened instantly. The throwing training Naruto had previously taught her had yielded remarkable results. And with that successful experience, she felt a surge of trust in his suggestion. Really? She leaned forward unconsciously. What must we do? This method requires embodying the sensation of utilizing chakra through your body, which may be quite arduous. However, if you are indeed a Uchiha genius, this level of difficulty should pose no challenge for you, right? Humph. Satsuki straightened her posture, placing her hands on her hips. Of course, no matter the type of training, it is effortless for the strength of the Uchiha. Her eyes sparkled with confidence, and her lips curled into a slightly childish smile. Witnessing such a Satsuki stirred a complex array of emotions within Naruto. Had one not known that she was, in fact, a gender-swap version of Sasuke, they might simply find her endearing. Unlike the aloof Sasuke from the original story, this girl was vibrant and slightly cheeky. The reason was evident. Satsuki currently thrived in a loving family, while the original Sasuke had endured the tragedy of his clan's annihilation, having witnessed his beloved brother slaughter their entire family. To emerge from such trauma merely cold and not mentally broken could be attributed to an extraordinary resilience. Shaking off these thoughts, Naruto led Satsuki into the forest. Watch closely. It's like this. He formed the tiger seal with his hands, closing his eyes to feel the flow of chakra within. He envisioned the energy as a gentle stream, gradually converging at the soles of his feet. As a subtle wave of energy radiated from his feet, he slowly lifted one foot and steadied himself upon the inclined tree trunk. Naruto was walking up the tree. What? Satsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. He was climbing up with just his feet. Naruto ascended steadily along the robust trunk. Upon reaching about a third of the height, he deftly drew a kunai from his ninja pouch and carved a mark into the bark. All right. He pushed off the trunk with his feet, executing a graceful backflip and landing securely on the ground. Satsuki gazed intently at the fresh mark etched into the tree, then glanced at the relaxed expression on Naruto's face. Is that all you can manage? She inquired. Indeed, Naruto replied, elucidating that the crux of the matter lay in precisely concentrating chakra at the soles of the feet, allowing them to adhere to the trunk like suction cups. With agile control over the flow of chakra, anyone could achieve this feat. Does such tree climbing practice truly enhance one's strength? Satsuki pondered. Naruto decided to borrow a phrase from the original Kakashi. Absolutely. In simpler terms, this training teaches you to master the precise control of chakra. Ordinary ninjas often waste chakra in unnecessary areas. This practice aims to ensure that you utilize the appropriate amount of chakra where it is most needed. Observing Satsuki's expression gradually shift to one of focus, he continued, even for skilled ninjas, perfect chakra control is a formidable challenge. The amount of chakra required for climbing trees is particularly delicate, and the soles of the feet are said to be the most challenging area to gather chakra. With mastery of this control, Naruto flashed a confident smile, assuring her that any future jutsu would be learned with greater efficiency. Children's thoughts are often quite innocent. Satsuki did not consider that she could glean such detailed training methods merely by eavesdropping. All right, I shall give it a try. Satsuki's clear voice echoed through the forest. She withdrew a kunai from her ninja tool pouch, formed the necessary hand seals, and concentrated on feeling the flow of chakra within her body. Naruto, standing nearby, advised, first, let your body remember this sensation. You can begin by practicing with a running start. Satsuki nodded and dashed towards a sturdy oak tree. Her long black hair fluttered behind her, and her small figure traced a graceful arc in the sunlight. With a sharp crack, as she ascended the tree a short distance, Satsuki's foot made contact with the trunk, shattering a large piece of bark. Swiftly, she used the kunai to carve a mark just above the damaged area, then leveraged it to flip and land gracefully on the ground. Comparing the marks on the two trees, Satsuki noted that her mark was slightly higher than Naruto's. A flicker of joy sparkled in her eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by seriousness, as she realized how challenging it was to maintain a stable output of chakra. She had inadvertently injected too much chakra and had been rebuffed as a consequence. Meanwhile, Naruto commenced his own practice. Although the system had endowed him with mastery over fire attributes, tree climbing training tested an entirely different skill set. Just because one could slice an apple with chakra did not imply the ability to walk a tightrope with it. Closing his eyes in concentration, Naruto replayed the original's insights in his mind. He reminded himself not to be overly tense or too fixated. Regulating his breath, he focused his spirit on the tree. Soon, the forest was filled only with the sound of feet scraping against bark and the crisp sound of kunai carving into the trunk. The two small figures were thus engrossed in their training. Satsuki sprinted up the tree once more, this time deliberately reducing her chakra output. However, her excessive caution resulted in her chakra dissipating before she could reach the marked point, causing her to hastily stabilize her form with the kunai, her face expressing frustration. Observing this, Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile. Satsuki, shall we have a competition? Let us see who can reach the top of the tree first. Satsuki was momentarily taken aback, but then proudly declared, "Of course I can." She tossed her long hair and assumed her starting position once more, eager to demonstrate the might of the Uchiha clan. "I will certainly prevail." Within the office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just seen off Uchiha Fugaku and was seated at his expansive desk, a plume of smoke curling from the pipe in his hand. His brows were furrowed in deep thought. This decision might be excessively perilous. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, allowing the sharp taste of tobacco to fill his mouth. He had already cautioned the Uchiha clan and commanded the Anbu to intensify their surveillance. Should any suspicious signs arise, they were to sever the connection between Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki immediately. However, this was not solely to instill a sense of belonging in Naruto. It was also an opportunity for the Uchiha clan to reintegrate into Konoha. The flickering flame in his pipe mirrored his own wavering emotions. That fellow should be arriving soon. He chuckled wryly and began contemplating how to address the inquiries of his old friend. Indeed, before long, the office door was flung open with force, bypassing even the most basic etiquette of knocking. A somber figure appeared in the doorway, half of his face bandaged, clad in a dark gray kimono, his slightly stooped but sturdy frame evident beneath the white garment. It was Danzo, the shadowy leader of the root. Without lifting his head, the third continued to review the documents before him. "What brings you here, Danzo? I don't recall summoning you." Danzo's expression darkened further as he strode to the desk, his cane striking the floor with a heavy thud. "Sarutobi." His voice was thick with suppressed fury. "You are well aware of my purpose here and the foolishness of your actions. Danzo, mind your tone. This is Naruto's first opportunity to forge bonds within the village. Human emotions require a foundation. If the Jinchuriki feels no sense of belonging to the village, that would be a true disaster." A glint of malice flickered in Danzo's exposed eye. "But that foundation rests upon the bloodline of the Uchiha. What if the village's weapon is brainwashed by the Uchiha?" "Enough." The third Hokage interjected sharply. "Such a scenario will never occur. Fugaku's daughter is merely 3 years old, and the Anbu is monitoring their every move around the clock. Should the Uchiha exhibit any abnormalities, I will sever their ties immediately." Observing the unyielding rebuttal from the third Hokage, Danzo's countenance darkened to the point of almost dripping with malice. He could never forget the outrage on Hiruzen's face when he had proposed to take Naruto under his wing. "What do you intend to do with the orphan of a hero?" How grandiose his words had been. How ironic, Danzo sneered inwardly. When he had discreetly spread rumors about the fox demon, Hiruzen had been fully aware, yet chose to turn a blind eye. And then there was Minato's child. The boy who should have been celebrated as the son of a hero, yet was deliberately isolated within the malice of the villagers. His meticulously crafted scheme was designed to nurture darkness within Naruto through prolonged hatred and solitude, ideally provoking him to unleash the tailed beast chakra out of resentment. This would provide him with a legitimate pretext to bring the Jinchuriki under Root's control under the guise of protecting the village. Yet, Naruto's precociousness had completely derailed his plans. The child, far from yearning for attention as anticipated, actively distanced himself from those who loathed him, adopting an attitude of blissful ignorance. This extraordinary composure, beyond his years, rendered all of Danzo's schemes futile. Do you truly believe you are honoring the second Hokage? Have you forgotten your teacher's teachings? The third Hokage exhaled a plume of smoke, recalling that the lesson was to utilize the Uchiha for the village's benefit, while ensuring they remained distant from the core of power. Rising from his seat, he reflected on how years of incessant suspicion had strained the relationship between the village and the Uchiha to its breaking point. Now, this was the Uchiha's opportunity to prove their worth. I have explicitly warned Fugaku against interfering with the interactions between Satsuki and Naruto, and have prohibited any other Uchiha from approaching Naruto. Have you forgotten about Kakashi? At that time, our teacher had even considered him as a candidate for the third Hokage. Danzo understood that he could no longer persuade his obstinate old friend. With a grim expression, he turned to leave, pausing at the door to deliver a final remark without looking back. Sarutobi, your decision may lead Konoha to irreparable ruin. The setting sun's afterglow painted the entire forest in a warm, golden-red hue, enveloping the two small figures in its light. Their clothes were soiled with dirt and leaves, and their faces were marked by dust, remnants of their repeated tumbles from the trees. The two towering trees before them bore the scars of shuriken, each mark chronicling their progress, from initially being able to climb only to the tree's waist to now nearing the treetop. Throughout their practice, Naruto imparted to Satsuki the techniques that Sakura had mastered in the original story, emphasizing the importance of maintaining a calm mindset and focusing their spirit on the tree. As a result, their advancement surpassed that of the original story's characters, eliminating the need for them to toil until dawn to achieve mastery. Satsuki stood beneath the tree, her long black hair plastered to her cheeks with sweat, feeling the flow of chakra within her. After numerous attempts, she finally discovered that delicate sense of balance. Now is the moment. Suppressing her excitement, she endeavored to calm herself. With complete concentration on the trunk, she felt the subtle sensation of chakra surging from her feet. Step, step, step. With a light, buoyant rhythm, Satsuki confidently ascended the drooping trunk. This time, her control over chakra was unprecedentedly smooth. Each step adhered perfectly to the bark, with no waste whatsoever. As she gracefully leaped to the highest branch, the sun's afterglow bathed her face. Satsuki beamed down at the ground, thrilled to have succeeded. Just then, rustling sounds emerged from another tree. Turning her head, she saw Naruto effortlessly completing the ascent, executing a splendid flip onto the adjacent branch. His golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his blue eyes sparkled with joy. Naruto had also succeeded. However, Satsuki's thoughts were focused on having reached the treetop before him. This contest was her victory. Hey, Naruto. She turned around, a radiant smile illuminating her face. I won this competition. How splendid it is to witness the prowess of the Uchiha. Naruto perched on a neighboring branch, observing the triumphant demeanor of Satsuki, who resembled a proud little kitten. Her sparkling black eyes and unrestrained joy revealing a childlike innocence. Such a smile, purely blossoming from happiness, is a rarity on Sasuke's face in the original narrative. With a hint of levity, Naruto feigned a look of chagrin, declaring, as expected of an Uchiha genius, I concede defeat in this match. At this remark, the corners of Satsuki's mouth lifted even further. However, Naruto quickly added, do not become overly self-satisfied. It was merely a narrow margin. He gestured with his thumb and forefinger to indicate a minuscule distance. Keep up this momentum, but be cautious not to let me surpass you. Of course, I shall strive diligently. I aim to surpass my sister and become a ninja that makes our clan proud. As Satsuki's exuberant voice echoed, Naruto noted a peculiar detail in her words. Sister, what is this? Has Itachi undergone a gender transformation? He recalled their first meeting when she had indeed mentioned this as a training ground with her sister. He hoped there wouldn't be any gender-swapped Kakashi or a gender-swapped Team 12, though he pondered whether a transformed Kakashi would harbor feelings for Obito. Naruto was not keen on witnessing such a scenario. At that moment, Satsuki wobbled as she attempted to stand. Her little face appeared pale from fatigue, her fingers gripping the tree trunk tightly, clearly intent on descending. However, after an afternoon of intense training, her legs had grown weak. Suddenly, a startled cry shattered the tranquility. Satsuki slipped, her body tilting forward. Instinctively, She attempted to gather chakra to adhere to the trunk, but in her panic, she could not control it precisely. Satsuki felt a dizzying sensation. She was falling. Oh no. Naruto's body reacted faster than his thoughts. He leaped, calculating the angle and speed as he descended, arms outstretched to catch the plummeting figure. Satsuki squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the impending pain. However, to her surprise, she felt herself enveloped in a safe embrace. When she opened her eyes, she was met with Naruto's azure gaze, filled with concern. Naruto nimbly maneuvered along the tree trunk, each contact expertly dissipating the force of her fall. With a final gentle cushion, he landed firmly on the ground, the fallen leaves around them swirling momentarily before settling. He looked down at Satsuki in his arms, asking with genuine concern, "That was close. Are you unhurt?" Satsuki's small face nearly buried itself in Naruto's collar, her voice barely a whisper. "Mm." In that moment, she suddenly realized how embarrassing this position was, curling up in his arms like a frightened little kitten. Unbeknownst to her, in the world of ninjas, such a rescue technique bore no special name, yet in another realm, it was referred to as a princess carry. Naruto, consumed by worry, remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently replicated the most iconic rescue pose of his father. Upon hearing Satsuki's assurance of her uninjured state, he exhaled a sigh of relief, cautiously bending down to gently place the girl with her flushed ears on the ground. "Next time, be more careful," Naruto advised, giving Satsuki a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "If you were to get hurt, the adults at home would surely forbid you from returning to the training grounds." As Satsuki's feet touched the ground, she stumbled slightly, her small hands instinctively grasping the rough trunk of a nearby tree. She lowered her head, her long, dark hair cascading down to obscure her already rosy cheeks and ears. Thank you." It was then that Naruto noticed something amiss with Satsuki. Was she feeling shy? Reflecting on it, he realized that their earlier rescue had indeed been rather intimate. However, to him, Satsuki was merely a little girl in need of care, and he harbored no other thoughts. In contrast, he often found himself somewhat disconcerted by his own youthful physique. "Hey, let us head to the river," Satsuki suddenly exclaimed, as if eager to shatter the awkward silence. With their training concluded, it was time to test the fruits of their labor. She hurriedly turned and ran towards the riverbank, her flowing black hair trailing behind her, her steps a tad unsteady. Naruto smiled as he followed, observing the small figure ahead of him. At the wooden dock, Satsuki took a deep breath, her hands beginning to form seals. She closed her eyes, recalling the experiences of their afternoon training, and slowly guided her chakra from her dantian to her chest, then gradually coalesced it in her throat. Every step was executed with meticulous care. Upon completing the final seal, Satsuki abruptly opened her eyes. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. Boom. A massive fireball, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, erupted from her mouth, its blazing flames illuminating the entire lake's surface and casting the surrounding trees in hues of orange. A wave of heat rushed forth, and mist began to rise from the lake. After the jutsu concluded, Satsuki stared in awe at the spectacle before her, her small face gradually blossoming with incredulous joy. "I can achieve this level too." Her heart raced. Perhaps this was her chance to earn her father's approval. "Wow, that's impressive," came Naruto's admiring voice from behind, confirming the effectiveness of their training methods. Satsuki turned to see Naruto's genuine smile, and beyond her earlier shyness, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. His selfless assistance moved her deeply, leaving her at a loss as to how she could repay him. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto had already received the reward he desired most. In his heart, a cheerful system notification chimed. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Established a bond with original character Uchiha Sasuke. Level 2. Points earned. 500 points." Naruto suppressed the overwhelming joy threatening to spill over. Such exhilarating moments were best savored at home. Truly, the original male lead had proven to be quite rewarding. Now a female lead, with a level up yielding 500 points. Determined to capitalize on the momentum, he decided to further enhance their rapport. Retrieving a meticulously prepared bento box from his backpack, he feigned a casual tone. "Having trained all afternoon, you must be exhausted. I made something delicious. Let us share a bit." Upon hearing this, Satsuki's small face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. The last time had been similar. She had relished someone else's bento yet failed to reciprocate. However, upon observing Naruto deftly extracting 2 pairs of chopsticks, it was clear that he had long been prepared for her to join him for a meal. I have prepared a delectable tomato dish for you, Naruto exclaimed while unveiling the bento box. There are 3 types of rice balls. Which one would you prefer? There's the seaweed rice ball, the pickled plum rice ball. He elongated the last word playfully, and the bonito rice ball. Satsuki's ears perked up at the mention of tomato cuisine and bonito rice balls. In her mind, the only thing that could rival her beloved tomatoes was the bonito rice ball. To her astonishment, Naruto had prepared both of these culinary delights. Completely oblivious to the fact that Naruto had specifically tailored the meal to her tastes, Satsuki naively thought, how could our culinary preferences be so similar? Initially intending to decline, her words morphed into a barely audible whisper, I'll have the bonito rice ball. With her head bowed, she feigned calmness despite her undeniable craving, which only served to enhance her charm. Seated side by side on the wooden pier, Naruto retrieved a plump bonito rice ball from the bento box and presented it to Satsuki. Blushing, she accepted it and cautiously took a bite. The exquisite aroma of the bonito instantly enveloped her palate, as the sweetness of the rice harmoniously mingled with the savory essence of the bonito flakes. Unconsciously, Satsuki squinted her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips, revealing her sheer bliss. Food tastes particularly delightful after a rigorous training session, doesn't it? Naruto mumbled through his own rice ball. You truly are remarkable, being able to train alongside a genius of the Uchiha clan. I consider myself fortunate. At his words, Satsuki turned her head, the dying rays of the sunset casting a warm glow upon her delicate profile. Just as the joy of his praise surfaced, it was swiftly eclipsed by a twinge of melancholy. At home, there's an even greater genius, she thought. Recalling the admiration in her father's gaze when he looked at her sister, a pang of bitterness rising within her. She had boldly claimed to Naruto that she was a genius, yet if he were to ever witness Itachi's astonishing talent, would he not be disappointed in her? Just as her father was? Do you really think I'm a genius? Satsuki's voice suddenly became soft. This question caught Naruto off guard. Wasn't she always proclaiming herself a genius? He glanced at her lowered lashes, noticing the once vibrant spark in her black eyes now dimmed. Setting aside his rice ball, Naruto contemplated seriously before responding with unwavering conviction. Of course, among our peers, we are perhaps the first to diligently strive to become exceptional ninjas. He gestured towards the lake's surface. That jutsu earlier was something even some lower-ranked ninjas might struggle to execute. As the sunlight gradually faded, Satsuki fell silent for a moment before finally speaking again. Her voice carried a distinct note of reluctance, intertwined with a sense of aspiration. In the Uchiha clan, there exists someone far superior to me. Her long black hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her cheek. When she was my age, she flawlessly performed the fire release technique for the first time. At present, merely a few years older than me, he is already capable of managing numerous affairs for his family. I aspire to surpass that individual, but can I truly achieve it? Is this self-doubt? Why are the minds of the children in the ninja world so intricate? Naruto sighed helplessly within, yet maintained a gentle expression on his face. He gazed earnestly at the profile of Satsuki, who had her head bowed. Are you afraid of not catching up to that person? Satsuki, your current feelings of discontent precisely indicate how much you care for that individual, do they not? Satsuki paused for a moment, hesitated, and eventually nodded slowly. Naruto continued. You mentioned that this person was able to flawlessly execute the fire release technique the first time they used it. However, there exists a significant misconception here. That person is a few years your senior, which implies that you have never started on the same starting line, no matter how hard you strive. That individual has practiced for several more years than you. Why then do you conclude that your talent is inferior to hers? Satsuki quickly replied. Did I not just say that? My sister, at my age, was able to perfectly execute the fire release technique the very first time. In her excitement, Satsuki inadvertently revealed the identity of that person. Naruto shook his head, saying, if you dismiss yourself based solely on this point, it is far too premature. Ninjas are not beings who fight using only one type of jutsu. The path of a ninja is unimaginably vast. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, sealing techniques, summoning techniques, puppet techniques, and even medical ninjutsu serve as stages for the display of genius. He paused for a moment to allow Satsuki to absorb his words, then provided an example. Consider Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, who became a renowned figure in the ninja world solely through her medical ninjutsu and taijutsu. Would you claim her talent is inferior to others simply because she is not proficient in fire release? Satsuki widened her eyes slightly. Noticing her reaction, Naruto delved deeper. Is it not overly simplistic to conclude that your talent is inferior to hers merely because your fire release is not as proficient? Observing Satsuki lost in thought, Naruto posed the pivotal question. Satsuki, you must clarify what it is you truly wish to surpass. Is it that person's current strength or your future self? The night breeze gently rustled the ends of their hair, and Naruto's voice resonated distinctly in the twilight. Every individual possesses their unique talent. There is a saying, a king has his own abilities and a chef has theirs. If a king were to compete in culinary skills, it would undoubtedly be the king who loses. Similarly, if you fixate solely on that person's silhouette, you may very well miss the path meant for you. Just as a ninja exceptional in taijutsu would waste their talent by forcing themselves to practice genjutsu out of concern for certain matters, you, without a doubt, are a genius. Why rush to doubt yourself before your talents are fully realized? Naruto looked at Satsuki's profile, suddenly breaking into a mischievous smile, and casually said, Satsuki, do you believe in yourself? According to that logic, perhaps in this world, there exists a ninja who could defeat the Hokage solely through physical prowess. This half-joking remark successfully shattered the serious atmosphere. Satsuki was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, how could such a thing possibly exist? Only Naruto understood that this was no jest, and that the ninja in question resided within Konoha. Observing Satsuki's smile returning, Naruto felt a sense of relief wash over him. All right, I comprehend. Satsuki stood up, her black hair billowing in the evening breeze, her small face radiating newfound confidence. You're right. I am a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. I will undoubtedly carve out my own path. Naruto gazed up at the rejuvenated girl, his eyes softening. Yes, let us strive together. Perhaps we are kindred spirits. To surpass those exceptional talents, we must become dedicated geniuses. Upon hearing this, Satsuki looked down at Naruto, her eyes shimmering with a complex brilliance. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke softly. I am truly grateful for everything you've shared with me and for assisting me in my training, but her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment. How should I express my gratitude to you? Realizing her words were overly direct, she quickly turned her face away. Just so you know, I simply do not wish to owe you any favors. Naruto observed this adorable girl, who masked her shyness with a veneer of pride. You are truly charming. This statement was akin to a pebble cast into a tranquil lake. Satsuki's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively took a half-step back. What are you suddenly saying? Naruto rose to his feet, his azure gaze meeting Satsuki's dark eyes. Have you forgotten? We are friends. Do you know? You are my very first friend. My desire to help you stems not only from a wish to avoid solitary training, but also from a genuine desire to witness your growth. As dusk enveloped them, their eyes, one blue, the other black, locked in a silent exchange, reflecting their intertwined figures. Naruto continued, moreover, the passion one displays when focusing intently on a single endeavor is truly admirable. He pointed to Satsuki's eyes. The determination you exhibited when you spoke of wanting to surpass that individual was genuinely radiant. Gentle ripples danced across the lake's surface, the moonlight scattering into countless silver flecks. Satsuki gazed at Naruto, a warmth swelling in her chest that she had never experienced before. She parted her lips, yet no words emerged. She merely murmured softly, a genuine smile unfurling at the corners of her mouth. Deep within Naruto's heart, a delightful sound echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations. Host, a bond with the original character Uchiha Satsuki has been established, level 4. Points earned, 1,000 points. That night, after bidding farewell to Satsuki, Naruto returned home and busied himself for some time before sitting on his bed, his consciousness sinking into the sealed space. In the damp, chilly confines of the sealing space, the formidable form of the Nine-Tails coiled behind iron bars. Naruto approached with a cheerful demeanor, raising his hand in greeting. Kurama, I'm here to chat with you again. The Nine-Tails merely lifted its eyelids slightly, then closed them once more, too lethargic even to swish its tail. Naruto paid no heed to the Kyuubi's indifference. Instead, he leaned in closer. What's the matter, Kurama? Something seems to be troubling you. After a brief silence, the Kyuubi spoke, its deep voice resonating within the confines of the sealing space. You little rascal, stay away from that child you were with today. Another child? It must be referring to Satsuki, Naruto quickly deduced the reason. The Kyuubi's disdain for the Uchiha clan was deeply ingrained, stemming from its very seal, which originated from the Uchiha Madara who had controlled it in battle against the first Hokage. However, distancing himself from Satsuki was out of the question. She was currently his most significant connection and surprisingly easy to bond with. This afternoon, his rapport with her had surged twice, causing his system points to skyrocket. Yet, he would need to find a way to appease and persuade this proud fox. Stay away from another child? Are you speaking of Satsuki? Why, that girl is quite likable. Isn't she? The Kyuubi's tails flicked irritably. Why so many questions? Just do as I say. Kurama, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Naruto covered his mouth, feigning surprise. I never knew you cared so much about me. What? The Kyuubi shot up, its pride wounded. Stop being so self-important, you brat. How could I possibly feel jealousy? It bared its teeth, all 9 tails bristling with fury. Haha, I was just joking. No need to get worked up. Naruto quickly waved his hands in a calming gesture, watching the Kyuubi huff and lay back down. Once the great fox had calmed down, Naruto finally spoke. I never imagined there would be someone wanting me to distance myself from others. What's so strange about that? Naruto's gaze met the Kyuubi's eyes. Perhaps it's because in the village, it's always others telling their children to stay away from me. This remark caused the Kyuubi's tails to freeze midair for a moment. After a prolonged silence, Naruto smiled and added, I'm sorry, Kurama, but I cannot agree to that condition. After all, that guy is my first friend. It's my first experience of friendship. The Kyuubi turned its face away, no longer looking at Naruto. It was well aware that the reason this child had been isolated by the entire village was due to its own actions, the calamity sealed within Naruto. Now, was it to sever this child's ties with his only friend? Although it had not fully entrusted Naruto, the Kyuubi, with its innate pride, convinced itself. Fine. After all, he is merely a Uchiha pup without a Sharingan. Consider it a small act of charity for this child. Soon, Naruto's lively voice rang out once more. By the way, Kurama, today, I want to continue telling that story. Last time I mentioned Xiaohuahua at the auction. Naruto animatedly recounted his adapted version of Do Otsangqiao, though the Kyuubi still faced away. Its perked ears and the occasional flick of its tail revealed that it was indeed listening intently. As night deepened, within the ceiling space, Naruto stretched widely, a satisfied smile gracing his face. All right, Kurama, it's quite late now. I've enjoyed our chat, but I must return to sleep. The ears of the 9 tails twitched involuntarily. Was it time to depart so soon? It yearned to hear another chapter of the unfolding story, yet with its pride. How could it possibly voice a plea to retain this little spirit? That would be tantamount to admitting its fascination with the tail. If one must leave, then depart swiftly. The 9 tails feigned indifference and turned its head away. At that moment, Naruto mysteriously produced an object from his bosom. Ah, here, this is for you. I've studied for quite some time to bring this in, so be sure to receive it with gratitude. What, little brat? I have no need for. The 9 tails turned its head impatiently, but its words faltered. There was Naruto, carefully inserting a book through the gap of the iron bars. In this ceiling space, a realm purely composed of chakra, manifesting physical objects requires an extraordinary finesse in chakra manipulation. The cover of the book bore the title Battle O Celestial Dome Volume 1 inscribed in neat characters. The inner pages were filled with Naruto's handwritten notes. Though the script was youthful, it was exceedingly tidy, with charming little illustrations adorning certain sections. For a moment, the 9 tails found itself at a loss for words. Naruto scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Sorry, I can't stay with you. Being alone here must be terribly dull, right? He gestured towards the book. If you're bored, perhaps this will serve as a distraction. Observing the 9 tails cautiously wrap its tail around the book, a smile crept upon Naruto's lips. It seemed my efforts were not in vain. Why can objects from the real world be introduced into this mental space? The principle is rather simple. Half of chakra is the manifestation of spiritual energy, and the ceiling space, from a certain perspective, reflects Naruto's inner world. He enveloped the book in chakra in the real world, memorizing its form and structure, and then perfectly reconstructed it in the ceiling space with chakra, akin to creating a tangible shadow clone of the item. Naturally, this replica is still fundamentally composed of chakra. If it were food, it would lack any flavor. The 9 tails lowered its gaze to the book in its claws, its pupils flickering slightly. This was the first time it had received a gift. The last occasion it felt such pure goodwill was back when the Sage of 6 Paths was still around. Suddenly, under Naruto's astonished gaze, The massive form of the Ninetales began to shrink gradually, ultimately resembling the size of a large dog. It used its forepaws to turn the pages of the book and truly began to read. So, the Ninetales could control its size? Naruto's eyes widened. Indeed, a body composed purely of chakra was quite convenient. Sensing Naruto's intense stare, the smaller Ninetales lifted its head. Hey, little brat, what kind of gaze is that? The look contained a peculiar longing, akin to the impulse to pet something adorable. The diminutive Ninetales, now fluffy with ears that occasionally twitched, prompted Naruto to suppress the urge to indulge in a playful ruffle, clearing his throat instead. Oh, right, do you like this gift? He deliberately shifted the topic, his blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. I worked hard to successfully bring this book in. The Ninetales, intending to retort with its usual tsundere remarks, suddenly paused at the sight of Naruto's expectant gaze. This little brat was only 3 years old. It became evident that the child before it sincerely wished to bring joy, even going so far as to develop this chakra application technique on their own. After a prolonged silence, the Ninetales turned its face away in a somewhat begrudging manner, huffing. Well, not too shabby. I suppose I shall reluctantly accept it. It gently flipped through the pages with its claw and added, however, do not let this success lead you to arrogance. Naruto, observing the Ninetales' contradictory demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I shall take my leave and get some sleep. Until tomorrow, Ninetales. Before exiting the ceiling space, he cast one last glance at the little Ninetales, who was utterly engrossed in the story, its fluffy tail swaying gently, leaving a fan-shaped trace on the damp ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. A bond has been established with the character Ninetales, level 2. Reward, 400 points. Lying in bed, Naruto eagerly opened the system interface, revealing a staggering 2,700 points. This colossal number instantly made him feel that all his efforts had been worthwhile. After strengthening his relationship with the Ninetales, he vowed that his first action would be to affectionately tease that adorable little creature. Now, it was time to savor the fruits of his labor. The opportunity for 20 consecutive draws lay before him. Perhaps he might even obtain a legendary rarity reward. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the 10 consecutive draw button, and the system interface erupted in dazzling brilliance. 10 shimmering cards lined up before him. Rubbing his hands together, filled with excitement, he clicked on the first card. Congratulations, chakra amount 5. Congratulations, 100. 000 Ryu, the common currency of the shinobi world. As he clicked on the third card, the system suddenly burst forth with a brilliant purple light. An epic. Naruto's spirit soared. Was his luck truly this favorable today? To obtain an epic on his third draw, he eagerly looked toward the reward details. Congratulations, Diamond Lock. Item description, quality epic. A unique ability of the Uzumaki clan, which, when activated, manifests multiple chakra chains from the back, serving as both a formidable weapon and a means to create barriers and seal-tailed beasts. Diamond Lock. Wasn't this the technique that his mother excelled at? The image of Kushina using chakra chains to suppress the Ninetales and extract its chakra sprang to his mind. With this ability, not only would his power significantly increase, but it could also potentially serve as a cornerstone for building trust with the Ninetales. The capacity to seal a tailed beast's power would also ensure a more comfortable experience for the beast during its confinement. Naruto gently stroked his golden hair, pondering why he had not awakened this ability in the original narrative. Was it because his Uzumaki bloodline was diluted, being only half pure? His golden locks starkly contrasted with the Uzumaki clan's signature red hair. Perhaps this was evidence of the bloodline's dilution? But then he recalled Nagato, who also possessed the Uzumaki bloodline, yet had never demonstrated the diamond lock technique as the leader of the Akatsuki. However, with his Rinnegan and the level of sealing jutsu like the planetary devastation, perhaps Nagato found no need for the diamond lock. Shaking off these thoughts, Naruto continued to click through the remaining cards, the system interface flickering in succession. Congratulations on obtaining 100 detonating talismans. Congratulations on acquiring beginner taijutsu enhancement. Congratulations on receiving Paradise of Affection limited collector's edition with signature. Did something peculiar slip in? Naruto stared at the card radiating a pink glow. The card boldly displayed the cover of Jiraiya's famed Little Liu Bei, with a flamboyant signature in the lower right corner. The system had thoughtfully marked it as a limited collector's edition. How infuriating. This does not align with my character. Never mind. I shall keep it to gift to Kakashi later. Naruto cast aside the embarrassing card and swiftly clicked through the remaining cards, eager to divert his attention with other rewards. The system interface flickered with new brilliance. Congratulations on obtaining 5 chakra. Congratulations on acquiring Blade Pack, including Kunai, Shuriken, and Short Sword. Congratulations on receiving Mastery and Adaptation of Water Attribute Chakra. Naruto's eyes lit up. Another one? Last time it was Fire Attribute. This time it's Water Attribute? If I manage to gather all attributes in the future, wouldn't I be able to become a 5-nature ninja like the 3rd Hokage? Just as he reveled in these delightful thoughts, the last card suddenly burst forth with dazzling purple light. An epic. The system's notification made Naruto's breath catch. Another epic? He eagerly glanced at the reward details. Each epic reward signified a qualitative leap. What would this one be? Congratulations on obtaining Mastery of the Spiral Wheel Shadow Technique. Item description: the Dark Mirror Ninjutsu of the Rasengan, possessing terrifying power of spatial collapse when infused with Nine-Tails Chakra. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible! To grasp a high-level ninjutsu without training? As a technique exclusive to the theatrical version, the original work contained scant descriptions of the Spiral Wheel Shadow. The Dark Rasengan? He meticulously recalled the details. It required the fusion of Nine-Tails Chakra to unleash its true power. No wonder its destructive capacity was so exaggerated. It was inspired by the principles of tailed beast bombs. It seems the system is guiding me toward the path of the Uzumaki. However, Naruto had no objections to this direction. Yet, compared to the astonishing destructive power of the Spiral Wheel Shadow, he yearned for another signature ability of the Uzumaki, Nine-Faced Suppa. Those 9 summoned beasts each possessed strength akin to elite Jonin, and for the still-growing Naruto, that would be the ultimate technique. Aside from that embarrassing little Liu Bei, this haul had already exceeded expectations. Without hesitation, Naruto clicked for another 10 draws. Save some for next time? What nonsense. Now is the crucial period for rapid development. Naturally, the faster I enhance my strength, the better. The system glimmered, revealing new rewards in succession. Congratulations on obtaining Sealing Technique Talent Level 10. Naruto's eyes brightened at this unexpected delight, which complemented the recently acquired Diamond Lock. Congratulations on receiving 10 Flying Thunder God Kunai, without technique inscription. This too. He meticulously examined the 10 specially crafted kunai that materialized in the system space, although the sharp edges had yet to be inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Their material and design were reminiscent of those from his anime memories. It seems that the system not only wants me to traverse the path of the Thunder God, but also wishes for me to inherit my father's legacy. However, the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed extraordinary, and the scroll for this jutsu resides within the Hidden Leaf Village. He silently contemplated that if he could acquire the space-time ninjutsu talent later, he would certainly obtain the Flying Thunder God. The system interface continuously flickered with brilliance, unveiling a series of practical rewards. Congratulations on obtaining Thunder Attribute Chakra Adaptation and Mastery of Nature Transformation. Excellent. Coupled with the previously acquired water and fire attributes, he now mastered 3 elements. Congratulations on obtaining Chakra 5. Congratulations on obtaining 500 grams of Chakra Metal. Congratulations on obtaining Sealing Technique Talent 10. Although these rewards may not be groundbreaking, they are undeniably useful. Just as Naruto prepared to continue, the system suddenly erupted with an unprecedented golden radiance. A legendary reward? Could it be? Naruto sat up abruptly, his heart racing at the prospect of a legendary prize. Indeed, a cheerful boy's fortune is seldom lacking. A myriad of possibilities flashed through his mind. Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Would release? Congratulations on obtaining Flying Thunder God Technique, fully mastered. Item description: an S-rank space-time ninjutsu invented by the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, belonging to the Body Flicker Technique category. This technique allows for instantaneous movement by marking a target with the Flying Thunder God formula. The user or any object with indirect contact with the user's chakra can be teleported instantly. Once marked, the formula cannot be erased. The user can repeatedly transfer large targets while in a state of high energy. This technique can be employed for offense, shortening the distance of long-range ninjutsu, disrupting, ambushing opponents, and transferring targets, as well as for evasion in critical situations. No hand seals are required for activation. The words unfolded before him, and Naruto's breath nearly halted. The Flying Thunder God? And in its fully mastered form. Though not the coveted Rinnegan, this surprise nearly propelled him from his bed. Mastering the flying thunder god at the age of 3, the sudden influx of fortune was overwhelming. His mind was already racing with countless tactical combinations, integrating shadow clones, combining with the Rasengan, and pairing with the newly acquired Rasen Shuriken. Each combination exponentially enhanced his combat prowess. Before the joy could settle, the final card unexpectedly burst forth with dazzling purple light. An epic reward. Could it be another purple? Naruto incredulously marveled at his extraordinary luck today. Eagerly, he glanced at the reward details, only to freeze in place upon reading the words, "Congratulations on obtaining life reincarnation." Item description: a forbidden technique from the Sand Village. This jutsu converts the user's entire chakra into life force to be transmitted to the recipient, allowing the user to sacrifice themselves to resurrect the deceased or heal those on the brink of death. In the corridors of the Hokage building, ninjas turned their heads, casting curious glances at the small figure with golden hair. This was not a place for children. Yet, more astonishingly, the gazes of these ninjas, though tinged with distance and wariness, lacked the usual disdain. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe while reviewing documents. Since the passing of his wife, no one had dared to urge him to quit smoking. His thoughts drifted to the surveillance report presented by the Umbu last night, reflecting on the conversation between that child and the daughter of the Uchiha clan. Were those remarks concerning talent and destiny truly words that could emanate from a mere 3-year-old? Such comprehension of a ninja's abilities and an emotional intelligence far exceeding his years. Could it be that prolonged isolation necessitated such precocity? Just then, the door to the office was abruptly pushed open, and a youthful voice shattered his reverie. "Thanks, ninja uncle. The third Hokage won't punish you. He isn't that petty. He often visits my home, so it's perfectly normal for me to seek him out, right?" The young guard at the entrance flushed with embarrassment. "What do you mean, uncle? I've only just come of age. And show some respect for Lord Hokage." Naruto chuckled heartily, nimbly slipping into the room and shutting the office door behind him. He turned around, his cerulean eyes meeting those of the third Hokage, who slowly set down his pipe, a complex expression emerging on his wrinkled face. "Naruto, you've come to see me so early. Have you encountered some trouble?" Naruto placed his hands on his hips, puffing out his small chest. "Of course I have something important to discuss, Grandpa Third. I'm here with a very clear purpose. Give me the basic ninjutsu scroll. I want to train and become a powerful ninja." The third Hokage's eyebrows twitched ever so slightly. He certainly remembered that Naruto had made this request before, and at that time, he had refused without hesitation. It wasn't out of stinginess, but rather due to the absence of a suitable instructor. To allow a 3-year-old to practice ninjutsu alone? What if he mishandled his chakra and injured his meridians? Yet this time, he found himself hesitating. Recent reports from the Umbu indicated that Naruto's behavior was increasingly uncharacteristic of an ordinary child. The third Hokage's fingers lightly tapped on the desk. It might be more advantageous to allow Naruto to pursue his training than to have him idling about the village or sneaking off near the Uchiha clan's territory. Naruto looked at the third Hokage with some surprise. Was this old man genuinely contemplating the request? However, he soon noticed the slight furrow in the third Hokage's brow, clearly still weighing the pros and cons. But Naruto promptly changed the subject. "By the way, Grandpa Third," he feigned innocence, "I've been reading lately and came across something called bloodline limits in this world, right?" The third Hokage paused for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. Clearing his throat, he adopted the soft tone he used when explaining the ways of the ninja world to the village children. "Indeed, Naruto. Bloodline limits are special abilities inherited through lineage, typically passed down only to specific bloodlines. Konoha is the strongest ninja village in the world, possessing the most bloodline limit clans. For instance, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and..." Naruto interrupted the third Hokage's lengthy exposition. "So, Grandpa Third, you mentioned that my parents were heroes of Konoha and sacrificed themselves during an important mission, right?" The third Hokage paused, nodding. "Yes. Your parents are a source of pride for Konoha." "I see. Then were they formidable bloodline limit ninjas? What exactly does this child wish to convey?" The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Minato Namikaze, hailing from a humble background, was a prodigy, while Kushina Uzumaki, despite belonging to the Uzumaki clan with its vast chakra and formidable vitality, merely possessed a unique physical trait rather than a bloodline limit. "Naruto, a bloodline limit is a specific hereditary ability. Although your parents were exceptional ninjas, they did not. Wait. Naruto grinned widely, gripping the Hokage's desk. If it's about bloodline inheritance, then what I've awakened must be a bloodline limit. What? The third Hokage sprang to his feet, his pipe clattering to the desk. Naruto Uzumaki has awakened a bloodline limit. How is that possible? Calm down. Perhaps the child has merely mistaken a common ninjutsu for a bloodline limit. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the scene before him. Look, Naruto spread his arms wide, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. I can use this suddenly. Isn't it impressive? Suddenly, several brilliant golden chains extended from Naruto's back, swirling through the air like ethereal serpents. The chakra's vibrations causing the air to tremble slightly. Is that the adamantine sealing chains? The third Hokage instantly recognized the jutsu, a vision of the first Hokage's wife, Naruto Uzumaki, flashing in his mind. It was through this unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan that she managed to suppress the chakra of the Nine Tails. Becoming the first Jinchuriki, a mere 3-year-old child has awakened the adamantine sealing chains. As someone who has witnessed 2 great ninja wars, he had encountered countless prodigies. Yet none like Naruto had ever crossed his path. The third Hokage shifted his gaze from the chains to Naruto's youthful face, with golden hair and azure eyes. Although he did not inherit the Uzumaki clan's signature red hair, at this moment, the dancing chains unmistakably proclaimed that Minato's son, with the Uzumaki blood flowing through him, possessed even greater depth than anticipated. No, it was not merely profound. It was an extraordinary level of talent. He refrained from probing why Naruto, with only half of the Uzumaki bloodline, could master the adamantine sealing chains at such a tender age. Bloodlines and talent were never a matter of simple arithmetic. Just as the child of the first Hokage and Mito, a union of the finest bloodlines of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, yielded an ordinary ninja despite his father being the god of ninjas and his mother the pinnacle of sealing techniques. The gifts of fate are often devoid of reason. Sometimes, the fusion of 2 powerful bloodlines results in mediocrity, while at other times, seemingly ordinary combinations give rise to extraordinary beings. Finally, it's in my hands. Naruto returned to his modest apartment, eagerly spreading the ninjutsu scrolls he had just obtained from the third Hokage across the table. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, his fingertips gently caressing the characters inscribed with the secrets of ninjutsu. He hadn't anticipated that the old man would be so generous. Initially, he only sought the most basic techniques, the clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Yet the third Hokage had graciously included a plethora of other ninjutsu scrolls. Naruto casually opened the topmost scroll, upon which the bold characters "Wind Release, Great Breakthrough" were inscribed. He whispered the names of various techniques: Wind Release, Water Release, Lightning Release, and so forth. Water Chaos Waves, Shadow Clone Technique. Quite an extensive collection, he mused. To his surprise, nestled among the scrolls was a substantial tome titled Secret Techniques of Sealing. Naruto picked it up and leafed through its pages, densely packed with foundational theories and practice methods of sealing techniques. It resembled a sealing arts version of a rigorous exam preparation guide. Evidently, the third Hokage placed significant importance on the sealing talent Naruto had displayed. However, for someone already adept in the Flying Thunder God technique, was there still a need to learn these elementary sealing arts? The answer, undoubtedly, was affirmative. Naruto realized that, much like playing the piano, even if one could flawlessly perform a challenging piece such as Moonlight Sonata, mastering simpler compositions still required diligent practice. With renewed determination, Naruto sprang to his feet, deciding to start with the most fundamental of techniques, the 3-body technique. His life slowly settled into a steady rhythm. Each morning, he could be seen running through the streets of Konohagakure, training his physical skills with a clear objective in mind. Today he would surely encounter his youthful mentor, Guy. Naruto looked forward to this daily encounter, envisioning the moment when the exuberant figure clad in a green jumpsuit would leap forth from a hidden corner, exuberantly proclaiming, "This is youth." However, as days passed, he found himself disheartened. Not only had he failed to see Guy in person, but he hadn't even heard his iconic battle cry. It seemed his mentor was occupied with missions. In the afternoon, Naruto would invariably appear at the designated training ground on the outskirts of the Leaf Village. This spot had become a sanctuary for his training sessions with Sayuki, whom he had not expected to see so frequently. Initially, he thought that as a member of the Uchiha clan, Sayuki would only manage to slip away 2 or 3 times a week. To his astonishment, She graced the clearing at least 5 days out of the week. It appeared that she had successfully persuaded the third Hokage. Sayuki, too, was grappling with her own uncertainties. After parting ways with Naruto that day, her usually stern father, Fugaku Uchiha, unexpectedly summoned her to his study. "Sayuki, you have made a wonderful friend," he remarked, his tone noticeably softer than usual. "You should train with him more often." Just as Sayuki felt a surge of joy at her father's approval, Fugaku added a peculiar stipulation. "But remember, do not mention this to any other clan members, especially your sister, Itachi." Confusion etched across Sayuki's face. She had intended to introduce Naruto to her sister at some point. Yet, sensing the seriousness in her father's demeanor, she obediently nodded in compliance. This marked the first time her stern father had explicitly instructed her on a matter, although she did not fully understand the reasoning behind it. She resolved to adhere to the agreement. However, Itachi's presence at home had dwindled significantly. The sister who once frequently accompanied her in shuriken practice and occasionally treated her to dango now seemed to only pass by in the early mornings. Sometimes, Satsuki would rise early, eager to share the fleeting moments of breakfast with her sister. "Has Itachi been particularly busy lately?" she inquired one morning. Watching her sister tie her forehead protector, Itachi turned, crouching down to gently poke Satsuki's forehead, as she often did. "I'm sorry, Satsuki. I have been occupied with numerous missions lately." Her voice remained gentle, yet her eyes held a complex emotion that Satsuki could not decipher. "Once this busy period passes, I will practice with you again, all right?" Satsuki nodded obediently, unaware that her sister, the mere 7-year-old Uchiha Itachi, had already become a chunin, taking on genuine ninja missions. The hurried figures departing each morning were all headed towards their mission rendezvous. Strangely, Satsuki did not feel the same sense of loss she once did. Each afternoon, when she ventured to the clearing in the forest, she was greeted by the sight of the golden-haired boy, Naruto, who seemed perpetually present, either practicing hand seals or exploring new ninjutsu techniques. "Hey, you're here earlier than yesterday." Naruto always greeted her with exuberant energy. During the days spent with Naruto, Satsuki discovered an unprecedented comfort. Among the Uchiha clan, children her age either had yet to commence formal training or exhibited mediocre talents. Those who had begun their training often boasted their abilities or wore stern expressions to feign maturity. Associating with such individuals was utterly exhausting, Satsuki mused more than once. However, being with Naruto was an entirely different experience. He listened to her earnestly, rejoiced in her progress, and, most importantly, never regarded her through the lens of Uchiha expectations. If Naruto were to learn of Satsuki's thoughts, he would surely tease her, as it was not a wise notion to have two proud souls interact. It was precisely Naruto's remarkable talent coupled with his caring nature that made Satsuki increasingly relish their time together. After their afternoon training sessions, they would stow away their ninja tools and sit by the lake, sharing the bento Naruto had prepared. Satsuki cherished these moments when the fatigue of training gradually faded, replaced by the satisfaction that came from delicious food. "Hey, Satsuki, what is your dream?" One day, Naruto asked casually while munching on a rice ball. Without hesitation, Satsuki replied, "Of course, it is to surpass my sister and become a ninja of whom the Uchiha clan can be proud." This belief had been instilled in her from a young age, serving as her motivation for daily rigorous training. Naruto nodded thoughtfully and continued, "And then what? What will you do after surpassing your sister?" Satsuki was caught off guard. This was a question she had never contemplated. In her simplistic worldview, becoming stronger was the ultimate goal, the essence of everything. "It's your turn," she said, somewhat flustered, trying to shift the topic. "What is your dream?" Naruto gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake. "For me, I suppose it is to protect the things I want to safeguard during times of danger in the future." This response left Satsuki perplexed. To her, dreams should be specific and unequivocal, much like aspiring to become Hokage. As she turned to gaze at Naruto, she found his profile illuminated by the setting sun, exuding an air of seriousness, with his azure eyes reflecting her image. For reasons unknown, Satsuki felt her cheeks flush with warmth. She could not comprehend the source of this peculiar sensation, only aware that her heartbeat quickened whenever she found herself alone with Naruto. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly stirred the tender emotions of the young girl. Initially, Naruto's interactions with Satsuki were solely aimed at acquiring system points. However, as time passed, he discovered that this proud Uchiha girl was both innocent and endearing, and their moments together grew increasingly delightful. One evening, as they parted ways, that familiar system notification echoed in Naruto's mind. Congratulations, host. You have established a bond with the original character Uchiha Satsuki, level 5. Points earned, 500. Naruto was taken aback, realizing that he could gradually win over Satsuki through their interactions. According to the original storyline, such a bond could only be formed after their graduation from the Ninja Academy. Yet now, a relationship akin to childhood sweethearts had blossomed between them. As for another matter, each night, Naruto would sit on his bed, close his eyes, and plunge into the ceiling space. The damp, chilly atmosphere greeted him, yet he had become accustomed to it. "Kurama, I'm here," he exclaimed cheerfully as he approached the massive iron bars. The nine tails lazily lifted its eyelids, its nine tails flicking nonchalantly. "What tedious tale do you bring today?" Despite its indifferent tone, its beastly gaze involuntarily darted toward the paper in Naruto's hand. Today is the exciting part. Naruto proudly displayed the latest chapter he had penned, revealing that Xiaohuahua was finally set to confront the Yunlong sect. Thus, every night, Naruto would reliably visit Kurama to chat. Sometimes he would recount amusing anecdotes from the day, while other times he would continue crafting his handwritten tale, Do Otsong Chiao. On this particular night, however, Naruto was so fatigued from practicing a newly acquired water-style technique that he forgot to enter the ceiling space. The following evening, when he appeared as usual, he was greeted by Kurama's cold, unyielding back. "Kurama?" Naruto called tentatively. The great fox remained still, its tail flicking impatiently. "I was practicing that complicated jutsu late into the night." Naruto scratched his head in explanation. I couldn't care less whether you come or not," Kurama finally spoke, its voice laced with a discernible petulance, relishing the solitude. Just as Naruto was about to coax the proud-tailed beast, the system notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have established a bond with the original character Kurama, level 3. Reward, 400 points. Naruto nearly burst into laughter. It turned out that the great fox was not genuinely angry, it was merely sulking. Sensing the atmosphere, he tactfully refrained from exposing the truth and, as per usual, settled down to narrate a new chapter of his story. Thus, Naruto's points increased by another 1,600. Eagerly, he embarked on a round of 10 consecutive draws. Although he did not obtain the coveted purple or gold rewards of his dreams, he still reaped considerable benefits. The earth attribute chakra's adaptation and mastery over nature transformations have elevated his chakra nature to an extraordinary level, equivalent to half of Kakashi's chakra volume, achieving an astonishing amount of half a chakra. Additionally, there has been a 20 enhancement in sealing technique aptitude, along with a considerable sum of the common currency within the world of Hokage. As time flowed quietly like a gentle stream, Konoha village soon encountered two events of stark contrast. The first piece of news swept through the entire village. The delegation from the Land of Lightning's Kumogakure had officially arrived, initiating alliance negotiations between the two nations. The faces of villagers were adorned with joyous smiles, although they may not comprehend the intricate power plays of diplomatic negotiations. The mere notion of an alliance signified peace and stability in their ears. Shops hung colorful banners, and the business and taverns flourished more than ever, as the entire Konoha basked in a celebratory atmosphere. In contrast, the second event seemed trivial. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, celebrated her 3rd birthday. This should have been a festive day, yet it was overshadowed by a cruel tradition. Niji, from the branch family, would be marked with the caged bird curse seal on this very day. From henceforth, this child's life would no longer belong to herself. Her sole purpose in existence would be to safeguard the heir of the main family. Upon hearing these two pieces of news, Naruto realized that events were set into motion. The conspiracy of Kumogakure, the sacrifice of Hinata, everything was unfolding along the trajectory of the original narrative. Was it finally approaching? Yet, a grave concern surfaced in Naruto's mind. Even if he were to intercept Kumogakure's convoy and rescue Hinata, what if the main family insisted on sacrificing her to quell the turmoil? With the oppressive force of the caged bird curse seal, a mere thought from the main family could lead to Hinata's instant demise. Should he infiltrate the Hyuga household, incapacitate, or eliminate the Kumogakure envoy? But would Kumogakure simply acquiesce? Naruto anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. If he could utilize the diamond lock to temporarily suppress the activity of the caged bird seal, perhaps he could buy time for Hinata. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Original major event detected. Triggering main quest. The death of Hinata. Quest objective. Intercept the Kumogakure convoy and alter Hinata's fate. Quest reward. Unlock the multiverse lottery channel and obtain the stand ability Crazy Diamond a day later. A shocking piece of news reverberated throughout Konoha village. The incident involving the Kumogakure delegation's failed attempt to kidnap the Hyuga clan's heiress, resulting in Hinata's immediate retaliation and the death of the envoy, swiftly escalated into a diplomatic crisis capable of igniting war. Have you heard? Those Kumogakure scoundrels have the audacity to bite back. They claim we Konoha have unjustly slain their envoy. How shameless. Villagers passionately debated on the streets, their indignation palpable. In taverns, ninjas slammed their fists on tables, while merchants expressed their discontent. Yet beneath this tide of anger, an undercurrent of unease flowed. People feared war, apprehensive of the harsh words left by the Kumogakure envoy as they departed. Subsequently, the meeting between the ancient relics of Konoha and the Hyuga clan unfolded, resulting in an outcome strikingly similar to the original narrative. Under the pressure exerted by the two old guards, Hayashi and Hanabi, the Hyuga clan was compelled to make sacrifices, after which the main family proposed that Hinata serve as a scapegoat. The conditions set forth by the Cloud Village were unequivocal. The culprit must remain alive and be delivered to Reikage for judgment. Behind this grandiloquent rhetoric, everyone was acutely aware of their true objective, a complete bearer of the Byakugan. As the blindfolded Hinata was escorted out of the Konoha gates by the Cloud Ninjas, onlookers among the villagers reacted with tears, curses, and a pervasive silence. The procession gradually receded, ultimately vanishing down the road. Inside Konoha's public restroom, Naruto stood in a stall, his hands swiftly forming seals. Shadow clone technique. With a soft pop, another identical golden-haired boy appeared beside him. The shadow clone winked and made an okay gesture before striding confidently out the door. Now it's your turn, Naruto thought, straining to hear the faint footsteps of the Umbu ninjas outside. Sure enough, those tasked with monitoring the Jinchuriki quickly followed the shadow clone. Now's my chance. He rapidly formed the seals for the transformation jutsu, his form blurring before he transformed into an inconspicuous villager, short black hair, weary eyes, and clad in simple, coarse clothing. Such a figure would blend seamlessly into the throng of Konoha, drawing no attention whatsoever. On the outskirts of Konoha, at the forest's edge, once he confirmed that the area was utterly devoid of onlookers, Naruto dispelled the transformation jutsu, reverting to his original appearance. He took a deep breath and retrieved from his system space a card glowing with a violet hue. Uzumaki Mask Template Experience Card. The card radiated warmth in his palm, then seemed to melt into his skin. In an instant, a torrent of unfamiliar chakra surged through him. Naruto felt his bones and muscles being reshaped, his physique rapidly elevating, his attire transforming into the iconic long robe. This sensation was extraordinary. He glanced down at his hands, elongated and powerful, embodying the stature of an adult. Raising a hand to his face, his fingertips brushed against the cold mask. Even his hair has turned black. Even more astonishing was the complete absence of the previously distinct chakra of the nine tails within him. It was not merely suppressed. It felt as though it had never existed at all. Is this the power of the mask? Beneath the mask, a slight smile crept across Naruto's lips. It was time to teach those cloud scoundrels a lesson. With a rustle of wind, his shadowy figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a few fallen leaves gently drifting through the air. The convoy from Cloud Village sped along the broad dirt road, wheels crunching over gravel, kicking up clouds of dust. Zuri sat in the foremost carriage, his fingers incessantly tapping against his knee, his brow furrowed. As the jonin in charge of this operation, his mood was heavier than when he first arrived. Ultimately, they had failed to secure a complete Byakugan bloodline limit. Recalling the hypocritical expressions of the Konoha higher-ups at the negotiation table, Zuri couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. They were undoubtedly aware of the true intentions of the hidden cloud, yet they continued to feign innocence, performing a theatrical act under the pretense of seeking peace. However, upon turning their backs, they plotted to execute the branch family of the Hyuga clan before presenting them. Had it not been for the intervention of the Reikage, who insisted on personally adjudicating the perpetrator, it is likely that even this living member of the Hyuga clan would not have been returned. The carriage jolted, and Tsurugi's gaze involuntarily drifted to the rear, where a specially designed prison cart contained the blindfolded Hinata Hayashi. This was the first time they had secured an intact bearer of the Byakugan. In previous conflicts, the main branch of the Hyuga clan had been meticulously safeguarded, and any captured members of the branch family were immediately subjected to the caged bird seal, resulting in execution. The ability to bring back a living specimen marked an unprecedented breakthrough. At the negotiation table, he had already issued a warning from Konoha against executing the condemned without permission. Although this was merely a facade, he genuinely feared that Konoha might resort to covert actions. Once they returned to the hidden cloud, a flicker of fervor danced in his eyes. The village's scientists had long coveted the Byakugan. If they could unravel the mysteries of the caged bird through human experimentation or even discover a method for transplanting the Byakugan, the Raikage would surely be pleased. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, interrupting Zurui's train of thought. "What is happening?" he barked, thrusting aside the curtain of the carriage. "Lord Zurui, there is an unexpected situation. It may be an enemy attack." The urgent cries of the hidden cloud ninjas caused Zurui's brow to furrow deeply. An enemy attack? On this plain? Bandits and mountain thieves would never dare assault a formal convoy of the hidden cloud, and if it were ninjas from other villages. Did they not realize this would be tantamount to declaring war on the hidden cloud? Dismounting from the carriage, he noticed that the entire convoy had come to a standstill. With all hidden cloud ninjas entering battle mode, kunai and shuriken gripped firmly in hand. Following the direction of their gazes, he beheld a figure clad in a black cloak, adorned with a fox mask, standing silently in the center of the road. Sunlight cast a cold halo on the mask, obscuring the expression beneath. The newcomer appeared far from benign. Zurui instinctively reached for the ninja, sword at his back, but quickly retracted his hand. The foremost priority was to ensure the safe return of the Byakugan to the hidden cloud village. There was no need to complicate matters. "Who goes there?" He stepped forward, his voice resonating. "This is the convoy of the hidden cloud village. Regardless of which village you hail from, such actions are equivalent to declaring war on the hidden cloud." The figure in the black cloak offered no reply, instead slowly raising both hands to begin forming seals. As he moved, the cloak behind him stirred as if caught in a windless tempest, fluttering ominously. "Nine-Face Supaha." His deep voice reverberated across the plain. With each utterance, a corresponding massive character materialized in the air, glowing with a spectral blue light. Qingbai, Zhu, Xian, Kong, Nan, Bei, Sanyu. 9 characters coalesced into a colossal formation, exuding an overwhelming surge of chakra. The ninjas of the hidden cloud instinctively took several steps back. 9 beasts. At the command of the figure in black, 9 formidable summoning beasts, each with a distinct form, roared forth from the formation, each radiating a terrifying presence. The summoned beasts were meticulously arranged on either side of the cloaked figure, completely obstructing the path. The figure slowly raised a hand, pointing toward the direction of the prison wagon. "My demands are quite straightforward." The voice emanating from beneath the mask was devoid of any emotion. "Surrender the power of the Byakugan." Zuri's expression darkened instantly, veins protruding on his forehead. His eyes fixated on the silhouette of the masked figure ahead, his mind racing through the intelligence of powerful ninjas from various villages capable of summoning 9 different beasts simultaneously. Such a notion was unheard of. Which village does this individual hail from? However, there was no time for contemplation. As an experienced jonin of the Cloud Village, Zuri resolutely commanded, "Everyone, attack with full force." His hands swiftly formed seals, his chest swelling with energy. Lightning release. False dark. Boom. A blinding bolt of lightning erupted from his mouth, aimed directly at the cloaked figure's chest. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding cloud ninjas began forming seals as well. Lightning release. Lightning ball. Lightning release. Lightning strike. Lightning release. Thunder thousandfold. Dozens of dazzling blue-white lightning techniques surged from all directions, enveloping the spot where the cloaked figure stood. The glaring lightning illuminated the entire plain, filling the air with a sharp scent of ozone. However, bang, 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 a series of dull thuds echoed. The cloud ninjas were left gaping as the thunderous techniques, powerful enough to pulverize rock, collided with an invisible wall mere meters from the cloaked figure, erupting in brilliant sparks before dissipating into nothingness. "So that is how it is." A low, amused voice came from beneath the mask, laced with a hint of mockery. "Have you chosen to engage rather than negotiate? I commend your loyalty to the village. Now crush them." 9 colossal figures surged forward like arrows released from a bow, shaking the ground with their steps. "Protect the Byakugan." Zuri shouted hoarsely, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He fixed his gaze on the approaching beasts, his hands swiftly forming seals in preparation for counterattack. Hey, look here. A chilling voice suddenly resonated beside him. Zuri's hair stood on end as he whipped around, the eerie fox mask looming close. When did this happen? You fiend. Just as Zuri's hand grasped the short blade at his back, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen. His eyes widened as his body was sent flying like a rag doll, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. Lord Zuri. Distant cries of his subordinates pierced the air, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the roars of the 9 beasts. The cloud ninjas scrambled to respond, but they were easily trampled. Akin to ants underfoot, a one-sided massacre where elite summoned beasts faced ordinary ninjas. Cough, cough, cough. Zuri struggled to rise, a coppery sweetness welling in his throat. Yet, before he could push himself up, a hand pressed firmly against the back of his neck, forcing him down into the dirt. How is this possible? Zuri's pupils constricted violently. As a seasoned elite ninja from the hidden cloud village, his mastery of taijutsu was among the finest within the village. Yet, at this moment, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. With great effort, he turned his gaze to discern the identity of the figure pinning him down. The cloaked and masked individual held Zulu-e by the collar, lifting him as one might a tattered doll, directing him toward the convoy. The sunlight bathed the entire plain in a sanguine hue, casting a scene of despair. Behold the stark reality. The voice from beneath the mask was devoid of warmth. Will you still stubbornly resist? Zulu-e trembled violently. In his field of vision, 9 terrifying summoned beasts were mercilessly slaughtering the hidden cloud ninjas. The southern and northern celestial beings hovered in the air, one wielding a staff, while the other formed hand seals. A purple formation emerged on the ground, ensnaring the hidden cloud ninjas, rendering them immobile. As the phantom of the Grim Reaper's scythe swept through, their chakra drained rapidly, akin to a spring run dry. One by one they collapsed. Stop! A hidden cloud jonin roared as he charged forward in a desperate attempt to rescue his comrades, only to be ensnared by the silken ribbons of the celestial maiden, which ensnared his neck and hurled him violently to the ground. The dull thud echoed as his body carved a deep trench into the dirt path, blood spraying from his mouth like a vivid arc in the air. The remaining survivors were similarly restrained, the serpentine body of the golden snake coiling around them, the claws of the white tiger pressing upon their chests. The phantom of the vermilion bird encircling them, the body of the azure dragon confining them completely, while the weight of the black tortoise made their bones creak ominously. Before I take your life, the cloaked figure presented Zulu-e before him, asking once more for the white eyes to be surrendered. The chilling chakra flowed between them, the air thick with the scent of death. Otherwise, your next move will seal your fate here. You dream, Zulu-e rasped, a hoarse cry escaping his throat as blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Even in the grip of such peril, his bloodshot eyes burned with fervent obsession. How could a wretch like you understand? All we seek is the power to probe chakra through the white eyes for the greater good of our nation. His voice crescendoed, nearing hysteria. Come, kill me. But remember, for every hidden cloud ninja you slay, Lord Raikage's wrath will intensify. In an instant, Zulu-e felt the fingers constricting his throat tighten slightly. More terrifying was the sudden surge of icy chakra emanating from beneath the mask, as if the very air around them began to freeze. The greater good of the nation? The cloaked figure's voice resonated with a depth akin to echoes from the abyss. So your so-called righteousness consists of abducting 3-year-old children, forcing others to march willingly to their deaths, devouring the innocent in this twisted world? Each inquiry struck like a hammer. Suddenly, the cloaked figure yanked Zulu-e's hair, forcing him to behold his subordinates ravaged by the 9 beasts. The celestial maiden's satin ribbon suspended a defiant soul in midair, while the scythe of the southern dipper pressed menacingly against his throat. Do not presume that uttering grandiloquent words can transform you into an emblem of righteousness. Zulu-e's body convulsed violently, as he sensed a malevolent force corroding his being. Enveloped by the shadow of death, he was suddenly reminded of Hinata's calm, unsettling smile when he was led to the prisoner cart. Yet, the tone of the figure in the black cloak abruptly softened. Is my heart and my actions as clear as a mirror? Is all that I do just? I am in awe of your awareness. Farewell. Crack. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed across the battlefield. The black-clad figure deftly snapped Zulu-e's neck, discarding his lifeless body as one would a tattered cloth. Almost simultaneously, The slaughter orchestrated by the 9 infernal beasts reached its zenith, blood arcing in vivid splashes, as screams and wails intertwined in a haunting symphony. When the last of the Yunin ninjas fell, the figure in black raised a hand. Spare one. The satin ribbon poised to strike suddenly halted, hovering just an inch before the terrified eyes of a young ninja. The black-clad figure strode across the blood-soaked plain, arriving at the rear of the convoy before a specially designed prison cart, its heavy iron door still bearing the seal of Yunin. With a resounding crash, a powerful fist struck the lock without flourish. The steel lock shattered as if made of paper, the iron door contorted and buckled under the force, swinging open with a thunderous boom. Inside the cart, Hinata knelt in forced submission, a black blindfold obscuring his vision, rough ropes digging painfully into his wrists. The sudden sunlight pierced his long-accustomed darkness, and even through the fabric, he could sense the shift in the external light. What transpired? The sounds of battle and cries of anguish gradually faded, replaced by an eerie silence. Hinata's heart raced uncontrollably. The convoy had evidently come under assault, yet it could not possibly be a rescue by Konoha. Bitterly, he pondered, had Konoha truly wished to save him? How could he have been driven to the brink of voluntary demise? Could it be that other ninja villages had learned of the situation and come to seize the Byakugan? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden lightness in his wrist as the binding ropes were swiftly severed. Almost immediately, he felt a tightening at the back of his collar as an irresistible force hoisted him up, dragging him unceremoniously from the cart. As his feet touched the yielding earth, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulted his senses. Even without sight, he could ascertain from the acrid scent that a massacre had recently unfolded here. The surviving Yunin ninja sat helplessly on the ground, his short blade trembling in his grasp. His gaze swept across the battlefield, where the grim reaper's scythe dripped with the blood of comrades, and the celestial maiden's ribbon lay discarded beside contorted corpses, while the remaining summoned beasts tread upon shattered remains. Why was I the only one spared? The answer swiftly became apparent. The figure in black approached, dragging Hinata along, flanked by 9 fearsome summoned beasts that encircled him like a guard. The surviving ninja tilted his head back, meeting the gaze of the fox mask looking down upon him. "Byakugan," came the low voice from beneath the mask, "I shall claim you." The figure in the black cloak slightly turned, allowing the trembling ninja to glimpse the spoils in his hand. "Return and inform the Raikage that should he wish to exact revenge and reclaim the Byakugan, he should seek me in the land of fire. I shall be waiting for that reckless fool." No sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind suddenly rose from the ground. The survivors instinctively closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, the vast plain was strewn with corpses. The black-cloaked figure, the summoning beast, and the Hyuga captive had vanished without a trace, leaving only the acrid scent of blood and deep drag marks on the ground to attest to the truth of what had just transpired. The surviving ninja stood motionless for a long while before frantically sprinting towards the direction of the hidden cloud village, akin to a wild dog fleeing in panic. The land of hot water lies in the northeastern part of the land of fire, a small nation devoid of ninja villages, perpetually shrouded in the mist of hot springs. The volcanic geothermal activity has given rise to a myriad of hot springs, with steam wafting year-round between the scattered ends. This place serves not only as an excellent rendezvous for spies from great nations, but also as a favored trading hub for black market merchants. The Inu no Yu Inn is situated at the end of the town's most bustling street. It is said that long ago, when this area was merely a destitute village, a dog mysteriously appeared one day. It incessantly barked at a particular spot on the ground, driving the villagers to distraction, leading them to dig up the earth under the guidance of the village youth. Suddenly, hot spring water gushed forth, and the rising steam enveloped the entire village in an instant. From that day forth, the village, thriving on the prosperity of the hot springs, gradually flourished, evolving into the quaint hot spring town it is today. The villagers firmly believed that the dog was a messenger sent by the dog god, thus naming the hot spring Inu no Yu, a name that was subsequently adopted by the inn built later. On the second floor of the inn, the shoji door was gently pulled open, revealing Hyuga Hizashi kneeling by the window. The black eye patch had long been removed, yet his pure white Byakugan remained slightly squinted, struggling to adjust to the brightness after prolonged darkness. Since his rescue, they had traveled for a full 2 days. During this time, the black-cloaked figure had only instructed him to use transformation technique to disguise himself as an ordinary traveler, without any further commands. There were no restraints, no interrogations, and not even superfluous conversation. Simply a terse instruction to follow, leading him across borders to this place. Hisashi's fingertips unconsciously grazed the rim of his teacup, as questions relentlessly surged in his mind. If the intent was truly to seize the Byakugan, they could have easily bound him like the Hidden Cloud did. And if it were other ninja from rival villages, they would not have dared to assault the Hidden Cloud's convoy so brazenly. What puzzled him most was the black-cloaked figure's remark upon rescuing him, claiming, "I will take the Byakugan," yet to this day, he had not even laid a finger on his eyes. Familiar footsteps approached from beyond the paper door, causing Hisashi to straighten his back in anticipation. With a creak, a figure clad in a fox mask appeared at the entrance, still adorned in that black robe, though the faint aura of pressure surrounding him seemed to have dissipated, perhaps due to the absence of battle. Maintaining a standard kneeling posture, Hisashi faced the enigmatic man, who similarly sat cross-legged on the floor. The hem of his black robe spreading across the tatami woven from rush grass, his fox mask casting his features into shadow. The room fell into a momentary silence, with only the faint sound of the flowing hot spring water audible from outside. As Richa pondered how to break the silence, the masked man suddenly spoke, his voice emanating through the mask. "You must have many questions now. Regarding my identity, I cannot divulge too much." He raised his hand, gently tapping his mask with his fingertip. "This mask cannot be removed either. If you require a name, you may refer to me as Myanmar. Lord Myanmar." Richa cautiously chose a respectful address. After the masked man single-handedly annihilated the Yunin envoy, Richa instinctively adhered to the highest standards of courtesy. He took a deep breath, his white eyes fixed on the peculiar mask. "This question may be somewhat impertinent, but what is your true intention?" Surprisingly, Myanmar did not seem displeased by this straightforward inquiry. He remained casually seated on the tatami mat. "There is no need to beat around the bush. Strictly speaking, I do not belong to any ninja village. As for saving you, it was not for the sake of the Byakugan." Richa's body stiffened momentarily. The words he had heard on the battlefield, "I will accept the Byakugan," echoed in his mind, now casually dismissed. Sensing his confusion, Myanmar offered an explanation. "That statement was made to convince the Yunin faction of my intentions. I effectively declared war, and they would undoubtedly portray me as a malevolent figure." A light chuckle escaped from beneath the mask. "I do not wish to be morally shackled. Before them, I will simply play the part of a fearsome entity." Richa was taken aback. He realized that the man before him, who effortlessly dismantled an elite unit, displayed a level of meticulous thought far more alarming than his martial prowess. "Then what is your true objective?" Myanmar did not respond immediately. He reached for the teapot on the table, slowly pouring tea into a cup. "Aside from the Byakugan, I cannot think of another reason." He paused, his throat slightly constricting. "The qualifications for being saved." Myanmar's fingers lightly grazed the edge of the teacup. "Do you believe that?" His voice suddenly carried an indefinable emotion, a blend of anger and compassion. "Sometimes, saving a life requires no special reason." The teacup was placed heavily on the table, splashing a few drops of tea. "It is merely my discontent." Myanmar's tone suddenly turned cold, filled with disdain for those self-righteous individuals who, under the guise of national righteousness, thrust an innocent person towards death. Nothing more. Rich's body froze in shock. What? His thoughts were paralyzed. Was it merely out of discontent? This formidable individual, capable of effortlessly obliterating the elite forces of Yunin, was risking enmity with a great nation simply for the sake of righteousness? The absurdity of this notion nearly made him laugh aloud. As a pawn discarded by his village, as a willing sacrifice, he was now saved for such a fairy tale reason? Myanmar perceived Rich's inner turmoil, the mask tilting slightly. "Of course, saving you is not without its advantages for me. However, I cannot explicitly state the precise reason." Silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Nichihara slowly rose to his feet. Under the perplexed gaze of Myanmar, he stepped back a few paces and then, with a thud, bowed his forehead against the tatami, adopting the traditional Seiza posture. Nichihara's voice emerged low and trembling. "This grace, having prepared myself for death, having been forsaken by my kin, I never imagined I could be reborn in such a manner." As I lifted my head, a complex light flickered within my white pupils. "Regardless of your intentions, this life at this moment is indeed a gift from you. Should you require my service, Nichihara Hyuga would willingly embrace death." Monma, or rather, Naruto, adorned with a fox mask, scratched his head in mild confusion. He was unaccustomed to such solemn rites. While the gratitude for saving a life certainly warranted a bow, the weight of such an oath made him feel an unexpected awkwardness. Fortunately, Nichihara soon rose and resumed his seated position. His expression remained tranquil, yet within the depths of his pure white eyes, complex emotions subtly stirred. I truly wish to express my heartfelt gratitude, but alas, I fear my life may not endure much longer, even with your profound efforts. Mama did not allow him to continue. I understand, came the calm voice from beneath the mask. You are akin to a caged bird? If the higher-ups of Konoha wish to quell Rakich's wrath, the clan will surely place a curse seal upon you. Even if you have been abducted, they will ensure your demise, correct? Nichihara paused, then smiled wryly. You truly are quite perceptive. Mama gazed at him quietly, and after a moment spoke again. Yet, despite your attempts to convince yourself that you have accepted death, deep down, you do not wish to die. These words struck at the heart of Nichihara, stirring long-suppressed emotions. To not wish for death, despite having prepared for it. Despite having resolved to sacrifice oneself for the Hyuga clan and the peace of Konoha. Yet in that moment aboard the prison cart, Niji's visage surfaced in his mind. My child is still so young. Monma slowly rose, the hem of his black robe cascading silently. In this world, as long as there are attachments, no one truly desires to die. His voice carried an undeniable conviction. Since I have resolved to save you, I shall not falter. I shall see it through. Nichihara lifted his gaze, his white pupils reflecting Monma's form. Monma approached him, extending a hand to gently rest upon his shoulder. Do not move. In the next moment, a gentle yet profound chakra flowed from his palm, seeping into Nichihara's body like a delicate stream. The chakra gradually formed a complex seal, intricate patterns intertwining like chains, yet exuding a unique elegance. What is this? Nichihara stared at the seal, feeling as though he had encountered a similar technique before. Monma withdrew his hand, the glow of the seal gradually fading. As soon as you sense the activation of the caged bird, use this chakra to trigger the seal. I will immediately perceive it. Though I cannot guarantee 100% success, I possess at least a 70% chance to preserve your life. Nichihara's pupils constricted slightly, preventing the caged bird. Does such a technique truly exist? After the situation on the cloud-hidden side has calmed down, I will arrange for you to meet your son under the guise of your own demise. My son. The voice of Nichi suddenly caught in his throat. Ningji. That small figure instantly materialized in his mind. His resolute gaze, indomitable expression, and the image of him, exhausted from training yet still gritting his teeth to say, Father, I can continue. Will I truly see him again? This promise acted as a key, swiftly unlocking the emotions he had long suppressed. His throat felt constricted, making each breath tremble slightly. Master Myanmar. He opened his mouth but found himself unable to articulate further. Myanmar waved his hand, interrupting any potential expression of gratitude. For now, you should stay here. I have already settled the accommodation fees. He paused, a subtle smile creeping into his tone. Of course, I will indeed require your assistance afterward. Before Nichi could respond, a soft sound erupted, and Myanmar suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke, dissipating into thin air. Shadow clone. Nichi stood frozen. The empty room now devoid of anyone but himself, the distant sound of the hot spring water barely audible. With only the chakra mark on his shoulder, serving as evidence of that mysterious man's presence. Damn it! A furious roar shattered the silence of the Rakich's office. The sixth Rakich, AI, a towering figure clad in a white robe and wearing a conical hat, slammed his fist down with sudden ferocity. Boom! The heavy wooden desk splintered instantly under the tremendous force, with shavings flying and papers scattering across the floor like snowflakes. His fist crackled with residual lightning chakra, arcs of electricity dancing through the air, a testament to his barely contained fury. To think that even elite jonin like Ziru had perished. AI's chest heaved violently, veins bulging at his temples, but he quickly inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Now was not the time for outbursts. As Rakich, he must prioritize handling the aftermath. He gradually retracted his fist. Have the families of the victims been accounted for? His secretary, Mabu, accustomed to the Rakich's volatile temperament, calmly flipped through the files in her hands. All statistics have been completed, besides the deceased warriors. The compensation for the 27 cloud-hidden ninjas who fell during the mission has also been calculated and is ready for disbursement. AI nodded, his gaze dark as he looked out the window. This debt for the loss of 27 elite warriors must be repaid. Suddenly recalling something, he turned and asked, "How is the situation with Raki?" That lone cloud-hidden ninja who returned alive is the sole eyewitness to the entire incident. Mabu's expression subtly shifted, her eyes betraying a complex emotion. Raki, the Chunin, has already gone to the ninja archives to request the cancellation of his ninja identification number. According to the psychological assessment report from the medical team, the overwhelming power exhibited by the masked man seems to have inflicted severe psychological trauma upon him. It is likely he will be unable to continue undertaking ninja missions. Furthermore, the messenger bird bound for Konoha has already departed and is expected to reach the border of the Land of Fire within 2 days. The fingers of Mabuyi gently traced the timetable on the document. During the period when Reikage was en route to the Land of Fire, it had been communicated to both the adults and the Jinchuriki of the village that should the village come under attack, the two Jinchuriki would jointly defend it. The specific arrangement dictated that the wood release user would command the Cloud Ninja, while the esteemed AI would remain stationed at the Komorii Gorge, ever ready to retaliate against formidable foes with the tailed beast balls. AI's lightning chakra surged uncontrollably across his body, emitting a subtle crackling sound. Very well. Since that elusive masked man dares to provoke the Cloud Village, even specifically calling for me to confront him, I shall personally venture to the Land of Fire and drag that scoundrel out of his rat hole. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, AI had already turned decisively, gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand. Let us depart now. Move out. She, dare we? Within the office, 2 elite ninjas, who had long been on standby, immediately responded. The sensing ninja, Shi, stood at attention, answering with a respectful and crisp tone. Yes. Meanwhile, the wind-released ninja, Darui, scratched his disheveled white hair and lazily elongated his response. All right, I'll follow along. Without waiting for further reaction from the two, AI took a swift step toward the window. With a thunderous crash, the glass shattered upon the force of Reikage's might. Countless sparkling shards glimmering in the sunlight as AI transformed into a streak of lightning, leaping from the Reikage building. She followed suit without hesitation, vanishing through the broken window in a flash. Darui ambled over to the window. Observing the dust rising below, he sighed. Another long trek ahead. What a hassle. I might as well just take the front door. Back inside the office, Mabuyi gazed at the disarray with a resigned hand to her forehead, sighing. Here we go again. She skillfully flipped open her notebook, adding a new entry under the Reikage office damage record. Today's damages: solid wood desk, tempered shatterproof window. Clearly accustomed to such unforeseen circumstances. In the Land of Fire, Konoha, after the departure of the Cloud Envoy, the village appeared to return to its former tranquility. Although the villagers seethed with indignation at the despicable actions of the Cloud, with the higher-ups having already compromised, the common folk could only swallow their discontent and continue their mundane lives. After all, complaints would change nothing. The only palpable change was within the atmosphere of the Hyuga clan. Within the main house, the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, wore an even grimmer expression than usual. In the branch house, the young Niji Hyuga, merely 6 years of age, had already dissolved into tears. Father, where is father? Confusion and fear filled little Niji's swollen eyes. No one had disclosed the truth to him, but the instinct of a child allowed him to sense that the figure who had always been by his side in his earliest memories would never return. No one anticipated that, 2 days later, the calm would be shattered once again by a boulder. Have you heard? The Cloud convoy was ambushed. That Hyuga ninja was taken. The news spread like wildfire, igniting the entire village of Konoha in an instant. It was reported that the Cloud envoy, while returning to the Land of Lightning, was attacked by a mysterious ninja clad in a black robe and wearing a fox mask, who single-handedly annihilated the elite of the Cloud. The assailants brazenly abducted the Hyuga clansmen responsible for the assassination of the envoy. To add to the shock, the perpetrator openly declared before departing, "I have claimed the power of the Byakugan. If you wish to reclaim it, let the Reikage come to the Land of Fire to find me." Initially, the majority of Konoha's ninjas could not suppress their applause upon hearing this news. The pent-up indignation had finally found an outlet. However, this fleeting exhilaration was quickly extinguished by new reports. The Hidden Cloud village publicly questioned whether the masked man was a ninja from Konoha. On the surface, Konoha appeared to concede, yet secretly plotted to abduct individuals, intending to shield the murderer. Should they fail to surrender both the killer and the masked man, war would be waged by the Hidden Cloud. Instantly, the ninjas of Konoha erupted in outrage. What nonsense is this? They were the ones who initially kidnapped the Hyuga clan. Now they dare to turn the tables? Has the hidden cloud lost all sense of shame? A wave of fury swept through the village, yet beneath this clamor, a deeper unease began to spread, a fear of war. The Raikage was set to personally descend upon Konoha. In days gone by, when the golden flash still graced the earth, the Raikage would never have acted so boldly. He would have led a sizable contingent of elite ninjas from the hidden cloud, cautiously entering the land of fire, or even dispatched emissaries in advance to negotiate with Konoha, ensuring the initiative in talks. However, Konoha was no longer the same as before. According to intelligence relayed by spies from the hidden cloud, the catastrophic losses suffered during the Nine Tails incident years prior had left Konoha gravely weakened. The fourth Hokage had perished, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had returned to power. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was but a mere child of 3, posing no real threat. The Uchiha clan and Konoha's upper echelons were steeped in mutual suspicion, with turbulent currents flowing beneath the surface. Such a Konoha no longer warranted the Raikage's extensive efforts. Thus, he brought only his trusted aides, the sensory ninja Ki and the lightning-style ninja Darui, along with a select team of over 20 elite jounin from the hidden cloud, entering the land of fire without hesitation. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff from his pipe, furrowing his brow. The Raikage had come personally, accompanied by more than 20 jounin. The ever-cautious Nara Shikamaru spoke gravely. This is no longer merely a negotiation. It bears the weight of intimidation. The hidden cloud likely seeks to exert pressure and compel us to surrender the masked man, Mitarashi Anko remarked coldly. Yet the problem remains that we do not even know the identity of this masked man. Regardless, Konoha could not appear weak, but neither could they provoke the Raikage. Hiruzen fell silent for a moment, ultimately exhaling a cloud of smoke. Let us welcome them and ascertain what the Raikage truly desires. However, neither the Raikage nor Konoha's higher-ups could have fathomed that the one who annihilated the hidden cloud envoy and abducted Hyuga Hizashi, brazenly challenging the Raikage, was none other than the 3-year-old Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. Naruto was indeed surprised by the Raikage's swift action, yet he had already received his reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, the death of Hizashi. Reward: unlocking the multiverse lottery channel, gaining the stand ability, Crazy Diamond. Additionally, there was this. Ding! Congratulations, host, established a bond with the original character Hyuga Hizashi, level 4. The score of 200 points, though not particularly high, is understandable, considering that Hinata Hayashi is a character who perished before the story even commenced in the original narrative. At a time when the relationship between the hidden cloud and the Leaf Village had reached a tension only second to wartime, Naruto, the root cause of the turmoil, returned to his training in the company of the Uchiha clan's daughter after ensuring Hayashi's safety. Days later, as the ninjas from the hidden cloud stationed themselves outside the Leaf Village, the state of alert in Konoha reached its zenith. Naruto understood that the Raikage was in the Hokage's office deliberating matters with the higher-ups of Konoha. Therefore, in order to resolve the situation completely and to elevate that fearful identity to a notorious status within the shinobi world, Naruto prepared to take action. Inside the Hokage building, in the negotiation room, the heavy wooden door remained firmly shut. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting alternating lines of light and shadow across the long table. Raikage sat across from Konoha, his muscular arms resting heavily on the table, his knuckles whitening with suppressed rage. Beside him, Samui sat upright, while Darui lounged lazily against the back of his chair. On Konoha's side, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had his hands clasped before him on the table. To his left, Mito Kazuma adjusted his glasses, while to his right, Tsunade frowned slightly. At last, the Raikage broke the oppressive silence. So, his voice carried an unmistakable pressure. Are you denying the contents brought by the messenger? My Hidden Clouds delegation was annihilated within the land of fire, the culprit abducted, and that masked man brazenly claims he is right here in the land of fire. His fist slammed down onto the table, the solid wood groaning under the impact. How can you assert that this is not a conspiracy by Konoha? Faced with this aggressive inquiry, the third Hokage slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, responding with a calm and soothing demeanor. Raikage-sama, we are equally shocked by the attack. However, is it not too hasty for the Hidden Cloud to accuse Konoha based solely on speculation? A cold smile crept across the Raikage's lips. Hasty? From the intelligence brought back by my remaining subordinates, That masked man exhibited techniques resembling space-time ninjutsu, which Konoha just happens to master, does it not? Third Hokage. Do you still insist this is mere coincidence? The third Hokage paused for a moment, the flame in his pipe flickering slightly. This information is ultimately just the perspective of the survivors. Reikage-sama, you are more aware than anyone of the difficulty in mastering space-time ninjutsu. Therefore, could there not be another possibility? Perhaps the lone survivor was subjected to Jinjutsu. And the true intention of the masked man is to frame Konoha an in-sight conflict between the hidden cloud and us? Just as the Reikage was about to speak again, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire Hokage building. The teacups on the long table rattled, tea splashing and spreading across the surface. Everyone sprang to their feet, chairs scraping loudly against the floor. The Reikage's muscles tensed instantly, and his lightning chakra surged uncontrollably, blue-white arcs crackling across his skin. His initial reaction was disbelief. Was Konoha planning a surprise attack? However, as his gaze shifted to the opposite side, he was met with the equally astonished expression of the third Hokage. The lines etched into his wrinkled face, and his aged eyes widened in shock. It wasn't them. Reikage forcibly suppressed the urge to strike first, his fists clenching with a cracking sound. In the next moment, the door to the negotiation room was thrust open violently, and a Konoha ninja stumbled in, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath to the point of being unable to form complete sentences. No, this is bad. Hokage-sama. His voice trembled slightly with fear. There are intruders invading Konoha. What? Both Tonari Kamachi and Mido Gate Inazuma exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. Attacking a ninja village? This had far exceeded the realm of ordinary conflict. Such an act was characteristic of war. Who dared? Which ninja village would be audacious enough? The Konoha ninja swallowed hard, struggling to utter the name. It is a man wearing a fox mask. He indicated that the target this time is Reikage. The masked man. Reikage's furious roar nearly shattered the window panes. That bastard is actually waiting for me in the land of fire, and he dares to come looking for me. The sheer fury caused his chakra to surge uncontrollably, violent lightning enveloping him like a tangible force, electrifying the air with a searing presence. Damn it. He tore off his white outer robe, revealing his bronzed, muscular physique, every inch of skin crackling with destructive lightning. Dare we? Keep up. Without a moment's hesitation, Reikage transformed into a blinding bolt of lightning, crashing through the walls of the Hokage building, racing towards the source of the explosion. The third Hokage's expression turned utterly grim. The masked man appears at such a time? He swiftly turned to the ninja who had delivered the news. Notify all Jonin. Immediately enter a state of emergency. Evacuate the civilians. Seal off the affected area. Hurry. The grand archway of Konoha's main gate had completely collapsed, shattered beams and stones strewn about. Burning debris billowing thick black smoke, the acrid scent of charred materials permeating the air. The remaining Konoha ninjas stood on high alert, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, their kunai and shuriken trembling slightly in their hands. They fixed their gaze on the gradually emerging figure through the smoke and dust, their throats tightening involuntarily. The rumored masked man. The monster who had annihilated the Kumogakure envoy single-handedly. As the haze slowly dissipated, a man clad in a black cloak, adorned with a peculiar fox mask, stepped forward with deliberate grace. His stride was steady and composed. Yet what sent shivers down the spines of the Konoha ninjas were the 9 summoning beasts that trailed behind him. The southern Dosenjin and the northern Dosenjin hovered in midair, their expansive sleeves billowing without wind, forming hand seals that radiated an ominous purple light. The Shinigami drifted to the left, its massive scythe gleaming coldly, poised to reap lives at any moment. The celestial maiden floated to the right, her ribbon-like garments dancing lightly, yet concealing deadly intent. On the ground, the golden serpent coiled and flicked its tongue, the azure dragon roared and spiraled, the vermilion bird flapped its wings as if ready to take flight. The black tortoise stood with the solidity of a mountain, while the white tiger bared its fangs, its sharp claws deeply embedded in the earth. Although the harvest of souls has yet to commence, the combined pressure of the 9 summoned beasts weaves an almost tangible sense of oppression, thickening the air around them. I advise against any rash actions. The voice of the masked man emanates from beneath the fox mask, calm yet frigid. My sole objective is that reckless Reikage. Damn it! A sudden roar erupts from behind, as the cloud-hidden ninjas stationed outside the village finally arrive. Their eyes blaze crimson, and the kunai in their hands flicker with lightning, indicating their fury has reached a boiling point. You shall not approach Lord Raikage. The leading cloud hidden Jonin bellows, his ninja blade entwined with lightning chakra, charging towards the masked man with astonishing speed. The remaining ninjas follow suit, dozens of figures striking like lightning. However, the masked man does not even turn his head. Let the minions refrain from interfering. As his words fall, the azure dragon on the ground lashes its tail, its massive form sweeping outward. Bang! The foremost cloud hidden Jonin has no chance to react, as he is sent flying and crashes heavily into a distant structure, dust rising in his wake. Simultaneously, the southern Dipper Sage and the northern Dipper Sage form seals in the air, a violet formation suddenly unfurling beneath the feet of the cloud-hidden ninjas. Bind. In an instant, all the charging cloud-hidden ninjas freeze, unable to move. Their expressions shift from anger to terror as they struggle to break free. Yet they cannot even lift a finger. Unable to move. What kind of technique is this? The Grim Reaper's scythe is raised high, enveloped in ominous purple light, descending upon the cloud-hidden ninjas, commencing the harvest of chakra, water release, water barrier. Just as the scythe is poised to reap, a surging torrent of water crashes in from the side. Druid unleashes a torrent, striking the Grim Reaper's scythe with precision. The trajectory of the scythe is forcefully deflected. But wait, lightning release, shockwave. Druid does not relent, bringing his hands together, the once tumultuous water now entwined with blinding lightning. High-voltage currents ravage the water barrier, momentarily pushing back the figure of the Grim Reaper. However, roar. The white tiger's claws and the azure dragon's massive tail sweep in. The assault of the two summoned beasts is ferocious, causing the ground to crack beneath their trampling, debris flying. Druid swiftly retreats, drawing forth a rectangular ninja blade from his back, its edge shimmering with lightning, ready to meet the oncoming strike. Lightning illusion, lightning pillar. At that moment, Shi's ninjutsu activates. A blinding light erupts, engulfing the vision in pure white. This move is not merely a flash. It serves as the prelude to an illusion technique, silently embedding the seeds of illusion into the consciousness of the enemy at the moment of their blinding, rendering them paralyzed. But what? It's ineffective. A bead of cold sweat forms on Shi's forehead. The azure dragon and white tiger show no signs of hesitation, continuing their savage assault. The illusion has no effect on them. A sudden weight sinks in her heart, yet her body instinctively leaps, narrowly avoiding the azure dragon's tail strike. Meanwhile, Druid's ninja blade collides violently with the white tiger's claws. Clash. In the resounding explosion of metal, lightning and chakra clash fiercely. Druid's feet carving deep grooves into the ground, his hands trembling from the impact. He grits his teeth and growls. What manner of creatures are these? Hey, look over here. A chilling voice unexpectedly emanated from behind the druid, so close it nearly brushed against his ear. When had the masked man circled around to his back, he scarcely had time to turn, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure from behind. The masked man's fist, enveloped in an inky chakra, approached with such intensity that the air itself was compressed into sound. A strike was imminent. You little brat, look over here. A thunderous roar erupted as the Raikage instantaneously appeared behind the masked man. His right arm crackled with violent lightning chakra, blue-white arcs crackling audibly, as he brought his arm down fiercely upon the masked man's back. Lightning plow. This strike was delivered with unrestrained ferocity, the Raikage's immense strength merging flawlessly with the penetrating power of lightning, creating a deafening explosion in the air. Beneath his fist, stones melted into a molten, crimson substance under the extreme heat. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, the shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to collapse instantaneously. Dust obscured everyone's vision. Seizing the moment, the druid executed a body flicker technique to create distance, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. As the dust gradually cleared, the area was devoid of any presence. The masked man, or rather the figure of the masked one, dissipated like an illusion. Indeed, a space-time ninjutsu. The Raikage's gaze shifted to the side, where the masked one stood calmly 20 meters away, his black cloak billowing in the turbulent air, his expression concealed beneath the mask. Little brat, who exactly are you? Such a cliched inquiry. The masked one's voice emerged through the fox mask, laced with a hint of languid mockery. He slowly raised his hand, lightly tapping his mask with his fingertips, producing a crisp sound. However, I would rather not be merely referred to as the masked man or the figure in black. He paused briefly before decisively revealing his name. Masked one, that is my name. The Reikage furrowed his brow deeply, his bronze muscles taut and rippling, the lightning chakra crackling ominously at his surface. The convoy of Kyumo, which sought to obliterate you, has now made me, the Reikage, their target. Little brat, regardless of who you are, the entirety of the land of lightning stands as your enemy. He stepped forward with a forceful stomp, causing the ground beneath him to fissure. Reveal the village or organization behind you. The Reikage's fist clenched tightly, lightning sparking forth. I will swiftly eliminate you. The masked one merely shrugged nonchalantly, responding, the answer to that question will likely disappoint you. If one must speak of any organization or force behind me, I possess none of that. In fact, the leader of my organization is none other than myself. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. No sooner had he finished speaking than a searing fireball surged from the side. A colossal fire dragon roared, tearing through the air, the intense heat warping the surroundings. The flames instantly engulfed the masked one's figure. However, at the moment the flames made contact with his body, an invisible barrier materialized, the scorching inferno colliding with an unseen wall, forcefully repelled. After a few seconds of raging flames, they finally dissipated, revealing the masked one completely unscathed. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the fire release, Sarutobi Hiruzen had, unbeknownst to them, donned a black combat uniform, his aged eyes firmly fixed on Minma. Behind him, the members of the Umbu were on high alert, kunai and ninja blades glinting ominously. Among them, one figure stood out distinctly, with silver hair that could not be concealed even beneath a mask. It was highly likely to be Kakashi. Minma's gaze lingered briefly on that figure, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting beneath his mask. Lord Reikage, surely now you believe that the masked man is not a scheme of Konoha. Sarutobi's voice resonated through the clamor of the battlefield, his focus unwavering on the unscathed Minma, who assumed a defensive posture. The Reikage's chest heaved violently as he clicked his tongue in frustration, suppressing the fury that bubbled within. Sarutobi's words held merit. A ninja possessing such terrifying power could not have been cultivated in secrecy by Konoha without any whispers reaching the surface. Moreover, orchestrating an invasion of Konoha would inflict insurmountable damage to the village's reputation. Yet, the vigilance honed from years of warfare kept a thread of doubt alive within the Reikage. At that moment, the third Hokage spoke again. Lord Reikage, regarding the Cloud Village delegation, we can revisit the matter once we resolve the immediate crisis. He slightly turned, signaling the Umbu behind him to prepare for battle. For now, our shared enemy is the masked man who threatens Konoha. Let us join forces to subdue him, whether to capture or to eliminate. The Reikage remained silent for a moment, inhaling deeply, the acrid scent of tension filling his nostrils. Though it irks me, I shall heed your counsel, Hokage. He lamented, regrettably, the option for capture does not exist. Facing the imposing figures of the two Kage, Minma's voice emerged through the fox mask, his black robe billowing slightly amidst the swirling chakra, the nine tails surrounding him, exuding an oppressive aura. My purpose here is unequivocal, he stated, slowly raising his hand and pointing at the Reikage. Eliminate the Reikage. Don't get cocky, brat. The Reikage's furious roar reverberated. In a fit of rage, his form transformed into a streak of lightning chakra surging violently across his body, the air splitting with a piercing shriek. Almost instantaneously, he appeared before Minma, his right hand morphing into a blade, imbued with the fury of lightning, descending with ferocity. Lightning style, lightning slash. This strike was executed with such speed that it nearly transcended the limits of perception. Where the lightning blade passed, the air crackled with a searing scent. In the next instant, Minma's figure vanished at the brink of disaster. He had already teleported to the top of the Azure Dragon, one of the powerful summoning beasts, each of which served as a flying thunder god coordinate he had set. Without a moment's hesitation, Minma retaliated by hurling a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique towards the Reikage. Just as it was about to make contact, Minma's form appeared at the kunai's location, his right hand gathering a sphere of energy as dark as ink. The surface of the sphere was entwined with a foreboding vortex of chakra. Spiral sphere. The obsidian sphere, laden with destructive pressure, hurtled towards the Reikage's chest. Instinctively, the Reikage summoned his lightning chakra to its zenith, crossing his arms in defense. Boom. In the moment of collision between two terrifying forces, a blinding light erupted. The ground beneath the rakeage collapsed with a thunderous roar, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading outward. He gritted his teeth, the lightning armor emitting a strained hum under the tremendous pressure. Yet it ultimately withstood the blow. The rakeage's thoughts raced as his muscles surged, using brute strength to hurl the spiraling sphere toward the heavens. Up it goes. The pitch-black orb traced a deadly arc, soaring into the sky. Boom. The explosion at high altitude illuminated the entire sky above Konoha. A searing white fireball expanding and a shockwave tearing a massive hole in the clouds. The gale swept downward, rustling the garments of the onlookers. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed up at this scene, his aged face instantly drained of color. If the mere aftermath of this attack instilled such dread, the consequences of it erupting within the village were unimaginable. Hold your horses, Rakeage. The voice of Minma suddenly deepened, as he slowly raised his hand in a gesture to pause. Aren't you curious about my purpose in all of this? The Rakeage's brow furrowed tightly, yet he refrained from continuing his assault. He stood firm, glaring at Minma as if attempting to pierce through the mask. Minma surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the vigilant ANBU of Konoha, before finally returning to the Rakeage. Peace has never truly descended upon this world, he intoned, his voice suddenly imbued with a peculiar resonance. Soldiers, ninjas, and civilians, strangers who had never beheld each other's faces or known each other's names. The fierce wind suddenly rose, causing his dark robe to flutter. Dark clouds began to gather on the horizon, faint flashes of lightning flickering among them. Merely due to differing forehead protectors, merely by the edicts of those in power, they were compelled to raise their weapons and pierce one another's throats. People say it is due to differing positions that understanding eludes them. How absurd. True positions are never chosen by them. Minma raised his hand, dark chakra beginning to coalesce in his palm, forming a slowly rotating spiraling sphere. While the daimyos of various nations signed war agreements in their opulent palaces, the ninjas on the battlefield fell one by one. The spiraling sphere spun faster, the surrounding air distorting and emitting an unbearable hum. Those in high places need only to wield their pens lightly to make countless lives bleed. While ninjas must perish for the sake of an elusive greater good, the Rakeage's pupils constricted slightly. He had never anticipated hearing such words from an enemy. So let me force your hand, you foolish pawns ensnared by ambition. I will eliminate you all. Chakra erupted violently, the clouds in the sky thickening instantaneously, as thick bolts of lightning churned and roared within them. I belong to no ninja village, no nation. I shall embody war itself. The spiraling sphere hovered in his palm, its dark halo casting eerie patterns upon the fox mask. Whenever a nation dares to incite conflict, I shall descend, obliterating their armies and crushing their ambitions. Instill fear within them, and let them comprehend that should they dare to instigate war, they shall encounter a cost far more dreadful than death itself. The rotational velocity of the spiral wheel reached its zenith, and the surrounding space began to exhibit minute fissures. If peace cannot be attained through understanding, then let it be maintained by absolute despair. This is my fervent aspiration. Absurd. The iron order of the ninja world cannot permit the likes of you, a cowardly schemer, to usurp it. The roar of the Rakeage thundered like a tempest, his lightning armor erupting with ferocity, as the ground beneath him fractured into a web of cracks from the surge of chakra. Simultaneously, the voice of the third Hokage resonated. Masked man, you proclaim to halt the war, yet your actions at this moment are nothing short of an incitement to conflict. Are you aware that your previous declaration has essentially declared war against the entire world? The expressionless fox mask tilted slightly, seemingly mocking. I have declared my intent to become war itself. The black cloak billowed ominously as chakra surged, the obsidian spiral wheel spinning in his palm, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. You speak the truth. This indeed is my war against the entire world. The third Hokage furrowed his brow deeply, raising his voice suddenly. Wait. Your space-time ninjutsu is the flying thunder god, is it not? Where did you acquire such techniques? But before he could finish his thought, the masked figure had already acted. The charged spiral wheel was abruptly hurled backward, the dark energy sphere slicing through the air, plummeting toward the distant forest. In the instant of detonation, the world fell eerily silent. Boom. Following that, a blinding white light engulfed the surroundings, the shockwave radiating outward in a circular fashion. Towering trees disintegrating into mere dust within moments. A searing fireball expanded, painting half the sky crimson. The violent winds surged forth, causing the garments of all present to billow wildly, compelling even the third Hokage and the Raikage to shield themselves from the oncoming heat wave. As the brilliance faded, the distant forest bore the scars of calamity. Within 100 meters, the landscape was obliterated, replaced by a charred crater nearly 100 meters in diameter. With smoke still rising from the edges, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred earth. Declare war against the world? The voice of the masked figure remained chillingly calm, as if the devastating blow had been executed with effortless ease. Such words, if uttered by an ordinary ninja, would be dismissed as the ravings of a madman. Yet the gaze from beneath the fox mask swept over the visibly shaken expressions of the third Hokage and the Raikage, who possesses the might to transform such grandiloquence into reality. The countenance of both leaders darkened profoundly. The man who called himself the masked man was no empty bluster. When one's power is formidable enough to single-handedly threaten the entire order of the ninja world, declaring war on the world ceases to be mere bravado and transforms into a chilling reality. Come forth. I harbor no desire to harm the innocent. The voice of the masked man resonated distinctly amid the remnants of the explosion as he raised his hand, pointing toward the still-burning ruins of the forest. My only aim is the foolish Raikage, swayed by ambition. I await you there. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace, as if erased by an unseen eraser. Raikage's muscles tensed like iron, his breath heavy and searing. Such power, such ambition must be extinguished here. Without a hint of hesitation, Raikage's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of blue-white lightning, the ground beneath him collapsing into a pit at the moment of his explosive speed. His velocity was so astonishing that it left an afterimage in the air, scorching lightning marks and swirling dust in his wake. The unparalleled swiftness of the late fourth Hokage was laid bare at this moment. Raikage-sama. Hige and Darui stepped forward almost simultaneously, eager to keep pace. However, a roar erupted from the Nine-Tails beast, its massive form blocking their path. Darui's lips twitched, his previously nonchalant demeanor replaced by a grave expression. He drew his ninja blade from his back once more. It seems we cannot proceed, he murmured, his gaze sweeping over the menacing summoning beasts, who seemed tasked with impeding their advance. Hige activated his sensory ninjutsu, his fingers swiftly forming seals as cold sweat trickled down. Each chakra reaction exceeds my own. Meanwhile, the third Hokage withdrew his gaze from the direction Raikage had departed, commanding all Umbu, eliminate these summoning beasts, and then support Raikage. In an instant, the Umbu of Konoha surged forth like a tide of darkness, their eyes beneath the masks cold and focused. The glint of kunai merged into a single beam as Kakashi quietly positioned himself at the forefront of the squad, his Sharingan slowly rotating, locking onto the target. The battle was on the brink of eruption. In the distance, atop a towering roof in Konoha, a small figure with golden hair gazed helplessly at the billowing clouds of dust from the battlefield. The 3-year-old Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but sigh, resting his forehead in his hand. So my inner self is this melodramatic? His eyes were filled with exasperation. Indeed, the figure confronting Raikage and the third Hokage was none other than his shadow clone utilizing the Uzumaki Shadow Clone Experience card. The true Naruto stood here, pondering the grand declarations he had just made, nearly scraping his toes into the ground out of sheer embarrassment. How utterly shameful, while his lines had indeed been impactful. Reflecting back on them filled him with overwhelming awkwardness. His true intentions were far less grandiose. The first step was to craft a villainous persona, facilitating the recruitment of formidable rogue ninjas with varying allegiances, such as Deidara, who incessantly proclaimed that art is an explosion, or Kaku, who was solely driven by monetary gain. Then there was Zabuza, who, after failing to assassinate the Mizukage, had inadvertently become an idol among the mist ninjas. The second step involved orchestrating a crisis, making his persona a formidable threat feared by the nations, while he emerged as a genius from Konoha, a guardian against that very threat. This way, he could justifiably acquire more training resources, maximize system points, and consolidate strength at crucial moments. The third step was to prepare for future threats. Although he was uncertain of the true power of the so-called Otsutsuki aliens, if humanity engaged in constant infighting, wouldn't they be doomed when real external enemies arrived? Internal strife should be avoided whenever possible. Naruto. A sudden, urgent cry pierced the air, jolting Naruto, who nearly slipped from the rooftop. He hastily turned his head, and before him stood a familiar figure, her long black hair tousled from running, her cheeks flushed with exertion, and her chest heaving dramatically, clearly having sprinted over. Sasuke? Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated encountering her here. How could Uchiha Sasuke be present? Was she not supposed to be in the shelter with the other villagers? Before he could process this, Sasuke dashed forward, gripping his ear with a fierce tug. Wait. Ouch. That hurts. What are you doing? Naruto squirmed in pain, but froze when his gaze met Sasuke's. Her once proud dark eyes were now filled with fear. The corners slightly reddened, and her lashes still glistening with unshed tears. What do you think? Sasuke's voice trembled visibly. The village has been invaded. Everyone has gone to the shelter. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is outside? Naruto opened his mouth, intending to defend himself, but the words caught in his throat. It dawned on him that Sasuke had deliberately come out to find him. What had just transpired? Moments ago, when the alarm rang, Sasuke had hurriedly evacuated with the women and children of the Uchiha clan, while Fugaku led the Uchiha ninjas in dispersing the civilians. Itachi was on a mission outside the village, making this the first invasion incident Sasuke had experienced, aside from the memory-erasing QB chaos. When the chaos in the shelter had slightly subsided, the first thing Sasuke did was scan the surroundings, searching for that golden-haired figure. Upon discovering Naruto's absence, she anxiously inquired with the ninja responsible for the evacuation, only to receive a callous response. That fox kid? Who knows where he is? For reasons unknown, no one seemed to care about his well-being. This realization gripped Sasuke's heart like an invisible hand. She had barely managed to explain to her mother before rushing out of the shelter, sprinting through the nearly deserted village, solely to ensure his safety. That blinding white light that illuminated the entire sky. Recalling the cataclysmic explosion, Sasuke instinctively tightened her grip. Such a level of ninjutsu. Surely even her father and sister could not achieve that, could they? No, that was beyond human capability. If it had struck the village. Sasuke, are you crying? Naruto asked softly. I am not crying. Sasuke abruptly turned her face away. Forget about that. We need to go. You big fool. If that ninjutsu had detonated in the village, you would have definitely died. Without allowing him a moment to respond, she seized Naruto's hand with astonishing strength. He felt the cold sweat and slight tremor in her palm. Was she afraid for my sake? An unprecedented mix of emotions blossomed within him, both bittersweet and warm. He allowed Sasuke to pull him toward the shelter. At the edge of the charred crater, the rakige's boots crushed a smoldering piece of wood. His gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on the unnatural remnants scattered upon the ground. Within the crater lay a few specially crafted shurikens, strewn about haphazardly. On the blade of the kunai, intricate yet distinct patterns of jutsu are engraved. These symbols once instilled terror in the hearts of enemy ninjas on the battlefield. They are the ominous legacy left by that golden-haired man, the flying thunder god technique. It is astonishing that, after the death of the Golden Flash, someone has mastered this troublesome ninjutsu. A shadow silently looms over the ruins. The masked figure stands with one foot on a broken tree beam, casually toying with a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god. Despite being the most formidable space-time ninjutsu, you dare to charge in alone? His voice, laced with lazy mockery, emerges from behind the mask. Should I call you confident or arrogant? Less chatter. The thunder shadow's furious roar erupts as his figure transforms into a blinding flash of lightning. Lightning release body technique. Thunderclap axe. Raising his elbow high like a battle axe, he brings it down, the air crackling with the force of his lightning-infused might. This strike could obliterate mountains into dust, yet it is a miss. Just as the thunder shadow reaches out, the figure of the masked ninja dissipates like an illusion. The thunder shadow's nerves tighten suddenly, his eyes darting to track every kunai's position. Left, right, in front, behind, here. An instinctive warning jolts through him. With a fierce shout, he unleashes another burst of lightning. Thunderplow. The direction of his charge is precisely where the masked figure had just appeared. But in that very moment, the masked ninja smirks, hurling the kunai high into the sky. The thunder shadow's muscle memory outpaces his thoughts. Since the kunai was thrown, the enemy must have teleported into the air. He alters his trajectory mid-charge, the lightning surging upwards like a dragon's head. Yet, the sky is devoid of any presence. This is bad. A chill runs down his spine. In his ears, he hears a low, mocking laugh beneath the mask. You rely too much on predictions, Thunder Shadow. Spiral Wheel of Despair. A pitch-black sphere of chakra detonates behind the Thunder Shadow, the distorting force of collapsing space tearing cracks into his lightning armor. Agonizing pain accompanies the explosive force, launching him into the rubble, stirring a cloud of dust. Cough. The thunder shadow rises from the debris. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He wipes away the stain, the lightning armor surging once more. Yet the fervor in his eyes burns even more intensely. How splendid. The flying thunder god technique. That battle interrupted with Minato Namikaze. His fist clenches tightly. Lightning chakra surging anew. Here, let my confusion be resolved. Who truly is the fastest in the ninja world? Swish. The masked figure vanishes like a specter, only to reappear in an instant at the Thunder Shadow's flank, the spiral wheel of despair mercilessly aimed at his back. The Thunder Shadow's reflexes are formidable. As the spiral wheel of despair nears, he transforms into a blinding flash of lightning, narrowly evading the lethal strike by mere inches. Boom. The spiral wheel of despair strikes the ground, creating a massive crater 10 meters in diameter, the dark chakra rippling like waves, shaking the very air. TSK. You dodge quite swiftly. The voice of the masked ninja emerges from beneath the mask, laced with derision. The Raikage remains silent, his gaze firmly fixed on Myanmar. The arcs of lightning from his armor crackled ominously, with muscles slightly heating from intense motion. The black phantom intertwined with the lightning on the battlefield, the spiraling shuriken detonating in the enormous pit. After suffering a setback, the Raikage ceased his reckless approach and began to deftly evade Myanmar's spiraling shuriken. After a brief skirmish, he concluded that this individual was unlike Minato Namikaze. Minato's flying thunder god technique was executed with elegance, weaving a golden thread of death across the battlefield. In contrast, Myanmar's combat style was brutish and cunning. Don't get too cocky, kid. The Raikage suddenly propelled himself from the ground, the earth cracking under his immense force as he charged at Myanmar like a cannonball, lightning chakra coalescing at his fist. Lightning release, heavy flow. Myanmar did not flinch or evade, merely tossing a flying thunder god kunai into the air. With a whoosh, the Raikage's fist passed through an afterimage. While Myanmar's true form appeared in midair, the dark spiraling shuriken coalescing once more in his hand. Futile. No matter how fast you are, you cannot outpace instantaneous movement. The battle gradually devolved into a one-sided war of attrition. The Raikage's speed was indeed unparalleled in the ninja world, his lightning armor amplifying his explosive power and reflexes to the limits of human capability. However, Myanmar's flying thunder god did not merely belong to the realm of speed. This was not a contest of who was faster, but rather who could reach the finish line first. The Raikage's breaths grew heavier, the chakra in his armor depleting far beyond expectations. Each charge and each evasion severely drained his stamina, while Myanmar remained effortlessly agile. Boom. Another spiraling shuriken exploded beside the Raikage. Though he barely avoided it, the residual blast tore through the defenses of his lightning armor, leaving a bloody gash on his shoulder. Damn it. The Raikage gritted his teeth, his fighting spirit undiminished, yet the fatigue of his body was undeniable. His wounds multiplied, and the radiance of his lightning armor began to fade. Meanwhile, Myanmar remained as elusive as a specter. Do you wish to continue, Raikage? Myanmar's voice echoed from all directions. His flying thunder god kunai scattered across the battlefield, his presence seemingly omnipresent. The Raikage gasped for breath, the arcs of lightning in his armor flickering weakly. His gaze swept across the surroundings before finally locking onto Myanmar's true form. Stop underestimating me. He struck his chest fiercely, reigniting the eruption of lightning chakra. I am the Raikage. However, an unexpected situation arose. No, I no longer wish to fight. Myanmar's voice abruptly pierced through the tension, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over the heated battlefield. The Raikage's muscles momentarily froze in response. He stared intensely at Myanmar, a tempest of confusion surging within him. What was this guy saying? Clearly holding the upper hand. And knowing that dragging the battle further would only spell defeat for his side, why did he choose to halt? The Raikage's demeanor remained defiant, a cold snort escaping his throat. What, are you afraid? Yet, his nerves tightened even further. Years of combat instinct had alerted him to the unusual. Myanmar did not respond immediately. The gaze beneath the fox mask swept over the Raikage, then drifted towards the distant Konoha, as silence descended like an invisible weight, gradually enveloping the battlefield. It seemed you have misunderstood something. At last, Minma spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. He slightly raised his hand. I do not wish to fight, Not because I cannot, but because I desire to conclude this battle. As soon as the words left his lips, his 5 fingers clenched suddenly. Boom! A violent surge of wind-style chakra erupted, compressing the air into a visible whirlwind. The ground cracked beneath it, debris swirling into the air, transforming into a deadly barrage. The Rakich's lightning armor emitted a piercing hum under the wind pressure, his feet sinking deeply into the earth, carving out 2 ravines. Yet he remarkably chose not to charge forward, but instead steadied his stance. Something is amiss. This wind style is not for attack, but for sealing off movement. The Rakich's instincts screamed in alarm. He looked up, only to see Minma's figure materializing in midair, his black cloak billowing, right hand palm upwards, as a sphere of pitch-black energy gathered at a terrifying speed. This was no longer the spiral sphere. The chakra's density far exceeded that of before. The surrounding air distorted from energy overload, even faintly tearing small spatial rifts. Merely gazing upon it caused one's eyes to sting. The great spiral sphere. Please do not perish. Rakich. At the entrance of Konoha, dust swirled. The explosive sounds of ninjutsu intertwined with the roars of summoned beasts. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood at the center of the battlefield, gripping a massive staff, the Rui Jingubang. This staff was no ordinary iron. It had been transformed from his old comrade, the Monkey King Enma. Possessing the indestructible hardness of diamond, it could freely extend and change shape, even transforming into chains, long poles, or colossal pillars according to the demands of battle. Roar! The enormous tail of the azure dragon swept towards him. The third's gaze sharpened, and with a sudden extension, the Rui Bang struck down fiercely like a pillar of heaven. Bang! The air exploded as the azure dragon's scales clashed with the staff, sparks flying. The tremendous impact cracked the ground beneath the third, yet he remained steadfast, instead using the force to swing and push the azure dragon back several meters. However, before he could catch his breath, the sharp claws of the white tiger struck from the side. Lightning release, lightning ball. The timely support from Hiki repelled the white tiger with blinding lightning. Meanwhile, Darui seized the opportunity to swing his ninja blade, lightning chakra swirling around the edge as he slashed at the approaching Nine-Tails beast. The third's expression remained calm, yet his heart was heavy. These summoned beasts were exceedingly troublesome. Throughout his life of battle, he had encountered countless powerful summoned creatures, but facing 9 at once, each possessing at least the strength of an elite jonin, invoked a sense of gravity reminiscent of his last encounter with Hanzo the Salamander. The Azure Dragon and the Black Tortoise excelled in close combat, their scales as hard as iron. The White Tiger was incredibly swift, its claws capable of tearing through chakra-enhanced ninja tools. The 2 humanoid summoned beasts wielding staffs could employ sealing techniques to restrict the movements of many, while the enormous birds soaring high above continued to dive down, suppressing the formation of Konoha's Umbu. They were not mere wild beasts, but meticulously trained war instruments, each possessing a distinct combat style, seamlessly cooperating with one another. Hokage-sama. A member of the Hyuga Umbu gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Their chakra response continues to intensify." The third Hokage tightened his grip on the Rui staff, a resolute expression emerging on his aged visage. There could be no further restraint. Drawing a deep breath, the chakra within him began to surge. As a master of the 5 elemental natures and a renowned ninjutsu instructor, he seldom found himself compelled to exert his utmost strength. Yet today, confronted by this monstrous assembly of 9-tailed beasts, he commanded, "Everyone, retreat." With a commanding voice, the third Hokage swiftly formed hand seals, chakra surging within him. He was about to demonstrate to these summoned beasts the true essence of shadow-level power. The shadow clone of the third Hokage completed its seals in an instant, with one clone positioned to the west, as wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water chakra coalesced in his throat. 5 elements, great destruction technique. This was a cataclysmic ninjutsu capable of utterly tearing apart the formation of the 9-tailed beasts. However, just as the chakra was on the verge of exploding, whoosh, the figures of the 9-tailed beasts vanished without a trace. It was neither body flicker nor substitution technique, but rather as if they had been erased, leaving no residual chakra fluctuations. The aged fingers of the third Hokage tightened abruptly, forcibly halting the impending release of his ninjutsu. Something was amiss. An instinctive alarm rang out in his nerves. The disappearance of those summoned beasts was too peculiar, akin to being forcibly recalled by a power of a higher order. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his murky yet sharp eyes piercing the sky. 100 meters above, a vague silhouette hovered silently. The black robe billowed, resembling ink dissolving in clear water, as the figure coalesced a sphere of indescribable dark energy that devoured all light. Sakakes, use your Byakugan to investigate that direction. Yes, the elite member of the Hyuga branch, without hesitation, formed the necessary seals. Beneath his mask, the veins around his eyes bulged as the Byakugan's vision locked onto the shadow in the sky. Then, his breath caught in his throat. Within the Byakugan's sight, the interior of that humanoid silhouette revealed a flow of chakra far removed from what was characteristic of humanity. It was an abyss, inky viscous, and feral chakra writhed as if alive. With a crimson whirlpool churning at its core, each pulse elicited a mournful cry from the surrounding natural energy, overwhelmed by its presence. Simply gazing upon it was akin to icy tendrils creeping into his mind, tearing at his sanity. What is this? Sakake's fingertips began to tremble. On that fateful night of sacrifice, he had observed tailed beasts with his Byakugan and even encountered the chakra of the nine tails in its fury. Yet, the entity in the sky now was far more blasphemous. No, impossible. How could a human's chakra network possibly bear such magnitude? The density of the chakra had transcended mere quantity, manifesting as a denial of existence itself. It was akin to witnessing a tsunami, where fear paled in comparison to the looming wave. Cold sweat dripped from Sakake's chin, soaking through the lining of his umbu uniform. His throat spasmed. He yearned to report to the third Hokage, but found himself voiceless. Sakake's. The third Hokage's thunderous call pierced through the frozen terror enveloping him. Sakake's awakened from his nightmare, the blood in his veins reigniting its flow. His throat was parched and painful, yet he finally managed to utter a sound. Lord Hokage, we must halt that ninjutsu. Should it be unleashed, the entire village of Konoha would be reduced to rubble. The specter of death had never loomed so vividly. The third Hokage's pupils constricted sharply. Although his instincts had long sensed the impending danger, it was not until Shikufu confirmed it with his own words that the direst of premonitions morphed into reality. Sealing team, immediately establish a barrier, he commanded sternly. However, just as he prepared to form the seals, attempting to disrupt the spiraling menace in the sky, the figure above moved. Mama slowly raised his hand, and the pitch-black sphere of the great spiral began its silent descent. Its speed was not swift. In fact, it appeared almost languid, as if mocking the struggles of mortals. Yet, it was this very composure that deepened the despair. Wherever the dark sphere passed, the air twisted and shattered, with even the fabric of space unable to bear its weight. Destruction was imminent. Vortex Mama hovered above the clouds, his black cloak billowing in the turbulent winds. And on his palm, the ominous sphere of the great spiral continued to collapse, condensing in a terrifying manner. The chakra core, already profound as an abyss, now became even more solid, ensnaring light within its gravitational pull. The pitch-black energy was compressed to its limits, its surface adorned with ominous patterns, writhing like veins. Around the great spiral, the very space began to fracture. Pale energy rings materialized from thin air, rotating slowly around the dark sphere like the rings of a planet. Born from the extreme friction of chakra against natural energy, resembling a minuscule Saturn suspended in the heavens. A deep hum emanated from within the sphere. The ninjas of Konoha gazed upward, their pupils reflecting the slowly descending black star. With each inch the great spiral descended. The surrounding air emitted a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. Clouds were torn asunder, light warped, and even sound was devoured. A primordial fear seeped into the hearts of all. Beyond the dread of death, there lay an instinctual shudder of terror that transcended comprehension. Akin to ants gazing up at a falling meteorite, this was the gift of farewell. The black stardust fell slowly, like fragments of the night sky descending after being torn apart. The wreckage stood upon the cracked earth, heavy breaths echoing in his chest, each inhalation laced with searing pain. His lightning armor had long lost its luster, the once ferocious blue-white arcs now reduced to mere flickers, like a candle wavering in the wind. He raised his gaze, fixated on the ever-approaching great spiral. He had lost, utterly and completely. Mama's power exceeded his expectations. The destructive energy contained within that black sphere evoking a sense of crisis that surpassed even the day of the Eight Tails rampage. But this time, there was no sealing team, no reinforcements, only he alone standing beneath the shadow of death. To confront this strike head-on was a certainty of demise. Reikage clenched his fist, fully prepared to face death for the sake of his village. As Reikage, perishing on the battlefield is indeed a mark of honor. However, he could not simply fall without purpose. The existence of the masked man transcended personal vendettas. A lunatic capable of effortlessly unleashing such formidable jutsu posed a grave threat to the entire ninja world. Should he perish here, Kumo would lose its leader, and his demise would yield no benefit to the village. Now was not the time to die. Determination flashed in Reikage's eyes. He may be reckless, but he was certainly not foolish. A proud warrior may face death head-on, yet senseless sacrifice only plays into the hands of the enemy. Boom. The storm that had been suppressing him finally dissipated. Reikage's legs surged with power, causing the earth beneath him to collapse. He extracted every last bit of chakra within him. The lightning release armor erupted once more with blinding brilliance. Although it was far from its prime, it was sufficient for him to transform into a streak of lightning and escape the center of destruction. His figure sliced through the searing air, breaking free from the confines of the crater. Reikage did not look back. Surviving was the wisest choice at this moment. Hey, is it for real? Destroying the entire Konoha? Isn't that going a bit too far? Darui's voice carried that characteristic languor, a wry smile barely tugging at his lips. He surveyed his surroundings. The ninjas of Konoha were already thrown into disarray. The sealing team was desperately forming hand seals. The Umbu stood on high alert, and the third Hokage's expression was grim. His jest failed to elicit even a flicker of amusement from anyone present. TSK, utterly futile. Darui's smile gradually faltered, instinctively shifting his gaze to his side, where she stood. As the most exceptional censor ninja of Kumo, Shi's judgment at this moment was more crucial than any words of comfort. However, the expression on Shi's face made Darui's heart sink. The normally composed visage was now drenched in cold sweat, his pupils twitching, breath becoming rapid. It was safe to say that this was the first time Darui had witnessed such an unappealing expression on Shi's face. No, it can't be. Shi's voice emerged almost as a whisper through clenched teeth. Lord Reikage is still in that forest. The chakra of that jutsu is already comparable to that of a tailed beast. Tailed beast. Darui's throat went dry. He looked up at the sky, where a pitch-black star was slowly descending, the surrounding air twisting into a bizarre vortex. Where on earth did such a monster emerge from? Shi's fists were clenched tightly. As the Reikage's guard and right-hand man, his duty was to ensure the safety of the leader, yet in this moment, he could only stand idly by, witnessing the impending devastation. A sense of powerlessness coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, nearly suffocating him. Hey! Suddenly, a hand pressed heavily on Shi's shoulder. Darui's voice retained its languid tone, but his gaze was resolutely steadfast. I truly regret this. He paused, however. Rushing in to help now would only lead to needless death. She turned sharply, meeting Darui's calm eyes. Trust him, Darui smiled, though the smile was somewhat strained. After all, he was the Reikage, the man who upheld Kumo single-handedly and inherited the name of AI. Shi's breathing gradually steadied. He took a deep breath and slowly nodded, attempting to relax himself. Indeed, as comrades who can trust one another with our backs, believing in our allies on the battlefield is the most fundamental principle. Then, a transparent crimson barrier arose from the ground, resembling a translucent scarlet crystal, enveloping the entirety of Konoha. The West Chiyang Formation. The three shadow clones of the third Hokage stood at the triangular points of Konoha, collaborating with the sealing team to form seals. Chakra manifested as a tangible shield, and the sealing runes radiated a searing brilliance. This was a defensive barrier that only a shadow-level powerhouse from the West could conjure. Yet the third Hokage forcibly sustained it with shadow clones, at the cost of rapidly depleting his chakra. Nevertheless, the dark stardust ultimately descended. All personnel, take heed. In that instant, the world fell silent. Boom! Immediately thereafter, a blinding white light erupted. Initially, it was merely a dazzling brilliance. But then it suddenly expanded like a collapsing supernova, transforming into a pure white tide that devoured everything. The shockwave spread with terrifying speed, tearing through the earth as if it were fragile parchment, uprooting ancient trees that carbonized within a thousandth of a second, and then vaporized into nothingness. Distant mountains twisted and collapsed under the intense heat, rocks melting into crimson magma, scattered by the shockwave into a rain of fire. The clouds in the sky were completely torn apart, revealing the blood-red sunset behind. even piercing through the heavens. The red barrier of the West Qiyang Formation trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. Within the barrier, the ninjas of Konoha looked up, their pupils reflecting the scenes of devastation outside. The forest was disappearing, not through flames, nor collapse, but as if erased from the very plane of existence. In the area swept by the white light, all matter disintegrated into primordial dust, then swept skyward by the storm, transforming into a blizzard of ashes that obscured the sun. The third Hokage's true body bled from the corner of his mouth. The backlash of the barrier scorched his insides like searing flames. Yet he did not relent, his aged fingers resolutely maintaining the seals. Hold on, we must endure. Outside the barrier, the world was coming to an end. Inside the barrier, humanity held its breath, gazing at the impending apocalypse just beyond reach. A constant ringing filled his ears, and the third Hokage's vision was consumed by a chaotic darkness. He knelt on the ground, sweat trickling down his aged cheeks, creating small depressions in the scorched earth. His chakra-depleted body felt like an empty vessel, every muscle and bone protesting sharply. I cannot fall, not yet. The ringing in his ears gradually faded, replaced by indistinct shouts. Hokage-sama! Hokage-sama! Medical team! Quickly! The voices approached, as if through a thick pane of glass. He felt someone supporting his arm, allowing his taut nerves to relax slightly. I am fine. He attempted to rise, but stumbled, forced to lean on his subordinate for support. The green glow of medical ninjutsu enveloped his body, the cool chakra flowing like a stream into his parched veins, gradually alleviating the burning sensation. The darkness before his eyes began to shatter, colors piecing together in his vision, resembling a faded ink wash painting slowly revealing itself. The first sight that greeted him was that Konoha still stood tall. The residential buildings, the Hokage Rock, the familiar streets, all remained intact. The crimson barrier of the Western Red Sun Formation has dissipated, yet its sacrifice has yielded the most precious of results. Konoha has survived. The third Hokage exhaled a sigh of relief, but before the sentiment could fully settle in his heart, he instinctively turned his head and froze. Oh heavens! A dry whisper escaped his throat, akin to a rusted blade scraping against his windpipe. Beyond the shattered gates of Konoha lay a world starkly different. The once lush forests, winding dirt paths, and rolling hills had vanished, replaced by a gaping chasm several thousand meters wide and dozens of meters deep. The edges of the rock layers, exposed, revealed a glassy crystallization forged by extreme heat. The pit's bottom was a charred expanse, devoid of remnants or debris, only dust remained. Further afield, the end of destruction seamlessly melded with the horizon, as if the world's edge had been brutally severed. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning, mingling with a bizarre ozone odor that stung upon inhalation. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the fine ash from the pit's base like a dark snow. The scene before him bore a closer resemblance to divine retribution than mere battle scars. The immense pit appeared boundless, with jagged cracks reflecting the aftermath of cooled lava, while the atmosphere was steeped in the essence of scorched earth and obliteration. Such a magnitude of devastation transcended the capabilities of ordinary shinobi, surpassing even the level of a Kage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had witnessed such power before, embodied in two individuals, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. These legendary ninjas had long surpassed the realm of humanity. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that they had reached a domain only accessible to the divine. Has the ninja world now gained another harbinger of destruction? Yet the troubling reality is that there are no longer any deities among ninjas capable of countering such a force. The third's gaze trembled slightly. He comprehended the implications fully. Konoha's preservation was not the result of the Western Red Sun Formation. Had that ominous star fallen directly at the village's center, no barrier, however tenuously conjured, could have withstood it. Had Madara intentionally avoided Konoha, or did he simply disdain such a method of annihilation? Cough. The backlash from his completely depleted chakra forced the third to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet he managed to steady himself, his eyes scanning the vast pit before him. The Raikage's fate hung in the balance. While the masked man appeared to have narrowly escaped death, a cold voice resonated from above, causing the third Hokage's body to stiffen abruptly. He mechanically raised his head to behold the descending figure. Madara, with a single hand, dragged the Raikage's body as if it were a trivial trophy. The Akatsuki's was now charred, his robust form marred with burn marks, hair singed and curled, and dried blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Is this what a shadow truly signifies? Madara's voice emerged through the fox mask, casually discarding the raikage onto the ground with a dull thud. The impact stirred up a small cloud of dust. The raikage's body landed heavily, and Madara touched down silently, the hem of his black robe lifting slightly before settling. He surveyed the area, his gaze sweeping across every Konoha ninja who appeared to be bracing for an imminent confrontation. The ninjas of Konoha gripped their kunai and blades tightly, their weapons trembling in response to the instinctive quaking of their bodies when faced with an overwhelming disparity of power. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, carving disheveled trails upon their dust-laden faces. There is no need for such wariness towards me. A voice, devoid of expression, sent shivers down the spines of all present. The speaker deliberately paused, and the corners of the fox mask seemed to curve upwards in a smirk. If I wished to take your lives, you would not be standing here now. This statement struck each heart like a heavy hammer, for they all understood it was no idle threat. The enormous pit just a few kilometers away served as irrefutable evidence. Several young Konoha ninjas could no longer withstand the pressure, their knees buckling to the ground. Yet their hands remained firmly clutching their weapons. Despite their trembling legs and chattering teeth, none of the Konoha ninjas relinquished their arms. They resembled a pack of cornered wolves, aware of their impending defeat, yet still baring their teeth defiantly. Let go of Lord Raikage. The voice of Shi emerged from his throat, strained in its effort to suppress the tremors. As a sensory ninja, he could distinctly sense the faint chakra of the Raikage still flickering, albeit gravely injured. Just as she was about to charge forward, an arm intercepted him across the chest. Darui's palm pressed against Shi, his gaze fixed on the masked figure, his previously languid tone now imbued with unprecedented seriousness. Calm down, Shi. Lord Raikage is still alive. This monster has not struck. Darui inhaled deeply, forcing himself to relax his clenched jaw. He felt his molars quaking uncontrollably, yet his voice remained remarkably steady. My lord, the Cloud Village fully comprehends the current situation. He purposefully omitted the slightly disdainful term masked man, subtly maneuvering to shield Shi behind him. Regarding the incidents involving the delegation and the Byakugan, the Cloud Village was willing to overlook past grievances. The so-called war would never be instigated. Darui's throat constricted as he felt cold sweat trickling down his back. His intent was to prevent large-scale slaughter, aiming to halt war, not to perpetrate a massacre. Your desire to avert war is understood by the Cloud Village, he stated, bowing his head slightly, a gesture that elicited incredulous expressions from several Cloud ninjas. However, the incident involving the Byakugan was not the unilateral decision of the Raikage, but rather a collective resolution of the Cloud's higher echelons. He deliberately slowed his speech, ensuring that each word would be clearly conveyed. Moreover, your decision not to take Lord Raikage's life must also stem from the understanding that should the Cloud suddenly lose its shadow, a power vacuum would incite even greater turmoil. Darui raised his voice. If you are willing to show mercy this time, the Cloud Village is prepared to offer any form of compensation. This proclamation resonated powerfully. Darui lifted his gaze, fixating upon the fox mask of the figure before him. His pupils quivered, yet his stare did not falter. He was gambling, seeking a precedent rather than a corpse. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the response of the shadowy figure clad in black. Even the third Hokage involuntarily tensed. The wind swept through the scorched earth, stirring the fabric of the masked figure's dark cloak. He stood there in silence, his expression beneath the mask a mystery to all. The third Hokage. Suddenly, the voice of Minma broke the stillness. Yet his gaze did not fall upon Darui, but instead shifted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. This unexpected turn left everyone present momentarily stunned. The third Hokage slowly raised his head, the age-worn features of his face still bearing the pallor of chakra exhaustion. I advise you not to act foolishly. Minma's voice dripped with a hint of mockery. I see now, you truly cannot be labeled as evil, but foolish is undoubtedly accurate. The third's fingers twitched imperceptibly. Minma's gaze settled on the hand signs that the third had yet to fully release. That seal. It must be the dead demon-consuming seal, I suppose. It seems the battle of the Valley of the End has left you with many shadows. The black robe billowed without wind, and Minma's tone turned icy. I harbor no intentions of destroying Konoha, but should the situation escalate, that may no longer hold true. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down the third's forehead. In the end, those taut fingers finally slackened. The hand signs dissipated entirely, and this subtle gesture allowed the Konoha Inbu present to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Minma then redirected his attention to Darui, his tone once again adopting a nonchalant teasing quality. Compensation, is it? You seem to be quite the astute individual. He feigned deep contemplation, lightly tapping on his mask. Let me ponder. Perhaps the 8 tails and the 2 tails would be a splendid notion. Darui's complexion instantly drained of color. I'm afraid that won't suffice. Please consider alternatives. The Cloud Village will do its utmost to meet your demands. Minma let out a light chuckle. This sound made the hearts of all the Cloud Ninja leap into their throats. I was merely jesting. Minma waved his hand dismissively. If I truly desired the tailed beasts, do you think I would consult with you? Darui's back was now completely soaked with cold sweat. Yet he forced himself to remain steadfast, not retreating an inch. Jean, this unfamiliar term uttered by Minma caused a ripple of confusion among all. What? Darui instinctively retorted, his mind racing. This term had never surfaced in the ninja world, neither as a known village nor any rogue organization. That is the name of the organization I lead. His voice was calm and unhurried. Make sure to engrave this name into your memory. Suddenly, chakras surged violently, creating a tempest around Minma. His black robe danced wildly in the chaotic energy, the phantom of the 9 beasts flickering behind him, and let the name of fear echo throughout the ninja world. This declaration resonated like the tolling of a judgment bell, striking heavily in the hearts of all present. Minma's figure began to blur, the storm of chakra intensifying. In the final moment before his disappearance, his voice pierced through the howling winds, clear and resonant in everyone's ears. You can either meekly gnaw on the rotten fruit of peace, or allow me to impart to you the true meaning of war. Boom. The tempest of chakra erupted violently, a hurricane sweeping up clouds of dust, forcing everyone to shield their faces. The kunai slipped through his fingers as the headband was blown askew, making even standing a challenge. When the sandstorm finally subsided, only the unconscious figure of Reikage remained in the center of the clearing. The silhouette of Maji vanished like a fleeting dream, with only the deep cracks in the ground bearing witness to the reality of the preceding chaos. Naruto sat alone beside the small bed in his apartment, cradling his head in his hands, as visions from his shadow clone's memories flashed through his mind. The cataclysmic great spiraling wheel, the terrified expressions of the leaf ninjas, and the charred body of Reikage. Had the commotion I caused truly been so overwhelming? The memories of the shadow clone felt as vivid as personal experience, allowing him to vividly recall the almost reckless confidence he felt while unleashing the jutsu. Am I truly afflicted with a case of adolescent delusion? The thought made his ears burn. Those exaggerated lines and the weighty declarations now seemed utterly embarrassing upon reflection, especially that one. Either gnaw on the rotten fruit of peace, or let me show you what true war entails. How could I have uttered such words? Naruto rolled over on the bed, burying his face in the blanket. However, he quickly forced himself to regain composure and began to analyze the logic behind the shadow clone's actions. Regarding the organization's name, Ember, why was this name chosen? Through memory sharing, he grasped the thoughts of the shadow clone at that moment. Simple, concise, and powerful. Much like the Akatsuki, a single character name is not only memorable, but also carries an intimidating weight. Ember signifies the extinguishing of the flames of war, reducing them to ashes. This word embodies both destruction and the implication of finality. While it sounds impressive, might it not come across as pretentious? He recalled that the shadow clone had contemplated several alternative names. Divine punishment felt too lofty, as though it were self-aggrandizing. No blame was overly verbose and lacked conciseness. Fallen Army was too specifically targeted, aimed solely at military forces. Cage of Paradox suggested viewing war as a paradox, forever imprisoning it within a cage. But this was dismissed, as even the shadow clone found it convoluted. Ultimately, Ember was chosen as a tribute to the Akatsuki, for a single character name indeed possesses greater impact. As for the ostensible goal of using threats to halt war, this rationale sounded grandiose. Yet in the original timeline, the Third Great Ninja War had already concluded, and aside from the Western Front, there would be no significant wars among great nations. This was merely a facade. The true objective was to seize this opportunity to secretly recruit those ninjas whose righteous identities barred them from enlistment. These individuals might possess eccentric personalities or extreme ideologies, but without exception, they wielded formidable power. The foes of the future would be the Otsutsuki, Relying solely on the 5 great nations fighting independently would be utterly insufficient to confront those extraterrestrial monstrosities. There must be an organization transcending the boundaries of the ninja villages, a force capable of unifying all unconventional powers. And Ember was the first step in this grand scheme. Taking a deep breath, Naruto sat up on the bed. Outside the window, the leaf had returned to tranquility, and the villagers remained blissfully unaware that the masked man who nearly brought destruction to their village now sat in this small apartment in the guise of a 3-year-old child. Though the approach may be somewhat radical, this path must be traversed. All of this is in pursuit of amassing sufficient strength before the true apocalypse descends. This recent conflict, miraculously devoid of any casualties, has nonetheless ignited a nuclear-level uproar within the ninja world. The evidence lies plainly before all. The enormous crater outside the village of Konoha, nearly the size of the village itself. Just as Naruto requested, the names of Ember and Myanmar have swiftly permeated the entirety of the ninja realm. It can even be said that the propaganda from Mangekyo has been somewhat excessive. They have fervently exaggerated the terror of Myanmar through diplomatic channels, black market bounties, and underground intelligence networks. The Raikage, the face and mightiest force of Mangekyo, was grievously wounded to the brink of death. Known for their unyielding nature, Mangekyo has surprisingly issued a strict prohibition on any actions that might provoke Myanmar, with even the most radical hawks falling silent in the face of that gaping crater outside Konoha. Meanwhile, on the side of Konoha, the 3rd Hokage, having recuperated after the battle for quite some time, was barely on the mend. However, as the leader of the village, he must swiftly stabilize the situation. He first mobilized elite members from the Umbu to form a dedicated reconnaissance team tasked with gathering intelligence on Myanmar. Nevertheless, the 3rd Hokage expressly cautioned against excessive probing. Should any anomalies arise, tracking must be immediately ceased, and no risks can be taken. Subsequently, he urgently recalled Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were traveling abroad, in an attempt to reassure the populace with the return of the legendary Sannin. Simultaneously, Konoha rallied all ninjas proficient in Earth Release to commence the daunting task of filling in that alarming crater outside the village. This is a monumental undertaking, but it must be completed expeditiously, not only to restore the landscape, but also to eliminate the terrifying symbol that incessantly reminds people of the imminent threat of annihilation. Intriguingly, in a Wagakure, that Tsuchikage Onoki publicly condemned Mangekyo, accusing them of foolishness for their failed schemes. Shortly thereafter, a substantial bounty quietly surfaced on the black market, offering a handsome reward for any information regarding Myanmar and Ember. This old man, feigning schadenfreude on the surface, secretly seeks to engage with the organization that has instilled fear throughout the ninja world. Concurrently, the Mist Village, still under the covert manipulation of Obito, reacted as well. Obito, filled with vigilance towards this suddenly emergent powerhouse, pondered when such a figure had arisen in the ninja world. He feared that this variable could disrupt the Moon's Eye plan, promptly ordering Kurizetsu to gather intelligence on Ember with utmost diligence. The two schemers hidden behind masks sensed their plans slipping beyond their control. Meanwhile, within Mangekyo, the leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, who had yet to take action, learned of this momentous event that shook the ninja world through the intelligence network. What captured his attention even more was Myanmar's publicly declared ideology, ending war through fear. This principle resonated subtly with Nagato. They both sought to achieve peace through extreme means, yet their methods were profoundly different. Myanmar chose to become the common enemy of the entire ninja realm, employing absolute force to deter the scourge of war. Nagato's plan was markedly more radical. He intended to gather the tailed beasts and create weapons capable of obliterating entire nations with a single strike, subsequently distributing these armaments freely among the countries. His aim was to incite a brutal internal conflict among nations, compelling them to confront the horrors of war and instilling a profound fear of warfare itself. However, after careful deliberation, Nagato resolved to reach out to the Akatsuki organization. Faced with a fellow entity that shared a similar extreme vision of achieving peace, he sought to explore the potential for collaboration. Naturally, should their ideologies clash, he possessed the utmost confidence, bolstered by his Rinnegan, that he would emerge victorious. Strangely enough, a peculiar calm descended upon the ninja world. Upon witnessing the enormous crater outside of Konohagakure, the major ninja villages fell into a state of panic. They harbored fears that one day, The malevolent force known as pain might suddenly appear over their own villages, casually unleashing a devastating Shinra Tensei. Consequently, all nations simultaneously ordered a cessation of diplomatic conflicts, even halting long-standing minor border skirmishes. Then, even more bizarre occurrences unfolded. Regardless of how the 5 great nations investigated or the substantial bounties they placed, pain seemed to vanish without a trace, as if he had never existed. The Akatsuki organization, too, fell silent, appearing as though it had never been a reality. After all, who would believe that a terrifying presence capable of instilling dread throughout the ninja world could now be nothing more than a mere 3-year-old child? Naruto might have anticipated that the 3rd Hokage would summon Jiraiya and Tsunade back to the village. Over the past few days, he had deliberately altered his taijutsu training route, ensuring that he passed by the hot springs in Konoha. Regrettably, he never encountered the lecherous old man with white hair. In truth, Jiraiya had returned briefly, arriving at the hospital through the reverse summoning technique of Mount Myaboku. However, he merely paid a quick visit to the ailing 3rd Hokage, engaging in a brief conversation before hastily departing from Konoha. As for Tsunade, in her current state of despair, it was unlikely she would return unless Konoha faced utter destruction. Naruto was not in a rush to accompany Neji to the land of water for Hinata. Given the enormity of the situation, it seemed wiser to wait for the storm to subside before taking action. Ironically, the conflict that had the potential to shake the very foundations of the ninja world was ignited by the Cloud Village's orchestrated Byakugan incident, yet the true victim, Hyuga Hinata, remained largely overlooked. In the face of a madman wielding destructive power with the intent of preventing war, the life or death of a mere member of the Hyuga branch family appeared trivial. The disparity between individual destinies and the grand scheme of the world was staggering. Naruto had initially prepared to act, following the original plan where Konoha might execute Hinata as a means of appeasing the Cloud Village. However now, under the absolute deterrent power exhibited by pain, both the Cloud Village and Konoha tacitly chose to forget about this Hyuga clan member, each too fearful to take any rash actions that might provoke the wrath of that terrifying entity. This unexpected development left Naruto in a quandary. He had planned to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique at any moment, attempting to break the caged bird's fatal curse seal, but now found himself without a means to act. Though the villagers of Konoha underwent a fleeting moment of panic, life must inevitably carry on. Much like facing an insurmountable natural disaster, the people swiftly returned to their daily routines. Those who needed to cultivate the fields did so, while shopkeepers resumed their commerce. Although fear lingered, what purpose did it serve to dwell in trepidation when there was no power to change the circumstances? Life, already fraught with hardship, should not invite further torment. As the gaping chasm outside the village neared completion of its restoration, the villagers' fears gradually subsided. At last, Naruto could begin to fulfill his promises. In the dead of night, the Hyuga branch household lay enveloped in profound silence. Neji, curled up alone on the cold tatami mat, felt tears silently trace down his cheeks, dampening the fabric beside his pillow. In a clan where status was dictated by the separation of main and branch families, the bonds of blood had long been eclipsed by the coldness of tradition. For this child, losing his father meant losing the sole family member he cherished. The outside world trembled in response to earth-shattering events. The enigmatic figure of the masked man, the war-mad foe capable of annihilating the village, the emergence of the Akatsuki, and the near demise of the Raikage. Yet all of this bore no significance to Neji. At this moment, his heart was consumed by one simple and brutal truth: his father may never return. Though merely a child, in this unreasonable world, one could not survive without an early maturity. Neji had pieced together the truth from the whispers of the lower clans. His father had become a scapegoat for the main family. Father, where are you? What am I to do? Hatred? Vengeance? Resentment? These emotions would eventually ferment in the solitude of the days to come. For now, however, what enveloped this young soul was the purest, yet most brutal sorrow. The tears under the moonlight mirrored this child's shattered childhood, fading silently into the endless night. In the stillness of the deep night, a sudden voice made Neji shudder. He sprang to his feet, searching for the source of the sound. On the windowsill, illuminated by the moonlight, sat a figure clad in a black robe, their face obscured by a fox mask, leisurely perched upon the window frame. It was, of course, a transformation technique. Who are you? Neji gasped. Shoo. The masked figure raised a finger, signaling for silence. Making a fuss will not bode well for you. Before Niji could react, the figure vanished. In the next instant, a pair of hands gently rested on his shoulders. When did you? Cold sweat trickled down Niji's back as he realized that if this person desired his life, it could be taken effortlessly. What do you want? Niji's voice trembled with suppressed fear. Ah, come now, Naruto shrugged. There's no need to be so frightened. I mean you no harm. If I had intended to kill you, you would already be dead. I am merely from the Hyuga branch, Niji stammered, fighting to contain his fear as tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. If you want to be a Kugan, the main family will execute me like a caged bird. His voice trembled with fear, yet sought to communicate, while Naruto, intending merely to lighten the mood, felt a pang of guilt for the manner in which he had approached Niji. How should I put this? My intentions may be more juvenile than you imagine. Naruto chuckled softly, placing his hand back on Niji's shoulder. In any case, come with me for a moment, and you will understand. A moment's journey? Are you planning to abduct me? Niji's heartbeat quickened abruptly. He was on the verge of speaking when the scene before him suddenly distorted. This was not the blur of rapid movement, but a genuine spatial displacement. The world spun and reconfigured before his eyes, as if he had been tossed into a kaleidoscope. What is happening? Where am I now? Is this truly an abduction? I can no longer seek help. When his vision refocused, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. Niji stifled his discomfort, mechanically surveying his surroundings. It appeared to be the interior of a certain residence, flanked by ordinary Japanese corridors, with a simple sliding door ahead. All right. Naruto released his grip from Niji's shoulder. Go ahead and enter. Cherish this opportunity. It will be a long time before you encounter another. Niji hesitantly raised his gaze towards the fox mask, the eyes concealed behind it inscrutable. Although he could not fathom the meaning of those words, he found himself with no alternative. At the very least, this place did not resemble a prison. With trembling hands, he reached for the sliding door, inhaling deeply before slowly pulling it open. Father! The incredulity in his youthful voice quivered. Before him stood the face he believed he had lost forever, never to be seen again. Hayashi Hyuga knelt in the center of the room, and upon seeing his son, the sternness in his eyes softened into a gentle wave of emotion. This man, who had traversed the threshold of death, had finally fulfilled his greatest wish after rebirth. Niji. That simple call contained an abundance of unspeakable emotion. The once stern father now revealed a tenderness he had never shown before. Is it truly you, father? Niji's Byakugan misted over with tears. His precocious nature prevented him from easily believing in this unexpected joy, fearing it might be nothing more than an illusory dream, one that would lead to greater disappointment upon waking. If this were an illusion, if it were a trap, he cautiously lifted his finger, striving to recall the teachings from home. What was that seal again? Barely managing to form a half-hearted hand sign, Niji inhaled deeply, his voice trembling as he called out. Release. The technique activated, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. His father still knelt there, his once stern eyes now brimming with warmth and even a hint of sorrow. It is not an illusion, it is not an illusion. In that moment, the tears Niji had been holding back finally burst forth. The silent droplets transformed into a torrential downpour, and the once mature child could no longer maintain his facade. Father! The cry escaped his lips, filled with anguish. As his small body lunged forward, Hayashi opened his arms wide, catching his son with a steady embrace. Niji buried his face deep in his father's chest, the mingling of grievance and the joy of reunion erupting into uncontrollable sobs, echoing throughout the tranquil room. Fortunately, the upscale hotel chosen by Naruto boasted exceptional soundproofing. Leaning against the wall, Naruto crossed his arms, a faint smile gracing the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. Before him unfolded a scene that could never have transpired in the original timeline. The reunion of father and son, now vividly manifesting before his very eyes. Unlike his usual demeanor, Hayashi did not instruct his son to be strong. Instead, he gently caressed Niji's trembling back, allowing him to release his emotions within his embrace. Having altered the tragic fate of the original narrative, Naruto felt an immense joy as he observed the father and son entwined in their shared moment. Niji's sobs gradually subsided, leaving only intermittent sniffles. Hayashi's palm tenderly brushed against his son's cheek, his thumb wiping away the crystalline traces of tears. The room was filled solely with the sound of Niji's sniffling and the faint chirping of insects from outside. Father, you truly are alive. Niji knelt before Hayashi, his small hands tightly gripping his father's sleeve. I I thought you were gone. His voice diminished to a whisper, the last few words barely escaping his lips. Hayashi could feel the strength in his son's fingers. Niji, I am sorry. He gently grasped Niji's small hand. I should have been dead. But someone granted me a second chance. Hayashi slowly recounted the events of that fateful day when he was to be escorted to the hidden cloud village. And the man in the fox mask had suddenly appeared, attacking the cloud convoy to rescue him. After speaking, Hayashi turned towards the corner of the room, bowing deeply to the figure that remained leaning against the wall. Niji then remembered that a third person was present. He followed his father's gaze and saw the enigmatic masked man still maintaining his crossed-arm posture. Continue your conversation. Do not mind me, came the nonchalant voice from beneath the mask, accompanied by a casual wave of the hand. Hayashi nodded respectfully before redirecting his attention back to his son. Father. Niji's voice lowered. Was this incident truly as others say, that as a branch family member, I was sacrificed in place of the main family? Despite his overwhelming joy at his father's resurrection, the resentment regarding the cloud scheme to claim the Byakugan still lingered in Niji's heart. Hayashi remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. Indeed, that was the intention of the main family. To prevent the Byakugan from flowing out, I, as a branch member who bears a striking resemblance to my elder brother, was chosen as a substitute to be handed over to the hidden cloud. I see. Niji's voice turned icy. The realization that he was able to see his father again was purely a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the mysterious masked man, his father would have been lost forever. Father. Niji abruptly lifted his head. Is it truly because we are from the branch family that we should be exploited in such a manner? Hayashi sighed deeply, gently pressing his hand on his son's shoulder. Niji, if possible, I do not wish for you to harbor hatred towards them. This statement felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Niji's head. He stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend his father's perspective. Not hate. Why? Even when pushed towards death without reason, we should not resent the main family. Observing his son's bewilderment and anger, Hayashi's eyes reflected a deep sense of guilt. I nearly lost my life. In that moment, I comprehended a profound truth. While hatred is a simple emotion, it merely ensnares us within another cage of despair. Niji, bewildered, shook his head, unable to grasp the deeper meaning behind his father's words. However, the subsequent statement from Hisashi struck him like a thunderclap. Niji, I am truly sorry. Hisashi's voice was laden with an unprecedented guilt. It was I who chose death that day. What? Niji's expression froze. He could not fathom the implication of his father's words. Why would one voluntarily choose death when it was not necessary? Hisashi continued to elucidate. That day, the main family indeed proposed a scheme for me, a branch member, to die in place of my elder brother. Yet, it was my brother, Hinata Hisashi, who ultimately rejected this proposition. As the clan leader, his dissent rendered the plan futile. Niji's mind was engulfed in confusion. But why? My brother intended to sacrifice his own Byakugan and surrender himself to the hidden cloud. Hisashi's tone grew somber. I have harbored a deep-seated hatred towards the main family throughout my life, and that remains unchanged. Yet, in that moment, I willingly offered to take his place. Niji's pupils dilated in shock. However, my motive was not to protect the main family. Hisashi's gaze softened, but to safeguard my brother, to die for my loved ones. That was the first time I truly possessed the right to choose. He gently placed his hand upon Niji's shoulder, his voice resolute yet tender. Niji, my son, I do not wish for you to be shackled by hatred. I have come to realize that your well-being is of paramount importance. Therefore, do not believe that your life exists solely for the sake of the main family, until you find something truly worth protecting. Hisashi paused, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. Yet, if you ever find yourself in peril, I hope you endure until the end. This, I confess, is my selfish desire as a father. In the moments that followed, the dialogue between Hisashi and Niji transformed into a gentle and warm exchange. There were no conflicts of the ninja world, no familial grievances, merely the most ordinary father-son banter. For instance, he reminded Niji to eat regularly, not to be picky, to rest despite the rigors of training, and to dress warmly in winter. If you encounter insurmountable difficulties, seek out your uncle. He may be strict, but he will certainly assist you. Do not take your frustrations out on others, nor should you place excessive pressure upon yourself. Once you enroll in the Ninja Academy, listen attentively to your teachers. However, if anyone bullies you, do not endure it silently. Niji lowered his head, yet he etched every word of his father's advice firmly in his heart. These reminders were ordinary, trivial, even somewhat nagging. Yet each one was imbued with his father's sincere concern. Niji listened quietly, gradually storing these simple warmths deep within his soul. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside gradually brightened. The distant woods echoed with the melodies of early birds, their clear calls shattering the night's silence. Dawn was approaching. Ultimately, the moment of parting arrived, and Niji's emotions erupted forth. Despite his efforts to bite his lip, tears streamed down uncontrollably. The father's voice trembled with emotion. "Please, do not leave me." The son gently wiped the tears from the child's face. "I have not abandoned you. I merely require a temporary separation. Even if we are not in the same place, I shall always watch over you and remain concerned for your well-being." Observing this heart-wrenching scene, Naruto, leaning against the wall, let out a sudden sigh. "If you truly do not wish to part, then simply stay," he interjected nonchalantly. Both Hayashi and Niji froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. "After Niji remains here, I shall inform the head of the Hyuga clan. Given my current reputation in the shinobi world, he will not oppose it." This was the most straightforward solution, for Naruto despised unnecessary displays of sorrow. With the current influence of Hinata, even if he were to approach the third Hokage about taking the children of the Hyuga clan, the latter would likely not dare to voice any objections. However, after a brief silence, Hayashi provided an unexpected response. "Lord Minato, please take Niji back to Konoha." Niji abruptly looked up, his eyes wide with disbelief. A wave of grievance washed over him. Was his father truly choosing to abandon him? Fortunately, there was no melodramatic "I am doing this for your own good, but I will not say it" scenario. Hayashi did not allow this misunderstanding to linger. Meeting his son's gaze, he spoke earnestly. "Niji, this is not abandonment. Lord Minato has granted me a second chance at life, and I have sworn loyalty to him. Yet, you are still too young to accompany me in a life of evasion. Only in Konoha can you forge new bonds. Your life should not be confined to my side. In the future, you will make friends, encounter mentors, and perhaps even meet someone you cherish. These precious connections can only be experienced through your own journey." Niji's tears continued to flow, yet he grasped the deeper meaning of his father's words. This was not abandonment. It was a means to grant him a broader future. In a final embrace, Hayashi held his son tightly and whispered in his ear, "Remember, regardless of the distance between us, you will always be my pride and joy." As dawn broke dimly, within the Hyuga branch household, the flicker of the flying thunder god illuminated Niji's figure as he quietly appeared in his room, without disturbing anyone. Once Naruto confirmed his safe return, he waved casually. "All right, do your best from now on, Niji." He turned to leave, but then Niji called out, "Wait, Lord Minato." Naruto paused and turned back to see Niji, fists clenched, his Byakugan still bearing traces of tears, yet his gaze was resolute. "I truly thank you." Niji's voice quivered but articulated each word clearly. "I do not know how to express my gratitude." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. "It is no trouble at all. Besides, saving your father benefits me as well." Niji took a deep breath, his small chest heaving. "I am too weak now to repay you." His voice grew stronger. "But if there comes a day when you require strength." As I was about to finish my words, Naruto suddenly extended his hand and gently flicked Niji's forehead. "Honestly, you have not absorbed a single word of your father's most vital advice." Niji, clutching his forehead, appeared somewhat bewildered. Naruto retorted with annoyance. "I am not so destitute as to require assistance from a child. No, this is not assistance. It is an oath of loyalty, and it is unnecessary." Niji's eyes widened slightly, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Why would one refuse the chance to repay a debt of gratitude? Is it truly because I am so weak? His small hand instinctively tightened around the hem of his garment. Are the children of the ninja world so precociously mature? Beneath his mask, Naruto let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Although his actual age was merely 1 year younger than Niji, his psychological maturity had surpassed 2 decades. Reflecting on his own naive self at that genuine age, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for this painfully precocious child before him. Due to a brush with death, your father's aspirations have transformed. Initially, he may have wished for you to become the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, the heir to the family legacy. Yet now, all he desires is for you to grow up safely. He leaned down slightly. Do not squander his heartfelt intentions. Niji's pupils trembled ever so slightly. After a moment of silence, he softly inquired, "Did my father truly come so close to being separated, unable to choose why he lived?" only able to decide why he would die. He lifted his gaze, his pure white eyes fixed on Naruto's mask. Lord Naruto, do you believe that the fate of separation can only be altered through such means? Naruto straightened, his dark cloak gently swaying in the morning breeze. No. His response was succinct and resolute. To alter one's fate through death is far too tragic. Neji held his breath, listening intently. I believe that all misfortunes in this world arise from the inadequacies of those involved. The morning wind rustled through the courtyard, leaves whispering softly. Ultimately, this is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. Konoha fears the Cloud Village and its potential for conflict. The Hyuga clan cannot defy Konoha's orders. And as a branch family member, Neji finds it impossible to resist the decisions of the main family. Neji's fists clenched unconsciously. However, I have altered your father's fate. He extended his hand, gently resting it atop Neji's head. The reasoning is simple. Konoha fears the cloud, fears me, and Konoha, too, fears me. For I am stronger than they are, and that is all there is to it. Stronger than anyone, Neji murmured. Can I also change my fate? Who knows? Naruto shrugged casually, yet continued. Whether you can break free from the constraints of the main and branch families through your own strength depends solely on you. However, within the current Hyuga clan, you have undeniably inherited the most exceptional talents. That is a truth no one can dispute. Neji hesitated, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. His father had spoken similar words. Observing Neji lost in thought, Naruto prepared to turn away once more. At that moment, a small hand suddenly grasped his sleeve. Turning back, Naruto was met with Neji's face, etched with an expression of unyielding determination. In his eyes burned a stubborn flame. Indeed, Naruto sighed inwardly. Is the gratitude without expectation still difficult for you to accept? Neji nodded heavily, his voice resolute, betraying his tender age. Yes. I understand that I am currently too weak to repay you. His small hand tightened its grip. But that does not signify the future. I shall undoubtedly become a formidable ninja. Lord Mato, please grant me an opportunity. Neji nearly shouted, declaring that this was not for his father, but a path of his own choosing. Naruto could only chuckle softly, slowly turning away. Neji felt the fabric of his sleeve gently pulled from his grasp, leaving an emptiness in his heart. Just then, an object suddenly flew towards him. Neji instinctively caught it, looking down to find his pupils constricting with shock. This is... In his hand lay Mato's iconic fox mask. Neji quickly raised his gaze, only to see Mato's back turned to him. The visage that the entire ninja world yearned to uncover was now laid bare before him without defense. Yet, Neji did not look. If in the future you possess the confidence to stand before me, bring this along. The morning sun blossomed behind him, casting a brilliant halo around him, piercing Neji's heart. Let me witness with my own eyes the so-called talents of the Hyuga clan. Neji stared blankly at the figure before him. The morning light descended, cloaking the world in white. The blinding rays compelled Neji to squint, and when he rubbed his eyes and opened them again, the figure had vanished. Lord Mato, Neji called out in a panic, his voice echoing in the empty room. The experiences of that night felt surreal, almost dreamlike. In the next moment, the cold touch in his hand affirmed the reality of it all. The mask that instilled fear throughout the ninja world now rested quietly in his palm. Neji gazed down at the mask, then lifted his eyes to the rising sun. In that moment, the seeds of his dreams took root and began to blossom. In the morning light, an unprecedented spark ignited within the child's eyes. From this day forth, Hyuga Neji embarked on a new journey in life. I am truly grateful to you, Lord Mato. Hinata Hizashi bowed deeply, his voice solemn, filled with an ineffable sense of relief. At last, it was over. He had not only survived, but could once again see Neji. However, Naruto merely waved his hand dismissively. All right, I understand, he interrupted lazily. Since this matter has finally reached a conclusion, let's dispense with the formalities. Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, then a bittersweet smile crept across his face. The individual before him possessed enough power to upend the ninja world, yet remained indifferent to the gratitude of others. Yes, he nodded, if you have any commands. Hinata Hizashi will not hesitate to obey. Naruto glanced at him, realizing that even with the establishment of an organization, he could still be a hands-off manager. Yet, more delightful to him was the system notification that echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have established a bond with the character Hinata Hayashi at level 7, maxed out. Points earned, 150. Ding! Congratulations. Host, You have established a bond with the character Hinata Niji at level 7, maxed out. Points earned, 700. A gentle reminder, level 7 of ordinary affection signifies completion. To further elevate the bond, a qualitative change in the relationship is necessary. Maxed out already? It seems that this father-son duo's gratitude towards me has reached an unwavering level. A qualitative change? Could it be possible to advance even further? For instance, perhaps in the future, I could take Niji as my disciple, or even invite him to join the Akatsuki organization. Now, Naruto has accumulated 1650 points, allowing him to conduct another 10 consecutive draws. However, did reaching level 7 truly signify that the affection had peaked? I never anticipated that a mere verbal exchange with Niji could lead to such an overwhelming level of fondness, to the point where he would be willing to lay bare his heart for me. Absurd. Yet, upon reflection, there do exist similar instances within the ninja world. Take Kimimaro. For example, Orochimaru merely offered him a dose of motivational wisdom, and Kimimaro completely succumbed, even willing to become Orochimaru's new vessel, fighting until the very last moment of his life. Therefore, Niji's loyalty to me now must be of a comparable caliber. Are the people of the ninja world truly so easily swayed? Nonetheless, beyond Niji, I am far more concerned about the bond level with another individual, Satsuki. Currently, her bond level stands at 5, 2 levels shy of the maximum 7. What does level 5 signify? As this question surfaced in my mind, the system promptly provided a response. Satsuki bond level 5. The other party regards you as a close friend. Your existence has become an indispensable part of her life. Current relationship, deep trust, emotional reliance. Development trend. With time, this bond will naturally transcend to a higher level of soulful companionship or love. Naruto gazed at the last 2 words, engulfed in a moment of silence. Love? The former option is understandable. The relationship between Naruto and Satsuki in the original work embodies that transcendent bond of friendship. But the latter option, love? Satsuki as a girlfriend? His thoughts began to veer off course. To be fair, Satsuki's beauty is undeniably impeccable. Even after her transformation, she retains the pinnacle of attractiveness. Moreover, the current Satsuki has not experienced the tragedy of her clan's destruction. Her personality is not as somber as in the original work, instead possessing a touch of adorable arrogance. Having a girlfriend like her seems rather appealing. Wait. When did I begin harboring such dangerous thoughts? I distinctly remember that my initial impression upon meeting Satsuki was that I wished to have a daughter as adorable as her in the future. This is not right. Something is definitely amiss. Could Indra's chakra be influencing me? Lord Asuma? Hinata's puzzled voice pulled Naruto back to reality. He realized that his state was somewhat peculiar and promptly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Ahem, it's nothing. Naruto swiftly transitioned into a serious demeanor. You are aware of my intentions, are you not? Indeed, Hinata replied respectfully, bowing his head. To use force to deter nations and prevent the outbreak of war. Since Lord Minmo wishes to establish an organization, may I inquire about the progress of its formation? A sudden silence enveloped the air for a few seconds, including you. We currently have 2 members, Naruto stated, his tone tinged with subtle embarrassment as he disclosed this rather shameful truth. However, Hinata's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded steadily. I see. Will Lord Minmo prioritize establishing a base or recruiting capable individuals first? His voice was calm. Hinata had already resolved to devote his loyalty unreservedly to Minmo, regardless of the reasons or costs involved. This determination had long been solidified, although Minmo was a formidable figure in the shinobi world. Hinata had witnessed the lengths Minmo went to arrange a meeting between himself and his son. He was acutely aware that a genuine fire of justice burned within the depths of this leader's heart. As the younger brother of the Hyuga clan head, Hinata possessed considerable management acumen. For years, he and his elder brother had jointly overseen the affairs of the Hyuga household, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he was the right hand of the clan head. Reflecting on the past, he harbored resentment towards the main family due to the constraints of the caged bird seal. However, his animosity towards his elder brother, the clan head, had never truly taken root. The birth of Niji altered everything. When this exceptionally gifted son exhibited astonishing talents, yet was still subjected to the stigma of the caged bird seal, while the clan head's daughter, despite her mediocre abilities, was spared this humiliation due to her status, the suppressed resentment that had lingered for years finally erupted. He accepted his fate as a branch family member. for his talents could at best be deemed that of an average jounin. Yet, witnessing Niji facing the same fate ignited the long-buried frustration within him. "I will take charge of recruiting members. You shall oversee the construction of our base," Hinata asserted. The Land of Water, being a neutral territory, has lenient information control and lacks its own shinobi village. Thus it will not be under the keen scrutiny of the 5 great nations. Furthermore, with a thriving tourism industry and a high volume of personnel movement, it is an ideal location for our base. Naruto delineated his requirements. First, we must establish a legitimate front. It would be best to disguise our activities under the guise of a legitimate business. Secondly, the main base must be concealed and defensible. Can this be accomplished? Hinata nodded slightly. I understand, and will strive to fulfill Lord Menma's directives. Though the demands appeared intricate, they were not insurmountable. Without revealing the identity of the organization, Hinata merely needed to assume the role of an ordinary merchant to establish a business in the Land of Water. The real challenge lay in securing funding. Naruto could not personally oversee the construction, yet he could not leave Hinata to start from scratch. How much savings did Naruto possess? 500,000 ryo, he replied, most of which had been acquired through the system's lottery. While this amount could barely cover a down payment for a house in Konoha, it was woefully insufficient as startup capital for the organization. Contemplating this, Naruto felt a pang of regret after severely injuring the rakeage. He could have easily extorted a sum from Kumogakure. However, having just delivered a statement that shook the shinobi world, it would have seemed rather undignified to immediately ask for money. Moreover, the validity of the experience card is drawing to a close. However, apart from his savings, Naruto possesses other items that can be converted into currency. Suddenly, with a soft thud, a piece of metal shimmering with a peculiar luster materialized on the table. This was a remnant from his previous conquests. Naruto remarked nonchalantly, tapping his fingertip on the metallic surface, suggesting it could be exchanged for some initial capital. What is the current market price? After leaning in for a closer inspection, Hinata could hardly conceal his astonishment. Is this chakra metal? As a core member of the Hyuga branch family, he had only encountered this rare material once during a significant family celebration, where the offering was scarcely the size of a thumb, while the piece before him was as large as half a palm. Hinata cautiously cradled the metal, weighing it in his hands. Presently, on the black market, it's valued at approximately 100,000 ryo per gram. 100,000 ryo per gram? Wait, how much? Naruto's expression beneath his mask suddenly froze, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. 100,000 per gram? That would mean the 500 grams he had hoarded in his system space amounted to a staggering 150 million ryo. Such a figure could even secure a bounty on the black market for a summa. Was it excessive to use a summa as a unit of measurement? Ultimately, Naruto entrusted Hinata with 1,000 grams of chakra metal as initial funding, along with another item. A manuscript for the Ninja World version of Fido Sky. Uncertain of the remuneration in this world, he speculated that the original work by Jiraiya, which earned a handsome profit from the tales of Little Liu Bei, could also serve as a source of income. After settling the business at hand, Naruto reiterated his instructions, advising Hinata to activate the Flying Thunder God mark on him in case of an emergency. With that, he vanished in a swift motion. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto first transformed into the guise of an ordinary villager, purchasing several fox masks at the market, having already gifted one to Niji. He then seamlessly resumed his daily training routine. A few mornings later, as Naruto engaged in his morning exercises, a chorus of shouts abruptly pierced the air. Oh, to better unleash our youth during the next crisis in Konoha, let us commence with 100 laps around the village, followed by 100 laps of walking on our hands. Lastly, 500 push-ups and 500 finger push-ups. Passers-by cast curious glances akin to those directed at a rare beast, some even bursting into laughter. Yet that green figure had long since grown accustomed to such treatment, having established a response to such gazes long ago. Laugh if you must, but I shall not cease. He proclaimed himself the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. However, Guy was not mad, merely an excessively passionate man. With his iconic kappa hairstyle, thick brows, and blindingly bright green bodysuit. Indeed, the azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, had finally returned to the village. Fortunately, this fellow had been away on a mission while Naruto was causing a ruckus in Konoha. Naruto silently reflected, subtly adjusting his training route to inadvertently draw closer to Guy's direction. Wait a moment. This senior, Who is sweating youth? A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out from behind. Might Guy abruptly halted, raising a small whirlwind of dust beneath his feet. He spun around, his thick brows arching high, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Oh, could it be that someone has finally grasped the essence of my youthful journey? However, as he discerned the arrival, his exuberant words abruptly ceased. Although the voice suggested youth, the sight before him, a small child no taller than his knee, with golden hair and blue eyes, left Kai momentarily speechless. The earnest expression on the 3-year-old's face created an oddly enchanting dissonance. I see it now, exclaimed the little Naruto, hands on his hips, tilting his head back to declare loudly, Senior, you must be a Jonin of Konoha, and an exceptionally strong one at that. Might Guy was taken aback, but in the next moment, his expression blossomed with a radiant brilliance. With a resounding chime, his pearly white teeth reflected a dazzling beam of light, as if even the sun above conspired to enhance his performance. Indeed, Kai responded with a thunderous voice, his right thumb raised high. I am the proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy. His voice echoed through the streets. What brings you here? The future of Konoha. Since your training in taijutsu. Senior, Naruto puffed out his small chest. Let's have a race. I am also working hard to become a powerful ninja. Before his words could fade, Might Guy's body suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. His thick brows shot up, and his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. How remarkable! Accompanied by a deafening cheer, tears streamed down Kai's face like a flood breaking its dam. He crouched down suddenly, grasping Naruto's tiny hand tightly. To comprehend the essence of youth at such a tender age. I admire your courage. Very well. I accept your challenge. With that, Kai sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings like a radar, ultimately locking his gaze upon a tree not far away. He extended his arm, his index finger pointing decisively at the target. It's settled. We shall race to see who reaches that tree first. The loser must do one push-up. Naruto followed Kai's pointed direction. The tree was no more than 10 meters away. Initially taken aback, he soon realized. So this burly fellow has such a meticulous mind? With a gentle shake of his head, a sense of maturity beyond his years surfaced on his youthful face, despite the lingering clarity of childhood in his voice. No, Mr. Kai, if I may address you thus, this is no mere game. I yearn for a pure contest of taijutsu. My resolve has long surpassed my age. Kai's figure suddenly stilled. He gazed at the child before him, who barely reached his waist, and he recognized the distinction within this young soul. Indeed, Kai knelt once more, lowering himself to meet Naruto's gaze, his palm resting gently on the boy's shoulder. Such depth of realization resides within those eyes. Kai's gaze became intense. Tell me, young one, what burdens you with such maturity beyond your years? Naruto understood this was a pivotal moment for forging bonds. Facing Kai, the appropriate response was clear. I wish to grow stronger, to become a powerful ninja capable of protecting those dear to me. The air seemed to freeze at that instant. Kai's pupils widened slightly, and then he exclaimed, This is youth. A deafening roar shattered the sky, startling the birds perched atop the trees. Kai abruptly rose to his feet, casting his gaze skyward as he let out a long, mournful howl, tears cascading down his cheeks like a rushing spring. I understand now. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as my opponent, Mate Kai. Age, merely a numerical record of time. He assumed a starting position, beckoning, come, try to keep pace with me. No sooner had the words left his lips than Kai surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Yet, Naruto quickly discerned that Kai was deliberately moderating his speed, maintaining a rhythm that allowed just enough leeway to keep up. The first step had been successful. A subtle smile graced Naruto's lips as he took small strides to follow. In the morning light, the figures of one large and one small left intertwined footprints upon the streets of Konoha. Mate Kai led the way, attuned to the resolute footsteps echoing behind him. A smile unconsciously crept onto his face, although Kai had long since grown accustomed to the peculiar glances of passers-by. The presence of this tiny follower still stirred a warmth within his chest. The footsteps behind him were a pure acknowledgement of his youthful journey, even if they came from a mere 3-year-old child. Even more astonishing to Kai was the fact that this golden-haired little fellow was keeping pace with him, showing no signs of lagging behind. Judging by the rhythm of his breath and the steadiness of his steps, it was evident that the child possessed a physical foundation far beyond his years, undoubtedly the result of rigorous training over time. However, Mate Kai remained unconvinced that Naruto could complete 100 laps around Konoha. Such an exertion was simply too great for a child. Indeed, no matter how much training one undergoes, a child of that age cannot accomplish what is beyond their capability. Excessive exertion could even lead to physical harm. Yet, Uzumaki Naruto was no ordinary child. Though he appeared to be merely a 3-year-old infant, within that seemingly tender body lay a strength that surpassed that of his peers. First and foremost, the systematic enhancement of his physical skills had elevated the density of his muscle fibers and the strength of his bones by significant percentages. Each morning, while children of his age remained snug in their warm beds, Naruto would don specially designed weighted training gear and commence his regimen. Adjusting his breathing rhythm, Naruto maintained perfect composure as sweat dripped from the tips of his golden hair. His training regimen was nothing short of Spartan: 500 push-ups, 500 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer weighted run. Such intensity would challenge even adult ninjas, yet Naruto persevered day after day, gritting his teeth to see it through. Ordinary children subjected to such near-sadistic training would undoubtedly suffer physical repercussions. However, Naruto was impervious to such harm. Thanks to the unique properties of his lineage, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, the vast ocean of chakra within him, coupled with an indomitable vitality, propelled him to transcend one physical limit after another. Whenever his muscles cried out in agony, chakra would flow automatically, mending the tiny injuries. And when his lungs burned with pain, his formidable life force would bestow upon him renewed strength. This was Naruto now. It is no exaggeration to say that, under the condition of fully developing his innate talent and without wasting time on frivolities such as applying makeup for his father, he possesses the confidence to defeat an ordinary genin solely through his physical prowess. Those days of relentless training and the sweat shed in unseen corners have transformed into the strength to persevere at this very moment. Inside Might Guy, tumultuous waves of emotion surge forth. He can no longer recall how many times he thought the footsteps behind him would cease. At every turn and incline, he had secretly prepared himself to offer words of comfort. In his mind, he had rehearsed those encouraging phrases countless times. Do not be disheartened. At your age, you have far surpassed the me of yesteryears. When you grow a bit older, let us together unleash the fervor of our youth. Keep going. The future of Konoha. He even envisioned gifting his cherished green training suit to this child, imagining how splendidly the vibrant fabric would suit this spirited little fellow. However, reality repeatedly shattered his expectations. That small figure remained steadfastly at his heels. Guy could distinctly hear Naruto adjusting his breathing rhythm, a skill honed through extensive training. The mere thought quickened Guy's heartbeat, not from fatigue, but from an uncontrollable excitement. A genius. Moreover, a genius with the invaluable trait of diligence. This realization ignited a fervor within his veins. As the streets of Konoha gradually buzzed with life, the morning mist dissipated and the sunlight grew intense. Residents flung open their windows, vendors began to set up their stalls, and everyone marveled at the sight of the duo racing around the village. 1 lap, 2 laps, sweat left winding trails on the road, only to be evaporated by the midday sun. Upon reaching the 99th lap, Guy subtly slowed his pace. In the final lap, he adjusted his speed to match Naruto's stride. Ultimately, both crossed the starting line simultaneously, leaving a distinct imprint of their footsteps. Naruto immediately bent down, resting his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. His golden bangs, drenched in sweat, clung to his flushed cheeks. From dawn to noon, completing 100 laps around Konoha was an achievement that many genin would find daunting. It seems. Guy's voice trembled with excitement. This time, we have a draw. He crouched down to meet Naruto's gaze, his thick brows unable to conceal his admiration. Incredible. Your perseverance marks you as a true diligence-driven genius. He raised his iconic thumb in approval, the sunlight reflecting off his pearly white teeth, revealing a dazzling smile. Naruto straightened up, wiping the beads of sweat cascading down his forehead with his sleeve. He panted lightly. No matter how high one's talent may be, effort is indispensable. For effort will never betray you. Oh my. Tears of joy welled up in Guy's eyes once more. What a profound statement. This is the essence of a truly radiant youth. The air was thick with the warmth of their morning run, and their breaths mingled in the brief silence. Suddenly, Naruto lifted his head, locking eyes with Guy. Mr. Kai, you are deliberately slowing down the pace to accommodate me, aren't you? This statement struck Kai like a powerful blow, rendering his body momentarily rigid. His thick brows arched high, and a visible panic flickered across his face. Letting it go? Ha ha ha. Kai's laughter erupted, loud yet tinged with an unmistakable artificiality, resembling a rehearsed chuckle. How could this be possible? This competition is undoubtedly a genuine draw. You must not doubt the fruits of your labor. Ha ha ha. That contrived laughter echoed in the air, and Naruto, observing Kai's flustered demeanor, couldn't help but smile at this awkward man, clearly unskilled in the art of deception. You need not disguise it, Naruto shook his head. Although I initiated this competition, I possess a clear understanding of my own capabilities. To compete with a jonin from Konoha? Even if I had trained since the day I was born, a true draw would be unattainable. Kai scratched his head awkwardly, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Ah, indeed, a genius you are, with a maturity that shines so brilliantly. Such is the allure of youth. Yet, in the next moment, Naruto's words jolted Kai profoundly. However, it is precisely because of the possibility of failure that effort becomes so radiant. This is the essence of youth. This utterance struck Kai's heart like a bolt of lightning, causing his pupils to dilate slightly. For years, he had fervently extolled the fervor of youth, yet at this moment, he heard the most poignant words from the lips of a mere 3-year-old child. Naruto inhaled deeply, his small chest rising and falling dramatically, beads of sweat cascading down his cheek. He raised his arm, pointing with a slightly juvenile, yet remarkably resolute finger at Might Guy. Mr. Kai, I have lost this competition, but I will never give up. His voice rang clear in the morning light. One day, I shall become a stronger ninja than you. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves, casting radiant glimmers in Naruto's azure eyes. The worth of a person lies not in what they become, but in what they surpass. Today, I have transcended my limits. Tomorrow, the day after, and surely one day, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will surpass you. Kai's body jolted, his thick brows lifting once more as he mulled over the profundity of those words. His eyes, usually brimming with enthusiasm, now sparkled with contemplation. Suddenly, he erupted with a deafening shout. Exactly. Kai's voice thundered. Never feel ashamed of your efforts. Challenge the seemingly impossible heights. Push yourself to the brink, and create your own rules. This is, his voice lowered, yet carried in even greater strength, the true essence of self-discipline. In the next moment, to Naruto's surprise, Kai suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face, and opened his arms to envelop him in a robust embrace. His strong arms completely enveloped Naruto's small frame. Even if you lost the competition, you have perfectly showcased the brilliance of youth. I am immeasurably proud of your efforts. Naruto was momentarily taken aback by the sudden surge of enthusiasm directed towards him. Just then, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have established a level 3 bond with the character Might Guy. Points earned, 750. After bidding farewell to Might Guy at noon, Naruto, as was his custom, made his way to the place where he usually spent time with Satsuki. Regrettably, she was absent today, which was not entirely unusual, as she often missed a day or two each week. With no other option, Naruto devoted the afternoon to training his ninjutsu. Upon completing his training, Naruto walked home under the setting sun, his steps light and his lips curling into a smile. His encounter with Might Guy had exceeded his expectations. The fiery enthusiasm of that man made it astonishingly easy to gain favor. Just a single meeting had propelled their bond to level 3. A rate of ascent surpassed only by those who had saved his life, such as Jiraiya and Niji's father. With 2,400 points in hand, he was on the verge of 2 10-draw lotteries. The anticipation of the upcoming draw quickened his pace, filling his steps with a buoyant eagerness. As he rounded a few corners, he entered a relatively quiet street. Though the evening was still early, this path was seldom traveled before dinner. Suddenly, the joyful atmosphere was shattered by a cacophony of harsh voices. What is that? Such ugly eyes, a sinister gaze like a monster. Yes, yes, the white-eyed monster. Get away, white-eyed monster. Naruto halted abruptly as he spotted 3 unruly children of similar age encircling a small girl who was crouched in the middle, trembling. Their taunts echoed painfully in the empty street. I'm not. The girl's attempts to defend herself were mercilessly drowned out by their laughter. She hugged her knees tightly, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. This reaction seemed only to incite the bullies further, as they circled her, exaggeratedly mimicking her distress. Hey, you 3 annoying brats up ahead. A voice suddenly rang out through the desolate street, causing the bullies to spin around like startled rabbits. Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a blond boy of their own age, their tense shoulders relaxed, and the disdainful arrogance returned to their faces. What? Just a little kid? The ringleader scoffed in an exaggerated tone. I thought it was adults coming. How foolish to meddle in others' affairs alone. Fool, fool. The other two echoed, deliberately making grotesque faces. However, contrary to their expectations, the blond boy did not display fear or anger. Instead, he wore an unsettlingly calm smile. That smile was eerily serene, gradually causing the bully's shouts to weaken as they exchanged bewildered glances, finding his reaction entirely contrary to what they anticipated. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Naruto slowly began to speak. It is indeed remarkable that the distinction between humans and animals lies in the fact that animals act on instinct, while humans are restrained by upbringing. Yet, some individuals resemble animals in their behavior, which is quite lamentable. The three unruly children were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting from confusion to embarrassment and anger. Although they did not fully comprehend the depth of the statement, they were acutely aware that they were being publicly humiliated. You fool!" exclaimed the leader. His face flushed red, struggling to muster a more sophisticated insult, but only managing this meager remark. Faced with such a feeble attack, Naruto nearly laughed. The purity of this insult was so lacking that it would not even qualify as entry-level banter in his previous life. Though it is generally unbecoming for an adult to bully a child, he himself was merely a child at this moment. Moreover, Naruto despised the phenomenon of bullying. "I say," he remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the trio, "is it that no one ever pays you any mind? Is that why you seek validation by picking on those weaker than yourselves?" He feigned regret, shaking his head, but the desperate attempt at self-importance was truly pitiable. In this world devoid of the internet, Naruto hadn't even begun to unleash a fraction of the acerbic wit he wielded in online forums. Nevertheless, his words were sufficient to thoroughly provoke the three unruly children. What? Bastard! Show him what we're made of." The leader, enraged and humiliated, turned an even deeper shade of crimson. He lunged at Naruto, swinging his fist wildly, lacking even the most basic form of technique. With a soft thud, Naruto, smiling, effortlessly caught the punch with one hand, his palm barely open. Internally, he began to ridicule the absurdity of the situation. The contrast in the level of combat was too extreme. Just recently, he had been battling the Raikage, and now he found himself in a scuffle with this band of miscreants. Naruto understood the value of respecting one's elders and cherishing the young, but respect must be earned. He felt no pity for these bullies. With a gentle exertion of force, the child whose fist he had captured let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His grotesque face contorted in agony, tears and mucus streaming down. Naruto released him at the opportune moment, and the child staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wrist and sobbing. "Enough," Naruto declared, clapping his hands with a chilling tone. "Now, vanish from my sight at once." However, another child seemed undeterred. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Don't be afraid. He is alone. We are three. There are no adults around. Let us take him down together." The three children, emboldened by each other, charged at him once more. Naruto sighed in resignation. He had no intention of bullying children, but if they were both aggressors and unrepentant, that was another matter entirely. "Ow! Mommy! I'm sorry. We want to do it again. Please stop." The three unruly children curled up on the ground, their faces smeared with tears and snot, their earlier bravado utterly dissipated. Although they had instigated the provocation, they now presented themselves as pitiable victims. Naruto applied only a modicum of force, yet these pampered children, unaccustomed to hardship, instantly revealed their true natures. He slowly crouched down, observing them with a calm demeanor before speaking. "It seems you have finally learned a semblance of decorum." The three children nodded vigorously, tears streaming down their faces. "Very well, you may leave." However, he placed a hand on the shoulder of the leader, his fingers tightening ever so slightly. The previously brazen child, who had boasted of showing some color, immediately trembled as if struck by lightning. "Listen closely," Naruto leaned in, whispering softly in the child's ear, "If I catch you bullying others again, 1 or 2 hands, or perhaps 3 legs, may find themselves in peril." This statement fell upon the trio like a bucket of icy water. Their eyes widened in terror as they scrambled to their feet, neglecting to brush off the dust from their clothes. I understand." Their tear-stained voices barely escaped their lips before they dashed away like startled rabbits. Fleeing without a glance back, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Naruto straightened up and turned his gaze towards the young girl who had just been bullied. She stood there, dazed, her shoulder-length hair slightly disheveled, and her pure white eyes glistening with unshed tears. Recognizing her identity, he realized she was Hinata Hyuga, the daughter of the clan leader. "All right, stop crying," he said, crouching down to retrieve a clean handkerchief from his pocket, which he offered to her. "What is your name? Let me escort you home." The little girl timidly accepted the handkerchief, gently wiping her reddened eyes. Thank you. My name is Hinata Hyuga." Naruto stood up, gesturing for Hinata to follow him. The two small figures walked side by side down the street. He couldn't help but reflect on the peculiarities of the intertwining of their destinies. This time, it was the rowdy children who had been soundly defeated. How could the esteemed heiress of the Hyuga clan be bullied by common children? Naruto was certain that nearby lurked the Hyuga branch family ninjas, tasked with safeguarding the clan's heir. Yet, they turned a blind eye to Hinata's plight, perhaps influenced by the clan head's desire to toughen the successor. With this thought, he shook his head inwardly. Given Hinata's disposition, one could describe her kindness as admirable, yet, if one were to be blunt, it could be deemed cowardice. Niji's assessment in the original narrative was indeed correct. She was ill-suited to be a ninja, incapable even of the most basic resistance. Observing the lingering redness in Hinata's eyes, Naruto noted that she likely did not realize that for those bullies, tears would only serve to fuel their excitement. This submissive attitude, although fortunate to have a good lineage, would inevitably lead to great suffering in this merciless world of ninjas. "You are a child of the Hyuga clan, aren't you?" he inquired, slowing his pace to walk beside Hinata. "Dealing with those untrained brats should be quite simple for you." Hinata clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her voice barely above a whisper. I am too afraid." Naruto glanced at the timid girl beside him. "You cannot think that way. Tears are utterly ineffective against such individuals. It is worth noting that in the past, numerous individuals have caused me trouble." At this point, Naruto paused. The villagers of Konohagakure still covertly subjected him to subtle forms of bullying. The malicious whispers of adults inevitably influenced their children. Those youngsters, eager to assert their presence, chose the Nine Tails as their prime target for torment. Under the adults' insidious influence, they did not perceive this as wrongful behavior. Instead, they believed that bullying this universally disliked individual was a righteous act. "The outcome was that I bested each of them." Naruto shrugged, his tone casual. "To this day, no one dares to provoke me again." Hinata lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a hint of admiration. This was her first encounter with someone like him. Though he was of similar age, he radiated a confidence and strength that she found lacking within herself. "How impressive. You must learn to be a bit bolder," Naruto remarked as he walked alongside Hinata. "Dealing with such individuals by giving them a good beating is merely their own doing." "Naruto." A sudden call interrupted his words. The familiar voice was unmistakably not Hinata's. Naruto's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. Not far behind him, around the street corner, stood a black-haired girl, gazing at him with disbelief. "Satsuki?" They exclaimed each other's names in unison, their faces illuminated with astonishment. Satsuki had not appeared as promised that afternoon because she had the rare opportunity to practice shuriken with her sister. In the past, she would never have missed such precious moments together. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she chose to accompany her sister instead of meeting Naruto, a decision that left her with a lingering sense of guilt. Her sister, unlike Naruto, did not have the luxury of time every day, Satsuki rationalized to herself. After their practice, she ventured out to procure some new training tools, only to catch sight of a familiar golden-haired figure accompanied by a stranger. At this moment, Satsuki's gaze flickered back and forth between Naruto and Hinata, observing the unfamiliar girl with white eyes curiously scrutinizing her, and then noting the astonished expression on Naruto's face. An uncomfortable sensation suddenly surged within her, akin to having a cherished treasure snatched away. The sound of their faint footsteps echoed along the cobblestone path. "So, did Naruto help you get rid of those bothersome individuals?" Satsuki inquired with a deliberately nonchalant tone. Hinata lowered her head. "Yes, I am truly grateful to him." "Humph." Satsuki straightened her back, raising her chin like a proud kitten. "Of course, this guy has been training with me for a long time." She deliberately emphasized her words, stealing glances at Hinata to gauge her reaction. "He is the only one who can keep pace with the prodigy of the Uchiha." Naruto looked at the black-haired girl, nearly glued to his side, with exasperation. "Why did you come along?" "Well, do I really need to say?" Satsuki's cheeks flushed a light pink, her voice involuntarily rising. It's just on the way. It just happened to be convenient. Oh, I see. Naruto lowered his gaze to the almost inseparable Sasuke, who seemed to be glued to his arm. He had intended to voice a comment about their proximity, but swallowed the words. Hinata, with a timid expression, shifted her gaze between the two of them, asking if they often spent time together. In the next moment, Sasuke's actions startled Naruto. He casually linked his arm with Naruto's. The motion so fluid it seemed as though he had performed it countless times before. Of course, Sasuke's voice intensified at a particular word. This guy is my only recognized rival. My exclusive one. Naruto finally comprehended the situation. The girl clinging to him like a protective kitten was clearly exhibiting jealousy. Yet, Naruto only grasped the surface meaning. This was not mere jealousy. It was an overwhelming possessiveness from the Uchiha heiress. You're the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, aren't you? Why not summon your family's ninjas to escort you? That would be rather troublesome for them, she replied, but I'm usually quite busy. Emphasizing the word busy, she continued. If you're going to casually seek assistance, it's better to find more reliable ninjas. After uttering this, Sasuke paused, realizing she was indirectly declaring Naruto as hers. Her ears flushed a delicate shade of crimson, yet she stubbornly refused to release his arm. By the way, Naruto, she suddenly turned her head. Her eyes fixed intently on the blonde boy beside her. What is it? Naruto stammered, feeling stiff. Come over to my house for dinner later. My mother accidentally made too much food. This was a blatant falsehood. Mikoto Uchiha would never make such a mistake. I've already eaten, Naruto replied awkwardly. This too was a lie. He had been so engrossed in training that he hadn't dined at all. Typically, when training with Sasuke, he would always eat on time. However, he felt he could not step foot into the Uchiha compound as a Jinchuriki. Then let us have another meal together. Sasuke persisted, even daring to lean her head on Naruto's shoulder. We'll go home together afterward. What are you saying? Naruto internally lamented, struggling to maintain his composure. What was this bizarre situation? Why had the atmosphere become so suffocating? He found himself devoid of the will to engage in the bond point system, longing only to escape this stifling circumstance. Finally, the trio arrived at the Hyuga residence. Hinata halted, expressing her gratitude. Thank you both for accompanying me home. She turned, hands clasped before her, and bowed solemnly to Naruto and Sasuke. Just as Naruto opened his mouth to speak, Sasuke stepped forward. Well then, we'll take our leave. Her tone was deliberately calm, yet the grip on Naruto's wrist remained unyielding. You need to learn to be a bit braver. After all, one cannot always trouble others, right? Hinata's head drooped even lower. I am truly grateful for your guidance. Until we meet again. Satsuki could hardly contain herself, her words spilling forth with the rapidity of someone reciting lines. Before Naruto could fully comprehend the situation, Satsuki had already grasped his hand and turned to leave. The force with which she pulled him was astounding. In that fleeting moment, Hinata's pure white eyes reflected their intertwined figures. Standing rooted to the spot, Hinata gazed at the diminishing silhouettes of the two, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washing over her. It was a sight she had never witnessed before, two peers radiating such dazzling confidence, evoking both yearning and self-doubt within her. Her Byakugan flickered with a myriad of complex emotions. What must she do to embody their strength? What experiences would bestow upon her such courage? These questions spiraled within her mind, yet answers eluded her grasp. Satsuki? Naruto ventured tentatively, his voice tinged with confusion. This doesn't seem to be the direction to my home. To this, Satsuki did not look back. Instead, she tightened her grip on his wrist. I told you, you're coming home with me today, but I've already prepared a bento. He protested. And visiting your house unexpectedly would trouble Aunt Mikoto. Not at all. Satsuki exclaimed, abruptly turning to face him. I've received so much care from you. Her voice dipped, tinged with a barely perceptible grievance. Why are you so unwilling to come to my home? It was then that Naruto noticed her eyes were subtly reddening. Satsuki bit her lip, as if resolving herself, and suddenly declared, if you think it's too far, you can stay over at my place. This proclamation caused Naruto to halt abruptly, the force of his stop compelling Satsuki to release his hand. Satsuki, he exclaimed, placing both hands on her shoulders to urge her to meet his gaze. What is wrong with you today? You've been acting strangely since earlier. Satsuki's fingers clutched tightly to Naruto's sleeve, yet she found she could not budge him no matter how hard she tried. After several futile attempts, her arms fell limply to her sides, her dark hair cascading over half her face. Oh, Her voice softened suddenly. Is it that you prefer spending time with a quiet girl like her? Quiet? Are you talking about Hinata? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. This jealousy is quite intense. What are you imagining? He exclaimed. Of course, I prefer being with you. Really? Satsuki's head shot up, a glimmer of light flashing in her dark eyes. We've been together for so long. Naruto's tone instinctively softened. You know, I spend nearly every afternoon with you now. To put it frankly, I could spend a lifetime with you without ever growing tired of it. Those words struck Satsuki's heart like a swift arrow. She released his hand as if jolted, stumbling back a step. In the next moment, she quickly turned her face away, her hair cascading like a waterfall, completely obscuring her expression. What's wrong? Are you okay? Naruto stepped closer, intending to comfort her with a touch on her shoulder. Satsuki's body jolted at his approach, evading his reach. I completely understand now. Her tone took on an oddly peculiar quality. So this is how you see me? See. Naruto gazed at Satsuki, bewildered by her sudden and peculiar reaction. Just as he intended to approach her with a query, Satsuki retreated 2 steps, like a startled fawn. I understand your thoughts now. Her fair cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue. I shall take my leave. She gestured awkwardly, her speech becoming stammered. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be punctual at our agreed place. Before her words could fully resonate, Satsuki had already turned and fled, leaving Naruto in stunned silence. Watching the girl who had moments ago seemed eager to cling to him now dart away like a frightened rabbit. Have I been disliked? He pondered, rooted to the spot, replaying their conversation in his mind, when suddenly the phrase, even a lifetime spent with you would never be tiresome, struck him like a bolt of lightning. Naruto clasped his head in shock, his cheeks instantly ablaze. Isn't that akin to a proposal? He had merely intended to exaggerate his friendship, yet he had inadvertently uttered words that could easily be misconstrued. Satsuki must have been frightened to flee like that. What on earth am I saying? He lamented, raking his fingers through his disheveled hair. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that ever since the system indicated a potential romantic relationship with Satsuki, his thoughts had ceased to be as clear and composed as usual when he was around her. As he drowned in the despair of feeling disliked, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have established a bond, level 6, with the original character Uchiha Satsuki. Points earned, 500. What? Naruto stood frozen, the system's alert reverberating in his thoughts, though his confusion outweighed any joy. Had his inadvertently misleading words somehow enhanced Satsuki's affection? This realization sent his heart racing, his hand instinctively resting on his chest, feeling its unusual thrum. Could it be that she genuinely harbors such feelings for me? With a loud thud, the door to Satsuki's room in the Uchiha clan's residence swung open and then shut abruptly. She leaned against the door, gradually sliding to the floor, her hands pressed firmly against her flushed cheeks. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon her, highlighting her crimson face. So that's how it is. She mused as the thought exploded in her mind like fireworks, leaving her feeling light and airy. Memories cascaded uncontrollably, Naruto patiently guiding her in training, comforting her during moments of despair, his unwavering companionship day in and day out. So, this is how he perceives me? Indeed. What ordinary friend would go to such lengths? If Naruto could hear her thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly be astounded by the precociousness of the children in the ninja world. Yet, what astonished Satsuki even more was her complete lack of aversion. Instead, a sweet sensation surged from her heart, filling her with both joy and confusion. Ugh! She buried her burning face in her knees, the sounds of insects chirping in the courtyard unable to mask the tumultuous beating within her chest. What should I do with this feeling? Naruto, feeling dazed, pushed open the door to his home, forgetting to turn on the lights, and stumbled into darkness. Collapsing beside his bed. Could it be that I truly, unwittingly? He lay back on the bed, his mind replaying the image of Satsuki fleeing, along with the words he had blurted out, I will never tire of you in this lifetime. Setting aside her identity as a QB, Naruto buried his flushed face into the pillow. To be fair, having a girl like Satsuki as a girlfriend is an immense blessing. Beneath her exquisite features lies a tender heart. Despite being a Uchiha heiress, she willingly trains with him, a reviled fox demon. Displaying a seemingly aloof demeanor, yet possessing a depth of emotion surpassing many. Such a character would undoubtedly be the heroine in a light novel. There is something definitely off. Naruto suddenly sat up, a chilling thought striking him. He had merely intended to increase Satsuki's favorability to earn system points. Yet it seemed he had been the one ensnared by her. What feelings does Satsuki truly harbor for me? Ding! The question echoed in his mind. And the system promptly replied. Satsuki bond level 6. She regards you as a lifelong companion, with a confession success rate of 100. Holding a unique status that cannot be replaced by anyone else. Current relationship, absolute trust, heavy emotional dependence, accompanied by intense possessiveness. Naruto was stunned for a full 10 seconds before collapsing back onto the bed. His body trembled slightly, unsure if it was from shock or some other emotion. Am I truly capable of winning over the Uchiha heiress? Rubbing his forehead, he resolved to temporarily cast aside the intricate thoughts. There were more pressing matters to attend to, the system lottery. Speaking of which, in the original story, Itachi Uchiha seemed to be a fiercely protective older brother. Would he transform into a doting brother in this timeline? The mere thought of being targeted by that uniquely minded filial son sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. He forced himself to concentrate. As he focused, the system interface unfolded before him. On the screen, the number 2,900 radiated with light. He could perform 2 tendraws, and just 100 points shy of being able to draw 3 times. What a pity, but then again, one must not be too greedy. He pressed the button for a tendraw. The familiar brilliance erupted before him as 10 cards spread out like a fan. Chakra explosive tags, flying thunder god Kanai. Naruto counted the rewards, and his eyes lit up when he saw 500 grams of chakra metal. His previous disdain vanished entirely. This needs to be stored carefully. However, as the cards flipped one by one, Naruto's expression gradually fell. Most were merely common items, until the very last card. A rare level reward of basic taijutsu enhancement. He raked his fingers through his hair. It seemed that tonight's luck was not particularly favorable. With a blank expression, Naruto clicked the button for the second tendraw. The animation of cards flipping sped past before his eyes. The first few cards were still ordinary items. Sealing technique talent enhancement, 10 military rations, and some chakra. Nothing particularly special. Just as Naruto had mentally prepared himself for the serene expanse of azure skies and white clouds, the final card suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple radiance. An epic moment. Naruto sprang upright from his bed, all remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. Wonderful. It seems that Lady Luck has not entirely forsaken me. Eagerly, he turned his gaze towards the card emanating a violet glow, its text gradually coming into focus. Congratulations. You have acquired Supreme Pressure. Item description, upon activation. It can emit an unparalleled aura of killing intent and mental intimidation. In a fully unleashed state, it can induce the target to experience the illusion of death at a sensory level. Some sensitive individuals may even experience brief physiological incontinence. Naruto stared at the purple card on the system interface, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Wait a moment. Initially, he thought this skill was merely a flashy trinket, but upon reflection, it dawned on him that this very reputation had propelled Mima to stir the ninja world, relying on the terrifying intimidation that could easily crush even the strongest of shadows. However, it was important to remember that this power was merely a simulation provided by the experience card, not a true manifestation of his abilities. The path to genuinely contend against the entire ninja world single-handedly remained a long and arduous journey. Despite mastering the flying thunder god technique, one cannot rely solely on spatial ninjutsu to tackle even the weakest of foes, especially when one aims to become a harbinger of war itself. Should the 5 great nations perceive Mima as nothing more than a paper tiger, this pressure skill would undoubtedly serve as a timely boon. He once again scrutinized the system interface, his fingers gently gliding over the purple card. Although it may not directly enhance his tangible prowess, it provided the much-needed aura of intimidation. This seemingly superficial skill might possess greater value than a mere boost to his strength. After all, appearing formidable could indeed spare him from a multitude of troubles. The following afternoon, Naruto arrived punctually at the designated meeting place with Satsuki. Following the unexpected misunderstanding of the previous night, he discovered a surprising lack of desire to clarify matters, as their relationship seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. The entire afternoon slipped by quietly during training, with nothing of significance occurring. Naruto sensed a shift in his mindset, yet it felt too premature to articulate. Moreover, considering that Satsuki was the esteemed daughter of the Uchiha clan, even with their rapport nearing its zenith, it would be unduly awkward to broach such an embarrassing topic. Thus, despite the air being thick with an unspoken tension, everything ultimately returned to normal. In the days that followed, both chose to tacitly avoid revisiting the events of that night. Initially, Satsuki felt a tinge of annoyance at Naruto's disregard for the matter, but as time passed, her feelings gradually dissipated. Her mother gently reminded her that they were both still quite young, and some emotions required time to mature. As days turned into weeks, time flowed by as peacefully and naturally as a gentle stream. The flowers by the training ground bloomed and withered, while both of their ninjutsu skills advanced steadily. The unvoiced misunderstanding lay quietly in the recesses of their memories. Occasionally, when their gazes meet, Satsuki would promptly avert her eyes to adjust her perfectly neat collar, while Naruto would suddenly develop an unusual fascination with the clouds above. As days turned into weeks, Naruto's life gradually established a consistent rhythm. Each morning, he dedicated himself to physical training, and on fortunate days, he would encounter Might Guy. This fervent man would eagerly invite Naruto to train together, requiring no overture from Naruto himself. During their second encounter, Guy presented Naruto with a unique gift, a green bodysuit reminiscent of Lee's attire. Although Naruto had long since ceased to care about the villagers' opinions, donning such an extravagant training outfit still made him hesitate. Ultimately, he could only respond awkwardly. "I will cherish it." As their camaraderie deepened, Might Guy's fondness for Naruto steadily grew. The system notifications chimed in succession. "Congratulations. Host established a level 4 bond with the original character Might Guy." "Congratulations, host established a level 5 bond with the original character Might Guy." This budding friendship bestowed upon Naruto 500 system points. After one training session, Might Guy solemnly promised Naruto that upon his graduation from the Ninja Academy, he would impart a formidable technique to him. Guy boasted that this technique was one that only he had mastered entirely in the whole of Konoha. Naruto, of course, was already aware that this technique was the Eight Gates. As time progressed, a sudden literary fervor swept through the bookstores of Konoha. A novel titled Fight O Sky rapidly gained popularity, becoming a staple topic of conversation among young ninjas during their leisure. This was the very manuscript Naruto had entrusted to Hinata, which had now been officially published. It proved that even across different worlds, people's aesthetic tastes remained astonishingly similar. Seizing upon this wave of enthusiasm, Naruto resolved to visit the land of hot water to assess the development of Hinata's stronghold. Upon arriving instantly through the Flying Thunder God technique, he discovered that Hinata had taken on the guise of a merchant named Tenuma, establishing himself locally under an alias. In a clandestine meeting, Hinata provided an extensive report on their current progress while disguised as Minma. Leveraging the sales of chakra-infused metals and the earnings from the novel, he had initially invested in acquiring a hot spring street, which was undoubtedly the most reliable way to profit in the tourism-heavy land of hot water. As for Naruto's specific request for a concealed and defensible main stronghold, Hinata had already purchased a vast tract of land on the outskirts of the town. Although construction had only just commenced, given the current pace, fulfilling all of Naruto's requirements was merely a matter of time. Regarding the delay in recruiting more ninjas to join the Ember organization, Naruto had his own considerations. The timing was not yet ripe. In Iwagakure, Deidara continued to thrive as a disciple of the Tsuchikage, having not yet faced exile from the village. At this moment, he was immersed in the creation of explosive art, fully unaware of the need to seek alternative paths. Meanwhile, Kisame remained ensnared in the blood mist controlled by Obito, executing dirty tasks that contradicted his own heart as an Umbu. This tailless beast, filled with confusion about reality and still under Obito's watchful eye, was not yet ready for contact. As for the two individuals, Deidara and Kakuzu, Naruto intends to recruit them only after he has further enhanced his own strength. For if he cannot demonstrate overwhelming power, these two obstinate characters would never willingly submit. Regarding Haiden, the fervent zealot, he has been excluded from the recruitment list from the very beginning. Consequently, Naruto has shifted his focus to the daily interactions with Satsuki. The afternoon training sessions have become the moments he eagerly anticipates. Engaging in witty banter and sparring with this proud childhood friend, observing her feigned indifference despite her evident concern. These mundane routines have become treasures in Naruto's heart. Thus, on an evening that seemed ordinary, just like the hundreds of farewells before, as Naruto waved goodbye to Satsuki, a notification chime suddenly echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host You have established a level 7 bond with original character Uchiha Satsuki, maxed out. Points earned, 500 points. Unexpectedly, this highest level bond was achieved not through any earth-shattering events, but merely through the daily companionship they shared. As the most rewarding target for his endeavors, Satsuki's affection for him soared like a rocket, a stark contrast that brought a smile to Naruto's face. This outcome was not entirely surprising, for the Uchiha clan has always been known for their icy demeanor, difficult to approach. Yet once they grant their approval, their fondness escalates at an astonishing pace. However, such fervent emotions can also be a double-edged sword. Should the one they acknowledge encounter misfortune, the Uchiha would plunge into a whirlpool of extreme emotions. Moreover, their Sharingan requires these intense emotional fluctuations to evolve. Those with exceptional talent might even awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is fundamentally why Senjutsu has always harbored reservations toward the Uchiha clan. This peculiar family sees their affection for an individual spike rapidly upon acceptance. But upon losing someone significant, their power can surge dramatically, plunging them into a state of extreme obsession, often leading them to sacrifice their loved ones in a fervent display of devotion. For the emotionally driven Uchiha, sentiment will always eclipse reason. Just like Uchiha Obito, after losing his beloved, he unhesitatingly cast aside everything, even turning against his own mentor. Imagine if such a person were to ascend to the position of Hokage. Any misfortune could bring catastrophic repercussions upon Konoha. The only Uchiha that Senjutsu trusts, Uchiha Kagami, is precisely because he is an anomaly. In the Book of the Sage, Tobirama mentions that Kagami's way of thinking aligns more closely with the Senju clan, deviating entirely from the typical Uchiha traits. Thus, Naruto found himself with an additional 1,900 system points, just as he believed it would be difficult to acquire more points in the near future. An unexpected occurrence unfolded on an otherwise ordinary night. That evening was no different from any other. Naruto concluded his day's training, packed his ninja gear, and strolled along the familiar streets toward home. The moonlight gently bathed the cobblestone path, and the night was so tranquil that only the sound of his footsteps could be heard. Without any warning or anomaly, in such an unremarkable moment, ding, congratulations. Host, you have established an initial bond with the original character, Hinata Hyuga. You have earned 200 points. The sudden system notification jolted Naruto, nearly causing him to leap in surprise. Although he was elated to acquire points, the message sent a shiver down his spine. The system only triggers its reward mechanism upon actual interaction with others. This signaled that Naruto, suppressing the chill of dread within him, feigned nonchalance and continued walking forward. Though every sense in his body was taut with tension, he deliberately slowed his pace, and as he approached a corner, he abruptly accelerated and spun around. Sure enough, a small white figure was flustered, attempting to hide. Hinata stood there, flustered and wide-eyed, under the moonlight, her face visibly flushed from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. The moment she realized she had been discovered, Hinata startled and turned to flee. Naruto barely had time to utter a word before the white figure vanished into the night, leaving behind only a flurry of hurried footsteps echoing down the street. Thus, Naruto ultimately gathered a total of 100 system points, granting him the opportunity for 2 Tendras. The method of acquiring these points was rather unexpected. Who would have thought that the timid Hinata, who could not even muster the courage to resist bullying, would dare to secretly follow him? However, having witnessed too many precocious children in the ninja world, Naruto had grown weary of such matters. Unfortunately, luck did not favor him during the 2 Tendras. He received nothing but common rewards of blue skies and white clouds, with no rare purple or golden items in sight. Nevertheless, over time, Naruto's chakra reserves had reached the level of 8 Kakashis, and his physical prowess had surpassed that of most ordinary genin. His progress in sealing techniques was even more unexpectedly smooth. With the system's talent enhancement, Naruto discovered that the principles were quite simple. By inscribing the seals according to specific patterns and combining them with chakra, one could produce various effects. Although it appeared challenging, and indeed was, the surprisingly accessible experience once grasped filled Naruto with wonder. Currently, he was concentrating on 2 sealing techniques, which were, strictly speaking, 2 phases of a single system: the Western Elephant Seal and its advanced version, the 8 Trigram Seal. The choice of these 2 techniques was not coincidental. The sealing technique Secret Transmission explicitly recorded that the 8 Trigram Seal possesses remarkable flexibility. It symbolizes the 8 elemental forces of heaven and earth: thunder, water, fire, and mountains. This characteristic sparked an idea in Naruto's mind. If he could master this sealing technique, perhaps he could improve his relationship with that proud fox? At last, the diligent training day after day led to a delightful breakthrough. On a tranquil night, the Ninetales, as usual, maintained its miniature form, lazily sprawled on the ground of the sealing space. It was pawing through the stories that Naruto had thoughtfully written for it, and unbeknownst to itself, waiting for Naruto to come and chat had become a daily anticipation. Just at that leisurely moment, an anomaly occurred. The stagnant sewage accumulated on the ground suddenly seeped into the earth at a visibly rapid pace, vanishing without a trace in an instant. What was happening? The Ninetales perked up its ears, its fur bristling. Its first reaction was concern. Had something happened to Naruto? The thought suddenly emerged, leaving even itself momentarily stunned. In the past, such an unexpected turn of events would have only prompted it to concern itself with escaping. Now, it found itself worrying about the safety of humanity. Before it could ponder this further, even more astonishing changes followed. The barren ground abruptly sprouted tender green shoots, which quickly transformed into a soft, lush carpet of grass. The oppressive darkness of the western Zhou gradually brightened, morphing into a refreshing tableau of blue skies and white clouds, even allowing the gentle caress of a warm breeze to brush against its fur. The Ninetales stood frozen in place, instinctively pressing its paw against the ground to confirm this was not an illusion. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared outside the iron bars. "Hey, Kyubi, feeling a bit better?" Naruto grinned broadly, leaning against the railing, his eyes sparkling with triumph. "Did you do this?" The Ninetales' voice held a hint of disbelief as it slowly lay down on the newly sprouted grass, relishing the long-forgotten comfort of its surroundings. The breeze tousled its orange-red fur, and the sunlight warmly enveloped its back, a sensation it had not experienced in decades. Indeed, the 8-trigram seal is remarkably effective. Do you enjoy this environment? If it doesn't meet your satisfaction, we can always change it. Deserts, caves, lakes, mountains, even volcanoes can be simulated. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? The Ninetales' ears twitched ever so slightly, and it deliberately turned its head away to avoid Naruto's eager gaze. "It's fine, let's keep it like this." The Ninetales feigned indifference. Yet a nameless warmth surged within. Observing Naruto's radiant smile of accomplishment, it yearned to offer a word of praise. However, as the proud, strongest-tailed beast, it found it impossible to utter such words. The Ninetales sensed its facial muscles uncontrollably relaxing and had to forcefully tighten its expression to maintain a serious demeanor. Suddenly, memories flashed back to the day they first met. The small blonde boy stood in the same spot, asking, "Great Fox, how long have you been here? There's water everywhere. Isn't it uncomfortable for you?" How did it respond back then? "Do you think I want to be like this? Don't speak to me casually, little brat." It had indirectly admitted that this environment was indeed uncomfortable for it. Yet, it had never anticipated that this child, whom it had once dismissed, would remember those words and even dedicate a considerable amount of time to mastering such a complex sealing technique, solely to ensure its comfort. The Ninetales buried its face in its forepaws, wishing to conceal its complex emotions from Naruto. Since the old man's passing, this was a feeling it had nearly forgotten. Yet now it stirred a bittersweet ache in its heart. Ding! Congratulations. Host, established a bond with the original character Kyubi, level 4. Reward, earned 800 points. To its surprise, the bond level of the Ninetales had surged 2 levels in one go. It seemed that this transformation of the sealing space had profoundly touched the heart of this proud fox. Beyond the joy of receiving a reward, a bold thought suddenly sprang to Naruto's mind. Would it be willing to let him touch its fur if he asked now? As Naruto hesitated to speak, the intentionally lowered voice of the Ninetales echoed from behind the iron bars. "Well done, Naruto." Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. This proud and obstinate fox, known for its sharp tongue, had actually offered a compliment. The elevation of their rapport was far more pronounced than he had anticipated. Moreover, that title, once merely brat, now effortlessly transformed into Naruto, was a shift even the Ninetales had not realized had occurred. Perhaps it happened during a casual conversation or a night spent sharing stories, when the name simply flowed forth naturally. The Ninetales remained oblivious to the profound transformation of its own feelings. Once, it had eagerly awaited the demise of its Jinchuriki, wishing for the vessel that confined it to meet an untimely end. Yet now, should Naruto encounter peril, it would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. On a seemingly ordinary path at the border of the Land of Fire, an unassuming figure raced forward with astonishing speed. The man, clad in simple travel attire, left shallow imprints in the ground with each step, moving so swiftly that he appeared almost to leave afterimages. Without a doubt, he was a highly trained ninja, Naruto, disguised through the use of a transformation technique. After stealthily departing from Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique, he had journeyed tirelessly for an entire day and night. Now traversing the border of the Land of Fire, heading northeast with unwavering determination. The howling wind rushed past his ears as Naruto's golden hair, concealed by the transformation, morphed into an ordinary shade of brown. His destination was clear, the Land of Grass. With yet another significant leap in strength, Naruto finally set his sights on a member of his clan, determined to rescue Kushina and her mother. It hurts. Is it not done yet? Hurry up. The sharp sounds of urging mingled with painful groans echoed through the corridors of the Grass Village Hospital. The air was thick with the stench of blood and disinfectant. Faster. There are still many injured behind. A grass ninja impatiently shoved the person in front, his eyes devoid of compassion, filled only with urgency as they pressed towards the medical tools that promised immediate recovery. Damn it, doesn't this woman have a daughter? Why didn't they bring her along? Someone muttered under their breath, their tone laced with greed. After all, an additional tool meant faster treatment and less waiting time. Ever since the Grass Village acquired the mother and daughter duo, the ninjas had become increasingly reckless during missions. After all, with the ability to heal instantly, why should they exercise caution? Inside the room, Kushina bit her lip fiercely, yet she could not suppress the painful whimpers that escaped her. Her arms bore fresh bite marks, some wounds still not fully healed, only to be torn open once more. Was this the price to pay? She had once believed that as long as she could provide her daughter with a safe environment to grow, she would sacrifice anything. However, she had not anticipated the cruel exploitation that lay within the sanctuary of the Grass Village. She dared not let her daughter witness her in such a state. After each treatment, she would force herself to wipe away the blood, tidy her clothes, and muster a gentle smile before returning home. But could she truly conceal her plight? In this world of prematurely matured shinobi, Corinne was undoubtedly a perceptive child. Though Uzumaki Misaki remained oblivious, what could she possibly do? Resist? Flee? Under the watchful eyes of the Grass Village, escape seemed an unattainable dream. Even if they managed to flee, where would they go? To continue a life of exile? Who would come to her rescue? Amid countless agonizing bites, Uzumaki Misaki had grown accustomed to silently pleading for help within her heart. Yet whom was she truly praying to? The gods? They had long forsaken them. Allies? The inhabitants of the Land of Whirlpools were nearly extinct. She was uncertain, driven by instinct and despair. She clung to the last flicker of illusory hope in the encroaching darkness of her fading vitality. Suddenly, boom! The abrupt explosion shattered the hospital's tranquility, causing the entire building to tremble violently. The grass shinobi, who had been bowing his head in preparation to bite down, jolted upright, his eyes wide with fear. An enemy attack. But this place was filled with the wounded, utterly incapable of providing support. The Grass Village's managing shinobi swiftly reacted, barking orders with authority. Everyone, immediately retreat to the shelter. Continue treatment once it is safe. He turned sharply, glaring at the unsteady Uzumaki Misaki, his impatience evident as he scolded. Hey, don't just stand there. Keep up. Your work isn't finished yet. Misaki quivered as she propped herself up, while the injured began to panic, hurriedly covering their wounds in preparation for evacuation. Just then, bang. The door was violently thrust open, and a grass shinobi rudely dragged a little girl into the room. Corinne. Misaki's heart nearly stopped at the sight of the child. Why had they brought Corinne here? Their initial agreement was that only she would serve as a medical package. The Grass Village had sworn not to touch her daughter. Mommy. Corinne's cries echoed, and she finally witnessed the grim reality of her mother, the countless overlapping bite marks, both fresh and old, resembling the ravaged remains of a beast's feast. However, the grass shinobi who brought her had no time to consider the emotions of the mother and daughter. His face ashen, he bellowed, "Quick, bring that woman over here." His voice trembled with unprecedented terror. That entity has arrived. If we delay any longer, the entire Grass Village will be doomed. Time rewound to a few minutes prior. At the entrance of the Grass Village stood not Naruto, but rather a figure whose chakra distorted the very air around him. As the transformation technique unfolded, the boy's form gradually elevated, and when the final fox mask settled over his face, the being that instilled fear throughout the shinobi world had arrived. Masked, without superfluous words, he slowly raised his arm, dark chakra coalescing in his palm, collapsing, ultimately materializing into a foreboding sphere, spiral wheel of fate. In an instant, the brilliance of destruction erupted. Boom! In a thunderous roar, the gates of the grass village, along with the surrounding walls, were reduced to dust. A ferocious shockwave sent debris and dust soaring into the air, only to be torn apart by the ensuing gravitational distortion moments later. Due to the absence of the Nine-Tails chakra, this strike lacked the cataclysmic force that once instilled fear in the wreckage. Yet it was sufficient to send tremors throughout the entire village hidden in the grass. In addition to the absence of the nine-faced Supa, even without a trial card, Naruto's foundational strength could be likened to a low-tier version of a formidable force. As the dust gradually settled, a figure donning a fox mask traversed the ruins. Meanwhile, the grass shinobi, alerted by the commotion, had assembled, yet none dared to advance. Their hands clutched kunai, trembling, with cold sweat beading on their foreheads, frozen in place like prey facing a natural predator. The fox mask. Upon seeing this distinctive feature, the leading jonin's pupils dilated. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. This characteristic struck his nerves like a heavy hammer. The terrifying rumors that circulated among the nations flooded his mind in an instant. A calamity that rends the world. The ruler of the Jin organization, the darkest sovereign of the shinobi realm. In the guise of false peace, he transforms suffering into a plague, sweeping across every inch of land. Those who behold his true visage become lost souls, and those who hear his name fall into despair. His subordinates, they nine-faced beasts, are monsters beyond human reckoning. They embody natural disasters and the very essence of annihilation. Fear is their sustenance, and slaughter is their banquet. Wherever the nine-faced beasts roam, life is reduced to ashes, civilizations crumble, and in the wake of Jin, all that remains is silence, reduced to mere cinders. Fiery infernos consume the remnants of shattered walls, leaving no time for wails to dissipate before being devoured by the raging flames. In the shadows lurk his minions, whispering his will. By the time one becomes aware, death has already tightened its grip around the throat. He hunts with shadows as prey and nations as offerings. Beneath the fox mask lies an unfathomable abyss. Merely uttering his name plunges an entire realm into eternal night, transforming it into a desolate graveyard. Now, he lies in wait within the fissures of the world, like a viper poised for the tolling of the final bell. When the last shackles shatter, all will return to nothingness in his grasp. His name is Minma. Surely, this cannot be a dream. Jin is attacking our village hidden in the grass. The voices of the grass shinobi trembled, their palms damp with cold sweat as they clutched their weapons. Some pinched themselves harshly, hoping to awaken from this nightmare. Do not panic. Perhaps it is merely a transformation technique, a mere impostor. Yet the jutsu mirrored the very technique that had obliterated the gates of Konoha. Fear spread among the crowd, accompanied by a tinge of doubt. After all, how could such a legendary figure appear in such a small village? The leading jonin swallowed hard, mustering the courage to step forward. His legs felt weak, yet he forced himself to speak. "And may I inquire who you are? Why have you invaded the village hidden in the grass? This constitutes an act of war." He fervently prayed in his heart, pleading that this was merely an impostor or an illusion, or even a nightmare. Why must I be the one to face such a calamity? Jin Minma. The brevity of those three words caused the leading ninja's knees to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He clenched his teeth, compelling himself to continue the discourse. "I comprehend your perspective. However, it is my understanding that the purpose of Jin is to deter war through the show of force. Our grass-hidden village has not recently engaged in any diplomatic conflicts." Myanmar slightly tilted her head, her gaze icy and sweeping over the assembly. "Naturally, if you wish to incite war, you ought to recall the lessons of the past." The threat in her words was palpable, and all present recalled the fate of the rumored Yun hidden envoy. Thus, this is merely a warning. Myanmar slowly raised her hand, asserting that, at least, she had not yet taken any lives. "What is your true intention?" The voice of the lead jonin rasped like sandpaper. "The bloodline of the Uzumaki." This revelation caused the atmosphere to freeze instantly. The color drained from the jonin's face. "What? You harbor a pair of Uzumaki mother and daughter within your village? Myanmar's voice, emanating through her mask, bore an undeniable oppressive force. Hand them over. Comply with my request, and no one shall perish today. The Uzumaki bloodline. The Jonin's mind raced. How could such classified information have leaked? Had Jin's minions infiltrated the village? He suddenly recalled the rumor that Jin had taken away a ninja from the Hyuga clan upon their first appearance. Now, they had set their sights on the Uzumaki. Was this organization collecting bloodline limits? The crowd of grass ninjas began to stir, whispers spreading like a contagion. What a joke. That is our medical pack. Without them, how can we handle injuries on missions? The faces were etched with resistance. Ever since acquiring that mother and daughter duo, the grass ninjas had undertaken missions without worry. Injuries could be healed in an instant. This convenience had already granted them a taste of sweetness. Now, to relinquish it? Cutting off one's financial means is akin to killing their parents. Gradually, the expressions of some grass ninjas began to shift. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it would take root and flourish. What if it's a ruse? Anyone can don that mask. They exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. Perhaps this Myanmar was merely a charlatan coveting the Uzumaki bloodline? Myanmar observed the agitated grass ninjas in silence. The whispers, the increasingly hostile gazes, they were persuading themselves with greed, numbing their fear with the allure of profit. It seemed some were unwilling to allow matters to conclude simply. The grass ninjas hesitated, and before they could react, a palpable intent to kill erupted, like a tide of darkness pouring forth from Myanmar, instantly engulfing the entire space. The air thickened, rendering even breath a luxury. Fear descended upon them. The grass ninja at the forefront suddenly weakened, collapsing to his knees. His pupils contracted to pinpricks as the scene before him began to warp. He envisioned himself pierced through the chest by a dark spiral, his innards shredded, blood gushing from his mouth. He wished to scream, but his throat felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, leaving him only able to emit a suffocating whimper. The nearby ninja was utterly overwhelmed, a sudden warmth spreading through his groin as liquid trickled down his thigh. Yet he could scarcely focus on such humiliation. His mind was inundated with visions of his own decapitation, his head rolling on the ground, and his headless body collapsing slowly. Panic ensued as some began to retch uncontrollably, while others clawed at their faces in a frenzied attempt to escape the nightmarish hallucinations. Even the leading jonin stood frozen, his teeth chattering violently, producing a disconcerting clicking sound. Though reason insisted that this was all a mere illusion, his body was convinced otherwise. Should he act, he would surely perish. Death was imminent. His knees crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath like a dying fish. Cold sweat drenched his back, and his heart raced as if on the verge of explosion. Enveloped in an aura of murderous intent, everyone beheld their most tragic fates, some burned to cinders, others torn to shreds, and still others drained of chakra, reduced to lifeless husks. Most horrifying was the realization that this was not mere threat or intimidation, but rather a grim premonition. As Myanmar took a slow step forward, the grass ninjas retreated in a frenzy, resembling disturbed ants, with some collapsing to the ground in weakness. Now, his voice resonated with chilling clarity amidst the silence. No one desires a futile sacrifice, do they? No one dared to respond. No one dared to breathe. In the face of such absolute terror, even the act of contemplation became a luxury. This skill is remarkably effective, Myanmar mused inwardly, praising the system's rewards. The impact of his supreme pressure far exceeded expectations. The grass ninjas, once restless, now bore expressions of unnerving clarity. Yet the performance must be complete. He raised his hand slowly, palm facing upwards. Inky black chakra oozed forth like a viscous liquid, distorting and intertwining in the air, gradually coalescing into a chilling orb. Spiraling doom. The orb's surface shimmered with ominous dark light, while the surrounding air crackled with the sound of energy overload. Occasionally, sparks of chakra erupted, striking the ground and creating honeycomb-like craters. 10 minutes. Myanmar's voice was terrifyingly calm. Bring the Uzumaki here. Otherwise, he tilted his palm slightly, allowing the dark orb to spin slowly at his fingertips. When I come to find them, the hidden grass village will vanish from the map. This statement fell like a bucket of ice water upon the stunned grass ninjas. They gazed in terror at the light-absorbing sphere, finally grasping the grim reality. Quick, bring that woman and her daughter here. The leading jonin shouted hoarsely, his voice cracking. Now, immediately. Move. Uzumaki Misaki instinctively tightened her grip, her fingers turning white around Shine's small hand. Her back pressed against the hostile gazes of the grass ninjas. Those eyes seemed to expel her like a plague, wishing for her immediate disappearance. Why does Jean have his sights set on us? Her throat tightened, and terrifying rumors flashed through her mind. The Ember organization would transform the living into puppets. The nine-faced beast fed on human blood, and none who ventured into their stronghold returned alive. The voice of Lord Myanmar, leading the elite shinobi, trembled as he lowered his gaze. The heart of the vortex lies here. He discreetly nudged Misaki's back with his elbow, forcing a breathy whisper through clenched teeth. Hurry, don't doom us all. Yet Misaki's feet felt as though they had taken root. What awaited her if she moved forward? The horrific tales circulating in the cloud-hidden village echoed in her mind. Some said Ember would skin those with bloodline limits. Others claimed they conducted forbidden experiments on the living, and there were even whispers that Myanmar would consume children. Each version was more horrifying than the last. Ah, splendid. Myanmar's voice resonated through his mask. You are far more sensible than the cloud-hidden folk. He slowly surveyed the trembling grass ninjas, his gaze finally settling on the mother and daughter, Xianglin and her child. I shall honor my promise. This declaration fell like a decree of clemency, visibly easing the tension in the grass ninjas' bodies. Some collapsed weakly to the ground, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Now Myanmar raised his hand, the dark spiral wheel spinning slowly in his palm, emanating a disquieting energy. This motion instantly tensed the grass ninjas once more. A few timid ones instinctively recoiled a step. This is no longer needed. Before the terrified gazes of all, Myanmar gently tossed the spiral wheel upward. The pitch-black orb ascended silently into the sky like a reverse shooting star. The grass ninjas instinctively craned their necks, their eyes following the diminishing black, their faces etched with confusion and unease. What was he doing? Why unleash such a perilous object? Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly tore through the heavens. A violent shockwave erupted in the air, a visible ring of force instantly expanding. The closest grass ninjas were thrown backward, while many instinctively covered their ears. Their faces drained of color. As the blinding light faded, a void nearly 100 meters wide appeared in the azure sky. The floating clouds were completely evaporated, sunlight pouring down unobstructed, illuminating the pale faces of everyone present. The chakra dispersion control worked remarkably well. Naruto assessed silently beneath his mask. This spiral wheel's power was less than half of its complete form. Without the Nine-Tails chakra, it was essentially just a dazzling firework. Yet for these grass ninjas, it was sufficiently shocking. Staring vacantly at the void in the sky, the grass ninjas stiffly turned their gaze back to Myanmar. As the hand that had concentrated the spiral wheel rose towards the Uzumaki mother and daughter, everyone involuntarily held their breath. Come, Uzumaki clan. Myanmar's voice was chillingly calm as he gestured invitingly. Follow me. This statement seemed to flip a switch. The grass ninjas immediately began to shove the mother and daughter forward, their voices laced with disdain. Did you hear that? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Do you want to condemn the entire village? Once you leave, do not return. Misaki staggered and turned back, only to be met with faces filled with loathing. Those mouths that had once greedily bitten into her arm were now spewing the most venomous words. Despite sacrificing all her chakra and enduring the pain of their bites, was she still unable to attain refuge? Understood. We shall walk on our own. The sudden outburst from Corinne interrupted her mother's thoughts. The little girl forcefully brushed aside the outstretched hands, defiantly lifting her chin. Do not touch my mother. Clenching Misaki's fingers tightly, she stepped forward resolutely. Her small figure stood tall, as if to shield her mother with her fragile frame from all malice. In an instant, the world twisted and reformed. The mother and daughter duo felt a fleeting blur, the surrounding scenery peeling away like shattered glass. When their vision refocused, they found themselves frozen in place at the original gate of Kusa no Sato, which had transformed into an elegant Japanese-style room. The tatami mats exuded a faint scent of rush grass, and the sound of flowing hot spring water faintly echoed from beyond the paper doors. A wooden plaque on the wall inscribed with Inu no Yu indicated that they were at one of the most renowned hot spring inns in the land of hot water. Was that a space-time ninjutsu? Misaki had heard of such techniques, but experiencing it firsthand was a first. Let us take a moment to rest. The voice of Minma suddenly softened, contrasting sharply with the oppressive atmosphere they had just encountered in Kusa no Sato. He casually seated himself at the low table, I have already informed Tanuma. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. Minma gestured towards the tea set in the corner of the room. I won't be here long. Feel free to ask any questions now. Misaki's throat tightened. She shielded Corinne behind her, kneeling heavily on the tatami. Sir, you require the Uzumaki bloodline, do you not? Her voice was resolute. If it is for research purposes, I alone am sufficient. Please spare my daughter. Mother. Corinne tugged at her mother's sleeve in confusion. Unlike others, she felt no fear toward this man. Instead, an inexplicable sense of closeness washed over her. How peculiar. She secretly observed Minma, a wave of unexplainable safety swelling within her. This warmth was a feeling she had only ever experienced with her mother. Minma shook his head helplessly. I believe you have misunderstood. You see, you are among the few kindred souls I have in this world. Kindred? Misaki's lips trembled slightly. The term left her utterly bewildered. Minma nodded slightly, adopting a relaxed tone. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Minma. He elongated the pronunciation, adding, as for my surname, it is Uzumaki Minma. I look forward to our acquaintance. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere, his tone remained cheerful, yet Misaki remained frozen in place. Her heart racing as a golden chain suddenly coiled forth from behind Minma, tracing an elegant arc through the air. This is... Misaki's pupils dilated in shock. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, she was all too familiar with the radiant chains and the unique chakra fluctuations of the diamond lock. Uttering the name of this clan's secret technique, the chain's brilliance illuminated her pale face, causing her wide eyes, opened in astonishment, to glisten. The atmosphere in the room was rather awkward. Miana leaned quietly against the window, while Misaki's hands were tightly clasped together. Although Miana's demonstration of the diamond lock indeed affirmed her Uzumaki lineage, the unease in her eyes had yet to fully dissipate, her body poised as if ready to spring into action. Meanwhile, Corinne sat obediently beside her mother, occasionally stealing glances at Miana, her eyes sparkling with a mix of curiosity and confusion. Miana understood their silence and anxiety all too well. The woman before them had sought refuge for her daughter by joining the village hidden in grass, only to be nearly killed by those she believed were allies. Such an experience would instill a primal wariness towards the notion of sanctuary in anyone. In truth, there was another reason for their apprehension, the stigma attached to her presence. Before them stood the feared leader of the Embers, a figure that had long been the subject of terror-laden tales disseminated by the village hidden in the clouds, which had painted Miana as a bloodthirsty demon. When a legendary killer suddenly professes a desire to protect you, it is only natural to suspect a new trap. Time was essential, Miana sighed inwardly. Trust is a delicate construct, requiring a prolonged period to build yet capable of crumbling in an instant. At last, the paper door was pulled open with urgency. A middle-aged man, wearing a hard hat, stood hurriedly at the entrance, clearly having rushed over upon receiving news. Dressed in ordinary work attire, he resembled any construction worker found in the land of water. Tanuma, an unnamed merchant registered in the land of water, stood awkwardly at the door. Upon entering the room, as he removed his hard hat, the smoke of a transformation jutsu slowly dissipated, revealing the true form of Hinata Hayashi. The signature white eyes confirmed his identity. My Lady Miana, I apologize for keeping you waiting. His voice was laced with regret, and traces of cement dust clung to his sleeves, indicating he had just come from a construction site. Since receiving the task of establishing a main base, this younger brother of the Hyuga clan leader had devoted all his energy to business management and construction. Miana then succinctly briefed him on the mission. Upon learning that the mother and daughter were of the Uzumaki bloodline, Hayashi was visibly taken aback, but he quickly composed himself, bowing his head in acknowledgement. I understand. He did not inquire about how Miana had found them or question the reasons for taking in the duo. His sole approach, bound by absolute loyalty, was to execute orders without questioning their motives. The task was rather straightforward, to provide them with a safe haven and ensure their lives were free of worry. The only stipulation was that, for safety's sake, they must maintain the disguise of the transformation jutsu while outside. Misaki listened quietly to Miana's arrangements, her internal unease gradually dissipating. Was it truly this simple? Without cruel experiments, harsh conditions, or any demands for sacrifice, this individual's gaze fell upon Hinata. Those pure white eyes undoubtedly belonged to the Hyuga clan. Wait, wasn't it rumored that the members of the Hyuga clan taken by Jin had already perished under torture? Why was he still alive? Moreover, he appeared to be thriving. After Minma relayed his instructions, He lingered not longer. The rest is in your hands. With that, his figure vanished in a shimmer of the flying thunder god technique. Subsequently, Naruto returned to Konoha, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As long as they were granted a period of tranquility, the bonds of connection would naturally strengthen. Thus, the organization feared throughout the ninja world, Jin, once again revealed its fangs to the world. In the following weeks, the obscure village of Grass, previously unnoticed, suddenly became the focal point of the 5 great nations. Elite spies from Konoha Zumbu, the tracking squad of Kumogakure, and the reconnaissance ninjas from Awagakure infiltrated this border village like sharks sensing blood, seeking to uncover any clues regarding Jin. However, regardless of their efforts, the intelligence they gathered was surprisingly uniform. Minma's appearance was solely to retrieve the Uzumaki clansmen sheltered by Grass Village. Yet, this seemingly simple piece of information left the leaders of the 5 great nations on edge. Was Jin collecting bloodline limits? Beyond military deterrence to prevent war, what ulterior motives did this organization harbor? A myriad of terrifying speculations swirled in the minds of the Kages. Regrettably, against the backdrop of the flying thunder god technique, all tracking efforts proved futile. The trail of Jin once again dissipated like mist in the shadows of the ninja world. As for Naruto, he had long returned to the mundane routine of life. Mornings were spent exuberantly with Might Guy on the streets of Konoha, while afternoons were dedicated to sparring with the esteemed daughter of the Uchiha clan. He led a fulfilling life under such circumstances. Yet, Naruto's actions were inciting a series of unforeseen consequences. In the dojo of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi observed Neji, who was practicing with Hinata, his brow furrowing involuntarily. According to his expectations, this child, having lost his father, ought to be filled with resentment towards the main branch. Although the letter left by Hisashi clearly explained the truth behind his sacrifice, Hayashi had mentally prepared himself for the animosity of his nephew, intending to reveal the entire truth to Neji when he matured further. However, please take care of me, Lady Hinata, Neji said respectfully, his eyes devoid of any shadow of bitterness. His movements were crisp and decisive, entirely lacking the anticipated resentment. What perplexed Hayashi even more was the genuine respect reflected in the boy's gaze directed at him. This was not right. Logically, the tragic demise of his father should have inflicted a profound blow on this precocious child. Yet, Neji displayed not a hint of despair. Instead, he trained with unwavering vigor each day, his eyes ignited with astonishing determination and conviction. Neji pondered little beyond a singular thought. To become stronger, one must undoubtedly strive for greater strength. Neji harbors a singular, pure aspiration within his heart. The tragic demise of his father did not instill in him a sense of hatred, but rather a profound sense of release. For it was the man adorned with a fox mask who illuminated the truth to him. By becoming stronger than anyone else, he could shatter any shackles of fate. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger, to meet that man's expectations, to become his ally, and to stand beside him in the future, offering his strength. Neji remained oblivious to the remarkable obsession that resided within him. It could be said that his attitude towards Hinata mirrored that of Kimamaro's towards Orochimaru in the original narrative. Time flowed quietly, like a gentle stream. The emergence of the Ember organization was akin to a brief and violent storm, arriving with ferocity, yet vanishing in an instant. The intelligence agencies of the 5 great nations tirelessly scoured for any trace of this enigmatic organization, yet their efforts yielded naught. As the entire shinobi world trembled in anticipation of Ember's next appearance, the year marked the 54th of Konoha, regarded as the darkest figure in the shinobi realm. The destroyer of worlds, and the enemy of all humanity, that man encountered a significant turning point in his life. Naruto was about to report to the Ninja Academy, stepping into the role of a proud elementary student. The opening ceremony of Konoha was even more tedious than anticipated. Once all the newcomers stood neatly in line on the playground, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, commenced his lengthy address. His voice echoed across the grounds, filled with the usual platitudes about the fluttering leaves and the enduring flames of fire. Therefore, children, you are the future of Konoha. Naruto stifled a yawn, casting a sidelong glance at his surroundings. Most of the children stood upright, gazing up at the 3rd Hokage with admiration. At that moment, a commotion arose from the crowd. Look over there, that black-haired girl. Is she from the Uchiha clan? How adorable. What beautiful eyes like gemstones. I want to be her friend. Following the gaze of the crowd, Naruto indeed spotted Satsuki. She was clad in a pristine uniform, her long, raven hair neatly tied back, even among a throng of children. Her innate noble aura was strikingly evident. Naruto nearly forgot Satsuki's beauty. Having spent each day in her company, he had long become accustomed to her exquisite visage. Yet now, he was reminded that even with gender transformation, she remained the unrivaled pinnacle of beauty in the shinobi world. However, the girls who once swooned over Sasuke in the original tale had now transformed into restless young boys. When the lengthy oration on the will of fire finally concluded, the newcomers filed into the tiered classrooms of the Ninja Academy. Naruto casually chose a seat, and Satsuki naturally sat beside him. Her actions as if it were a matter of course. Hey, what's going on? Why is she sitting next to that monster? Keep your voice down. My mom said he was responsible for the death of the fourth Hokage. We should stay away from him. Should we warn her? A group of civilian children huddled in the back of the classroom, whispering to one another, yet Naruto paid no heed to their idle chatter. Instead, he eagerly surveyed the familiar faces surrounding him, the plump boy munching on potato chips, the languid pineapple-haired student, the inconspicuous one in sunglasses, and others characterized by their distinct appearances, those with dog-like scents, white eyes, pink hair, and blonde hair. Alongside himself and the haughty girl, they finally formed a complete assembly of the 9 small strong. As Naruto pondered this, he suddenly noticed the seat beside him was vacant. Scanning the classroom, he finally spotted Satsuki among the group of civilian children at the back. The boys who had been whispering just moments ago were now flushed, utterly flustered as the aloof Uchiha heiress approached them. They jostled each other, their eyes sparkling with astonishment at the unexpected engagement from the seemingly distant Uchiha princess. However, Satsuki merely leaned down and whispered a few words. In the next moment, the boys' smiles froze. It was as though cold water had been splashed upon them. Their expressions shifted from excitement to stupor, ultimately leading to a complete deflation as they slumped despondently onto their desks, devoid of any fighting spirit. Naruto, observing Satsuki returning to her seat with an air of nonchalance, couldn't help but inquire softly, "Hey, what did you say to them?" "Nothing much. Just that they are quite unpleasant, spreading baseless rumors about others without evidence." "I don't mind, but thanks anyway. 2 pillars, why don't you rebut them?" "And stop calling me 2 pillars." Satsuki's dark eyes widened as her fair cheeks puffed slightly in protest. Though she was clearly objecting, there was a subtle softness in her tone that suggested a hint of playfulness. As the saying goes, the strength of friendship is often revealed in the willingness to give each other nicknames. Just as every boy aspires to have a brotherly bond, playful banter is the highest form of camaraderie. This particular nickname had slipped from Naruto's lips inadvertently on a previous occasion. Satsuki had been taken aback momentarily, but hadn't he truly been angry, merely protesting in the same gentle manner as now. "Please, don't call me 2 pillars." While Satsuki showed no aversion to the nickname, she was curious as to why it was 2 pillars. After a while, a familiar figure appeared at the classroom door. Irika Yumino entered, cradling a stack of textbooks. His gaze inadvertently met Naruto's, first showing evident surprise, then shifting away with a complex expression. "Quiet down." Irika clapped his hands. Once the noise in the classroom subsided, he turned to the blackboard and wrote his name. "I am Irika Yumino." He set down the chalk, brushed off the dust from his hands, and offered a warm smile. "From today onwards, I shall be your teacher." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm halo upon his forehead. "I hope to have a good relationship with all of you." A scattering of applause erupted in the classroom as the self-introduction segment commenced. Irika lowered his gaze to the list in his hands and began calling out names. The first few were unfamiliar, not mentioned in the original narrative, until he reached the next name, Inuzuka Kiba. A boy with a spiky hairstyle and painted face burst onto the stage, brimming with vigor as he exclaimed, "I am Inuzuka Kiba. My greatest love is dogs. My dream is to become Hokage and ensure that everyone in the village raises dogs." He flashed a grin, revealing his sharp teeth. Naruto instinctively glanced at the empty space atop his head, where he recalled the white little ninja dog from his memories. Was Akamaru not yet born? Or had he simply not been adopted? Next up was Nagatsuki Tadahei, another name absent from the original narrative, yet upon hearing it, Naruto felt a sudden shiver, inexplicably filled with an unpleasant sensation. Standing on the podium was an ordinary boy sporting glasses, devoid of any remarkable features. "I am Nagatsuki Tadahei." He adjusted his glasses. his voice suddenly brimming with excitement. I adore silver-haired, purple-eyed, somewhat dim-witted, silly older sisters. Such a distinctive passion stirred an unexplainable irritation within Naruto towards this stranger he had just met, prompting a desire to deliver a well-deserved thrashing. Next was Uchiha Satsuki. The moment Irika's voice fell, a commotion erupted within the classroom. The boys instinctively straightened their backs, eyes fixed intently on the podium. A few bold ones even attempted to tidy their hair, seeking to appear more presentable, although such behavior seemed rather precocious for their age. Were children in the ninja world always this mature? Naruto had grown weary of critiquing this notion. Satsuki approached the podium with graceful strides. Once she stood firm, her cool voice resonated. I am Uchiha Satsuki. My aspiration is to surpass my sister and become a ninja that makes my clan proud. At this juncture, her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Naruto before swiftly retracting. As for my hobbies, Satsuki's cheeks suddenly flushed with a faint hue, her voice dropping a notch. I cannot disclose that. This rare display of shyness captivated the boys below, leaving them entranced as Satsuki hastily returned to her seat, her ears still tinged with a lingering blush. Next was Uzumaki Naruto. He languidly approached the podium, stating, I am Uzumaki Naruto. His voice was gentle. There are many things I cherish. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the faces in the classroom. Akimichi's chubby boy, Nara's slothful lad, Hyuga's young lady, before finally resting on Satsuki. My dream is that the world will not be destroyed. This unexpected declaration left Irika momentarily stunned, perplexed as to why a 6-year-old child would harbor such a dream. Once the self-introductions concluded, Irika officially commenced the first lesson. Today, we shall delve into the fundamental knowledge of ninjas, the extraction and utilization of chakra. He picked up a piece of chalk and sketched a simple diagram on the blackboard. Chakra is the energy produced within the 130 trillion cells of the mind and body, serving as the foundation for our ninjutsu. Naruto rested his chin on one hand, listening intently to Irika's lecture. Although he had mastered this knowledge 3 years prior, sitting in the classroom and revisiting it evoked a peculiar sense of nostalgia. After discussing chakra and the methods for refining it, Irika began to explain the hand seals. Naruto found the concept of hand seals rather impressive. However, as time progressed, they had devolved into mere gestures, with little more than a clap and a chant, rendering the once ceremonial process a rarity. The latter part of the class shifted focus to the history of the ninja world. Long ago, the concept of ninja villages did not exist. Ninjas fought under their family names, with an average lifespan of less than 30 years. When recounting the establishment of Konohagakure, Irika briefly mentioned the achievements of Hashirama Senju in pacifying the warring states, omitting any mention of the other founder, Uchiha Madara. As the history lesson concluded, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the desks. It was noon, and Naruto eagerly opened his lunchbox, while Satsuki unwrapped the meticulously prepared meal from her mother. The two naturally began to exchange food, a routine that had become their customary interaction. At the other end of the classroom, a group of boys huddled together, whispering and occasionally glancing in their direction. Hey, did you see that? Satsuki is eating with that blonde. Why would she choose to dine with someone like him? Should we invite her over? After a round of intense eye contact, one boy mustered the courage to approach. He straightened his posture, attempting to exude an air of superiority. Standing before Satsuki's desk, he raised his voice slightly. You are from the Uchiha clan, right? Satsuki looked up after swallowing her food. Under the sunlight, her dark eyes sparkled like jewels, causing the boy to blush instantly. Yes, she replied curtly. Is there something you need? The boy, now more at ease, stammered. I heard that talented children from the Uchiha family begin training before enrolling in the academy. Would you like to join us for lunch? We could share training tips. My father is a jonin, and I have been training before entering the ninja school. He cast a proud glance at Naruto, pleased with his plan to invite only Satsuki, allowing him to have lunch with her while sidelining Naruto. Satsuki responded in a calm tone, No, thank you. I already have a training partner. Her tone was neither particularly polite nor distant. It was simply a flat refusal. Nonetheless, the boy's face flushed deeply at her blunt rejection. After all, being children, they were quite sensitive, and with such a straightforward dismissal, he could only lower his head and hastily retreat. Once the boy had vanished from sight, Satsuki nonchalantly picked up her chopsticks and delicately placed a golden fried shrimp from her lunchbox into Naruto's. Here, try this. My mother knows you've been looking out for me, so she made this especially for you. Of course, this was a fabrication. In truth, it was Satsuki who had proactively requested her mother to prepare an additional serving. At that moment, Mikoto had displayed a knowing smile. Yet how could she ever admit to such a thing? Is that so? That truly puts you in a difficult position, Aunt Mikoto. Naruto promptly picked up a fried shrimp and took a bite. The crisp coating emitted a delightful crunch between his teeth, while the succulent shrimp melted on his tongue, prompting him to involuntarily narrow his eyes in pleasure. This was Naruto's assessment. Delicious, far surpassing his own culinary creations. One could only say that she truly lived up to her status as the wife of the Uchiha clan leader. After finishing the fried shrimp, Naruto took some char siu from his bento box and placed it into Satsuki's bowl as an exchange. Here, try my char siu. Although it surely cannot compare to what you have at home. By the way, I've prepared a little treat as well. Naruto rummaged through his backpack and produced a small bag, revealing several glistening red morsels. A derivative of candied hawthorn, candied cherry tomatoes. Satsuki stared at the little tomatoes for a couple of seconds before reaching out to pick one up. She gently took a bite, and the sweet flavor immediately spread across her palate. He still remembered her favorite tomato dish, even after all the effort he had put into cooking. Satsuki nibbled on the cherry tomatoes, her peripheral vision catching Naruto deftly finishing his bento, a smudge of sauce at the corner of his mouth. Instinctively, she reached out to wipe it away but abruptly transformed the gesture into offering a tissue instead. As their delightful lunch concluded, the time passed into the afternoon, and the venue for the lesson shifted from the classroom to the playground, where they were to partake in a physical training class. However, the session would not consist of mere running. Instead, it involved paired sparring. First pair for sparring, Uchiha Satsuki against Uzumaki Naruto. Satsuki's eyes instantly brightened, feeling incredibly fortunate. She thought to herself, completely oblivious to the possibility that this might have been a deliberate arrangement. In her proud perception, only Naruto was worthy to be her opponent within the entire class. The two made their way to the center of the field, where Iruka solemnly announced the rules. The use of real ninja tools was prohibited, and strikes must be controlled. He looked at the two and instructed, "Now, form the hand signs for the spar." Naruto and Satsuki simultaneously raised their hands, forming the standard opposing hand signs. The students observing from the sidelines began to stir with excitement. A few boys squeezed into the front row, their faces flushed as they shouted, "Satsuki, go for it. Show that guy your strength." "Satsuki, after the match, can you teach me about shuriken?" Satsuki paid no heed to the raucous voices. Her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Naruto. A gentle breeze tousled her bangs, her dark eyes brimming with focus. Satsuki assumed the standard stance for physical training. "I won't hold back." Naruto smiled as he took his position. "I will give it my all as well." Iruka raised his hand and brought it down forcefully. "Let the battle begin." The moment Iruka's voice fell, the two figures surged toward each other like arrows released from their bows. Satsuki's movements were swift as the wind, her long black hair tracing an elegant arc behind her. She aimed a punch at Naruto's face, but he effortlessly sidestepped her attack. "When it comes to physical techniques, I shall not be defeated by you." With unwavering confidence, Satsuki declared her intent, simultaneously executing a flawless backflip to evade Naruto's sweeping kick. Her movements flowed gracefully, betraying her status as merely a child from the Ninja Academy. Yet, it was still too early to proclaim victory. Naruto suddenly changed his approach. After exchanging a few blows, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful spin, his right leg descending like a battle axe. Leaf Hurricane. This technique, a signature move taught by Might Guy, descended upon Satsuki with immense force. The onlooking children collectively gasped, some even instinctively closing their eyes. Bang! A tremendous shockwave stirred up dust and debris. Iruka's expression shifted dramatically, his hand half raised, ready to halt the match. The sheer power exhibited far exceeded his understanding of children's martial arts training. "Wait, Iruka-sensei," came Naruto's surprisingly calm voice from amidst the swirling dust. "Satsuki isn't that weak." As if to affirm his words, the dust gradually settled, revealing only Naruto standing amidst the remnants of a wooden post. A substitution technique. Naruto rose, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Impressive. Just as Naruto's praise lingered in the air, a sharp sensation pricked at the back of his neck. Instinctively, he lifted his right arm and delivered a swift elbow strike backward. Bang! Satsuki's form, aiming for a chokehold, dissipated into white smoke. A shadow clone technique. Naruto afforded himself no time for surprise, scanning the entire training ground. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze upon the crowd of spectators. So it was here. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Naruto bolted towards the cluster of students. Irakin nearly gasped in alarm as he witnessed Naruto deliver a fierce sidekick to an unassuming brown-haired boy. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the ordinary student reacted with remarkable speed. Raising his leg to block, the two legs colliding with a dull thud. As a plume of white smoke rose, Satsuki's true form emerged. She infiltrated the audience with a transformation technique. Irika's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Such exquisite application of the shadow clone technique. Such adaptability in the heat of battle. Could this truly be accomplished by a mere first-year student? The two figures returned to the center of the arena. Satsuki skillfully parried Naruto's punch with her wrist, excitement shimmering in her dark eyes. In this moment, she completely forgot her usual tsundere demeanor. The combative nature of the Uchiha clan laid bare. You're truly amazing. Only you are worthy to be my opponent. Naruto launched another sweeping kick towards Satsuki's lower body. What an honor. But even if you praise me, I won't concede victory. His voice, too, resonated with undeniable excitement. The pace of their exchanges quickened, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages on the playground. The surrounding children were utterly mesmerized. Was this truly a contest among peers? Irika clutched his clipboard tightly, both astonished by the talents of these children and troubled by how to guide them. Did they really still need to attend the ninja academy at this level? Bang! Satsuki's slender figure suddenly broke free from Naruto's martial arts pressure, leaping back to create distance. The corners of her mouth curled into a defiant arc. In an instant, her hands transformed into fleeting shadows, commencing the intricate hand seals. Upon witnessing this, Naruto comprehended that the clash of ninjutsu was about to begin. He too initiated the hand seals, almost synchronously producing identical gestures. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Boom! Two blazing fireballs collided in the center of the arena, unleashing an astonishing wave of heat. The searing air swept across the surroundings, causing even the sand and gravel on the ground to glow faintly red from the intense temperature. The onlooking children were compelled to retreat, stunned by the spectacle before them. Is this truly a student of the Ninja Academy? Enough. The practice is over. You too. Cease at once. Irika's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward to intervene. But it was too late. Is this all you've got? Naruto's chakra surged from the depths of his throat. With a powerful blast, his fireball suddenly expanded, the crimson flames overpowering Sakura's fireball and pushing it back towards her. Fool! Sakura scoffed, inhaling deeply as her chakra erupted once more. Boom! The flames reversed again, and the two fireballs remained locked in a fierce stalemate at the center of the arena, with exploding sparks flying to the west, some even scorching nearby branches, leaving charred marks in their wake. Stop! The practice has concluded. Irika's forehead glistened with cold sweat. This was no ordinary training session, but a genuine ninja duel. If this continued, it could result in injuries for both participants. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, and suddenly, a shuriken precisely cut through the intersection of the two fireballs. Swish! 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 In the next moment, that shuriken split in midair, transforming into numerous sharp, glimmering shadows, severing the raging fireballs with force. The blazing flames were forcibly torn apart, scattering into countless sparks, which gradually dissipated into the air. All right, the practice ends here. A calm voice resonated, and Naruto turned to see the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, having appeared at the edge of the arena, holding an unthrown shuriken. His aged face bore a hint of helplessness, but could not conceal the admiration in his eyes. Grandpa Third, Hokage-sama. Irika quickly bowed, still sweating profusely, clearly shaken by the earlier battle and the potential for student injuries. The third Hokage, having arrived after witnessing some uncontrollable circumstances through the telescope technique, waved his hand and chuckled. Irika, there's no need to be anxious. It's commendable that the children are so spirited. However, he glanced at Naruto and Sakura, his tone gentle yet firm. The practice at the Ninja Academy should have its limits. Consider this a draw. Now, perform the reconciliation seal. Sakura pouted, evidently displeased with the outcome, yet she obediently extended her hand to form the reconciliation seal. What a pity, if only we could have persisted a bit longer. We could have determined a victor. Naruto chuckled, extending his hand as well to create the reconciliation seal. Well, let us strive harder next time. Humph. Sakura turned her face away, her ears slightly flushed, showcasing her tsundere nature. The third Hokage observed this with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes before turning to leave, leaving behind a simple remark. Irika, continue the lesson. After the silhouette of the Hokage vanished completely, Irika let out a long sigh of relief. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he observed the two individuals, who had just been in a fierce battle, now engaged in lively conversation. And he couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Ahem, let us continue with the practice. Next group. The following practice session appeared mundane in comparison. After the intense showdown between Naruto and Satsuki, the other children's sparring matches resembled mere child's play, pushing and tripping one another, resembling more of a playful scuffle than true ninja training. Satsuki stood on the sidelines, coldly watching, silently calculating that if she were to take the stage, these fellows would likely falter within a single round. The only ones resembling competent fighters were Shino and Kiba. Shino displayed a calm and precise fighting style. Although still rather immature, he executed each move with impeccable timing. In stark contrast, Kiba charged in recklessly, akin to an exuberant puppy wildly flailing about. When it was Shikamaru's turn, he simply yawned and lazily raised his hand in surrender. Ah, what a hassle, I concede. Choji followed suit, mimicking him and claiming he too surrendered, citing a desire to avoid hurting anyone. Thus, the afternoon's lessons concluded amidst a cacophony of laughter. As school ended, the children rushed out of the classroom, quickly whisked away by their waiting parents. Naruto, however, remained behind, tidying up his belongings. He had not received the luxury of being picked up by a parent. After all, he was destined to be the protagonist. After humorously mocking himself with a dark joke, Naruto decided to visit Uncle Ikaku for some ramen before heading home, only to suddenly find two figures blocking his path. In the sunset, Satsuki stood with her head bowed, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Beside her stood a tall man, strikingly notable with meticulously groomed black hair and a crisp jounin vest adorned with the red and white clan insignia on the shoulders. It resembled a ping-pong paddle, but in reality was a fan, representing the Uchiha clan's emblem. You must be Naruto. The man's authoritative voice snapped Naruto back to reality. He instinctively stood straighter, glancing back and forth between Satsuki and the man. May I ask? Satsuki subtly tugged at her father's sleeve, murmuring something softly. Naruto observed the usually haughty second daughter now appearing as shy as a quail. Are you Satsuki's father? Indeed, Fugaku nodded slightly, his stern expression revealing little emotion. Satsuki has mentioned you numerous times. It was not merely a few times, Fugaku thought to himself with a silent sigh. Ever since his daughter had met Naruto, the conversation always circled back to how Naruto had fared that day. From physical confrontations to lunch preferences, even the actions of that blonde boy could keep her talking for hours. Satsuki mentioned you've been accompanying her in training. Fugaku's tone softened unconsciously. She has relied on your guidance. Naruto hastily waved his hands. No, you flatter me. I'm not deserving of such praise. He stole a glance at the nearly fuming Satsuki, realizing that she had indeed been a significant help in his training. Having a friend like her was truly a stroke of fortune. Fugaku gazed at the blonde boy before him, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He was acutely aware of Naruto's true identity, the orphan of his departed friend, Minato Namikaze, and simultaneously, the most crucial weapon of deterrence in the ongoing conflict for Konohagakure, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In the past, his wife Mikoto had shared a sisterly bond with Kushina Uzumaki, and he had staked the entire political capital of the Uchiha clan on Minato, wholeheartedly supporting his bid for the position of Hokage. When Minato finally donned the Hokage hat, Fugaku naively believed that the Uchiha clan's fortunes in Konoha would finally take a turn for the better. Yet, fate is often cruel. On the night of Kushina's delivery, the Nine Tails suddenly broke free from its seal and attacked Konoha. What shocked Fugaku the most was the sight of a pair of Sharingan reflected in the beast's crimson eyes, an undeniable testament to the Uchiha's control over the creature. From that day forward, Fugaku bitterly reminisced about the sacrifices of the Hokage he had supported, the loss of his wife's dear friend, and the sorrowful days that followed, during which Mikoto's eyes were perpetually red. To make matters worse, the higher-ups in Konoha began to suspect the Uchiha clan of harboring traitors. No matter how Fugaku defended his clan, the Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes remained irrefutable evidence. Ultimately, The entire Uchiha clan was forced to relocate to the outskirts of the village. The once proud ninjas grew increasingly discontented, and the hawkish factions gained strength, even conspiring for a violent coup. As the clan leader, Fugaku found himself in a position of having to assuage these radicals at every clan meeting, all the while waiting for an opportunity to restore the Uchiha to his central role in Konoha. Initially, he had pinned his hopes on his exceptionally gifted eldest daughter, Itachi, anticipating that she would join the Hokage's elite umbu and advocate for the Uchiha's voice. However, fate seemed to delight in irony, as the turning point appeared instead in his second daughter, Sasuke, whose talent, though notable, paled in comparison to her sister's. The afternoon of several years ago remained etched in Fugaku's memory, when summoned by the third Hokage and stepping alone into the Hokage's office. The first words from Hiruzen Sarutobi struck him like a chill from an icy abyss. Fugaku, I have heard that your second daughter has recently been in contact with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Fugaku's spine instantly stiffened. In truth, Mikoto had privately mentioned more than once her desire to take the son of her deceased friend into their home, allowing Naruto to regard her as a godmother. Yet, this notion remained an unspoken luxury, far too sensitive a topic given the precarious situation of the Uchiha clan. Just when Fugaku feared that the third Hokage was about to lay down judgment, the ensuing words left him incredulous. If Fugaku had no objections, he would support Naruto and Sasuke in establishing a bond, on the condition that Fugaku would not interfere in their interactions, and that other Uchiha clan members were forbidden from approaching Naruto. Fugaku immediately discerned the underlying implications. This was an opportunity from Konoha for the Uchiha. As the orphan of the late Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto was destined to become a core figure in the Hokage's lineage. If Sasuke could forge a profound bond with him, would it not pave the way for the Uchiha clan's resurgence? The original plan appeared flawless, to cultivate a friendship between Sasuke and this future central figure of the Hokage's lineage, thus laying the groundwork for the Uchiha clan's revival. Yet at this moment, gazing at her daughter's flushed face as she lowered her head, one cannot help but question whether their friendship had deteriorated. This revelation should have filled Fugaku with euphoric delight for the Uchiha clan. Establishing such a close bond with the lineage of the future Hokage is indeed a rare and fortuitous opportunity. However, as a father, the thought of exploiting his daughter's emotions for political gain left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Just then, Satsuki gently tugged at Fugaku's sleeve, her dark eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. He looked down to see his daughter, silently urging him to address the matter at hand. What then was the purpose of Fugaku's visit to Naruto? It transpired that earlier, as they were leaving school, Satsuki had noticed Naruto walking alone toward the gate. While other children joyfully departed hand in hand with their parents, the solitary figure of the blonde boy standing at the entrance tugged at her heartstrings, filling her with an inexplicable sense of concern. Indeed, Satsuki wished to accompany Naruto home, yet found herself incapable of uttering this simple invitation. After much internal conflict, she decided to seek her father's assistance. However, with her proud demeanor, she was reluctant to openly acknowledge her good intentions. Thus, Satsuki insisted that her father should propose the idea of her escorting Naruto home as a means to strengthen their friendship. As they stepped through the familiar warm curtains, the rich aroma of bone broth enveloped them. Navigating with ease, Naruto entered the ramen shop he had frequented countless times. "Hey, uncle, I'm here," he exclaimed with vigor. "2 bowls of miso tonkatsu chashu ramen, please." He stepped aside to make way for the black-haired girl who stood at the entrance. "Come on, Satsuki," Naruto smiled, pulling out a chair. "Thank you for escorting me home. As a token of my gratitude, let me treat you to a bowl of ramen. Uncle's cooking is the best in Konoha." Satsuki's ears flushed slightly as she feigned composure. "If you insist on treating me, then I suppose I can accompany you," she replied, albeit reluctantly. Uncle Irika peered out from the kitchen, his face beaming with joy. "Oh, it's Naruto and little Satsuki. 2 bowls of miso tonkatsu chashu ramen, right? Coming right up." Amidst the swirling steam, a brown-haired girl was busily working at the counter. "I am Uncle Irika's daughter," looked up upon hearing the commotion and greeted the familiar patrons with a warm smile. As the two settled into their seats, while waiting for their ramen, Naruto rested his chin on his hands, observing Satsuki with keen interest. "So, how was your first day at the Ninja Academy, Satsuki?" he inquired, his voice tinged with uncontainable anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Satsuki tilted her head slightly. To be honest, it was rather lackluster, she admitted, a hint of disdain flickering across her expression. The foundational theories of chakra that the teacher was discussing were taught to me by my father 3 years ago. Yet soon, her eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. However, the sparring session with you this afternoon was quite enjoyable, she added, raising her chin slightly with a hint of challenge. We should have another match next time. This response was entirely within Naruto's expectations, prompting an involuntary chuckle from him. He shrugged, realizing that not everyone had been training since they could walk, unlike them. Most of their classmates were encountering the world of ninjas for the first time, so naturally, the teacher would prioritize their needs. Suddenly, Naruto seemed to recall something amusing, leaning forward unconsciously. By the way, did you notice those interesting characters in our class? Interesting characters? He nodded enthusiastically. There are many like Satsuki, all children from ninja families. For instance, those two who raised their hands to concede before the practice even began. The one with the pineapple hair is the heir of the Nara clan, and the chubby one is a young master from the Akimichi clan. Satsuki pondered for a moment, then displayed a dismissive expression. Those two. So what if they come from prestigious families? If they lack the courage to fight, they cannot become exceptional ninjas. In response to Satsuki's proud declaration, Naruto merely smiled indulgently. At that moment, Uncle Irika lifted the curtain to the kitchen and approached with 2 steaming bowls of ramen. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here comes the special miso tonkatsu chashu ramen. As the bowls were gently placed on the table, a rich aroma wafted between the two. Naruto was astonished to find that not only was the chashu in his bowl piled high, like a small mountain, but Satsuki's portion was equally impressive, roughly estimated to be more than 3 times the usual serving. Uncle, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening as his chopsticks hovered over the mountain of chashu, momentarily unsure of where to begin. Uncle Irika wiped his hands with his apron, his face adorned with a warm smile. I heard today marks the opening day of ninja school, right? Consider this a congratulatory gift. Today's ramen is on me. Be sure to eat plenty. Oh, really? Naruto perked up instantly. That's awesome. Uncle, could you possibly add some fish cake and bamboo shoots? Of course. Coming right up. Uncle Irika replied with a hearty laugh as he turned to fetch the additional toppings. The two enjoyed the delicious meal in comfortable silence, Naruto and Satsuki tacitly maintaining their dining etiquette. Aside from that time long ago when Naruto had encouraged Satsuki, they had never developed the habit of chatting while eating. Satsuki sipped the rich broth in small amounts, savoring this novel culinary experience. As the daughter of the Uchiha clan, her meals had always been meticulously prepared by her mother, featuring exquisite presentation and balanced nutrition. Experiencing the bustling atmosphere of a humble street-side eatery, indulging in commoner cuisine, was an experience that Naruto had largely introduced her to. Memories involuntarily drifted back to the past when her sister would occasionally take her out for dango. Although Satsuki could never comprehend her sister's fascination with those overly sweet rice dumplings, she would always swallow her complaints about their excessive sweetness upon seeing her sister's satisfied smile. Yet, she could not pinpoint when her sister had become increasingly busy, visiting home less frequently, sometimes disappearing for days on end. What, indeed, is my sister preoccupied with? In days gone by, Satsuki would have quietly lamented her sister's distance. Yet, at this moment, as she gazed upon the ravenous golden-haired boy across from her, the familiar pang of disappointment miraculously faded. Since the day they met, Naruto had illuminated her life like a radiant sun, appearing punctually at their designated meeting spot almost every day. Unbeknownst to her, this boy, always adorned with a brilliant smile, had seamlessly woven himself into the fabric of her existence. Satsuki observed Naruto's profile, enveloped in steam, as his eyelashes fluttered gently with each mouthful of noodles. Sauce lingered at the corner of his mouth, oblivious to him as he remained immersed in the joy of his meal. Witnessing such unadulterated happiness, Satsuki felt her heart soften. Akin to being steeped in warm water, her gaze gradually shifted to one of focus and tenderness. What's the matter, Satsuki? Naruto noticed her stare and turned his head, catching sight of her rare, gentle expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Perhaps it is due to my affection for you. The words escaped her lips as if they possessed a will of their own. In the next instant, Satsuki realized that Naruto had frozen, his chopsticks clattering onto the table, his azure eyes wide with disbelief. Wait. What did I just say? An alarm blared in her mind. as she recognized she had inadvertently revealed something profound. Her fair cheeks flushed a visible crimson. In a flurry, she waved her hands, stumbling over her words. No. What I meant was that I absolutely must think of a way. Her mind raced frantically, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. Right. I meant skiing. Her voice rose unexpectedly. I was considering whether skiing could aid in training to control chakra. Note, in Japanese, like has a similar pronunciation to skiing. Naruto paused for a few seconds before a look of realization washed over his face. So that's it. He scratched his head and picked up his chopsticks again. That might be useful. Let us give it a try when the snow season arrives. Satsuki secretly exhaled in relief, though her heart continued to race uncontrollably. In a fluster, she averted her gaze, only to meet Ayam, who was tidying up the dishes. Ayam returned a kind smile, allowing Satsuki's tense nerves to finally ease. What a relief. It seems I've managed to slip by unnoticed. What she failed to notice was that as Ayam turned away, her professional smile transformed into a radiant expression of discovery, her hands unconsciously cupping her cheeks. Oh my, how adorable! Ayam silently exclaimed, what is this? An inadvertent revelation of true feelings? Youth is indeed beautiful. The steam rising from the ramen shop had yet to dissipate when Satsuki hastily set down her bowl and chopsticks. Her fair cheeks still bore a rosy hue, even the tips of her ears blushing with a delicate pink. After the heart-pounding incident that had just transpired, she found it impossible to face Naruto with her usual composure. I shall take my leave first, Satsuki hastily uttered, lowering her head as she pressed a few banknotes to the bottom of the bowl and rose in a flurry. The door curtain was hurriedly lifted and then fell back into place, leaving only a gentle breeze to caress the empty seats. Uncle Yal approached to clear the dishes, and upon noticing the extra money on the table, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Truly, despite having stated that he would treat today, this child is rather too bashful. Naruto leisurely finished his second bowl of ramen. This time, he did not pay but sincerely expressed his gratitude to Uncle Yal. Thank you for your hospitality. The ramen from Uncle's establishment is simply the best. As he stepped out of the ramen shop, twilight had already enveloped Konoha. Instead of heading home, Naruto turned towards the direction of the Hokage building. His pace was unhurried, yet his thoughts grew increasingly profound. Skiing? He was well aware that it was merely a poor excuse. He was not so dull as to be oblivious to the feelings of the girl. To be frank, Naruto did not resent Satsuki's tender affection. In fact, when he saw those little boys fawning over Satsuki today, an inexplicable discomfort surged within him, despite his absolute certainty that Satsuki would reject them. So, why feign belief in such a flawed explanation? The answer was simple. It was not yet time. Naruto gazed up at the gradually illuminating street lamps. Although children in the ninja world are generally precocious, often engaging in discussions of marriage at such a tender age, he firmly believed that some feelings should evolve gradually before one truly matures. Crossing the street, Naruto soon arrived at the Hokage building. Upon pushing open the office door, he indeed found the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, still at work. So, what could be the reason for Naruto's visit to the third? The answer was straightforward. He was there to seek a gift. Indeed, today marked the grand occasion of the new school year. In terms of mentorship, the third was the sensei of his father's master, Jiraiya, which made him, in strict terms, his grandmaster, since he was already considered a disciple. Surely his grandmaster ought to express himself on such an important day, right? After these years of interaction, Naruto had long been convinced that the conspiracy theories surrounding the third were mere overinterpretations. Throughout these years, he had never suffered any hardship in terms of food, clothing, or shelter. In the morning, he had Mato Guy accompany him in the exuberance of youth, and in the afternoon, he trained alongside Satsuki, dispelling the loneliness that had once characterized his existence. It is worth mentioning that, according to regulations, everyone interacting with a Jinchuriki must undergo strict scrutiny. However, when the Umbu reported Mato Guy's frequent contact with Naruto, the third's first reaction was not to suspect the identity of this precious beast, but rather to worry whether Naruto might be led astray. What if one day Naruto donned a green spandex suit and incessantly spoke of youth? Perhaps due to Guy's exceptional nature, even that fellow Danzo did not exploit this matter. Regardless, Naruto resolved that if Orochimaru were to initiate any plans for Konoha's collapse in the future, he would find a way to save the third. After a while, once the ninja delivering the ninjutsu scrolls had departed, The third's gift was unexpectedly generous. Those advanced ninjutsu scrolls, which ordinary ninjas would need to complete numerous tasks to exchange for, were now neatly nestled in Naruto's package. The art of Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The Earth Release Technique of Earthen Wall. The Fire Release Technique of the Mighty Dragon Fire. The Lightning Release of Thunder. The Earth Release of Earth Dragon Bullet. And the Water Release of Water Dragon Bullet. All seem extravagantly splendid. It is no wonder, for after witnessing the extraordinary duel between Naruto and Satsuki, far surpassing that of their peers, the third Hokage must surely feel that such talent would be wasted if not nurtured with more powerful jutsu. As the night breeze caressed him, Naruto gazed up at the starry sky, his thoughts gradually clarifying. Many characters in the unfolding narrative had already made their appearances, and his plans were becoming distinctly defined. First and foremost, he aimed to establish good relations with the 9 young elites he could currently connect with, as well as with Iruka, to earn more system points while diligently training in the newly acquired formidable jutsu to enhance his strength. He was acutely aware that in a few years, a certain monumental event must be altered, the Uchiha clan massacre. The following morning, in the school classroom, Naruto supported his chin with one hand, idly flipping through a book on sealing techniques. Around him, classmates gathered in small groups, engaging in light-hearted conversation, the atmosphere infused with the relaxed spirit of a new semester. At that moment, the classroom door creaked open, and a familiar figure stepped inside. It was Satsuki. She appeared as she always did, her jet-black hair cascading gracefully, her fair cheeks adorned with a hint of aloofness. She walked directly to the seat beside Naruto and casually greeted him with a soft good morning. It seemed she truly believed her excuse of skiing had successfully masked her actions. Naruto couldn't help but silently scoff, yet he maintained a nonchalant facade and replied, "Morning, Satsuki." She nodded slightly before turning to her textbook, engrossed in her preparations. However, Naruto keenly noticed that the tips of her ears appeared somewhat flushed, indicating that her blunder from the previous night had not entirely faded without a trace. Nevertheless, after a night's respite, her embarrassment seemed to have been forcibly suppressed. He inwardly sighed in relief. If Satsuki had truly become shy because of that comment, he would have been at a loss for how to handle it. Now, at least, they could maintain their usual rapport. Just when Naruto thought the morning would pass peacefully, an unexpected voice suddenly broke the tranquility. "You're Naruto, right? Do you have a moment?" Turning to his side, he discovered a petite girl with blonde hair standing before him, her face adorned with a somewhat nervous smile. Ino Yamanaka? He certainly recognized her. She was the pig from the Ino Shikicho trio in the original story, known for her infatuation with Sasuke. But now that Sasuke had transformed into Satsuki, would Ino still harbor an interest in her? "Yes, I am Naruto," he replied with a friendly smile. "You must be Ino Yamanaka. What can I do for you?" Ino seemed taken aback that Naruto remembered her name, her eyes widening slightly. "You know me? That's wonderful." She leaned in a little closer and, lowering her voice, asked, "Are you close with Satsuki?" I wanted to know what hobbies she enjoys. This question left Naruto somewhat perplexed. In the original story, Ino's affection for Sasuke was understandable, as it was typical for young girls to be enamored with handsome boys. But now, Sasuke was a girl. Is it possible that even with a change in gender, the allure of the second pillar remains so formidable? Ino's words suddenly lodged in her throat. Her once vibrant voice seemed to be choked off by an invisible force. Her smile frozen on her lips, and her pupils constricted slightly. How terrifying. Her gaze uncontrollably shifted toward Naruto, where Satsuki was quietly observing her. No, it was less of a gaze and more of a penetrating stare. Deep within those obsidian eyes, something cold surged, akin to an unfathomable icy abyss. A cold sweat instantly broke out on Ino's back. What kind of gaze is that? Just yesterday, Satsuki had been aloof yet graceful in class, but now, those eyes bore an unmistakable hostility. What's wrong, Ino? Naruto inquired, puzzled by Ino's sudden freeze and the fear that faintly flickered across her face. "I'm fine. I'm so sorry." Ino abruptly stepped back, quickly bowed in apology, and then turned to flee, not daring to look back. Naruto gazed in bewilderment at Ino's rapidly retreating figure, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. He turned to Satsuki beside him, but her expression had returned to its usual indifference, as though the terrifying glance from moments ago had been merely an illusion. "Satsuki?" Naruto tentatively asked. Satsuki tilted her head slightly, her tone innocent. "I don't know what just happened with Ino." Naruto began, But Satsuki decisively interrupted him, casually flipping open her textbook, perhaps having recalled something. Meanwhile, Ino rushed back to her seat, her face pale as a ghost, her chest heaving violently. Did you find out anything? A pink-haired girl immediately leaned in, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What are Satsuki's hobbies? Initially intrigued by her friend's sudden interest in a fellow female, Ino abruptly grasped Sakura's shoulders. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a serious tone. I think it would be best for you to keep your distance from that person, Sakura. Huh? Why? Sakura was utterly bewildered by her friend's sudden warning. She had been eagerly hoping Ino would uncover some information about the aloof Uchiha heiress. Ino's expression grew exceedingly grave. Listen carefully. Continuing down this path could be very dangerous. I nearly got killed just now. Killed? I don't understand what you're saying. Just trust me on this. Oblivious to the near calamity, Naruto began to engage in class mode as Irika commenced the lesson on teamwork and survival skills for ninjas on missions. Topics included identifying poisons, purifying water sources, and tracking and counter-tracking techniques. Naruto found the lessons quite useful. Learning wilderness survival skills at school felt refreshingly novel. As the morning class concluded, the aroma of lunch gradually wafted through the classroom. Satsuki, as usual, retrieved her meticulously prepared bento box. She was preparing to invite Naruto to dine together when she noticed his gaze thoughtfully directed towards the back of the classroom. What is it, Naruto? Did you not bring lunch? I can share mine with you. Naruto shook his head, revealing that he had prepared his own bento today, and even made an abundance of it, with the intention of forging new friendships to establish bonds and earn system points. Satsuki, did you know? We used to train together because there were no peers to connect with. But now, his eyes swept across the classmates gathered in small groups throughout the classroom. Since we are in the Ninja Academy, it's essential to make some friends. A soft click echoed as Satsuki's chopsticks made contact. Naruto wants to make friends? Her eyes narrowed slightly. The image of the blonde girl fleeing in panic that morning suddenly flashed in her mind. She slowly set her chopsticks down, her lips curving into a perfect arc. The sunlight streamed in behind her, casting a gentle shadow across her delicate features, lending her smile an air of profound depth. I see. So who does Naruto wish to befriend? With enthusiasm, Naruto pointed towards the back of the classroom where Choji and Shikamaru sat. Look at those two. We talked about them yesterday. They are the heirs of the Nara and Akimichi clans. His voice brimmed with uncontainable anticipation. They are the next generation of the Inoshikacho trio. If I could befriend them. Satsuki followed Naruto's finger, her gaze landing on Shikamaru, who lounged lazily by the window, while Choji was intently unwrapping his lunch, his face alight with culinary anticipation. Boys. This revelation caused Satsuki's eyes to widen slightly. Suddenly, she realized something. Could it be? In her understanding of Konoha's social circles, she was the daughter of the Uchiha clan, while Naruto was merely a talented orphan without any background. If their family circumstances were to diverge in the future, her heart raced a bit faster. If Naruto wished to establish himself in Konoha, he indeed needed to cultivate his connections. So that's it. He has even considered such distant matters, she mused. Oh, I see. Satsuki's voice brightened unexpectedly. She nodded. You're right. It's essential to get along well. Naruto was taken aback, not anticipating Satsuki's swift agreement. He sensed something amiss in her reaction, yet her sudden good mood left him perplexed. Should I go over then? Yes. Go ahead. Satsuki smiled and waved, watching as Naruto made his way to the back of the classroom, holding his bento box and wearing a sincere smile. He approached Shikamaru and Choji. You are Shikamaru and Choji, right? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Would you like to have lunch together? Shikamaru lifted his eyelids, lazily sizing up Naruto. Ah, I know you. You were impressive in taijutsu class yesterday. His gaze drifted past Naruto's shoulder, glancing at Satsuki, who sat alone in her seat. Aren't you going to eat with Satsuki? The atmosphere in the classroom subtly shifted. Many young boys found their gazes inadvertently drifting towards the vacant seat beside Satsuki. Yet none dared to approach her recklessly. The formidable prowess she exhibited during yesterday's physical training left her peers in a state of awe. Naruto glanced back at Satsuki and, with a reassuring smile, said, It's all right. I will accompany her later. He scratched his cheek and added, How should I put it? I sense that both of you are genuinely good individuals, and I would like to get to know you better. Choji, who had been unwrapping his bento, suddenly halted, an expression of disbelief spreading across his face. Due to his physique, he had been ridiculed by other children since childhood, with only Shikamaru never looking down on him. Such affirmations of his worthiness were a novel experience for him. With a cautious tone, Choji asked, "Really? Don't you think my size is a bit?" Naruto beamed a radiant smile and replied, "This physique is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. I know you belong to the Akimichi clan, right? For you, this size is a reserve of strength. Without reserves, one cannot vanquish foes." Listening to this, Shikamaru felt a sense of comfort. Choji had finally made a friend, and surely he must be elated. Indeed, Choji looked at Naruto with profound gratitude. "And I must say, I envy you for this. The more one eats, the stronger one becomes. It's truly the finest physique in the world." Tears of joy glimmered in Choji's eyes, his voice slightly choked. "Really? Thank you, Naruto. I am so happy." For the first time, his weight, which had been a source of mockery, was affirmed positively by someone, causing his heart to race with joy. Naruto nodded, pushing his bento box towards the two of them. "By the way, I prepared lunch myself. Would you like to try it? I would be thrilled if my new friends appreciated my cooking. Is that okay? Great. Then I shall not hold back." Choji clasped his hands together and bowed earnestly to Naruto, his face radiating gratitude. Naruto picked up a piece of golden fried food with his chopsticks and gently placed it in Choji's bento. "Give it a try? What is this fried item?" Choji cautiously picked up the piece, taking a delicate bite. A crisp crack echoed in his mouth, followed by the explosion of juicy chicken between his teeth. And what surprised him even more was the unique, crunchy texture infused with the aroma of potatoes. "Is this outer layer made of potato chips?" Choji's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the remaining half of the fried chicken in his hand. The crushed chips perfectly enveloped the tender, succulent chicken. Naruto nodded. "This dish is truly a remedy. The fried chicken is coated in crushed potato chips. This American-style cuisine is quite caloric, and while it can be a bit rich for me, it is perfect for the Akimichi clan. It's delicious. Who would have thought to wrap fried chicken in potato chips? Naruto, are you a genius? Is that so? If you like it, you can have all of this." Naruto chuckled as he pushed the remaining pieces of potato chip fried chicken towards Choji. "I accidentally made too much while experimenting yesterday and was worried I wouldn't finish it." Feeling deeply moved, Choji carefully accepted this gesture with chopsticks. As the sun gradually inclined towards the west, the laughter within the classroom began to fade. The lunchtime camaraderie shared by Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji drew to a close amidst their delightful conversations. Naruto tidied up his lunchbox, a lingering smile still adorning his face. Suddenly, he proposed, "How about we go out for ramen together tomorrow at noon? My treat. Ichiraku Ramen serves the finest in Konoha." Upon hearing this, Choji's eyes widened in surprise, his face alight with emotion. Excitedly, he patted his sturdy chest and declared, "Since Naruto is treating us to ramen tomorrow, then tonight, I shall treat you all to barbecue." Shikamaru, lazily observing his two enthusiastic friends, sighed in resignation. "What a bother, but since you both insist." After bidding farewell to his friends, Naruto strolled down the corridor back to his seat, his spirit exceptionally buoyant, when suddenly, a long-anticipated notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, established a level 2 bond with the original character, Akimichi Choji. Points earned, 200. Congratulations, host. Established an initial bond with the original character, Nara Shikamaru. Points earned, 100. A smile involuntarily crept onto Naruto's lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He rejoiced inwardly. Having successfully forged friendships with these two companions who originally formed a truancy squad alongside him and Kiba. Although their bond level was currently modest, he was confident that, given time, their friendship would deepen significantly. He glanced back at Shikamaru and Choji, still engaged in conversation at the back of the classroom, and thought to himself that he would simply nurture this friendship naturally. That evening, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the barbecue restaurant. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji gathered around the grill. Sizzling meat dancing upon the grill plate, with a joyous flush gracing Choji's cheeks. Once the meat was ready, Choji eagerly distributed the cooked pieces to each plate, of course, ensuring he had the largest share. Though greedy for food, Choji did not mind sharing with his friends, except for the very last piece, which he deftly snatched away with his chopsticks. Shikamaru languidly watched the flickering flames of the grill, recalling his father's words before he enrolled at the academy. There were many rumors about that boy in the village, but one must see with their own eyes. Observing Naruto attentively listening to Choji explain the techniques of grilling meat, Shikamaru found Naruto to be quite a decent fellow. The next day, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, Naruto was ready to treat his friends to ramen as promised, all the while contemplating the expansion of his social circle. Beyond Shikamaru and Choji, he had deliberately invited several other classmates. First among them was Kiba, the energetic boy. Upon hearing Naruto's invitation, Kiba readily accepted without hesitation, having been intrigued by Naruto ever since witnessing his impressive taijutsu match against Sasuke, which rivaled that of seasoned ninjas. As Naruto's gaze shifted toward Shino, who stood quietly in the corner, he extended an invitation. Shino slightly lifted his head, fell silent for a few moments, and then gently nodded in agreement. By midday, Naruto and his companions animatedly prepared to head to Ichiraku Ramen. Satsuki also joined their ranks. And just as everyone believed the group was complete and ready to depart, Naruto suddenly halted in his tracks. He surveyed the surroundings and realized that the boy in sunglasses, who had blended into the background, was nowhere to be found. The others exchanged glances, only then recognizing that one member was indeed missing. Naruto quickly retraced his steps back to the classroom, and upon opening the door, he found Shino in the far corner, head bowed, muttering something softly to himself. "Why am I not going to eat? You may ask why I am waiting for the promised invitation." It seemed that Shino's understated presence in the original work persisted in this timeline as well. Indeed, he cared more about being overlooked than one might assume, which was precisely why he stubbornly awaited someone who could notice him. "Shino." Naruto intentionally raised his voice, calling out, "Why didn't you come? We've all been waiting for you. Let us go eat ramen together." Shino's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly raised his head, the sunlight reflecting off his sunglasses obscuring his expression. However, Naruto noticed his shoulders trembling slightly, and the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch gently. Upon closer inspection, the hidden bugs nestled within his clothing stirred to life, bouncing excitedly. It was the first time he had been noticed, the first time someone had cared. Shino gradually stood up, his movements noticeably more rigid than usual. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to articulate something, but ultimately settled for a gentle nod. "Ding. Congratulations. Host. Initial bond established with original character Aburame Shino. Points earned, 100. Sunlight streamed through the classroom window, illuminating Shino's slightly trembling figure. As Naruto gazed at Shino ahead of him, a warm sensation surged within his heart. This marked the third successful bond formed, following Shikamaru and Choji. After parting ways at the barbecue joint the night before, Naruto had eagerly checked his system points. Originally, he had 900 points remaining, and with the additional 300 points contributed by Shikamaru and Choji, the total reached 1,200 points, just enough for a tenfold draw. However, the results were somewhat disappointing, yielding only basic chakra enhancements and physical skill improvements, lacking any legendary items that could significantly elevate his strength. Nevertheless, Naruto remained undeterred, glancing at the newly acquired 100 points, which, combined with the remaining 200 points, brought his total to 300 points. Now that he had successfully connected with these companions, the next step was to naturally deepen their friendship. The warm curtain of Ichiraku Ramen was lifted, and several children sat lined up at the counter. Uncle Ichiraku's enthusiastic welcome echoed throughout the establishment. "Ah, Naruto has brought friends today? Welcome. Come, sit over here." On the high stools, Naruto watched as steaming bowls of ramen were served one after another. He consumed 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen himself, while the others each had 1. However, in front of Choji, 10 empty bowls had already piled up, a record that even Uncle Iroaka gazed at in astonishment. Regrettably, there was no Sharingan among them, yet fortunately, the living expenses bestowed by the third Hokage were ample, leading Naruto to secretly rejoice while patting his bulging wallet. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Satsuki discreetly reaching for her small pouch. Swiftly, he intercepted her delicate hand. "What are you doing?" Naruto inquired in a hushed tone. Satsuki's ears instantly flushed a rosy hue as she turned her face away. I'm not doing this for you. It's just that my father happened to give me some pocket money, and I didn't know where to spend it, so I thought of you." Naruto, having long since developed immunity to such typical tsundere remarks, skillfully provided an escape route for the stubborn girl before cheerfully settling the bill. Choji, rubbing his round belly, expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and even the usually laid-back Shikamaru managed to say, "Next time, it's on me." Upon returning to the Ninja Academy, during the afternoon taijutsu class, Irika clearly learned from his previous lesson and no longer grouped Naruto and Satsuki together for battles. Reluctantly, Satsuki practiced with her classmates, effortlessly taking down her opponent in a single round, her gaze frequently drifting towards Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto faced his own opponents with ease, swiftly dispatching the little challengers. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. As night fell, two figures reappeared in the designated training ground. Satsuki's fingers flew through hand seals under the moonlight, while Naruto was wholly engrossed in practicing the advanced ninjutsu bestowed by the third Hokage. After relentless training, he could now perform the Water Dragon Jutsu's 44 seals in just 10 seconds. Next, he aimed to simplify it to 6 seals. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he gazed at the densely packed notes on the scroll. The cherry blossoms of spring, the cicadas of summer, and the maple leaves of autumn marked the passage of time at the Ninja Academy. Day by day, Naruto's strength steadily grew, and the bonds around him deepened. As the last snowflake melted away, Naruto eagerly anticipated the stories of the new year. With winter giving way to spring, the village of Konohagakure was enveloped in a gentle new green. As the cherry blossom season concluded, the tender leaves on the branches flourished, and the days grew increasingly warm. Today was a rare weekend, devoid of training tasks or class schedules. Iruka strolled along the street, making his way to the village's stationery store to procure some practice ninja tools and textbooks. As a teacher at the Ninja Academy, he had spent a year with his class of little ones, the first batch of students he had taught. To be honest, this past year spent with the children had brought him more joy than he had anticipated. First, there were a few troublesome students in the class. Choji, during lessons, would sneak snacks into his mouth whenever the teacher's attention wavered. Every time Iruka posed a question to him, he could always see Choji hastily swallowing his food. In Taijutsu class, Choji displayed an unexpectedly timid demeanor. Whenever battle practice commenced, he would concoct various excuses to avoid participating. Initially, Iruka had thought the boy was simply timid and afraid of combat. As the days of interaction extended, he gradually discovered that the reality was far from his initial perceptions. Rather, this little chubby boy was excessively kind, so much so that he was unwilling to harm any of his classmates, even during training. Another student causing Iruka considerable concern was Shikamaru. This lethargic fellow, often slumped over his desk, seemed utterly devoid of motivation for anything. In class, he consistently sought various comfortable positions to doze off, and during examinations, he astonishingly amassed a record of 0 points. Each time Iruka received Shikamaru's blank test paper, he could not help but sigh. However, as he delved deeper into the peculiarities of the Nara family, Iruka began to question whether this child was truly as incompetent as he appeared. Renowned for their intelligence, how could the Nara family possibly produce a fool? With this inquiry in mind, Iruka resolved to conduct a private test. He discreetly approached Shikamaru, revealing nothing to anyone else, and provided him with a test paper and ample time to complete it. The result astounded Iruka, full marks. When Iruka inquired about the reason, Shikamaru lazily explained that he simply could not be bothered to write. Those questions were far too easy for him. Then there was Ino, whose exuberance often led her to be somewhat irritable if someone interrupted her. As for Sakura, Iruka felt a lingering uncertainty in his heart. That child was quiet and diligent, taking careful notes in class and striving to keep pace during physical training. Yet, her gaze often lingered on Uchiha Sasuke, harboring emotions that Iruka could not quite decipher. Hinata epitomized the ideal student, perpetually seated upright with meticulously neat notes, her handwriting delicate and cautious. However, her timid nature rendered her voice as faint as a whisper when called upon, though it was evident that she was striving to overcome this. Then there was Uchiha Sasuke, the daughter of the Uchiha clan leader, whose talent was astonishing, yet her pride was overwhelming. When classmates attempted to engage her, they were often met with a cold glance before she turned her attention back to conversing with Naruto. In that classroom, it was only in the presence of Uzumaki Naruto that the frost in her eyes seemed to thaw completely. She even exhibited a clinginess, appearing wherever Naruto was. Lastly, Iruka's expression grew complicated as the image of the golden-haired Uzumaki Naruto surfaced in his mind. The rumors surrounding him in the village never ceased. The tales of the demon fox clinging like a thorn, infiltrating ears unbidden. Initially, Iruka found himself at a loss on how to approach this child. Reason dictated that the sins of the Nine Tails should not be unjustly projected onto a mere child, yet an invisible barrier persisted within him, a palpable discomfort that he could not surmount. Gradually, however, he began to discern Naruto's predicament. Each time this child ventured into the streets, he encountered the averted gazes of villagers and heard the hushed whispers, deliberately subdued yet distinctly audible. Irika's own childhood, though solitary, had never tasted the bitterness of being despised by nearly the entire village, a solitude that even the sun seemed to evade. Yet, Naruto appeared utterly unfazed by it all. Those unfriendly gazes and veiled remarks, he treated as though they were invisible, unheard. Each day, he dutifully arrived at the classroom, backpack slung over his shoulder, greeting the teacher with sincere politeness. As a student, he was remarkably reassuring to his teachers, even deserving of the label exceptional. Gifted beyond measure, his abilities far surpassed those of his peers. Apart from the intensity that caused Irika to sweat during his initial spar with Satsuki, he had never displayed a trace of arrogance thereafter. Unlike Satsuki, who maintained a cold demeanor towards everyone, he could engage in light-hearted conversation with anyone who approached him without prejudice. He consistently held a deep respect for his teacher. However, this left Irika feeling somewhat guilty. He was acutely aware that rumors should not taint his perception of the child. Yet in those early days, he found himself excessively attentive to him, unlike the natural ease he exhibited with other students. Contemplating this, and upon observing Naruto's ever-cheerful countenance, as if he had endured no grievances, Irika's remorse deepened further. Soon, the sign of the stationery shop appeared around the corner. Irika pushed the door open and, before he could greet the shopkeeper, his attention was captivated by a familiar figure not far away. Naruto. He saw Naruto standing at the counter, clutching something in his hand, seemingly preparing to check out. Upon hearing his name called, Naruto abruptly spun around, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Irika-sensei. As soon as the words left his mouth, Irika noticed something amiss. Naruto hastily concealed the item behind him, his hands clasped tightly at his waist, a furtive demeanor entirely at odds with his usual maturity. What is the matter, Naruto? Irika deliberately slowed his pace, his gaze fixed on Naruto's tense arms. What was he hiding behind his back? Is it something good? Naruto shifted slightly to the side, his voice becoming vague. It's nothing. Just some unremarkable things. Your tone suggests otherwise. Irika couldn't help but smile slightly, adopting a serious expression. What are you concealing? Honestly, Naruto took a small step back, muttering defiantly. This isn't school. You can't control me here, Irika-sensei. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Irika took 2 steps forward, his voice carrying a hint of authoritative, teacherly gravity. As your teacher, a deliberate cough suddenly interrupted him. Turning towards the source of the sound, Irika's heart sank as he beheld the shopkeeper standing behind the counter, eyes brimming with unmasked malice directed at Naruto. No chatting here. Hurry up and leave. The shopkeeper's voice was cold and harsh, each word laced with disdain. Irika instinctively tightened his fingers. Was this the attitude of the villagers towards Naruto, as rumored? The rejections he had only overheard in whispers were now laid bare before him. He couldn't help but glance at Naruto, who bore no evident expression, silently approaching the cash register to place the concealed item on the counter. Sir, how much for these 2? Irika leaned in closer to discern that it was merely a notebook with a gilded cover and a piece of dusty clay. This clay was a common material used by novice ninjas for practicing earth techniques. It was an unremarkable item that could be concealed within one's body for the proper execution of such jutsu. The shopkeeper remained silent, pursing his lips. Hey, old man. Naruto called softly once more. Just whatever. Hurry up and let me leave this place. Finally, the shopkeeper erupted, his voice urgent and harsh. I understand. Naruto replied, rummaging through his pocket to count out coins based on the approximate market price, gently placing them on the table. He then picked up the notebook and the clay, turning to stride toward the door. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, a low yet distinct voice came from behind him. Monster! Naruto's foot paused momentarily. Irika's heart tightened, yet the boy merely hesitated for half a second, saying nothing and not looking back, silently pushing the door open and stepping outside. With a creak, the door closed behind him, immediately followed by the shopkeeper's grumbling voice. What bad luck! Why did he have to come here to buy something? God knows what he will do next. With that, he hurried to the door, grabbing a salt shaker from the side and scattering its contents onto the ground. Irika watched the shopkeeper's actions, feeling as though something was lodged in his chest, causing a sense of suffocation. Was this truly the situation Naruto faced daily? The hidden rejection lurking in the corners transformed into such overt malice that merely witnessing it left him breathless. He lost all interest in selecting any training tools and dashed out of the stationery shop, his gaze anxiously scanning the street ahead. Not far away, Naruto was walking leisurely, his steps steady, showing no signs of distress. "Hey, Naruto, wait up," Iruka called, quickening his pace. Hearing his name, Naruto turned his head, pausing to wait for him to catch up. Iruka reached him, looking into Naruto's clear eyes, and after a few moments of silence, he attempted to adopt a casual tone. "So, was it just the notebook and clay you bought? Really, there's nothing shameful about it. Why hide it from your teacher?" Upon hearing this, Naruto chuckled. "Iruka-sensei, this isn't just an ordinary notebook and clay. Though it seems inconspicuous now, it will soon be something extraordinary." "I see," Iruka nodded thoughtfully, raising his hand to point nearby. "Well then, it's almost noon. How about we grab a bowl of ramen?" "It's on me." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed. "Of course. I can certainly treat you to a bowl of ramen," Iruka said with a smile, patting Naruto's shoulder. Seeing the concerned smile on Iruka's face, Naruto understood that Iruka was trying to comfort him. In truth, the incident in the store hardly mattered. Since his earliest memories, he had grown accustomed to such glances and remarks. They were as routine as eating or training, having become an inconspicuous part of his life, neither injurious nor worthy of dwelling upon. At this moment, Iruka specifically invited him to enjoy ramen, his tone gentle and his gaze devoid of any insincerity. That genuine concern, imbued with warmth, gently enveloped Naruto's heart. Unable to restrain himself, he broke into a broad smile, his steps light as he kept pace with Iruka on their way to Ichiraku Ramen. "All right, Iruka-sensei, I must have double chashu and Uncle Ichiraku's miso ramen." "You rascal." Iruka chuckled at Naruto's exuberant demeanor, shaking his head in resignation. Fine, double chashu it is. After all, I am your teacher." A few days later, the ninja classroom was filled with a cacophony of voices, while Naruto squatted on the classroom floor, playfully engaging with the newest special member of their class. "Come here, Akamaru. Sit," he commanded, looking at the small dog before him, entirely snow-white except for the black on the back of its ears, named Akamaru. This was the companion that Kiba had recently brought in. Though it would eventually grow to the size of a person, it was still merely a palm-sized pup. Woof. Akamaru obediently sat down, lifting its small head and gazing intently at Naruto with bright, dark eyes. "So well-behaved. Now shake hands." Naruto extended his palm, and Akamaru promptly raised its right paw, smoothly placing its soft pad into Naruto's hand for a handshake. "Truly worthy of a ninja dog. Exceedingly clever," Naruto exclaimed in admiration, reaching out with his other hand to pet Akamaru's little head. The pup's fur was even softer than he had imagined, and upon receiving praise, Akamaru immediately squinted its eyes, emitting a satisfied whine from its throat, its tail wagging rapidly like a little motor, creating a joyful rhythm against the floor. Not long ago, when Kiba had entered the classroom cradling a fluffy white creature, he had proudly announced his new partner. "This is Akamaru, my new companion." Kiba had held the palm-sized pup in both hands. The little fellow appeared a bit timid, sniffing the air with its wet black nose. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up. He raised his hand politely, requesting permission to pet Akamaru, while internally lamenting how, true to the ninja school, students could indeed bring pets to class. It was worth noting that Naruto had long been envious of the large fox within him, yet had never found the opportunity to pet it. For now, petting a dog would suffice to satisfy his cravings. Kiba's response was even more enthusiastic than anticipated. "Of course you can." He nearly bounced as he handed Akamaru over. In Kiba's life plan, his dream was to become Hokage, and his first decree upon achieving that title would be that everyone in the village must own a dog. Now, fostering another dog lover brought him one step closer to his dream. On the other side of the classroom, Satsuki rested her chin on one hand, gently observing the scene. To her, it seemed that Naruto was diligently working to build connections, especially considering the Inuzuka clan's esteemed status in Konoha. With this thought, a flicker of sympathy passed through her eyes. For the sake of his future, Naruto was truly putting in considerable effort. The boys in the class soon took notice of this rare spectacle. In this moment, the typically frosty second daughter of the Uchiha clan revealed an unexpectedly gentle expression. A few audacious boys exchanged furtive glances, yet none dared to approach her. After all, since the beginning of the school year, apart from Naruto, every boy who attempted to get close to Satsuki had been met with icy indifference. "Hey, Naruto, Are we really going tonight? I've prepared a truly marvelous gift, Shuji said, crunching on potato chips as he leaned closer to Naruto, who was playfully engaging with the dog, reaffirming their recently made plans. Indeed, tonight's endeavor was to surprise Iruka-sensei. And why, you might ask? Because today is a special occasion. May 26th, the 55th year of Konoha, is Iruka-sensei's birthday. Although Naruto was already aware that Iruka would inevitably come to recognize him in the future, he could not fathom why he felt an inexplicable fondness for this teacher since their very first meeting. The last time he felt such a sensation was during his initial encounter with Satsuki. At the commencement of the school year, Iruka's gaze towards Naruto still bore a hint of the estrangement wrought by the Nine Tails. Yet Naruto did not waver. He diligently endeavored to be a model student, listened attentively in class, and assisted his classmates in need, even greeting Iruka whenever their paths crossed in the corridors. Initially, Iruka would respond with a curt hum and quickly avert his eyes. However, as time progressed, Naruto's perseverance seemed to gradually dissolve that barrier. Iruka began to reciprocate his greetings, and eventually would even engage him in casual conversation. Nevertheless, Naruto sensed a change in Iruka's gaze. What was once complex and distant had transformed into something akin to guilt. It appeared that Iruka felt some remorse for his initial aloofness towards Naruto. Regarding Naruto's initiative to celebrate their teacher's birthday, he also invited other friends, who, having become well acquainted, readily agreed in various recognizable ways. Satsuki remarked, "Since you've pleaded so earnestly, I shall reluctantly lend my assistance." Shikamaru added, "What a hassle, but count me in. Have you figured out how to lead Iruka-sensei to the venue?" Shuji chimed in, "Oh, let me join as well. I will bring plenty of snacks." Shino concluded, "Well, if we're planning a surprise birthday celebration for Iruka-sensei, I shall participate too. And why, you may ask? I wish to express my gratitude." After a while, the classroom door creaked open, and Iruka entered, clutching the attendance roster. After a brief roll call to confirm attendance, he announced that the afternoon would again be dedicated to physical training, instructing everyone to gather on the playground. The students filed out in a somewhat disorganized line, the afternoon sun casting a harsh light, reminiscent of the languor typical of late summer. The pairs for the physical training exercises were swiftly announced. When the names Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Satsuki were called, the surrounding classmates instinctively recoiled. It was inevitable that the two would be paired together again. As the disparity in their abilities compared to their peers was simply too vast, training with other students often concluded in a single exchange, failing to yield any substantial training benefit. Iruka approached the two, offering them guidance. "Listen closely. This sparring session permits only physical techniques, forbidding any use of ninjutsu or ninja tools, and must be conducted with restraint. Do you understand?" He vividly recalls the first encounter when the two engaged in a fiery clash of fire techniques. If they were allowed to employ ninjutsu freely, not only would the two potentially be injured, but even the onlooking classmates could suffer the consequences. Iruka felt that if left unchecked, these two might inadvertently demolish the ninja academy in their fervor. Naruto and Satsuki responded with elongated tones, their voices laced with reluctance, particularly Satsuki, who pouted slightly, her disappointment almost palpable upon her visage. "Get your spirits up. Do you comprehend how perilous ninjutsu is for you at this moment? What if you injure someone else? Now, let's begin by forming the hand seals." Before long, Naruto and Satsuki engaged in a remarkable exchange of physical techniques, akin to a ninja-level duel. Their figures darted across the clearing, the sound of fists and feet colliding resonating intermittently. Their movements were so swift they dazzled the eye, yet they maintained a subtle equilibrium, engaging in a back and forth that was surprisingly balanced. The exhilarating contest drew forth waves of gasps and cheers from the surrounding classmates, with the majority of encouragement directed towards Satsuki. The boys in the class blushed intensely, their voices hoarse as they shouted words of support for Satsuki, attempting to capture her attention, albeit to no avail. In truth, this seemingly evenly matched physical contest bore the marks of Naruto's deliberate control from the very outset. Bolstered by the enhancement from the system, his prowess resembled that of a diligent underachiever rather than a truly gifted genius. Although Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique was acquired through a system lottery, he gradually realized he had inherited some of his father Minato's reflexive talent. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hold his own against the Raikage. During their initial practice session, when Satsuki executed the body replacement technique, he clearly had the opportunity to interrupt and render her technique ineffective. yet he consciously slowed his movements, opting to let her succeed. Why control the pace intentionally, creating an appearance of reciprocity in their practice? The answer is quite simple: to consider Satsuki's feelings. The Uchiha clan, although combative and inherently proud, detests being overwhelmingly dominated in battle. Should the disparity in their strengths become too pronounced, making her feel an insurmountable chasm, her proud nature might lead to severe discouragement. What if Satsuki began to doubt herself due to this significant gap? Feeling there was no room for growth in Konoha, and ultimately fell prey to Orochimaru's manipulations? However, reason told Naruto that this scenario was highly improbable. Satsuki was deeply sentimental, possessing a strong attachment to those around her, and moreover, she had resolved to prevent the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. As long as that event did not transpire, Satsuki had no reason to defect. Yet despite this rationality, Naruto still wished to approach the situation with thoroughness. Why? He could not quite articulate it himself. Perhaps it was a subconscious desire to avert any unforeseen incidents, wanting to secure Satsuki's presence in his life with layer upon layer of assurance, ensuring absolute certainty. The clash on the field continued unabated until Iruka, observing the situation, finally intervened. All right, this practice session concludes here. If it drags on any longer, the other students will be unable to train. Ultimately, the contest ended in a stalemate. Upon hearing this verdict, both Naruto and Satsuki displayed evident disappointment. Though Naruto's expression was likely feigned, the two performed the reconciliation seal as instructed and then made their way back to the spectator stands, leaving behind a training ground that was once again bustling with activity. By the time all practice sessions had concluded, the sun had begun its descent in the west. Iruka clapped his hands and announced the end of the school day, prompting the children to cheer as they gathered their belongings, their cacophony surging toward the school gates like a tide. Most of the children were swiftly picked up by waiting parents at the entrance, some rushing into their parents' arms, while others animatedly recounted amusing tales from school. The sounds of laughter and joy drifted into the air, gradually fading with their retreating figures. Iruka stood in place, watching this scene unfold. A wave of melancholy washed over him, tinged with an indescribable emptiness. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure at the school gates. Naruto stood there, his back to Iruka, seemingly engaged in conversation with the nearby Satsuki. Satsuki tilted her head slightly, and it was clear they were deeply engrossed in their dialogue. Was he lingering due to the absence of someone to pick him up, instead opting to chat with a friend? Iruka felt a stir within. This child, like himself, must return to an empty home. With this thought, he stepped toward the school gates, having resolved to invite Naruto for a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, just as they had before. At the very least, it would allow the boy to experience a touch of warmth before heading home. As he drew closer to the two, Iruka could faintly hear their conversation. Honestly, Iruka-sensei worries too much. Without the use of jutsu, it's impossible to truly engage. Exactly. Doesn't he even allow the use of ninja tools? Doesn't he realize throwing techniques are a specialty of the Uchiha clan? Otherwise, you might not stand a chance against me. Huh. You sure have some bravado. You should know I've nearly mastered the jutsu scrolls given by the third Hokage. I can even proficiently execute the water dragon jutsu, which is usually reserved for jonin. With your turtle-like hand signs? What's the matter? Are you feeling defiant? How about we find a place to spar and see who is truly stronger? Humph. I was just thinking the same. Listening to their exchange, Iruka felt as though something was lodged in his chest, nearly choking him. These two had completely disregarded his earlier words. Hey, you two. Iruka's voice erupted suddenly beside them, laced with suppressed anger. Naruto and Satsuki jumped in surprise, quickly turning around, their faces still reflecting astonishment, only to meet Iruka's furious gaze. Iruka-sensei. Naruto recoiled slightly, while Satsuki, unusually, tempered her arrogance, her eyes flickering away. You two fools. Did you not hear a single word I said? Iruka's voice suddenly escalated, exclaiming, I have already stated that such ninjutsu is far too perilous for your age. And to employ real ninja tools? Do you truly wish to bear scars that may never heal in your quest to become a ninja? The essence of being a ninja is not determined by the sheer magnitude of one's jutsu or the sharpness of one's tools. It lies in the mastery of one's power, in safeguarding those who are dear to us, rather than seeking fleeting moments of glory. If an accident were to occur during practice, how would you carry out your missions thereafter? Do you believe that a ninja's growth is founded upon such reckless confrontations? This is utter nonsense. Irika's admonitions persisted, seemingly endless. Perhaps he was indeed well suited for the role of a teacher, for his patience was unparalleled. However, Naruto abruptly interrupted Irika's lecture. "Ah, this is so annoying. I get it. But," he flashed Irika a radiant smile, adding, "playing house won't make me a formidable ninja. Farewell, teacher." With that, Naruto seized Satsuki's wrist and dashed away, and she obediently followed without resistance, both of them racing toward the school's exit. "Hey, you two, halt," Irika called out. "I don't want to," Naruto shouted back without looking. Continuing his sprint, Irika remained oblivious to the triumphant expression on Naruto's face. "You brat, you'll get your comeuppance." Later that evening, Irika returned home. The hour was not yet late. The sky outside had just begun to don a deep indigo hue, with distant streetlights flickering to life. Yet, feeling aimless, he lay down early in bed. In the darkness, his thoughts unfurled freely like vines unbound. Two vivid images echoed in his mind: the moment calamity struck in his childhood, and the haunting gaze of the Nine Tails, imprinted indelibly in his memory. He also recalled the golden-haired boy from the classroom and playground over the past year, the curve of his smile, and the defiance in his pout when reprimanded. Unbeknownst to him, he recalled the words of the third Hokage. It was precisely because of that order that he became a teacher, that he became Naruto's mentor. "Irika," he mused, "I can empathize with your sentiments, but in many ways. Naruto is akin to you. He knows not the love of parents and is shunned by the villagers because of that incident. Moreover, Naruto's psychological state was far from ideal. Due to his loneliness, this child exhibited a maturity that exceeded his years. While an ordinary child might engage in foolish antics to seek attention when ostracized, Naruto instead distanced himself from those who rejected him, completely isolating himself from malice. Yet, this does not imply that he had grown accustomed to solitude. The third Hokage had entrusted him with the care of Naruto, designating him as the boy's teacher. Irika remembered his initial resistance to this responsibility. He was all too aware of the truth behind the Nine Tails. The very beast that had slain his parents was sealed within the body of this child before him. Unlike the other villagers, Irika understood that Naruto was not a manifestation of a demonic fox. He was merely an innocent caught in the throes of disaster. He had done nothing wrong. From beginning to end, he was simply an innocent child. Yet, despite this clarity, Irika remained uncertain about how to confront Naruto. "When I first became a teacher, every time I spotted that golden-haired figure in the classroom, my mind would uncontrollably conjure images of the Nine Tails, its menacing silhouette piercing through my thoughts like a thorn. What emotions did I experience back then? Perhaps there was fear, perhaps an instinctive distance. Yet, beyond these feelings, another weighty emotion pressed heavily upon my heart: guilt. I was acutely aware that he was blameless, that he was merely a child. Nevertheless, I could not help but transfer my resentment towards the Nine Tails onto him. Each time these thoughts crossed my mind, I felt a surge of guilt, prompting me to question whether someone like me was truly deserving of the title teacher. Someone once told me that if I did not open my heart, neither would others. Gradually, I endeavored to draw closer to Naruto. I can only say that this child's maturity was heart-wrenching. Despite my initial inability to suppress the disdainful glances I cast upon him, Naruto gazed at me, his inadequate teacher, with unwavering sincerity and respect. Thus, I began to respond to his greetings and actively engage with him during class. As days turned into weeks, I found that our relationship transcended the boundaries of teacher and student, blossoming into a bond akin to friendship. In the moments we shared, I scarcely noticed that my concern for Naruto had long eclipsed my fear of the Nine Tails. Consequently, I often lamented that had I accepted Naruto's goodwill sooner, it would have been much better. Now, what could I truly do to benefit this child? "Irika." Suddenly, a voice erupted in my mind, cutting through my chaotic thoughts with a vivid clarity, resounding right beside me. The voice of the third Hokage. I jolted upright in bed, instantly recognizing it as that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Could it be a long-distance communication jutsu? There's an emergency. You must rush to the Ninja Academy immediately. Naruto and Sasuke are there, seemingly preparing for a practice duel. If this continues, who knows what mishaps may occur. Naruto and Sasuke at the Ninja Academy? Engaging in practice? I instantly recalled Naruto's words after school, that one cannot become a formidable ninja merely by playing games. My heart surged with frustration. Those two had clearly disregarded my admonitions. At that moment, sleep was the last thing on my mind. I hastily donned my chunin vest, slipped on my shoes, and bolted out the door. Naruto, you fool! I shouted as I raced towards the academy, the night wind howling past my ears. My only hope being to arrive in time. Goodness, where is Irika-sensei? Surely the third Hokage wouldn't have failed to handle such a trivial matter. The playground was desolate, with Naruto and Sasuke standing in the center of the empty space designated for taijutsu practice. There was no sign of them preparing for a duel. Clearly, the third's earlier words were merely a ruse to lure me here. The gentle evening breeze wafted through the air, carrying with it the lingering fragrance of cherry blossoms that had long since fallen. Satsuki tucked a few loose strands of hair behind her ear and suddenly spoke, her voice imbued with a subtle hint of playful affection. Hey Naruto, don't you think it's a bit chilly now? Naruto paused for a moment, raising his hand to touch his arm. I think it's fine. The cherry blossom season had only just concluded not long ago. The night was not particularly cool, and it felt quite warm, in fact. Is that so? Satsuki replied, though her gaze inadvertently lingered on Naruto's hands, tucked comfortably in his pockets. I feel like my hands are a bit cold. How nice it is to be a boy, even with your hands in your pockets. It doesn't come off as rude. With that, she subtly shook her hands. Naruto glanced around the empty playground, devoid of any patrolling ninjas apart from the two of them, with the distant streetlights casting a soft, yellow glow. What is the big deal? No one is here. Even if I put my hands in my pockets, who would say anything? It's perfectly fine to disregard those trivial formalities. Why must this fool always be so naive? Satsuki silently mused, maintaining a serene expression while her tone carried a hint of wistfulness. That's simply one to do. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how can one so easily forsake their pride? It really is a bit cold, she thought, observing how warm Naruto's hands looked while nestled in his pockets. How enviable. Hey, Naruto, you who can wield fire release, what do you have to complain about? Naruto, of course, recognized Satsuki's intentions. She merely wished to hold hands. Teasing at tsundere required a delicate balance. A little playful banter was fine, but should she become truly upset, it would be difficult to appease her. With that thought in mind, Naruto reluctantly withdrew his right hand from his pocket, extending it towards Satsuki with an effort to sound as casual as possible. Would you like to hold my hand? I apologize, I didn't bring gloves, so this is all I can offer. Out of the corner of her eye, Satsuki caught sight of his outstretched hand, and her lips almost betrayed her with a smile before she quickly suppressed it, feigning reluctance. Yes, it seems there are no other options available. So just as she was about to place her cool hand into his, a sudden voice thundered from a distance. Naruto. Satsuki. Startled by Irika's furious call, Satsuki froze, her hand suspended midway in the air. Naruto, however, brightened at the sound. Great. Teacher Irika is here. Let us go, Satsuki. With that, he turned and dashed toward the direction of the school building. Satsuki watched his retreating figure, slowly lowering her suspended hand. Feeling a twinge of annoyance at the interruption, though she ultimately suppressed it and hurried to catch up with Naruto. Naruto. Satsuki. Stop right there. Irika's urgent voice echoed behind them, filled with exasperation. You too. Hurry up and apologize to Lord Hokage. Not a chance. Naruto called back without turning. The third Hokage isn't that petty. He surely knows we weren't really causing trouble. You troublesome students. Stop right now. Irika's voice rose in frustration, the veins on his forehead visibly throbbing. Do you have any idea how frightening that was? I thought you were actually going to practice secretly at school. Have you forgotten the rules of the Ninja Academy? This is sheer nonsense. The corridor of the school building was a cacophony of footsteps, reprimands, and the light. Youthful sounds of running and jumping. As Irika pursued them, a heavy stone of anxiety quietly fell from his heart. How fortunate that they had not truly come to blows. Yet soon after, a wave of apprehension washed over him. What if the third Hokage had not alerted him in time? These two fellows were sparring without caution. If they truly fought, what if they set the ninja school ablaze? What if someone sustained an irreparable injury? If such a calamity were to occur, Irika would never forgive himself. Listen well. Irika gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. I will reflect on this with you. It's my responsibility for not properly teaching you to follow the rules. But you better stop right now. Naruto. Absolutely not. Naruto suddenly veered into a nearby classroom. For some reason, the lights were still on in that classroom at such a late hour. It was indeed their own classroom. Satsuki followed closely, darting inside as well. You little rascal. Irika flung open the classroom door, but the reprimand that followed lodged in his throat, halting abruptly. The scene before him was beyond anything he could have imagined. On the connected rectangular desks in the classroom, a clean tablecloth was spread, adorned with an array of snacks and food, brightly packaged chips, diced fruit, and several elegantly arranged boxes of treats. At the center of the table stood a large cream cake, with "Happy Birthday, Teacher Irika" written in jam, flanked by several unlit candles. Naruto, Satsuki, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Shino stood in a line behind the table. Shikamaru yawned habitually. Choji clutched a bag of chips surreptitiously in his hand. Kiba's Akamaru wagged his tail eagerly. And Satsuki cast her eyes down slightly, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. At the back of the classroom, a simple banner crafted from colorful paper read, "Happy Birthday, Teacher Irika." "Teacher, happy birthday." Naruto was the first to leap forward, energetically calling out to Irika, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Did you ever expect this?" Even the third Hokage helped relay the message. "It was all my doing." Irika gazed at the scene before him, his mouth instinctively opening, yet no sound emerged from his throat. The food on the table emitted a gentle warmth, and the children's smiling faces glowed softly under the lights, filling the space with warmth. "Teacher, happy birthday," Shikamaru and the others echoed, their voices soft but imbued with genuine sentiment. Naruto, grinning widely, leaned in closer and teased, "Teacher, I initially wanted to create a surprise by turning off the lights and suddenly lighting the candles. But I was worried that you might have jumped out of the window to sneak around while chasing us, which would have ruined the surprise. You don't mind, do you?" Hey, what's this? So the teacher can display such expressions too?" Kiba teased mercilessly, prompting Akamaru to bark in agreement. It was only then that Irika snapped back to reality, his lips moving as he stammered, "Naruto, are you saying that everything just now was?" "That's right. It was all a trap to lure you into the classroom, Teacher Irika." Naruto replied with a beaming smile, pride evident in his tone. In the next moment, Irika felt the taut nerves throughout his body suddenly relax. The anxiety he had felt while rushing here, the fear that they might be secretly practicing, and the apprehension that Naruto would cause trouble and face punishment, all of it dissipated like mist. It turned out to be merely a prank. He hadn't gotten into any trouble. How wonderful it was that this child merely wished to bring him a surprise. He had intended to frown and scold them for dragging even the Hokage into their antics. But looking into Naruto's eyes filled with mirth, the words that were on the tip of his tongue transformed into a dry, "Naruto, how did you know today is my birthday?" "Quite simple. I stealthily slipped into the teacher's archive room. Subterfuge is a mandatory lesson for ninjas, you know." "What? You?" Irika felt his previously suppressed anger surge anew. But before he could utter a reprimand, an unexpected warmth welled up in his eyes, a wave of heat that surged uncontrollably, veiling his vision in a thin mist. He had heard other teachers mention that some thoughtful students would secretly note their teachers' birthdays and prepare small surprises for those days. He had always thought such gestures were far removed from his own experience, believing himself to be an inadequate teacher, often harboring prejudice against Naruto and neglecting his students. He never anticipated that he would also have such a moment. He gazed at Naruto, who was still waiting for praise, then glanced at Sasuke, Shikamaru, and the others who were quietly smiling beside him. His heart felt as though it were being enveloped in warm water, a mix of sweetness and tenderness. He had so much he wished to convey to them: gratitude for their thoughtfulness, an apology for his previous inattentiveness, and a desire to express just how surprised he was. Yet, all the words were lodged in his throat, ultimately coalescing into a choked, "Thank you, Naruto, and everyone. Thank you." What was this? Irika's throat seemed constricted by an invisible force. His gaze fell upon the long table adorned with a tablecloth, where a conspicuous cream cake sat, its name inscribed in jam beside several unlit candles, the warm glow of the candles flickering in his mind. The cake must have been specially ordered, as it was he who should have been caring for them. Yet now, this group of children had remembered his birthday and even orchestrated such a surprise. His heart was enveloped in warmth, each beat resonating with a bittersweet emotion. A surge of heat rose deep within his nasal cavity, and he quickly clenched his teeth, desperately suppressing the emotions that threatened to overflow. No, he absolutely could not cry here. If he were to break down in front of his students, his dignity as a teacher would be utterly shattered. Irika blinked vigorously, attempting to disperse the warmth gathering within him. But the harder he tried to control it, the more intense that swelling warmth became, almost bursting from his chest. When had these kids begun preparing all of this? His gaze swept over the students standing behind the table. He was truly on the verge of losing control. All right, the candles are blown out. Now let us open the gifts. Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, clapping his hands, his face alight with a radiant smile. His voice resonated throughout the classroom, imbued with the vitality unique to youth, igniting the atmosphere in the room. Teacher Irika, this is my birthday gift for you. I am certain you will cherish it. It is the finest from Konoha. Inuzuka, with a simple gift box in his arms, approached. The box was adorned with a somewhat coarse red satin ribbon, suggesting it was wrapped by his own hands. Irika stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the gift box presented before him, his mind still lingering on the vivid scene of the recent wishmaking, the flickering candlelight casting a warm glow on the children's faces as they harmoniously sang the birthday song. Although their voices were somewhat dissonant, it was the most beautiful melody Irika had ever heard. How long had it been since he celebrated a birthday like this? Lost in thought for a moment, he finally extended his hand to accept the gift from Inuzuka, feeling a slight tremor as his fingertips brushed against the box. Thank you. Inuzuka, he spoke softly, his voice imbued with genuine gratitude. Not at all, teacher. According to birthday traditions, you must open the gift before expressing your thanks. Naruto interjected cheerfully. Irika chuckled helplessly, nodding as he cautiously unwrapped the paper. What met his eyes was a bag of dog food, the most expensive variety from Konoha's pet store, emblazoned with the words Premium Ninja Dog Formula. What on earth? Why would you give me this? I don't even have a dog at home, Shikamaru remarked, unable to restrain his sarcasm, lazily shaking his head against the table. Inuzuka, however, retorted with an air of assurance, isn't it simple? Teacher Irika could just get a dog. Laughter erupted in the classroom, yet amidst the merriment, Irika lowered his head, his fingers gently tracing the logo on the dog food bag, a faint smile gracing his lips. Inuzuka, thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it. This was the truth. Irika was indeed aware that today marked his birthday. Since the tragic night when his parents perished in the Ninetales incident, no one had celebrated his birthday again. In his childhood, he had secretly harbored hopes that perhaps someone would remember, perhaps someone would wish him a happy birthday. However, as the years rolled by, that small hope had gradually been buried in the recesses of his memory, ultimately forgotten. As an adult, he had ceased to care about this day. Occasionally, when he glimpsed his birth date on the ninja school records, he would merely scan it with indifference. Yet, even a simple happy birthday from someone would bring him immense joy and satisfaction. All right, next is my gift, Choji exclaimed, his round cheeks beaming with excitement as he cradled a meticulously wrapped envelope. Irika accepted the envelope, and, upon tearing it open, was met with the sight of 2 meal vouchers for all-you-can-eat premium beef for 5, boldly inscribed on the tickets. Choji, this is rather extravagant, isn't it? Just accept it. Teacher, I have plenty more. Choji waved dismissively. My father insisted I bring these for entertaining friends. At that moment, Shikamaru yawned lazily and handed Irika a slender object wrapped in silk cloth. Don't expect much from mine. It certainly pales in comparison to the Akimichi family's generosity. Unwrapping the silk revealed a sealing scroll, which could be activated with a mere infusion of chakra. Shikamaru, with his eyelids drooping, explained that on the left side was a technique for ninja tools, on the right side were stored documents, and in the middle layer, he had added a fire protection technique, which was quite troublesome. This was the instruction manual. Irika realized that this seemingly casual gift was likely a meticulously prepared special item by Shikamaru long in advance. This individual, who always complained about inconveniences, had actually transformed his laziness into a unique philosophy. Much like his approach to tasks, every step he took was carefully calculated with the subsequent 10 steps already planned. Once he resolved to undertake a task, he was determined to execute it to the best of his ability. Thus, it was no surprise that even the gift was designed with such Nara-style thoroughness. Irika gazed at the sealing scroll in his hands, sensing Shikamaru's meticulousness. Such high-quality ninja tools were certainly not mere items plucked from the warehouse. You've truly been a great help, Shikamaru, he said, lifting his head to offer Shikamaru a knowing smile. Shikamaru merely waved his hand lazily. At that moment, Satsuki approached with brisk steps, holding a deep blue elongated wooden box embossed with the Uchiha clan crest, exuding the unique elegance of a prestigious family. Here, she said succinctly, handing over the wooden box. As Irika accepted the box, he felt its substantial weight. Upon opening it, he found 12 neatly arranged steel shurikens inside. As our teacher, Satsuki said, slightly raising her chin, you cannot slack in your training. To harbor the notion that once one becomes a teacher, training is no longer necessary would bring disgrace to our Uchiha clan. Her words were characteristically tsundere. Although well-intentioned, they were wrapped in a prickly exterior. Irika, however, noticed a hint of inexplicable resentment in her gaze directed at him. Unbeknownst to him, just 10 minutes prior, he had interrupted a pivotal moment for a certain dark-haired girl who was about to grasp the hand of her beloved. Thank you. I will use it well, Irika said solemnly, closing the wooden box. Satsuki let out a light huff and turned back to Naruto's side. Irika, looking at the pile of gifts in his arms, dog food, barbecue vouchers, sealing scrolls, and distinctive ninja tools, felt a wave of warmth swell in his chest. His gaze naturally fell upon the last student. Naruto approached, cradling a beautifully packaged square gift box, a radiant smile adorning his face as he hurried forward. Irika-sensei, my gift is the best. All eyes turned to Naruto's gift, completely unaware of Shino quietly standing aside, holding a modest box. Just as the gift was placed in Irika's hands, Naruto suddenly took a deep breath, his blue eyes unusually serious. He lowered his head slightly, as if organizing his thoughts. Irika-sensei, I truly appreciate everything you've done this year. His voice was notably deeper than usual, imbued with undeniable sincerity. The classroom fell silent. Even the usually noisy Kiba ceased his chatter, while Akamaru tilted his head, his dark eyes darting between the two. Irika was taken aback as he saw Naruto lift his gaze, meeting his eyes and posing the question that had long weighed on his conscience. By the way, sensei, do you truly blame yourself for the past? Irika felt a tightness in his throat as the buried feelings of guilt surged into the light, leaving him nowhere to hide. His fingers trembled slightly, and he eventually nodded slowly. Yes, I truly apologize, Naruto. I am an inadequate teacher. The moment those words escaped his lips, Irika felt a sharp pang of pain. He recalled the distance he had maintained when he first met Naruto, the deliberate space he had kept, and his stiff responses each time Naruto had greeted him with enthusiasm. Surprisingly, Naruto clicked his tongue, a bemused smile gracing his face. Honestly, sensei, your moral standards are just too high. He ruffled his golden hair, his tone imbued with affectionate exasperation. But later on, you did acknowledge me, didn't you? There's no need to torment yourself over past matters. Irika opened his mouth, yet no words came forth. He had never anticipated that his past hesitations and mistakes would be forgiven in such a manner, not ignored, but understood, and gently reassured that it was all right. Noticing the redness in his teacher's eyes, Naruto instinctively softened his voice. Sensei, everyone has their imperfect moments. Yet, it is precisely these hesitations and subsequent choices that render trust all the more precious. With a wide grin, he added, so please, do not chastise yourself for not being good enough. To me, you have always been the best teacher. Irika's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He hurriedly lowered his head, wishing to shield his vulnerable state from his students. However, tears blurred his vision, cascading onto the gift box in his arms, creating small dark stains. How fortunate he truly was. This realization made his heart race, a blend of bittersweetness and warmth. It was his duty to accompany Naruto and educate these children. Yet why was it he who felt redeemed and warmed? A torrent of emotions surged within him, astonished by Naruto's maturity, stirring the softest corners of his heart, reaffirming his resolve as a teacher, and filling him with an overwhelming warmth and an unprecedented pride. Proud to be their teacher. Proud to witness Naruto grow into such a gentle soul. Proud to stand here, enveloped by such pure feelings. All right, let us quickly open the gift. Naruto displayed a rare moment of shyness. In terms of grandeur, my gift may not be as precious as others, but I still hope you will like it, sensei. Irika hesitated not for a second, his fingers brushing against the exquisitely wrapped gift box. He gently untied the ribbon, revealing a soft satin lining within, upon which 2 items lay quietly. As Irika's gaze fell upon the first gift, his breath instinctively caught for a moment. It was a handcrafted colored clay model, roughly the size of his palm. He trembled slightly as he cradled it, the unique warmth of the clay touching his fingertips. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with every detail meticulously attended to. Before them stood 2 chibi figures, hand in hand, united in their companionship. The figure on the left donned a wooden leaf headband, with a pineapple hairstyle tied neatly at the back, and wore a gentle smile upon its face. To the right, the figure sported a golden, spiky hairstyle, grinning widely with teeth visible, yet eyes concealed. Their hands clasped tightly together, and the base bore the inscription, "The best teacher," in a childlike scrawl. Irika's thumb unconsciously brushed over the miniature representation of himself. Is this us? How delightful. With this, the teacher will no longer feel alone. Naruto beamed, knowing that even after graduation, this model would serve as a reminder that the teacher would not easily forget him. Across the classroom, Satsuki's gaze fell upon the pair of chibi figures, her dark eyes shimmering slightly. Unbidden, memories surfaced of a well-preserved gift in her own room. A present from Naruto on a previous birthday. The chibi version of Satsuki on that model crossed her arms, a proud expression on her face, while the chibi Naruto grinned cheerfully beside her. Why did seeing the teacher receive the same gift evoke a twinge of discomfort in her, despite having one herself? Thank you, Naruto. Irika's voice was barely audible. He carefully returned the model to its box, his movements tender. His fingers lingered momentarily over the inscription before reluctantly withdrawing. To mask the redness in his eyes, he swiftly turned to the second gift, a high-end notebook. The title, "The Ultimate Teacher's Guide," glimmered under the light. A closer inspection revealed that the letters were not original, but rather hand-embossed later. So that's it. Memories rushed back to a recent visit to the stationery shop. The items Naruto had stealthily concealed were indeed the materials for these gifts. Had this child been preparing so thoughtfully for a while? Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the first page of the notebook. He froze entirely. An exaggerated portrait of Naruto adorned the frontispiece, accompanied by vibrant yet crooked handwriting. Record all the students who make you proud. I may not be the first, but I shall certainly not be the last. This phrase struck Irika like a key, suddenly unlocking a tightly sealed chamber within his heart. An unprecedented wave of emotion crashed over him, obliterating all his defenses. It was not merely touching or gratifying. It was a profound, warm sensation that enveloped him. A tear fell upon the page, blurring the ink, soon followed by a second and a third. A suppressed sob finally broke free from his throat. Irika hunched over, weeping unabashedly like a child. His tears soaked the notebook's front page. Silence enveloped the classroom. Shikamaru's yawn froze mid-action, Choji's chip paused at his lips, and even the usually boisterous Kiba stared wide-eyed in astonishment. They had never witnessed an adult display such vulnerability. In that moment, Naruto's mind resonated with a cheerful notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. Established bond level 7 with original character Irika Yumino, maxed out. Just as Naruto was about to step forward to offer comfort, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have established a bond with the original character Irika Yumino at level 8. The relationship has undergone a qualitative change. Familial affection, as night deepened. After safely escorting the teary-eyed teacher Irika home post-birthday celebration, Naruto and Satsuki bid farewell at a crossroads. Satsuki hesitated, casting a lingering glance at him before simply huffing and vanishing in the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory. Upon pushing open the door to his apartment, Naruto collapsed onto his bed, fatigue washing over him, yet he could not suppress the smile tugging at his lips. The birthday party had exceeded his expectations. Not only had he witnessed Irika-sensei's rare emotional outburst, but more importantly, his system points had surged dramatically. He summoned a semi-transparent screen visible only to himself, densely populated with the bonds he had forged within the school. Nara Shikamaru, bond level 3, points earned, 300. Akimichi Choji, bond level 5, points earned, 500. Inazuka Kiba, bond level 4, points earned, 400. Akamaru, bond level 5, points earned, 50. Yamanaka Ino, bond level 3, points earned, 300. Irika Yumino, bond level 8, points earned, 1600. Remarks. Relationship has undergone a qualitative change to familial affection. Naruto's fingertips hovered over the words familial affection, and a warm sensation blossomed in his chest. By the way, the bond level with the Nine Tails was currently at level 5, having risen by 1 level through their nightly interactions, earning him an additional 400 points. However, Naruto's gaze fell upon an empty name that should have had data, Yamanaka Ino. Since the beginning of the school year, he had attempted several times to approach this future member of the Ino Shikacho trio. Yet, inexplicably, each time he drew near, Ino would flinch away like a startled rabbit, either feigning an urgent matter or suddenly claiming to be unwell before dashing off. How peculiar. Could it be that the butterfly effect had instilled in her a reason to fear him? While meticulously tallying points might seem somewhat mercenary, Naruto was acutely aware that he genuinely cherished this group of friends. The exhilaration of sharing barbecue with Choji, the frustration of being outsmarted by Shikamaru during shogi, the playful antics of frolicking with Kiba and Akamaru. These daily interactions were not mere facades. Naruto truly relished every moment spent with them. His gaze lingered on the entry for Iruka Yumino. Prior to tonight, Iruka's bond level had remained stagnant at level 5, a status indicative of a rather close relationship. Yet, unexpectedly, a single birthday celebration had propelled this bond to an astonishing level 8. Was it true that Iruka-sensei had been suppressing so many emotions? With this thought, Naruto accessed the overview of his system points. Current points held, 2450. The figure prompted an involuntary whistle of admiration. The efforts of the past year had not been in vain. From the initial companionship of two to now being surrounded by so many friends, each bond had transformed into tangible rewards. However, despite the abundance of points, not all of them were accumulated. Naruto was originally supposed to have 3 for 150 points. But a few months ago, he succumbed to temptation and impulsively executed 10 consecutive draws. The outcome was merely a sky of blue and white. The only consolation was that from that 10 draws, he managed to obtain something slightly more special. Congratulations! You have received Fox Mask. Item description: a mask identical to that of the Whirlpool clan, possessing remarkable hardness and capable of obstructing detection-type ninjutsu, including the Byakugan. Initially, upon acquiring the Fox Mask, Naruto only paid attention to its primary utility of obstructing detection ninjutsu. This meant that even if he encountered wild members of the Hyuga clan while disguised as a member of the Whirlpool clan, he need not worry about being seen through by the Byakugan. He was quite satisfied when he tried it on. The mask conformed perfectly to his face, offering a clear field of vision, and even while breathing, it did not feel stifling. Although the overall results of the lottery were rather disappointing, this mask was, at least, quite practical. However, as time passed, this seemingly ordinary item began to reveal its unexpected value. In the original timeline, the fox mask worn by the member of the Whirlpool clan was merely a cheap trinket found at market stalls. Yet, since the Hidden Cloud Village began to fervently promote the terrifying legend of the Whirlpool clan, this once unremarkable mask gradually became viewed by the populace as a foreboding symbol. Consequently, the production of the fox mask was halted. After all, who would buy a mask associated with a notorious killer for their child to play with? Though Naruto could easily use transformation techniques to mimic the mask's appearance, it somehow felt lacking. After all, a transformation technique is ultimately an illusion. Once chakra becomes chaotic or is disturbed, the disguise would dissipate. In contrast, the genuine fox mask would remain, even if the transformation was undone, providing an additional layer of security for concealing his identity. Moreover, to replace a signature feature simply due to its discontinuation would be rather devaluing. Since the image of the Whirlpool clan had already become intertwined with the fox mask, there was no need for a change. On the contrary, the mask's limited availability became an advantage. As long as he wore it, no one would question his identity. With this thought, Naruto turned his gaze back to the system interface. Tonight, Iruka-sensei's bond breakthrough had granted him a substantial income. Combined with his previous savings, his total points were now sufficient for 2 more 10 consecutive draws. Naruto reclined on his bed, staring at the floating system interface before him. He could hardly recall the last time he drew something epic. Each time he amassed enough points, he held high hopes, only to be rewarded with basic talents or chakra enhancements. This time, he was determined to receive something worthwhile. Naruto abruptly sat up, inhaling deeply, his finger hovering over the button for the 10 consecutive draws. After a moment of hesitation, he finally resolved himself. Enough saving. Even if his luck was poor, surely he would receive something worthwhile. With a firm press of his fingertip, 10 cards radiating a blue glow lined up in the void. Naruto swallowed hard, his fingers trembling slightly as he opened them one by one. 01 card. Chakra Explosive Kunai Illusion Talent. 5 Wind Element Shuriken. By the time he unveiled the 5th Ninja Tool Sealing Scroll, Naruto could no longer suppress a sigh. Just as he was on the verge of relinquishing all hope, the 6th card suddenly erupted with a dazzling purple radiance. The 9-faced Suppo? Naruto's fingers froze midair, and his pupils dilated in astonishment as he fixated on the emerging text upon the card. Congratulations, you have obtained Nine-Faced Suppo. Item description: utilizing summoning techniques. Summon the nine-faced beasts to battle, arranged in the order of azure, white, vermilion, black, void, south, north, 3, and jade, which correspond to the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, golden serpent, southern dipper immortal, northern dipper immortal, death god, and celestial maiden, all transformed from the nine-faced fox, with each beast possessing formidable special abilities. At last, it was finally in his grasp. The following morning, a subtle atmosphere enveloped the classroom of the Ninja Academy. Iruka-sensei stood at the podium, his eyes clearly a bit puffy, and his voice gentler than usual. When Choji stealthily stuffed chips into his mouth, it caught everyone off guard when Iruka simply sighed softly. "No more of that. You can have some after class." This unusual behavior left the entire class dumbfounded. Why was the teacher so affable today? Was he unwell? The students whispered among themselves, but Naruto, along with Satsuki and a few others who had attended the birthday party the previous night, shared a knowing glance. In class, Iruka began explaining the foundational techniques of ninjutsu: transformation technique, substitution technique, and clone technique. For ordinary students, these were essential subjects that required earnest study. Bored, Satsuki propped her chin up in her hand, listening with a sense of ennui. These basic ninjutsu techniques had long been mastered by the Uchiha clan's children before they even entered school. Naruto appeared to be attentively listening, occasionally nodding in agreement. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, outside of Konoha, one of his shadow clones had already commenced its mission, while his true self remained dutifully seated in the classroom. Naruto's thoughts had already soared far beyond the confines of the academy. The air of the land of soup greeted him as he stood in a familiar yet long unvisited room, engulfed by the distinct ambience of the hot springs. So different from that of Konoha. Over a year had passed since his last visit, yet with the flying thunder god technique, he could traverse this distance in an instant with merely a thought. The sign of the Inu no Yu remained strikingly prominent. But now the place had undergone a tremendous transformation. The once randomly chosen lodging spot had been wholly acquired by Nichi, or more precisely, the entire street had become a front for the clandestine Jin organization. To fund the organization's operations, Nichi had fully embraced the role of a businessman. Naruto gazed out at the orderly shops, each adorned with the uniform sign of the Inu no Yu franchise. As the leader of the organization, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame. Apart from bringing back the Uzumaki mother and daughter, he had been little more than a figurehead. In contrast, Nichi was tirelessly laboring to generate revenue for the organization. Having acquired the power of the nine-faced beasts, Naruto resolved to formally begin assembling members for the Jin organization. He activated the technique seal inscribed on Nichi, and soon, Nichi, having reverted from his transformation, stood before him. "Lord Menma." Nichi respectfully bowed and began to report on the recent developments. Firstly, regarding the establishment of the stronghold, in accordance with Naruto's directives, a total expenditure of 100 million was incurred for its construction, excluding land costs, and it has now been completed, fully adhering to the standards of being easily defensible yet difficult to attack. The mother and daughter of the Uzumaki clan are currently settled there. Over the past year, Nichiraku has personally overseen the instruction of Karui in the foundational applications of chakra. Next, we turn to the tracking report of key subjects under observation. Data from Awagakure has yet to formally defect, yet the discontent among the villagers regarding his explosive artistry as a disciple of the Tsuchikage is intensifying. The whereabouts of the missing puppet prodigy, Sasori of the Red Sand from Sunagakure, remain unknown. The blood mist policy of Kirigakure persists, and not long ago, the rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, failed in his assassination attempt on the Mizukage and subsequently defected. As for the last individual, a bounty hunter named Kakuzu, Nichiraku produced a scroll from his pocket, densely inscribed with Kakuzu's recent transactions and activities in the black market. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through a forest in the land of fire. As the smoke dissipated, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of rogue ninjas. Amidst this chaos, a peculiar middle-aged man was dragging a corpse adorned in the attire of a leader. This man was bare from the waist up, revealing his skin, which was marked with strange stitches of a gray-green hue. He wore a black mask that obscured half of his face, with his eyes exhibiting unnerving black sclera and pupils that glimmered with an eerie green light. The stitches writhed as he moved, instilling a sense of dread. "Humph, is this all they amount to?" he remarked, kicking the corpse at his feet. It was no wonder that in the black market, they fetched only a paltry sum. After all, they were merely insignificant nuisances he had eliminated along the way. This statement, coupled with his distinctive appearance, made his identity unmistakable. Kakuzu, a living fossil in the world of shinobi. This legendary rogue from Takigakure had once been dispatched by the village's higher-ups on a nearly suicidal mission to assassinate the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. The truth of that battle remains a topic of much speculation. Some claim he engaged in a titanic clash with Hashirama, ultimately succumbing to the might of wood release. Others assert that he merely threw a shuriken from 800 miles away, only to be relentlessly pursued by Hashirama's wooden clone for 3 days and nights. However, with Hashirama's subsequent demise, the details of that encounter have forever been shrouded in mystery. Yet, when Kakuzu narrowly escaped from the hands of the god of ninjas, dragging his battered body back to Takigakure, he was met with the stigma of a cowardly fugitive and the cold embrace of a prison cell. In that moment, the seething anger consumed the last vestiges of loyalty within him. He had willingly challenged a deity for the sake of his village, only to be met with betrayal and infamy. Hatred spread through his chest, ultimately manifesting in resolute action. He broke free from his confines, seized the forbidden techniques of the village, and cruelly harvested the hearts of all the higher-ups. The forbidden technique known as Jigaku no Utsusimi, stained with blood, became Kakuzu's eternal legacy. By acquiring the hearts and chakra natures of others, he not only mastered 5 elemental releases, but also gained a semblance of immortality. Having lived from the inception of the ninja villages to the present, Kakuzu gradually comprehended the brutal nature of eternity over the long passage of time. Ultimately, along this endless path of immortality, he discovered the sole companion that would never betray him: wealth. These currencies would neither age nor perish, nor would they fade into the currents of time. Their eternal value perfectly aligned with his immortal existence. Thus, he became the most feared bounty hunter in the black market, indifferent to the morality of his targets. As long as the reward was sufficiently substantial, anyone could become his quarry. However, the recent availability of prime targets had dwindled, prompting him to contemplate a temporary departure from the country. With his spoils in tow, he hastened along a forest path, preparing to visit a nearby exchange, his mind racing with plans for the journey ahead. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the front, causing leaves to tremble and fall. He quickly lifted his gaze, only to be met by a colossal white tiger leaping from the underbrush, its enormous, sharp claws aimed directly at him. What in the world is this? Instincts of battle surged within him, and without hesitation, he discarded the corpse in his grasp, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. The earth-shattering technique of the Earth Escape and Earth Spear enveloped him instantly, rendering his skin as hard as rock. Bang! The tiger's claws slammed into his arm with a sound like metal colliding. The tremendous force propelled him backward, carving deep furrows into the ground beneath him. Is this a spirit beast? He squinted, his eyes glowing with a fierce green light as he warily assessed the strange creature before him. Before he could mount a counterattack, the ground beneath him exuded a peculiar violet glow, intricate sealing techniques spreading across the surface like living entities. Sealing techniques. His extensive combat experience allowed him to make a swift judgment. He exerted himself, leaping backward with great force. Just as his toes left the ground, the violet sealing array fully materialized. Caw! A melodious cry cleaved through the air as a crimson phoenix dove down, its wings trailing a fiery tail. Before he could adjust his stance, the searing impact of the creature sent him crashing back to the ground. Boom! Amidst the rising dust, his body was deeply embedded in the earth. As he grappled with the intense pain radiating from his body, he struggled to prop himself up while rapidly analyzing the situation before him. The strength of these beasts far exceeded that of ordinary spirit creatures. Perhaps he could contend with one or two, but facing more simultaneously was daunting. His gaze swept across the area. As the dust gradually settled, his expression darkened significantly. His worst fears were confirmed. Not far off stood a man clad in a long robe, wearing a fox mask, silently observing him. Flanking him were 9 distinct colossal beasts arranged in a line. The previously encountered white tiger and phoenix, along with a coiled azure dragon, a formidable black tortoise, a sinuous golden serpent, and several ethereal humanoid beings. Each emanated an overwhelming aura of oppression. Damn it, he muttered through clenched teeth. A figure of your stature would deign to act against me? This is not in accordance with your principles, Jin. A calm voice emerged from beneath the mask, undying ninja. Kakuzu, I have come to welcome you to become a part of Jin. Kakuzu's pupils constricted suddenly. He slowly raised his body. The scorched black seams twisting upon the surface of his skin, emitting a faint creaking sound. Haydn suddenly let out a cold laugh. Evidently, my price is far greater than anticipated. However, I regret to inform you that I have no interest in your ideals. At present, only wealth captivates me. I believe you have misunderstood something, Haydn. The voice of pain resonated through the fox mask, and the eyes concealed behind it fixed their gaze upon Haydn. Regardless of your interest in my ideals, you must join Akatsuki. Haydn's muscles tensed, his eyes locked onto the figure before him. Never expecting that a simple endeavor to earn some extra income would entangle him with such a formidable presence. As a bounty hunter who has traversed the black market for years, Haydn was acutely aware of the terror embodied by this man. On the black market's bounty list, the shadows and renowned figures of the 5 great nations had always represented the most coveted targets until a few years ago, when one name eclipsed all others with an overwhelming bounty: the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. This man's record was nothing short of horrifying. He annihilated the Yun Hidden Village's envoy and severely injured the Raikage, launching solo assaults on Konoha, each feat enough to shock the entire shinobi world. Furthermore, he remained at large to this day. Haydn still vividly recalled the shock he felt upon seeing that exorbitant bounty back then. He immediately set out for the outskirts of Konoha, eager to hunt this invaluable prey. Yet, standing at the village's edge and gazing into the immense crater nearly the size of the village itself, all his avarice dissipated in an instant. Even after nearly a century of life, Haydn had to concede a harsh truth. Attempting to hunt Pain for the bounty was tantamount to courting death. He had thought that after the demise of Hashirama Senju, such a level of monstrosity would never again grace the shinobi world. Should I say I am honored? Haydn's voice dripped with deliberate sarcasm. With your power, does Akatsuki truly need me? As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at the surroundings, secretly plotting possible escape routes. Though wealth was his deepest affection, Haydn was not foolish. No matter how valuable the prey, it was not worth his life. Pain suddenly spoke. Haydn, you have lived far too long. In your protracted existence, is mere pursuit of wealth truly sufficient? Those words caused Haydn's movements to falter imperceptibly. I am aware of the secrets from back then. Pain's voice continued. Those parasites assigned you a suicide mission, yet you dared to challenge the god of ninjas. The green light in Haydn's black eyes flickered violently. The disgrace he had thought buried by time was now laid bare before him. Fragments of long-sealed memories surged forth. The faces of the higher-ups from Takigakure, the coldness of the prison, and the grotesque sensation of taking his first heart. Ironically, fearing the vengeance of Hashirama Senju, they cast you aside as a pawn. Pain stepped forward deliberately, stating that it was the village that betrayed him. Yet they ultimately branded him a traitor. How could you possibly know these things? The voice of Kakuzu fluctuated, as he believed that the memories of the past had long been buried alongside those who were privy to them. Was it possible that the entity known as Jinchuriki had also survived from that era? This thought sent a shiver down Kakuzu's spine. Initially, he intended to intimidate his opponent by referencing his past encounters with the first Hokage. However, it soon became evident that anyone with even a modest understanding of the events back then would realize that his survival was solely due to the mercy of Senju Hashirama. It appeared that Jinchuriki could see through his thoughts, as a soft laugh escaped from beneath the mask. No need to guess. I know far more than you can imagine. For instance, how many hearts still beat within you? This statement struck Kakuzu like a bolt of lightning. The secret of the Earth Grudge fear was his greatest bargaining chip. Come, Jinchuriki slowly extended a hand toward Kakuzu. My ambition targets those high and mighty, who issue orders while shoving dangers onto the shinobi. The breeze rustled his cloak, and the nine tails behind him stirred restlessly. My organization does not seek an illusory peace. I aim to construct a world where the strong do not betray, and the weak do not beg. Kakuzu's fists tightened, the black threads on his skin writhing uneasily. Those words echoed the salvation he had yearned to hear decades ago in the dark prison of Takigakure. Kakuzu, your hand can still become the foundation. The voice beneath the fox mask softened. It is time to take root. Kakuzu clenched his fists with such force that his nails dug deeply into his palms. Decades of solitary wandering had transformed the once fervent elite of Takigakure into a cold-hearted bounty hunter. His life's creed had dwindled to an obsession with wealth. "So, you intend to take me for granted?" Jinchuriki nodded calmly. "Indeed. Very well, I have a condition." Kakuzu's voice turned dangerously low as the black threads began to writhe violently. "I know you are strong, but—" His body erupted with an astonishing amount of chakra, causing the ground around him to crack under the weight of his power. "It is far too simplistic to earn my loyalty with mere words. Let us battle. I wish to see what kind of existence is feared by the 5 great nations." Jinchuriki fell silent for a moment. Then his chakra began to pulsate intensely. "So be it." The 9 tails let out a deafening roar in unison. "Let us engage in combat. If I win, you will return with me to join Jinchuriki." Kakuzu's hands began to form seals, the black threads coursing through his body wriggling like living creatures. With a resounding crack, the grotesque mask upon his back began to transform. It was the manifestation of the heart stored within the earth grudge fear. Suddenly, the black threads covering Kakuzu trembled violently, producing a disconcerting creaking sound. The uncanny threads that traversed his body twisted as if alive, violently bursting forth from the surface of his skin. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being torn, a pitch-black substance gushed forth from the wound on his back. With a sudden pop, the entirely dark masked creature broke free from Kakuzu, twisting into form mid-air. They varied in shape, yet all bore a menacing appearance. Lightning release, false darkness. The mask representing the lightning attribute suddenly opened wide. From the hollow beneath it erupted a blinding blue light. In an instant, the furious currents of lightning poured forth like a flood breaking through a dam, thick bolts of lightning carving deep, charred furrows into the ground. In the face of this devastating lightning assault, Minma merely raised his right hand with calm composure. The 9 beasts dispersed in perfect unison. Boom! The blinding flash of lightning completely engulfed Minma's figure, the thunderous roar causing nearby trees to snap in half. Kakuzu fixated his gaze on the center of the tempest. The raging currents persisted for a full 10 seconds before gradually subsiding, and amidst the rising dust, the ground had transformed into a scorched wasteland. However, as the dust settled, Minma remained standing in place, maintaining his raised hand posture. His robe bore not a single trace of char. Naruto had not neglected to consider using the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, but instead opted to validate the new jutsu he had diligently developed over the past year. In addition to practicing the ninjutsu scroll bestowed by the 3rd Hokage, he had repeatedly delved into the briefly experienced abilities of Uzumaki Minma. This inspiration stemmed from a scene in the movie, where Konoha Ninja hurled shuriken at Minma, which eerily hovered mid-air upon touching his body before falling helplessly. Through the understanding gained from the ability he had experienced via the ability card, Naruto deciphered the essence of this technique. It involved channeling wind attribute chakra through an extraordinarily precise transformation, evenly dispersing it throughout his body and the surrounding space to construct an invisible storm domain. This domain could actively attack approaching foes while passively defending against attacks from all directions. Achieving such a dual-purpose effect required an almost rigorous precision in chakra control. Fortunately, Naruto's innate talent for sealing techniques, drawn from the system, became a crucial aid. As one of the most meticulous categories within the ninjutsu system, the long-term practice of sealing arts cultivated a delicate control, enabling him, after an entire year of repeated attempts, to successfully replicate this technique even without the ability card, naming it Windstorm Flow. At this moment, this invisible wind release barrier perfectly withstood Kakuzu's lightning release, false darkness. Naruto sighed in relief internally. After all, this was the technique's first practical test. Yet he remained prepared with a contingency plan, ready to activate the Flying Thunder God to escape if his defense faltered. On the opposite side, Kakuzu displayed little astonishment. Given Minma's infamous reputation in the ninja world, it would indeed be surprising if such a level of attack could truly succeed. Kakuzu's hands formed seals once more, and the 2 masked creatures responded in unison. Wind release, pressure damage. Fire release, head carving. The mask representing the wind attribute bared its fangs, and a violent gust of air erupted from the mask's openings, instantly forming a massive wind pressure exceeding 10 meters in diameter. Almost simultaneously, torrents of raging flames burst forth from the gaps in the fire attribute mask, the searing flames merging perfectly with the wind pressure. Boom! In that moment of wind and fire coalescing, a fire tornado with a diameter of over 20 meters rose from the ground. The searing gusts of heat instantly carbonized the nearby trees. Myanmar remained motionless amidst the flames. The voice behind the fox mask suddenly turned cold. Naruto resolved to swiftly conclude the battle. Let the game end here. Just as the fiery vortex was about to engulf him, Myanmar's figure abruptly vanished. In the next moment, a series of explosive crackles erupted around Kakuzu. The 9 beasts had completed their encirclement unbeknownst to him. The azure dragon pressed the wind-attribute masked creature into the ground, its rampage rendering the mask into fragments. The white tiger and vermilion bird launched a simultaneous assault, tearing apart the fire-attribute masked creature under their dual onslaught. The heavy shell of the black tortoise first crushed the fleeing water-attribute masked creature. The southern dipper and northern dipper sages formed their seals, and beneath the scythe of death, the last lightning attribute masked creature had all its chakra harvested, rendering it incapable of further combat. Kakuzu staggered back a few steps, the black threads frantically writhing as they attempted to mend the damage. Each of his masked creatures possessed the strength of elite jonin. Yet faced with 9 beings of at least elite jonin caliber, some approaching the level of Kage, the outcome of this battle had been predetermined from the start. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Kakuzu felt the last earth attribute heart within him, finally grasping the true nature of the monstrosity he faced. The encirclement formed by the 9 beasts was slowly tightening, each colossal creature emanating a palpable sense of danger. It was over. The voice suddenly echoed in his ears, and Kakuzu turned sharply, the eerie fox mask now mere inches away, allowing him to discern every fine detail upon its surface. Instinct propelled him to strike. His fist aimed at Myanmar's face. Bang! An invisible force accurately struck his wrist, the bone emitting a sound of unbearable stress. Kakuzu staggered back 2 steps, his green eyes filled with shock and confusion. What was that? He fixed his gaze on the empty space surrounding Myanmar. The power of that strike was undoubtedly on par with his full-force punch, yet why could he not see his assailant? The writhing black threads frantically repaired the damage to his wrist. Behind Myanmar, the mad diamond, visible only to him, slowly retracted its fist, quietly hovering beside its master. Kakuzu panted heavily. The 9 beasts remained unscathed surrounding him, while Myanmar stood pristine in place, not even a strand of clothing out of order. Was he truly unable to land a single blow? Nearly a century of combat experience felt utterly laughable at this moment. Kakuzu clearly realized that had the opponent desired his life, he would already be a corpse. How? Shall we continue fighting? Myanmar's voice reached him. Kakuzu raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, suddenly letting out a hoarse laugh. No, I have completely lost. The fragments of masks representing the earth grudge fear lay scattered on the ground. Kakuzu took a deep breath, his green pupils fixed on Myanmar. I will honor my promise, though I have not come away empty-handed. His voice regained a familiar shrewdness. Joining an organization led by someone of your caliber is hardly a loss. Myanmar inclined his head slightly, and the figures of the 9 beasts began to gradually fade away. I shall not impede your pursuit of wealth. Let us proceed. Kakuzu nodded slightly, yet abruptly halted his steps. Wait, hold on a moment. I am down to but 1 heart. He turned his gaze toward the corpse of the traitorous leader not far away, pondering the necessity of replenishing his heart. No need for that, Myanmar interjected, his right hand firmly resting on Kakuzu's shoulder. Kakuzu's question was abruptly silenced. In the next instant, the sensation coursing through him caused his eyes to widen in disbelief as he beheld his wounds visibly mending before his very eyes. Even more astonishing was the sight of the shattered fragments of the masked monsters on the ground, which began to tremble and, as if drawn by an unseen force, reassembled themselves, emanating a newfound vitality. What on earth is happening? Kakuzu's voice quivered with rare uncertainty. Those masks, which should have been utterly destroyed, were now seamlessly reintegrating into his body, the rhythmic beating of a heart clearly audible. Just a special ability, Myanmar remarked, retracting his hand with an air of indifference. Let us move. Kakuzu gazed down at his fully restored form, immediately grasping the strategic value of such a power. Ultimately, all shock transformed into a meaningful sigh. Those who oppose you must be particularly troubled by this. At that very moment, a familiar notification echoed in Naruto's mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host. Initial bond established with the original character Kakuzu. Points acquired, 150. Myanmar stood at the entrance of the stronghold. the expression beneath his fox mask frozen in place. Beside him, Kakuzu lifted his cloak's hood, curiously surveying the architectural ensemble before him. Is this what they call a hidden stronghold? Moments ago, Myanmar had utilized the flying thunder god technique to transport both himself and Kakuzu back to the land of hot water, returning to their lodging. Yet this time he did not summon Nichi but instead led Kakuzu to the base of the Ember organization, which Nichi had spent a year constructing. The result was that Myanmar's gaze swept from the exquisite arch bridge over an artificial pond to the meticulously trimmed pines, finally resting upon the magnificent main hall. The seven-story Japanese palace gleamed under the sunlight, its luxurious wooden sheen glistening, while the wind chimes hanging from the eaves chimed melodiously in the gentle breeze. This hardly resembled a base of a terrifying organization. It was more akin to a lord's palace. Kakuzu's laughter echoed from beneath his mask as he surveyed the obviously valuable building materials. It seems our organization's finances are quite robust. Myanmar silently pressed his mask, already aware of Nichi's exceptional business acumen. Yet this was beyond expectation. Does that fellow have a misunderstanding of the term concealment? Kakuzu's voice carried a hint of mockery. Is this truly the headquarters of the Ember organization that instills fear in the 5 great nations? I must say, your taste is quite unique. Myanmar took a deep breath, deciding to bypass the topic. Follow me. Please wait a moment. Mr. Tanuma will be here shortly to meet both of you. A maid dressed in a simple yet elegant kimono bowed respectfully before retreating. Myanmar observed this scene through the guise of his transformation technique, pondering whether such individuals could truly be recruited by a terror organization. In order to maintain his aloof demeanor, he merely inclined his head slightly. After a brief interlude, the sliding door, reminiscent of traditional Japanese architecture, was abruptly thrust open. Standing at the threshold were 2 seemingly unremarkable individuals, a middle-aged man clad in a simple brown kimono, accompanied by a bespectacled young girl, both devoid of any distinguishing features, appearing no different from any ordinary denizen of the street. As the chakra fluctuated, the transformation techniques of the pair gradually unraveled. Nakaira reverted to his true visage, while the seemingly ordinary girl transformed back into the crimson-haired, crimson-eyed Corinne. Her eyes widened in excitement, and her lips parted as if to speak, yet under Nakaira's stern gaze, she restrained herself, merely bowing respectfully. Myanmar also dispelled his second layer of disguise, revealing his iconic fox mask. Myanmar-dano, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Nakaira said, bowing in deference. At that instant, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have established a level 4 bond with the original character Corinne. Points earned, 400. Myanmar was not taken aback by the accrued system points. It seemed Nakaira had indeed taken good care of Corinne. He was poised to first introduce the circumstances surrounding Kakuzu before discussing the base, but Nakaira interjected. Myanmar-dano, this must be the newly recruited member of the organization? Nakaira directed his gaze towards Kakuzu, who stood beside Myanmar, cloaked in a cape. Indeed, the immortal ninja Kakuzu possesses the strength to rival the shadows of the 5 great nations. From this day forth, he shall be a member of Jin. He briefly elucidated Kakuzu's background, but deliberately omitted any mention of his encounter with the first Hokage. Upon learning that Kakuzu had surpassed the age of 90, a flicker of surprise crossed Nakaira's eyes, though he swiftly regained his composure. Kakuzu remained stoic throughout, delivering a singular cold remark. I initially thought joining Jin would allow me to take on more lucrative bounties, but given the organization's financial state, it is evident that this is not a profit-driven venture. I would appreciate a detailed explanation of the funding sources later. Faced with Kakuzu's inquiry into financial management, Nakaira cautiously glanced at Myanmar for guidance. Understanding Kakuzu's penchant for accumulating wealth while eschewing expenditures, Myanmar nodded in agreement to this request. Kakuzu's life could be succinctly encapsulated by the phrase, people have died, but the money remains unspent. Throughout the lengthy span of the original narrative, he had painstakingly amassed wealth over decades, only to see it squandered in a single night by a reckless heiress. Subsequently, just as Naruto was preparing to interrogate Nakaira regarding the connection between this resplendent palace and the concept of concealment, Nakaira seemed to anticipate his query and spoke preemptively. Myanmar-dano, I am certain you have numerous inquiries about this place. Please, follow me. As they traversed the opulent corridors of the main hall, the group arrived at a spacious backyard. Here, only a few inconspicuous work sheds stood, starkly contrasting with the lavishness that preceded it. Nakaira led them into one of these sheds, pushing aside the tool cabinets, which creaked open to reveal a wide staircase concealed beneath the floorboards. Naruto grasped the implication. So the ostentatious structure outside was merely a facade? Descending the staircase, the surroundings began to feel increasingly familiar. The expansive subterranean space, with its frigid stone walls and intricately woven corridors, resembles a secret base of an organization from an anime. Sunlight streamed through as he provided a detailed explanation. This facility had only recently been completed. The foundational structures for the training grounds, laboratories, and archives were in place, though the equipment was still being arranged. I shall expedite the finalization, he added. Throughout the town, I have established several clandestine entrances to this location, all encrypted with specific sealing techniques, accessible solely by members of the organization. Faced with such meticulous planning, what could Naruto possibly say? Well done. As the business at hand concluded, the shadow clone of Minma began to dissipate. Before vanishing, Minma made a point to visit Uzumaki Misaki, a character whose name was never even mentioned in the original work, and who ultimately met a tragic fate at the hands of the Grass Village. Now, she resided peacefully within the underground base of the Ember organization, leading a tranquil and prosperous life. When she encountered Minma once more, the once vigilant woman had completely lowered her defenses. Tears welled in her eyes as she expressed her gratitude, repeatedly thanking him and even attempting to perform a deep bow of reverence. But Minma promptly supported her, as he had never appreciated such formal gestures of thanks. The system's notification sound chimed as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host. Bond established with original character Uzumaki Misaki at level 5. Points earned, 50, a rather meager sum. Naruto sighed inwardly, but soon found solace. After all, in the original narrative, this woman's existence served merely to highlight the tragic past of Kurenai. Altering such a tragic fate brought him far greater satisfaction than the mere accumulation of points. As the memories of the shadow clone returned, Naruto's consciousness refocused on the classroom of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Outside, the cherry blossoms bloomed and withered, the days passing in serene tranquility. During this period devoid of significant plot events, Naruto led an enviable life, training daily alongside his childhood friend Satsuki, while mingling with children from various esteemed clans. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi trio, as well as Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, had all become his dear friends. Yet, beneath this seemingly leisurely routine lay an almost frenzied dedication to training. Rather than simply relying on the system's bestowed efforts, Naruto had transformed into a relentless practitioner. Upon acquiring the system's bestowed wind chakra attribute, he diligently cultivated the wind element himself. And it was merely a matter of time before he attained the status of a perfect five-nature ninja. His training in the diamond sealing technique had never ceased. With the considerable chakra granted by the system, the golden chains extending from his body now induced an involuntary shiver in the nine tails sealed within. One evening, after concluding a physical training session with Naruto, Might Guy wiped the sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Naruto, I have recently encountered a particularly special student. Although the child possesses no talent for ninjutsu, I am certain he will one day become a formidable ninja. Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled slightly, realizing that Teacher Guy had indeed met Lee. Rock Lee, a boy renowned throughout the Naruto series for having the least talent. In a tragic state where not even a trace of chakra resides within him, he finds himself incapable of performing even the most fundamental techniques. He clings to the belief that perseverance can surpass innate talent, unaware that those surrounding him are not merely ordinary prodigies, but rather exceptional beings. In the later chapters of the original narrative, when the disparity in power becomes starkly evident, Lee demonstrates that relentless effort ultimately cannot match the prowess of these extraordinary individuals. While Guy sacrifices his life to prove that at least determination can lead to a mutual demise with them. Simultaneously, Naruto's companions are undergoing rapid growth. Shikamaru and Choji have begun to study their family's secret techniques, particularly as their class boasts the most dazzling genius in the entire school, making it impossible to claim there is no pressure while constantly associating with Naruto. Even the typically lethargic Shikamaru has recently begun to diligently explore advanced techniques of his family's shadow imitation jutsu. Inuzuka Kiba has initiated his training in the beast mimicry techniques, energetically charging through the training grounds with Akamaru, fully embracing the tactics of engaging in battle. Satsuki, his childhood friend, has grown increasingly rigorous in her training regimen for Naruto. Despite his relentless efforts, she remains unsatisfied, perpetually frowning and demanding additional practice. Naruto is oblivious to the underlying reason. Satsuki harbors concerns about the potential disparity in strength once her Sharingan awakens. She believes she is nearing the age for her own awakening. As members of the Uchiha clan experience a qualitative leap in power upon unlocking their bloodline limit. Each time they spar, the seemingly balanced exchanges are merely Naruto deliberately holding back. Satsuki worries that a significant gap in their abilities due to her Sharingan might lead her father to disapprove of Naruto. To this end, Satsuki fervently insists on Naruto's training while her own fire-release jutsu hand seals become increasingly swift. The power of her lightning release techniques grows stronger, and her shuriken techniques evolve into dazzling displays. Recently, she has even begun to delve into the realms of genjutsu and body flicker techniques. 2 years pass in this seemingly mundane yet fulfilling routine of training, befriending others, and receiving guidance from Iruka and Might Guy. As Naruto silently calculates the impending Uchiha massacre and prepares to utilize all his system points to take action under the guise of Myanmar, a sudden notification from the system pierces the night, jolting him upright in bed. Beep. System prompt. Major event detected in the original storyline. Main quest triggered. Uchiha massacre. Quest objective. Based on location hints. Save the suicidal Uchiha Shursui and alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. Quest reward. Acquire the stand ability, golden experience. In the cool night, the forest surrounding Konoha is bathed in the cold moonlight that filters through the trees, casting fragmented shadows along the cliff's edge. Below, a stream gurgles, its sound resonating clearly in the tranquil night. Atop the cliff, 2 figures stand silently opposed, clad in the standard vests of the Konoha Anbu, armed with short blades. The boy in front possesses a handsome countenance, his round nose lending him an air of youthfulness, yet his expression is eerily grave. Uchiha Shursui. His right eye is tightly shut, blood trickling down his cheek, while his unblemished left eye reflects profound exhaustion and determination. Opposite him stands a girl with black hair and eyes. Uchiha Itachi. The young girl possessed exquisite features, her gaze imbued with a tranquility far beyond her years. The only blemish upon her beauty were the 2 tear troughs extending from the corners of her eyes to her chin, infusing her expressionless visage with an inherent, unyielding authority. Shursui. Itachi's voice was a mere whisper, yet it resonated as if frozen by the nocturnal breeze. She fixated intently on Shursui's tightly shut right eye. Shursui forced a bittersweet smile. I initially intended to employ Kotoame Tsukumi to thwart the ambitions of the Uchiha Hawks. Yet, I have utterly failed. Danzo harbors no trust in me. He has taken one of my eyes, yet he will not cease his pursuit. Shursui raised a hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against his closed right eye. Before he acts, I wish to entrust my remaining eye to you. The night breeze stilled, and the air seemed to solidify. Please, Shursui's voice was almost a plea. You must prevent the Hawk scheme. His gaze drifted past Itachi, fixating on the distant lights of Konoha, a flicker of faint hope illuminating his eyes. Once your sister and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki mature, the fate of the Uchiha in Konoha will be rewritten. Itachi Uchiha stared into the hollow right eye of his dear friend, blood continuing to drip slowly, staining his garments. His fingers instinctively clenched, nails digging into his palms. Why? Itachi pondered. For the Uchiha had already been afforded an opportunity to prove their trust. Satsuki, his own sister, was now inseparable from Konoha's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If they could merely wait a few more years, as they matured, the Uchiha standing in Konoha would inevitably shift. Clan leader Fugaku had reassured the radicals with visions of a promising future, where the Uchiha's destiny would be irrevocably transformed by the next generation. Yet, the hawkish clansmen were unwilling to wait even this brief interval. Upon discovering that the clan leader's daughter was so closely allied with Konoha's ultimate weapon, instead of feeling solace, they began secretly concocting an even more audacious plan. If Satsuki can approach the Jinchuriki, why not exploit this? Logically, Konoha's higher-ups would never permit Uchiha clan members to get close to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet now, Satsuki was able to interact intimately with Naruto right under their noses. Hence, if they could merely entice Satsuki to bring Naruto back to the Uchiha compound, they could then use the Sharingan to control the Nine-Tails. With the power of the Nine-Tails, the Uchiha coup would face no obstacles. Why wait for an elusive future? The time to seize the Hokage position is now. This notion quietly spread among the hawks. The night wind wept. The stones at the cliff's edge shifted beneath Shirsue's feet, tumbling into the inky abyss, their faint echoes lingering for what felt like an eternity. Uchiha Shirsue gazed with his remaining left eye at Itachi, the girl who had followed in his footsteps since childhood, now capable of standing on her own. His gaze lingered on her face for a fleeting moment, a hint of unnoticeable reluctance flickering in the depths of his eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolute determination. He slowly raised his hand, fingertips brushing against his left eye. I can only entrust this to you. Blood seeped through his fingers, yet he did not flinch. With a barely audible sound of tearing, he removed his solitary Mangekyo Sharingan and extended it towards Itachi. Protect the village, as well as the name of the Uchiha clan. They must never be allowed to approach the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The night wind rose abruptly, swirling a few withered leaves. At that moment, a pitch-black raven silently swept across the night sky, landing steadily on Itachi's shoulder. It was her summoning beast. The raven's blood-red eyes shifted, quietly observing the blood-stained kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Shirsue's hand, before gently bowing down to peck at it. In the next instant, the raven's body suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless feathers that scattered into the night. I accept. Her voice was calm to the point of being frigid. What do you intend to do next? Shirsue did not respond immediately, but took 2 steps back. His heels were already dangling on the edge of the cliff, loose stones cascading down. If I were to die, perhaps I could buy some time. I must create a situation where my disappearance is unexplained. I cannot allow my clan to know that Danzo was behind my attack. The night wind lifted his clothing. Otherwise, more clansmen would support that mad scheme. Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted. What is he saying? Her mask of calm finally began to crack, panic surging like a tide in her eyes. Wait, Shirsue. She abruptly stepped forward, reaching out to grasp him. Do not stop me, Itachi. Shirsue's voice was sharp. Right now? Due to the warnings from the Akatsuki organization, the major nations dare not act rashly. The Hawks are well aware that even if a civil war breaks out, other nations will not seize the opportunity to invade. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. Therefore, if a coup were to occur now, it would be a war without worries. The madness of the Uchiha would no longer be restrained. The wind at the cliff's edge suddenly stilled. Shirsue, dragging his battered body, slowly took a step forward. His blood-stained fingers gently lifted, tenderly brushing a braid behind Itachi's head, just as he had done countless times before. Moreover, Danzo's subordinate, the Oil Girl clan's poison, is already residing within me. Even if I do not do this. Shirsue's voice grew weaker. I am already beyond saving. Beneath the moonlight, the boy with his eyes tightly shut, blood continually flowing from his hollow eye sockets, suddenly revealed a smile. That smile contained too much reluctance, nostalgia, concern, but ultimately transformed into a sense of relief. Then, he fell backward. Farewell, Itachi. Shirsue. Itachi could no longer maintain her composure. She lunged toward the cliff's edge, her fingers grasping futilely at the air, only managing to clutch a few strands of the dispersing night wind. A dull thud echoed from below, as the raging stream instantaneously swallowed her dear friend's figure. Shirsue. Itachi collapsed at the cliff's edge, her hands gripping the rocky ledge tightly. Her chest felt as if it were being torn apart. A sensation darker and heavier than sorrow was wildly growing within her. Ugh! She suddenly bent over in pain, her hands covering her eyes. Warm liquid seeped through her fingers, not tears, but blood. Scarlet tears slid down her pale cheeks, dripping onto the rocks. When Itachi raised her head once more, her eyes had already transformed. The original 3-tomo Sharingan has vanished, replaced by a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, slowly rotating with intricate patterns resembling shurikens. On the precipice, only the howling wind and the girl's stifled sobs remain. The rushing stream, infused with a biting chill, washes over the broken body of Shizumi. His skin, drained of blood, has taken on a pallid hue. Each feeble breath is laced with blood, diffusing a faint crimson in the icy waters. Is this to be my fate? A darkness devoid of sight, a numbness devoid of sensation. Death looms ever closer, and consciousness flickers like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Just as awareness teeters on the brink of oblivion, a foreign voice pierces the air. A voice of an idealistic martyr. Moonlight penetrates the water's surface, casting a distorted shadow in his blurred vision. Shizumi's fading consciousness barely grasps a silhouette. Who? Above the stream, a figure adorned with a fox mask gazes down upon him. The water suddenly slows, and Shizumi feels a hand grasping his collar, yanking him from the water's embrace. Cough. Frigid air floods his lungs, provoking a violent fit of coughing, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The masked figure hoists him effortlessly with one hand, while the other presses casually against his chest. An unusual chakra fluctuation radiates outward. The fabric of space begins to warp, and in the next moment, their figures vanish above the icy stream. Regarding the nature of gold experience can bestow life, transforming inanimate objects into biological tissues. However, the Sharingan is an ability inherited from Indra's lineage, and the creations of gold experience are typically independent entities, incapable of replicating bloodline traits or the essence of the soul. In simpler terms, it cannot craft bloodline limits or Sharingan. Deep within the recesses of his darkened consciousness, light gradually seeps in. Shizumi abruptly attempts to open his eyes. Though more accurately, he struggles to. A sharp pain resonates from the empty sockets, reminding him of his lost sight. Yet, what astonishes him more is that he can still think, still feel the texture of the tatami beneath him, and aside from the venomous insects, his wounds appear to be entirely healed. Am I still alive? This realization sends a jolt through him. Why, having chosen to plummet to my death, am I still here? Oh, you're awake? A cheerful male voice emanates from the right. You've been unconscious for quite a short time. Don't you wish to rest a little longer? Reflexively, Shizumi turns his head towards the source of the voice. Though he cannot see, he senses the presence of another person seated nearby. Who are you? You must have many questions, the figure responds, seemingly shifting to a more comfortable position, the rustle of fabric audible. About my identity, or why I saved you, perhaps? Shizumi's wariness heightens. It seems this was no mere chance rescue. It was a premeditated encounter. We may be meeting for the first time, but you've undoubtedly heard of me. Shizumi furrows his brow deeply, every muscle in his body tensing. Despite the fatigue that now envelopes him, he finds himself incapable of even the most basic body flicker technique. My name is Uzumaki Minma, and I am a few years your senior. The other party continued, seemingly oblivious, stating that their current position is that of the leader of the Ember organization. Is this sufficient? The air felt as if it had solidified. What? Shirzue's hollow eyes quivered slightly. Ember? The notorious leader who single-handedly attacked Konoha, sending shockwaves throughout the ninja world? Yet, what troubled him more was why such a figure would choose to save a dying Uchiha. Could it be a pretense? As if reading his doubts, the leader chuckled softly. Do not regard me with such hostility. When I attacked Konoha, I did not take a single life. The ensuing dialogue resonated in Shirzue's ears like a thunderclap. The leader accurately spoke of the existence of the Kodoemet Tsukumi, detailing how Danzo had seized his right eye, even specifying that he had entrusted the remaining eye to Itachi. Shirzue's expression shifted from skepticism to astonishment, and finally to outright hostility, before it became utterly frozen. Though he had lost his vision, he could still distinctly feel the oppressive aura emanating from his counterpart, a weight forged through countless battles, almost palpable in its intensity. At this moment, he recognized that he was no match for him. Gradually, he relaxed his taut shoulders, adopting a more guarded stance. Dialogue was now his only recourse. Thus, his voice emerged hoarse and restrained. What is your true intention in saving me? I no longer possess the Sharingan. This statement concealed a test. Shirzue deliberately refrained from mentioning the most terrifying possibility, that the leader's objective was the Kodoemet Tsukumi entrusted to Itachi. The thought flickered in his mind before he forcefully suppressed it. Should this man, capable of standing against the 5 great nations, acquire a dojutsu that could rewrite will, the consequences would be dire. I believe you have misunderstood something. The leader replied, his tone laced with a hint of languor. The Sharingan and Kodoemet Tsukumi are not my objectives. I am not one to be obsessed with power. To me, strength is merely a tool to achieve my aims. I seek to halt the war, whether it be between great nations or conflicts within villages. I will not stand idly by in the face of needless casualties. Shirzue chose his words with caution. I have already entrusted this task to my dear friend. He slightly raised his head, and though he lacked sight, the gesture carried an air of resolve. She will put an end to the strife between the Uchiha and Konoha and carry forth my will. This was a more courteous way of expressing his refusal of the leader's involvement. He vividly recalled the last time this man intervened, leaving the Reikage gravely wounded. He believed such mediation would only breed deeper hatred and turmoil. I see, The leader mused, a thoughtful tone in his voice. Itachi Uchiha, is it? Shirzue keenly noted the subtle pause in the leader's tone when mentioning that name. Unbeknownst to him, the image of the dark-haired girl he had seen moments ago on the cliff flashed through the leader's mind. The once great filial son had transformed into a devoted daughter. This thought flickered in the leader's mind before he swiftly reined in his thoughts. Do you know? The conversation took an unexpected turn, as Myanmar noted that, at times, the enlightenment of a single individual is far from sufficient. He observed the taut jawline of Shirzue and recalled the controversial figure of Itachi Uchiha, often revered as a god in another realm, who had endured extreme shifts in public opinion. Initially hailed as a tragic hero, he later faced scrutiny as an extremist responsible for the massacre of his entire clan, culminating in the grim moment when Sasuke was compelled to end his life, subsequently manipulating his brother's will to ensure his return to Konoha. Each narrative sparked vehement moral debates. Consider, for a moment, the perspective of the innocent Uchiha civilians, dedicated villagers whose lives were abruptly shattered one fateful night by the genius within their own clan. When the truth finally emerged, the collective astonishment echoed, "Ah, so the extermination of the clan was for the sake of peace. Your solitary burden of darkness is truly magnificent." The grievances of the wronged souls instead became a backdrop to glorify the exalted Itachi. Naruto believed this twisted worldview might stem from Itachi's early exposure to the battlefield at the tender age of 5, which irrevocably altered his perception of the world compared to that of ordinary folk. Do you believe she can avert the civil war? Myanmar's voice carried a hint of intrigue. In the script you envision, how would Itachi act? The weight of this question caused Shirsue's breaths to slow. He tilted his head slightly, despite his lack of sight. The gesture still conveyed contemplation. Itachi's abilities, he asserted with undeniable conviction, render him far more suited for action in the shadows than I am. She will undoubtedly discover a path that reconciles both sides. This statement contained an abundance of unspoken thoughts. In Shirsue's idealistic vision, Itachi would continue to navigate the upper echelons and his kin through his position in the ANBU, employing precise intelligence to postpone the coup. Should delays prove impossible, he would, if necessary, eliminate the most radical hawks among his ranks. Ultimately, he would bear the sins of a rogue ninja and depart, perhaps leveraging the confidential information he acquired during his ANBU tenure to ensure the village would refrain from targeting other Uchiha members. This plan encapsulated Shirsue's brand of idealism, which simultaneously trusted in the capabilities of comrades while underestimating the harshness of reality. Very well, Myanmar suddenly stood. It seems you hold great confidence in Itachi Uchiha. Shirzue detected the rustle of fabric as Myanmar drew nearer, the oppressive chakra causing his skin to involuntarily tense. I will save you, and then we shall observe how Itachi Uchiha proceeds. There was a note of intrigue in Myanmar's voice. You are currently afflicted by the oil woman's poisonous insects, correct? For a fleeting moment, Shirsue's body stiffened imperceptibly. Do not be so wary. Myanmar was now crouched before him. I am saving you because the Uchiha clan still requires your presence. Now, can you sense where the insects are within your body? Myanmar's tone shifted to one of intense focus. I possess at least a 90% certainty of expelling them, though the process may prove somewhat painful. The cold moonlight cascaded over the Uchiha clan head's residence, where Uchiha Itachi stood upon the steps, his black hair gently swaying in the night breeze. The two lines of tears etched deeply under the pale luminescence. What do you mean by this? Itachi's voice was laced with venom, each word carrying an icy chill. Below the steps, 3 men clad in Uchiha clan attire formed a semicircle, their hands resting casually on their ninja tool pouches. What do you say? The leader, his Sharingan glinting crimson in the darkness, spoke. The mysteriously vanished Uchiha Shirzue has yet to be found, neither alive nor dead. According to the mission records, the last person he was seen with should be you, Uchiha Itachi. Itachi could distinctly perceive the waves of suspicion and hostility swirling in their eyes. So, you suspect that I harmed Shirzue? His fingers clenched tightly within his sleeves, nails digging into his palms. Yet the pain was trivial compared to the fury surging within his chest. It is clearly you. Your schemes led to Shirsue's demise. If it weren't for your haste to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, how could Shirzue have confessed to Danzo? How could he have lost his eyes? Indeed, you filthy girl. The Uchiha at the rear suddenly stepped forward, his voice lowered to a menacing whisper. Even if you are the clan leader's daughter, should you dare betray the clan, you shall not be spared. Bang! The sound of a heavy impact reverberated through the night. The leading Uchiha didn't have time to react before his body collided violently with the stone wall emblazoned with the clan's crest. The air was forcefully expelled from his lungs, a muffled groan of pain escaping his throat. So swift was Itachi's movement that he barely registered it. Uchiha Itachi's hand gripped his collar tightly, pinning him against the clan emblem. In his crimson Sharingan, 3 tomo spun wildly, threatening to tear themselves into a more intricate design. "You speak of clan and kin," she intoned ominously, each word seeming to seep through clenched teeth. "What sacrifices have you made behind our backs?" The emblem on the wall cracked under the impact, the Uchiha fan motif distorted by his back. The other 2 clan members lay on the ground, struggling to rise. "What do you know of the sacrifices made for you?" "Sister," a youthful voice called out suddenly from behind. Itachi's fingertips trembled slightly. Uchiha Sasuke stood at the entrance, her small hands gripping the doorframe tightly, her obsidian eyes brimming with fear. She had never seen this side of her sister, the sister who was always gentle, now pressing a clan member against the wall like a malevolent spirit, her eyes swirling with an incomprehensible darkness. "Sasuke," Itachi's breath caught momentarily. Yet, in the next instant, the haunting memories surged forth. Shursui standing at the cliff's edge, hollow eye sockets spilling blood, offering her a final smile before plummeting into the abyss. "Itachi, stop!" Uchiha Fugaka's voice called from within, hurried footsteps approaching. Yet in Itachi's vision, only the arrogant and hostile face before him remained. The gaze of this individual mirrored that of the hawkish factions at the clan assembly, who clamored to control the Nine Tails and instigate a coup. "It is you." Her fingers tightened momentarily, the faces of her kin reddening from asphyxiation. Yet ultimately, Itachi abruptly released his grip, allowing the other to collapse to the ground. Clutching their throat and coughing violently, she took a step back, the crimson hue in her eyes gradually fading, yet the chill within them remained undiminished. Beneath her father's stern gaze, she mechanically lowered her head and offered apologies to the 3 individuals. However, when she raised her eyes once more, the coldness within her Sharingan remained piercingly intense. Before the ancient torii gate of the shrine, the night breeze stirred a few withered leaves, swirling them down between the 2 figures. Uchiha Itachi's dark hair was gently tousled by the wind, accentuating the murderous intent contained within her scarlet Sharingan, which seemed almost tangible. Opposite her, Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, his voice hoarse and slow, as if deliberately suppressing some emotion. He sighed slightly regarding Shursui's situation, as if genuinely lamenting, stating that even he did not wish to reach such extremes. Yet, he could not place his trust in those eyes of Kotoeme Tsukumi. "My intention was merely to seize the eyes, not to take his life." Itachi's gaze fixated on the right eye concealed beneath the bandages on Danzo's figure, perhaps hiding Shursui's kaleidoscope. However, she refrained from acting, for to do so now would utterly nullify Shursui's dying wish. "What do you wish to convey?" Danzo's cane tapped softly against the ground, producing a dull sound. "How long do you think Fugaku can suppress the internal plans to act against the Nine Tails? The current Jinchuriki is but 9 years old. Fugaku delays under the pretense of future alliances between Sasuke and Naruto to ascend the ranks of Konoha, but that is a matter for decades hence. Should the hawkish Uchiha ever defy the clan leader's commands and abduct the Nine Tails Jinchuriki on their own accord?" His singular eye fixed intently on Itachi, each word deliberate. "How many lives do you believe would be lost in another Nine Tails rampage in Konoha?" The night breeze carried a bone-chilling cold. Itachi's Sharingan slowly rotated in the darkness, reflecting Danzo's wrinkled visage and the overt threats veiled behind his words. Danzo leaned forward slightly, cautioning her not to be deceived by the flattering words of the 3rd Hokage. "Talk of peace and trust," he continued, "is meaningless. He is the Hokage. The safety of the village must always take precedence." Danzo asserted that Sarutobi's proposals would not resolve the Uchiha issue. He merely buried the bomb deeper, waiting for it to explode with greater ferocity in the future. "Thus, I urge you to make a choice." "A choice?" Danzo nodded slowly. "Should you stand with your clan during the Uchiha coup, only to be eradicated alongside your family, or should you side with Konoha before the insurrection occurs?" His voice paused, deliberately ensuring that each subsequent word pierced Itachi's ears deeply. "Spare your sister, and then eliminate all Uchiha clan members." "Eliminate all Uchiha clan members?" Itachi's voice trembled slightly as she raised her head, the tomo in her Sharingan nearly coalescing into a singular entity. She had never fathomed that Danzo's proposition would entail such extreme slaughter. Tobarama's expression remained unyielding. This is a mission, a task entrusted to you from my position within the upper echelons of Konoha. It is a necessary measure for the protection of our village. Only you, as a member of the Uchiha clan and someone deeply trusted by Konoha, can shoulder this responsibility. The night breeze stirred Itachi's long hair, revealing her pale profile. Tobarama's singular gaze fixated on her. No one else is capable of fulfilling this duty. Are you willing to accept this mission? In the early morning, within the confines of the Ninja Academy classroom, Naruto sat in a corner, propping his chin on one hand. His gaze fixed on a translucent screen visible only to him. Time until the Uchiha massacre, 1234. In such circumstances, did the dutiful son and daughter still acquiesce to Tobarama's proposal? His fingers drummed against the desk as the image of the sorrowful, dark-haired girl, Itachi Uchiha, surfaced in his mind. The Itachi, burdened with the sin of the massacre in the original narrative, had now allied with Tobarama, the very one responsible for Shirsue's demise. Was the Hokage engaging in some convoluted reasoning? However, what truly vexed him was not this alliance but the fact that, despite the glimmer of hope, that faction still sought to instigate a coup. Through Shirsue's intelligence, he was already aware of the internal dynamics within the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, the clan leader, attempted to buy time by fostering relations with Sasuke and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, yet the Hawks could not afford to wait. They even contemplated more perilous schemes, controlling the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki through Sasuke. Were they truly targeting him? Ironically, these individuals felt invulnerable, believing that the existence of the Ember organization deterred the major nations from acting rashly, thereby allowing them to boldly instigate civil war. It seemed they were intent on hastening the demise of the Uchiha clan. With Naruto's current strength, preventing the massacre would be child's play. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that some members of the Uchiha truly deserved their fate. Those hawkish individuals clamoring for control over the Nine-Tails and seizing power would only bring calamity. Thus, what troubled Naruto? The answer lay in Sasuke's psychological turmoil. This thought burrowed deeply into his contemplation. The most straightforward plan was clear, as Minma, to cleanse the Uchiha Hawks in a bloodbath before the night of the massacre. Yet the issue was justification. If he offered no explanation, the world would perceive only the sudden slaughter of Uchiha clansmen by the leader of the Ember organization. What would Sasuke think? She would harbor an intense hatred for the slayer of her kin. And one day, should she discover that Minma was, in fact, Naruto, the agony of betrayal by her most trusted confidant would utterly devastate her. What if he revealed the truth, publicly declaring that the Uchiha were conspiring a coup, that he fought for peace? No, Naruto understood the implications. The entire Uchiha clan would then be branded as traitors. Sasuke would bear the stigma of a rebel family, subjected to the cold disdain and ostracism of the entire village. Those evading gazes, hushed discussions, and deliberate distance. Just like his own experience, he could not allow Sasuke to endure such a disgrace. Good morning, Naruto. A familiar voice interrupted his reverie. Satsuki stood beside her desk, her backpack in hand, as the morning light streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon her lustrous black hair. With a swift motion, she pulled out a chair and seated herself. Oh, good morning, Satsuki, Naruto said, his previously serious expression melting into his customary smile. Satsuki placed her textbook on the table, her mind troubled by the increasingly unsettling atmosphere at home. Her sister Itachi's gaze had grown perpetually dark, and just yesterday, she had clashed with the elders of their clan. The once gentle sister had become a stranger, instilling a sense of fear within her. Would her sister ever revert to her former self? She silently prayed for it. What troubled her further was the apparent strain between her sister and their father, casting a suffocating low pressure over the entire Uchiha clan. As she entered the classroom, the sight of Naruto's golden-haired figure momentarily alleviated the weight pressing upon her chest. Naruto, Satsuki suddenly spoke, her eyes drifting toward the window. It seems the weather has been getting colder lately. Yeah, I suppose, Naruto replied, following her gaze as the cool autumn wind rustled the treetops. It was already December. The autumn breeze swept through the window, flipping the pages of the books on the table. As Satsuki gazed at the falling withered leaves, a thought struck her, and she turned to Naruto. By the way, I remember the last time your scarf was stolen and ruined by that group of nuisances, right? You haven't bought a new one, have you? Naruto's fingers hesitated for a moment. He vividly recalled the events of the past winter when a few boys from his class had stealthily taken his scarf during lunch break. Not only did they trample it into the mud, but they also mockingly tossed it back to him right in front of his eyes. Do monsters fear the cold? Should we spare you a scarf? At that time, Naruto had merely picked up the filthy scarf, brushing off the dirt. The boys had only become more arrogant, taunting him further. School rules state that students cannot take matters into their own hands, unless you wish to be expelled. The next moment, screams echoed through the corridor. Naruto had given them a thorough beating, leaving them trembling and bruised on the ground. Expelled? What a joke. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the orphan of the 7th Hokage. Expelled from the ninja academy? Such a thing was utterly inconceivable unless he were to attempt an assassination against the Hokage the very next day. Afterward, the parents of those boys stormed into the school, demanding an explanation. However, Irika-sensei publicly reprimanded both the parents and the students, leaving them thoroughly humiliated. Ultimately, the boys not only apologized to Naruto, but also compensated him for the scarf. Nevertheless, Naruto did not purchase a new scarf. Firstly, winter was nearing its end. Secondly, he realized he did not truly need one. Having trained rigorously in taijutsu under Might Guy, his physical resilience far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Even during the harshest winter, plunging into icy waters would not elicit a single sneeze from him. That scarf was merely a habit formed during his childhood. However, he refrained from expressing his indifference to Satsuki, for he sensed that, given her character, she might have prepared a new scarf to gift him. As winter drew to a close last year, Naruto scratched his head, realizing it was indeed time to purchase a new scarf. Suddenly, Satsuki's eyes sparkled with excitement. But in the next breath, she averted her gaze, forcing down the corners of her mouth. You truly know how to procrastinate. Forget it. I'll let you off easy regarding the scarf. She feigned nonchalance as she retrieved a package from her small bag, its deep blue wrapping meticulously folded, indicative of careful preparation. I accidentally bought an extra scarf when I purchased a new one a few days ago. It would be a waste to let it sit unused. So I'll give it to you. As the package was unwrapped, a brand new deep red scarf lay within, its soft wool glimmering warmly in the morning light. Naruto took the scarf, unable to suppress a smile. Well then, thank you. But isn't this scarf a bit too large? He lifted one end, realizing that when unfurled, it could easily serve as a small blanket. Satsuki immediately flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I told you it was an accidental extra. The size being off is perfectly reasonable. She crossed her arms, her cheeks puffing slightly. If you don't want it, just give it back to me. Of course, I want it. Naruto quickly tugged the scarf closer, fearing she might reclaim it. He shook it out to gauge its true length. Just then, a folded note fluttered out from the scarf's folds. The autumn breeze swept through the classroom, the delicate note twirling through the air like a falling leaf. Drifting between the two, before Naruto could react, he noticed Satsuki's expression change abruptly, a flicker of panic flashing across her face as she instinctively reached for the fluttering paper. The note danced lightly in the air, and Satsuki's fingertips fell just short. As she contemplated leaping to grasp it, she froze. No, if I jump to catch it, won't that reveal to everyone that there is something amiss with this note? She suppressed her impulse, feigning calm as she extended her hand, intending to nonchalantly catch the note and dismiss it with a remark about the scarf containing trash, thus shaming the Uchiha clan. However, fate seemed to conspire against her. The note, buoyed by the breeze, slipped away just as Satsuki was about to catch it, landing squarely on Ino Yamanaka's yawning face. The blonde little girl drowsily removed the note from her face, rubbing her eyes. What is this? Her voice faltered. Custom item, double scarf, client, Uchiha Satsuki. Ino froze. Her gaze slowly shifted from the note to meet Satsuki's ink-black eyes, which had somehow appeared right before her, casting a shadow over her petite frame. Satsuki leaned in slightly, her lips nearly brushing against Ino's ear. Ino felt her back instantly drenched in cold sweat, her fingers trembling involuntarily. Listen carefully. Dispose of that note immediately. Ino felt as if the paper in her hands weighed 1,000 pounds. The lingering scent of Satsuki brushed against her ear. And if anyone dared to speak of the contents on this paper, Ino would nod vigorously, tears welling in her eyes, yet she refrained from letting them fall. Satsuki rose, her expression devoid of emotion as she returned to her seat, deliberately turning her face away from Naruto. She never anticipated that the custom-made item would contain the order, nearly exposing her secret. If you don't like it, then just give it back to me. The tips of Satsuki's ears flushed crimson, almost as if they would bleed. Her voice carried a distinct note of petulance, and Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. Such a little tsundere, he thought, gently caressing the scarf. The soft texture evoking memories from long ago. Satsuki, he spoke suddenly, his tone softer than usual. I recall that you once accompanied me home a long time ago. Didn't you? Satsuki's body stiffened momentarily. Yes, her voice shrank to a whisper, and what of it? She dreaded the recollection of that day, when she nearly revealed her true feelings before Naruto, almost shattering her pride. Though in Naruto's eyes, Satsuki had likely never possessed any semblance of dignity. Observing her slightly flushed profile, a deeper smile graced his lips. He tugged at the scarf and earnestly remarked, I wish to thank you. I truly appreciate the scarf. Satsuki's shoulders trembled slightly. How about this? Naruto continued, his blue eyes sparkling in the sunlight. I'll walk you home tonight. Satsuki froze, slowly turning her head, her dark eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, she swiftly regained her haughty demeanor, letting out a scoff. Humph, since you insist so much. Her fingers discreetly tightened around the excess fabric of the scarf, her voice dwindling. I suppose I can grant you this opportunity. The afternoon sun streamed through the dense canopy, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, creating an ambience that should have been tranquil. Yet, an unsettling aura permeated the forest at that moment. A peculiar figure stood still in a clearing, draped in a black robe, long black hair cascading down, a formidable sword at his waist. Most striking was the tiger-striped mask obscuring his features entirely. A cold voice abruptly emerged from behind. What is your purpose for being here? The mask slowly turned, facing the source of the voice. Beneath the shadows of the trees a few meters away stood a man wearing a fox mask who had appeared unnoticed. The leader of the Jin organization, Uchiha Obito. The Jin? I believe this is our first encounter. Obito's Sharingan subtly shifted behind the mask's holes as he spoke. From your words, you seem rather familiar with me. Indeed, I know far more than you might surmise. He stepped forward, a glint of surprise crossing his features. Yet you dare return to this place, the very one where you condemned your clan to hell due to the Nine-Tails incident. Obito fell silent for a moment, his Sharingan fixed intently on the masked figure. He could distinctly sense the unmasked hostility in the other's words. It was not mere vigilance or caution, but a palpable disdain and anger. It appeared that Obito slowly began to speak, revealing that he indeed possessed considerable knowledge. Myanmar quietly regarded Obito, who had been ensnared by his shadow clones lurking in the forest for an entire day, finally succeeding in capturing this elusive figure. Obito scrutinized the unexpected variable before him with caution. The leader of the Jin organization, this enigmatic and formidable power that had suddenly risen in the ninja world, boasted the terrifying capability to challenge entire ninja villages, yet he proclaimed a desire to forge peace. A troublesome character. The Nine-Tails disturbance? Indeed, that was my doing. His gaze swept over the flying thunder god Kanai that Myanmar toyed with, internally alert, taken aback that since his teacher's demise, there was still someone in the ninja realm capable of wielding such troublesome techniques. However, my goals do not conflict with your ideals, Obito continued, as we both strive for everlasting peace. You seem to harbor a deep hatred for me, although you wish to maintain peace through the threat of force. Your methods are rather naive. This statement dripped with evident sarcasm. Obito was acutely aware that, unlike himself, this person had not killed a single soul during the attack on Konoha. Such mercy struck him as utterly absurd. I do not wish to stand against you just yet. Obito's form began to gradually fade, ripples of distorted space emanating around him. In the future, perhaps your naive heart will temper itself. Myanmar refrained from taking action to stop him, for Obito was intent on avoiding conflict, and with the current means at his disposal, he could not unravel the time-space ninjutsu of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This was as far as he could go for now, as he watched Obito's figure completely disappear into the warped space. At the very least, he must ensure this individual remains outside during the night of the massacre. The forest returned to silence, and Myanmar's presence gradually faded, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of smoke. On the path to the Uchiha clan territory, Naruto wore an oversized deep red scarf around his neck. After exiting the bustling area of Konoha, Satsuki had insisted he wear the scarf, exclaiming that if he caught a cold, others would blame her for not taking care of him. Now, as Naruto glanced at Satsuki beside him, he couldn't help but sigh. Satsuki, one tea you feel cold dressed like that? Satsuki, crossing her arms, trembled slightly. She was clad in summer short sleeves and shorts, her fair arms and calves exposed to the increasingly chilly autumn breeze. Yet what left Naruto speechless was her exaggerated act. Not only did she feign shivering dramatically, but she also occasionally stole glances at the scarf around his neck. Cold. Satsuki immediately straightened her back, saying, "Don't be foolish. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, how could I possibly feel cold at this level?" This was indeed truthful. Given Satsuki's physical condition, the weather was hardly severe enough to make her shiver. "Then shall I lend you the scarf?" "Huh." Satsuki abruptly turned her head, incredulous. "How could that be? How could I use a gift I've given away?" A sneeze so exaggerated it was almost comical. After sneezing, she furtively glanced at Naruto, her obsidian-like eyes gleaming with anticipation. This was far too obvious. Naruto observed how Sayuki had inched closer to him, though the wind was indeed quite brisk. "Should we wrap ourselves together?" He finally broached the subject. "I believe this large scarf would be quite suitable for both of us." Upon hearing those words, Sayuki struggled to suppress the smile that threatened to rise, endeavoring to keep her voice steady. "Is that so? Very well." She feigned a sigh, recognizing this as the only viable means for both to keep warm, a circumstance beyond their control. While Sayuki felt she had perfectly donned an expression of reluctant acceptance, Naruto perceived it as an unmistakable display of pride. Ultimately, the deep crimson scarf was entwined around them, reminiscent of a scene from an anime. Sayuki blushed uncontrollably, yet she subtly leaned closer to Naruto. "This way, it is less likely to come undone," she mused, turning her face away, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, akin to a cat that has finally acquired its cherished toy. However, Naruto's disposition was anything but relaxed. His gaze drifted over Sayuki's head, casting his eyes toward the distant Uchiha clan district, where flickering lights began to emerge. In mere hours, the most dreadful events would unfold: bloodshed, betrayal, and unending darkness. He silently vowed to rescue Sayuki's parents, determined not to allow her to suffer the same fate as in the original tale, where she was left with nothing but a desire for vengeance. As the evening breeze swept by, Sayuki nestled closer, entirely unaware of the gravity that flickered in Naruto's eyes. In the shadows of the trees bordering the Uchiha district, two figures stood still, hidden from the moonlight. One was adorned with the iconic fox mask, a robe billowing slightly in the wind, none other than the leader of the Jin organization, Minma. Beside him stood a man cloaked entirely in black, also wearing a fox mask, yet the right side of his face was notably sunken, creating a stark contrast. Beneath the mask, Shirsue's left eye darted anxiously, glancing at Minma with a mixture of reverence and caution. What manner of power has this man wielded? His left eye, which should have been eternally shrouded in darkness, could now perceive every leaf illuminated by the moonlight. Yet Shirsue understood that this was not his original Sharingan, but rather an ordinary eye, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. This was the newfound power granted by Minma, the golden experience, which could create life. However, Minma had only restored Shirsue's left eye, while the right remained hollow. Yet tonight, that emptiness would prove invaluable. Recalling the scene during his treatment, Shirsue shuddered. In that moment of lost vision, he felt an otherworldly energy coursing through him, followed by an agonizing pain, a sensation that transcended mere discomfort. At that instant, it felt as though he experienced death itself, his body thoroughly obliterated. Yet, just as the pain threatened to erupt, everything reverted to normal. When his vision returned, he beheld Minma stowing away a glass jar, within which writhed the dark worms implanted in his body by the Oil Woman clan. Such medical techniques can render the throat's Adam's apple to quiver ever so slightly. Even the legendary Tsunade of the Three Sannin would likely find it impossible to shatter and reassemble the human body in an instant, would she not? After a brief interlude, a figure appeared silently amidst the trees, clad in the garb of the ANBU, with flowing black hair and eyes as profound as an abyss. It was Uchiha Itachi. Her gaze swiftly fixed upon the two individuals standing in the forest. "Akatsuki?" Itachi's voice was low and frigid, probing their purpose for being there. Minma tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth hidden beneath his fox mask hinting at a subtle, almost imperceptible smile. "If I were to appear in a village and find nothing of interest within, then my intentions would be singular. May I interpret this as a declaration of war?" Before her words fully dissipated, Itachi's eyes transformed, the crimson Sharingan spinning with an eerie elegance, the tomo twisting and reconfiguring until it coalesced into a complex pattern, rotating like a shuriken. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Itachi, have you awakened the kaleidoscope? Shursue's emotions were a tumultuous blend of shock and elation. He had been preoccupied with concerns about whether Itachi could bear the weight of darkness alone, but now, that anxiety could be slightly alleviated. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a wave of complex feelings surged within him. He understood all too well the cost of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. I would advise against any hasty actions. Minma's tone remained composed. And in that fleeting moment, swish, 9 shadows abruptly manifested around them, encircling like specters. Each took a distinct posture. Some crouched upon branches, others stood firmly on the ground, while others hovered in midair. The 9 beasts. This serves as a warning. Should Itachi dare to strike recklessly, these entities would not remain idle. Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan flickered momentarily before gradually reverting to its ordinary 3-tomo form. She was acutely aware that these beings had once held the might to restrain the entire ENBU of Konoha, even the 3rd Hokage himself. No, you misunderstand. Itachi spoke again. What I seek to do now is to put an end to this internal conflict once and for all. Her gaze fixed upon Minma, Akatsuki. Since your aim is to terminate this war, I require your assistance with a singular task. To completely cease the civil war? Shursue's mind raced in confusion. Now, at this juncture, what scheme does Itachi have in mind? Minma fell silent for a moment. He was well aware of Itachi's intentions. Obito had already been driven away by him, and now, Itachi's focus had shifted entirely to him. To decisively end the civil war, along with all its potential threats. I must annihilate every last member of the Uchiha clan. Her tone exhibited no sign of wavering. Some troublesome individuals require your intervention. As compensation, you may freely take the eyes of the deceased. What? Shursue's thoughts froze in that instant. What had Itachi just proclaimed? Annihilation of the Uchiha? Genocide? His body responded before his mind could catch up. Muscles tensed. He was almost propelled forward to confront her. However, in the next moment, slap. Minma's hand firmly halted him in his tracks, and it was only then that Shursue realized he had instinctively desired to charge forth. Apologies. My subordinate tends to be rather emotional. The tone of Myanmar carried a subtle chill, yet your choice is indeed surprising. Annihilation of the clan? Merely the eradication of the hawks among the Uchiha should suffice to prevent civil strife, should it not? Itachi's gaze remained unwavering. No, the current Uchiha clan is beyond salvation. I have completely lost faith in the character of this family. This is the sole means to sever the chains of hatred entirely. Sever entirely? Myanmar struggled to suppress the turmoil within, for such an extreme and nearly twisted logic, even to hear it, caused one's worldview to tremble. So you intend to irrevocably destroy the future of the Uchiha? Itachi shook his head. No, when the clan is exterminated, I will leave one person alive, my sister, Satsuki. In that moment, her gaze softened ever so slightly, but it was fleeting, quickly returning to its frigid state. Thus, apart from Satsuki, you may freely take the Sharingan of anyone else. Yet, Itachi's voice resonated once more, this time imbued with an undeniable murderous intent. However, should you dare to lay a hand on Satsuki, even if your summoned beasts were to attack Konoha, I would not spare you. Myanmar's fingertips trembled slightly, chakra flowing silently within. He now wished to subdue Itachi at once, but a more intricate issue arose in his mind. How could Satsuki awaken her Sharingan? Must he entirely upend fate, forever sheltering her in a greenhouse, turning her into a canary that could never spread its wings? Satsuki is among the rarest talents in this world, capable of reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths. If need be, he could atone later. I promise you. Myanmar's voice finally broke the silence. Leave the entire Uchiha clan to me. I will handle it with precision. Itachi's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Everyone. Her original intention had merely been to have Myanmar deal with those Uchiha Jonin. Do not misunderstand. Myanmar seemed to see through her thoughts. A cold smirk curling beneath his mask. It appears you are unaware. I truly do not wish to confront a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan at this moment. While I clean up, I would ask you to obstruct the Uchiha clan leader's Mangekyo. Myanmadano. After Itachi's figure vanished into the forest, Shursue clenched his fists tightly, his voice barely concealing his shock and anger. No, we must prevent the extermination of the clan, Itachi. Shursue's chest heaved violently, even breathing becoming a struggle. How could it have come to this? The Itachi he once respected and trusted, The girl he believed could uphold her convictions in darkness, now chose the most extreme and brutal path: extermination. Shirsue's thoughts became a chaotic whirl. From a certain perspective, this could indeed safeguard the Uchiha name. After all, the dead cannot betray, and it could protect the village by eradicating the root of civil war. But genocide? Such an act is absolutely intolerable. Myanmar turned his head, casting a glance at Shirsue. Just a short while ago, he had been calling him Jean, and now, in his moment of need, he had shifted to Myanmar. However, this was not the time for sarcasm. Listen closely. Myanmar's voice carried an unmistakable resolve. I would never partake in the so-called genocide. Such senseless sacrifice is the most foolish of acts. At this moment, I shall save the Uchiha clan. However, time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to elaborate on the details. Once this matter is resolved, I shall address your inquiries. For now, you must follow my instructions without question. Do you understand? Shirsue paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. It was clear that Izumi had no intention of aiding Itachi. This realization allowed Shirsue's taut nerves to relax slightly. The fate of the Uchiha now rested solely upon his shoulders. Who are you? In a modest residence within the Uchiha territory, two men abruptly stood, their pupils contracting as they fixed their gaze on the two figures that had suddenly materialized in the center of the room. The afterimage of the body flicker technique had not yet dissipated, and Izumi was already present indoors. The moonlight slanted through the window, illuminating the fox mask, which glimmered with a cold sheen. The two Uchiha had not yet had the opportunity to form hand seals when, thud, the air reverberated with two muffled sounds as invisible blades struck precisely at the napes of their necks. Their expressions did not even have time to change before darkness enveloped them, and they crumpled to the floor. Behind Izumi, the phantom diamond slowly retracted its hand, the illusory substitute dissipating into nothingness. Shirsue instinctively tensed his body, but upon confirming that the two were merely unconscious, he exhaled with slight relief. Hawk or dove? The commoners also respond with dove. Izumi's voice was calm and clipped, leaving no room for explanation. In an instant, Shirsue grasped the command. This was a query regarding whether these two were hawkish or dovish. More crucially, the statement that even commoners responded with dove implied that regardless of their status as ninjas, anyone not belonging to the radical faction was considered a potential ally. Dove, Shirsue replied in a low voice, placing his trust entirely in Izumi's actions. Izumi nodded slightly, swiftly forming hand seals for the shadow clone technique. Two figures, composed of chakra, emerged from the smoke, perfectly mirroring him. Immediately thereafter, the clones formed hand seals again, their shapes twisting and transforming until they resembled the two unconscious Uchiha on the ground. Golden experience. The golden substitute suddenly manifested, its fists imbued with the brilliance of life, striking heavily against the clone. The ethereal body constructed of chakra began to tremble, muscle fibers growing and spreading like plant vines, as vascular networks intertwined beneath the skin, even the fibers of the clothing woven from plant material materializing from nothingness. Two entirely authentic Uchiha emerged. Izumi lifted one of the unconscious men with one hand, while grasping Shirsue's shoulder with the other, to alleviate any unnecessary concerns. This is the first time I will allow you to witness this firsthand. As the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, the space warped, and the three found themselves in a clandestine underground facility constructed under the sun's rays. Within the expansive concrete space, unfinished training equipment lay scattered about, clearly indicating that construction was still ongoing. Izumi gently placed the two Uchiha on the ground. The true clan members would be temporarily housed here. No sooner had he spoken than the Flying Thunder God activated once more, transporting the two back to the residence. The two clones created by Golden Experience remained standing in place. In the next moment, the technique of duplication was lifted, and the two corporeal forms crafted by Golden Experience lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. The life forms created by Golden Experience could only possess a fleeting semblance of life through spiritual energy, devoid of true souls. Without hesitation, Myanmar drew forth a kunai, its cold glint slicing through the air. The sharp blade precisely cut across the neck, blood gushing forth and staining the tatami mat crimson. The plan for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan officially commenced, as these soulless bodies were destined to litter the Uchiha territory, while the true pacifists and commoners were discreetly relocated. This encapsulated Myanmar's entire scheme. The frigid moonlight pierced through the gaps of the Uchiha clan's emblem, where slaughter and salvation unfolded simultaneously. Bang! Another paper door was violently shattered. Myanmar's fleeting shadows swept across the courtyard, as the furious punch of Crazy Diamond had already shattered the defenses of 3 Uchiha members. The stealthy assault of the stand, with its unparalleled speed and strength, delivered a devastating blow within the realm of ninjas. Even an Uchiha Jonin appeared as a lamb to the slaughter before the unseen fists. Just as the kunai was drawn half an inch, a searing pain shot through the nape, consciousness plunging instantaneously into darkness. Shirsue's figure followed closely behind, articulating the stance of these clansmen, save for the children, the pacifists. Myanmar's rapid hand seals transformed the shadow clone into smoke, while the golden fists of golden experience were already unleashed. The chakra constructs began to wildly grow, muscle fibers entwining around the skeletal frame, and a network of capillaries thrived beneath the skin. Even the vitreous humor of the eyes began to refract the moonlight, a perfect biological counterfeit. The flash of flying thunder god flickered momentarily. The genuine Uchiha members had been transferred to an underground stronghold in the land of hot water, while the counterfeit's neck slowly oozed warm blood. The eyes required special attention. Myanmar's kunai gouged out the counterfeit's eyeball, incinerating it with fire-style chakra to prevent anyone from discovering that these eyes were merely ordinary, not Sharingan. Indeed, the pacifists and commoners would receive aid, while the hawks and radicals, those blinded by power, were destined for a far different fate at Myanmar's hands. When Shirsue uttered the word hawk in a low voice, Myanmar's kunai would unhesitatingly slice through his throat. Shirsue did not intervene, merely tilting his face slightly to avert his gaze from this disquieting scene. Thereafter, Myanmar would not forget these precious trophies. He crouched down, extracting the Sharingan and placing these valuable spoils into pre-prepared vials of nutrient solution. Holding them aloft, Myanmar presented the filled vials of Sharingan to Shirsue. Shirsue accepted silently, facing someone intent on saving the Uchiha. He was least concerned about the possibility of the Sharingan being misappropriated. As time wore on, the Uchiha territory gradually became shrouded in the aura of death. The bodies of Hawk faction members lay strewn across corridors and rooms, while those of the replaced pacifists and commoners were similarly scattered, creating an illusion of genocide. Each corpse bore a realistic fatal wound at the neck, blood staining the ground, and the systematic rewards of the blue platform and white clouds began to take effect. The chakra extracted, a unique energy composed of both physical and spiritual essence, precisely provides the necessary mental support for the stand. It is this vast reservoir of chakra that enables this energy-intensive endeavor to persist and ultimately culminate. The population of the Uchiha clan hovers around 300 individuals, comprising 100 to 200 souls. After clearing most areas, they finally arrived at their last target, the Uchiha Guard headquarters. Along the way, they encountered the black-haired girl of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumi, who was dealt with following the pacifist and civilian protocols. Now, the guard's building stood before them, still illuminated within. This site was the most formidable stronghold of the Uchiha clan, housing its most elite ninjas. Shirsue, Myanmar whispered, lowering his voice, "We must quicken our pace. To confront these individuals, we must strike decisively. Therefore, before I make my move, you must immediately disclose our target's affiliation. Do you understand?" Shirsue nodded silently, his left eye's 3-tomo Sharingan slowly spinning. This eye was acquired from a hawkish Uchiha, enhancing the efficiency of their rescue operation. Although such scenes appeared in the original narrative, Myanmar could not suppress an inner critique. How could an eye function like a plug-and-play USB? Then let us proceed. Myanmar raised his hand and hurled a flying thunder god kunai at the Uchiha guard stationed at the entrance. The moment the kunai sliced through the air, the guard instinctively looked up, alert. Who goes there? The guard swiftly drew a kunai from his pouch, ready to intercept the incoming weapon. However, as he raised his hand, the kunai vanished before his eyes, replaced by a peculiar fox mask mere inches away. Eagle. Shirsue's figure followed closely, his body flicker technique allowing him to appear like a specter beside the guard. Just as the guard's Sharingan revealed the 3-tomo, the vanished flying thunder god kunai had already plunged deep into his throat. 2 shadows then surged into the guard building. With their intrusion, the lights within extinguished one by one, and blood began to spread across the corridors and hallways, glimmering dark red in the obscurity. Itachi, what on earth do you intend to do? Uchiha Fugaku's deep voice echoed in the dimly lit pathway. He gazed at the daughter who once filled him with immense pride. acutely aware of the palpable killing intent emanating from Itachi. Moreover, his senses detected an unnatural metallic scent of blood in the air, a quantity far beyond that of just one or two individuals. This is a necessary process to lead the Uchiha clan towards true peace. Itachi's voice was chillingly calm. And on this path, Father, you are my greatest hindrance. Massacre? Why must it come to this? I never wished to confront my own child in battle. Just a few more years, once Sasuke matures, the Uchiha can reclaim its position at the heart of Konoha. Such a notion is far too naive, Father. In Itachi's eyes flickered a hint of sorrow. Indeed, he could temporarily stifle the voices of rebellion. But could the radicals truly afford to wait? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a sudden transformation occurred in Itachi's gaze. The three tomos spun rapidly, contorting until they coalesced into an unprecedented intricate pattern, embodying the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's power. Fugaku's pupils dilated, and before he could even grasp the awakening of this formidable force, the entire world seemed to spin violently. Tsukuyomi had been unleashed. Within the blood-red realm of illusion, Fugaku witnessed every detail of Itachi's elaborate scheme, every consideration. And that cruel decision. The lights of the guard department had completely extinguished, plunging the entire space into darkness. The number of those saved here was far less than anticipated. The bodies of Uchiha clan members lay scattered across the ground, blood oozing from their wounds, spreading across the cold floor to form dark crimson pools. The air was thick with the metallic scent of rust, mingled with the distinct odor released by the damp wooden floors. Myanmar sighed softly as he approached the only two unconscious Uchiha clan members in the corner. According to Shirsui's assessment, these were the only two moderates in the entire guard team, while the rest were staunch hardliners. This situation was hardly surprising. The nature of the guard's duties often brought them into conflict with the villagers of Konoha, and over time, the villagers' rejection and animosity had only deepened. In such a hostile environment, the emergence of thoughts advocating a coup to alter the status quo was almost inevitable. Indeed, it was rather remarkable that two moderates still existed in such an atmosphere. Myanmar skillfully completed the final tasks. He first created a realistic fake death scenario for the two moderates, and then meticulously extracted the Sharingan from all the hardliners. When the last pair of Sharingan was placed into a nutrient solution tank, the first phase of tonight's mission was finally accomplished. Standing amidst the blood-stained hall of the guard department, Myanmar gazed into the distance. In the pitch-black night, he wondered if his judgment had been flawed. The situation diverged fundamentally from the original narrative. In the established timeline, Uchiha Fugaku could no longer suppress the voices of rebellion within the clan. Under the relentless pressure from hardliners, even as the clan leader, he found himself unwillingly cornered, with the coup poised to commence. Yet this time, the massacre was postponed by a full year. The tragedy that should have unfolded when Naruto was 8 years old had only now transpired at the age of 9. This temporal discrepancy itself illuminated many issues. Fugaku had indeed succeeded in quelling the hardliners' dissent. The reason was simple. This time, the Uchiha clan glimpsed hope. The third Hokage had personally sanctioned the contact between Satsuki and Naruto, signifying that if they patiently awaited Satsuki's maturation, a profound bond would inevitably form between the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha. Fugaku could leverage this rationale to secure a few more years. This stood in stark contrast to the original narrative of being trapped and forced into a corner. Now, the Uchiha still possessed the capital to wait, as well as the potential for a peaceful evolution. Time was of the essence. Two individuals remained to be rescued, both of whom may possess extraordinary connections to their futures and to one another. Naturally, should Myanmar's judgment prove erroneous, and if Fugaku chooses to acquiesce rather than succumb to undue pressure, Myanmar may be compelled to resort to the forbidden technique devised by the second Hokage. Clang! The sparks from the metallic clash shimmered ominously in the darkness. Fugaku's kunai traced a silvery arc, and in the instant Itachi leaned back to evade. His left hand wielded a short blade aimed at his father's throat from below. Fugaku sidestepped the lethal strike, countering with an elbow strike directed at his daughter's temple. Itachi swiftly lowered his stance and spun, transforming his knife thrust into a sweeping motion. Clang! Fugaku expertly parried the sweeping attack with his kunai, and in that tense standoff, Itachi's right leg struck toward her father's knee. Thud! The dull sound of impact resonated as Fugaku staggered slightly, yet seizing the moment of imbalance, he altered his approach. The kunai slid down the length of the short blade, slicing through Itachi's fingers. With a sharp sound, the blade grazed her glove, causing Itachi to relinquish her weapon. Before the short blade could touch the ground, she delivered a swift kick, propelling it toward Fugaku. As the clan leader averted his head to dodge, Itachi completed her hand seals, fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. 5 fireballs sealed off all avenues of retreat. Yet, in a sudden burst of determination, Fugaku charged forward, cleaving through the nearest fireball with his kunai. Amidst the searing heat, his left hand extended through the gap in the flames, deftly grasping Itachi's wrist. "It is over, Itachi." Feeling the agonizing pressure on her wrist, Itachi, at this critical juncture, uttered, "Indeed, it should come to an end." With a fierce thrust of her knee into her father's abdomen, Fugaku, momentarily pained, loosened his grip, and Itachi's short blade, unbeknownst to her how it returned, transformed into a streak of silver. Thud! The blade sank entirely into Fugaku's chest, blood gushing from the wound and splattering across Itachi's pale visage. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Itachi's brow furrowed in sudden realization. This sensation was far too feeble. As the Uchiha clan leader, her father should not succumb so easily. In the next instant, the tomo of her Sharingan began to whirl, and her father's figure appeared to fracture like a shattered mirror. The very fabric of reality twisted and peeled away. When the illusion finally dissipated, Itachi found herself standing still, while Fugaku remained unscathed 3 paces away, his Sharingan turning languidly, the crimson patterns glimmering eerily in the moonlight. He saw through it, did he? Truly, she is my daughter. Itachi's fingertips turned slightly cold. The vivid confrontation, the metallic clashes, and the sensation of the blade piercing flesh had all been mere fabrications of illusion. Myanmar loomed above, observing the Uchiha father and daughter below. They stood still, their Sharingan slowly rotating in the darkness, locked in a tense standoff, as if time itself had come to a standstill, clearly engaged in a fierce duel within the realm of illusions. At last, Itachi seemed to break free from some unseen constraint, her body retreating slightly as she regained her fighting stance. Her breath was quickened, fine beads of sweat forming on her brow, indicating the considerable toll of the illusionary battle. However, Myanmar was resolute in his intent to halt this tragic spectacle of familial conflict. "Itachi Uchiha, it is time for you to depart." The sudden voice caused both to lift their gazes simultaneously. Myanmar's figure descended gracefully from above, his dark cloak billowing gently in the night breeze. Itachi's voice was low and steady. "Have you finished?" Myanmar nodded with a subtle detachment. "Indeed, I have fulfilled your request. The Uchiha clan can no longer instigate a coup." Myanmar's gaze shifted towards Fugaku, indicating that there was no longer any need to act against the clan leader of the Uchiha. Upon hearing these words, Fugaku's Sharingan spun rapidly, his eyes fixed intently upon Myanmar's attire as he recognized the identity of his counterpart. "Wait, you are the leader of the Ember organization. What do you mean by no longer able to instigate a coup? What have you done to the Uchiha clan?" In the face of Fugaku's escalating emotions, Myanmar's companion, cloaked in obscurity, enacted their preordained plan. Beneath the mask, the newly acquired 3-tomo Sharingan began to whirl, ensnaring Fugaku in a powerful illusion in an instant. Fugaku's brow furrowed tightly as he instinctively attempted to break free from the Genjutsu, yet the images before him rendered him immobile. Shursui, in the vision, Fugaku immediately recognized the identity of the enigmatic figure, the once vanished Uchiha prodigy. Yet now, within the memories woven by the illusion, he clearly witnessed the entire sequence of events wherein Shursui was rescued by Myanmar after plummeting from a cliff. What was even more shocking was that he bore witness to the stark truth of the clan's annihilation, rather, a meticulously orchestrated ruse. Creating life? What manner of ability is this? A certain bloodline limit, perhaps? The illusion vividly depicted Itachi inviting the leader of the Ember organization to aid in the clan's extermination, while this mysterious man deceitfully manipulated Itachi from the shadows. Fugaku observed as the Dove faction members of the Uchiha were rendered in a state of false death by a power capable of creating life, while the True Hawk faction members were executed by Myanmar's own hand. The actions of the Ember organization? Had Itachi been used as a mere pawn? A tumult of complex emotions surged within Fugaku. The first to surface was a wave of relief. The Uchiha clan had not truly perished. The majority of its members had been saved. Yet, swiftly following this was the weighty reality that those saved would likely never return to Konoha. The Ember Organization would never allow their return. As the clan leader, he had nearly been the architect of his family's doom. Fugaku's clenched fists trembled slightly. The fierce resolve that once burned within him had dissipated, replaced by profound regret and guilt. He bowed his head, suddenly appearing a decade older. Itachi sensed his father's abnormality. Casting a wary glance towards the man enveloped in layers beside Myanmar. Was it an illusion? What had his father witnessed within the Genjutsu? At that moment, Myanmar's voice sliced through the silence. You must wish for your sister to revitalize the Uchiha clan, do you not? His tone bore a hint of mockery. Is it not too burdensome to place such a weight upon the shoulders of a girl? Presently, the Uchiha clan, even if your parents were spared, would not affect your plans. Or do you insist on taking action against your own flesh and blood? This deviates from our prior agreement. Itachi's voice was ominously low. The tomo within his Sharingan slowly spinning. You were meant to solely eliminate the other Uchiha members. In the next instant, ugh. Fugaku suddenly hunched over as a wave of excruciating pain surged from his abdomen. Without warning, unnatural black flames erupted upon the clan leader's attire. The fabric turning to ash the moment it made contact with the inferno. Blood tears streamed from Itachi's eyes, the ominous black flames emanating from his Sharingan. The flames coiled around Fugaku like a relentless curse, first searing through his abdomen before igniting his internal organs. With one knee on the ground, beads of sweat the size of pearls rolled down his forehead. How extreme you are, the cold voice of Izumi pierced through the sudden ambush. You have crossed the line. Ember, the truth must be buried in darkness. Stop. Itachi. A piercing scream shattered the night. Mikoto Uchiha dashed from around the corner, the hem of her kimono billowing in the wind stirred by her hurried steps. This mother had evidently rushed from home, never anticipating she would witness her daughter inflicting harm upon her husband. Yet, in the next moment, boom, the same black flames erupted around Mikoto. The woman, who had already retreated from the battlefield, froze in place as the fire began to spread from her chest. Is it that you spare no one? Mikoto staggered to her knees, the searing pain causing her vision to darken. Through her gradually blurring sight, she beheld her daughter's tears glistening in the moonlight, only for that drop to be swiftly dried by the night breeze. When Itachi raised his gaze once more, only a chilling resolve remained in his eyes. The wave of air from the body flicker technique stirred the fallen leaves at his feet, and by the time Izumi sought to intervene, only a few swirling leaves were left descending. She was determined to fulfill her final task and meet her sister. How could Itachi have become this way? Shirsue's voice trembled with barely concealed shock as he fixed his gaze on the direction Itachi had vanished. He could not comprehend how, despite the plan being executable, despite the peace faction having been saved, it was unnecessary to reach this extremity. Yet Itachi had chosen the most radical course of action, not as a threat, nor as a means of control, but to silence completely, even against his own parents. In the dilemma of the train, her actions were indeed absolute. Izumi offered no response to Shirsue's astonishment, merely walking toward the bloodied Fugaku. The black flames of Amaterasu continued to blaze, but Fugaku had already succumbed to the agony, unconscious as the flames consumed his body, emitting a faint hissing sound. Drag the clan leader's wife over here. Izumi's voice remained calm. Be cautious, do not touch those flames. Shirsue snapped back to reality, immediately grasping Izumi's intent. He aimed to save them. Without further inquiry, Shirsue flickered to the street corner, carefully avoiding the residual flames of Amaterasu, and pulled the similarly scorched Mikoto to Izumi's side. The woman had fallen into unconsciousness, her pale face still bearing traces of tears yet to dry. Now, two Uchiha clan members, both scorched by Amaterasu, lay side by side before Izumi. The next steps were crucial. Behind Izumi, two ethereal figures, visible only to him, slowly materialized. The scene might be somewhat bloody. It is best not to look, but the choice is yours. As the words faded, the golden experience behind him swung its fists. Radiant life energy cascading like a starry river, crashing into the shattered forms of Fugaku and Mikoto. Let new life be born. In an instant, those viscera incinerated by Amaterasu began to sprout extraordinary vines, verdant tendrils entwined with pure white blossoms, defiantly flourishing amidst the scorching black flames. The cold gleam of a dagger flashed as it precisely severed the stem connecting to the inferno, ultimately liberating Amaterasu from the two bodies. Yet, the crisis was far from averted. With a significant portion of his innards lost, Fujiwara's complexion rapidly waned, while Mikoto's breath became barely perceptible. Gold Experience immediately channeled a surge of life energy, enveloping the pair in a luminous aura, tenuously sustaining the flickering flame of existence. The severed vines were reduced to ashes in the black blaze. With the final remnant of combustible material's demise, the fire of Amaterasu, said to never extinguish its target, reluctantly dissipated into the night sky. Now, Crazy Diamond. The azure stand abruptly manifested, its fists unleashing an astonishing restorative power. Shui had never beheld such an extraordinary spectacle. The remnants of plants, long turned to ash, began to coalesce in midair. The vines twisted and writhed, gradually reforming into vibrant internal organs. Even more astonishingly, these organs seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, returning to the two bodies, precisely filling the charred voids, and the burnt wounds began to heal slowly. This power, Shusui's Sharingan spun wildly, striving to comprehend this scene that transcended reason. Yet, just as the restoration neared completion, Minma abruptly halted his actions. It was not yet the time to reveal his abilities. He gazed at the unconscious duo, silently vowing, "I'm sorry, but I cannot fully heal you just yet. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall restore you to your former selves." Ultimately, although Fujiwara and Mikoto's breaths remained faint, they clung to life. A hint of color returned to their pallid faces, a testament to the miraculous revival that had indeed transpired. "You truly saved them," Shusui's voice trembled. He observed the recovering Fujiwara couple, contemplating the hope and tenderness embodied in the abilities that mended wounds and bestowed life. Through the mask's openings, Shusui caught a glimpse of the emotions flickering in Minma's eyes. Was that guilt? Why? He had snatched these two lives from the clutches of death. Yet he displayed such an expression. "Enough, Shursui." Minma suddenly turned. "We must depart. Our mission is not complete." "Mission?" Shursui was taken aback, pondering what more was required. His words faltered. This time, he distinctly perceived the concealed eye beneath the mask, brimming with unmasked, chilling intent to kill. It made Shursui instinctively tense his body. The rat at the root had survived in the shadows for far too long. From afar, the cawing of crows echoed. Moonlight glinting off the fox mask, casting a chilling sheen. This time, for the sake of the Sharingan, that old dog would surely emerge from its hole. The darkness of Shinobi, Shimura Danzo. As the final syllable fell, Shursui felt as if he could see countless tormented souls wailing behind Minma. Those who have lost their Sharingan. Those innocent souls sacrificed, and Shursui's own right taken from him. It is time to bury his decaying ambitions alongside his lamentable era. The lights of the Hokage building remained bright against the night sky. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, hastily consumed a few bites of dinner before preparing to return to his office to handle documents. He had little appetite of late. He sighed. For the workload of the Hokage was immense, yet what drained his spirit more than physical fatigue were the troubling matters concerning the Uchiha clan. Not long ago, Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, members of Konoha Zumbu, brought forth unsettling news. Within the Uchiha clan, there were those plotting to exploit the close relationship between Sasuke and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, intending to lure Naruto to the Uchiha compound in an attempt to seize control of the Nine-Tails and instigate a coup. Although still in the planning stages, this revelation had already robbed the third Hokage of his sleep. Through the use of the telescope technique, he had witnessed firsthand the deepening bond between Naruto and Sasuke. If they were forcibly separated now, that child who had finally begun to feel a sense of belonging in Konoha would likely revert to being the lonely fox he once was. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, Shursui proposed a startling suggestion. He revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan's Genjutsu, Kotoemitsukami, the most powerful illusion that could silently alter another's will. To change one's will without a sound? The third Hokage could scarcely believe his ears. He understood precisely what such power entailed. However, his indecisive nature ultimately prevailed. He convinced himself with the reasoning that Shursui was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, agreeing to Shursui's plan to alter the hawkish intentions at the clan meeting. Yet, on the day of the operation, Shursui mysteriously vanished, no trace of him to be found. The third Hokage had a nagging suspicion. His old friend, Danzo Shimura, had likely taken action against Shursui. How to deal with Danzo? The third Hokage found himself in a profound quandary. Konoha could not thrive without its roots. And even though Danzo had once plotted his assassination, he ultimately chose to forgive him. As he pushed open the door to his office, the scene before him instantly heightened his senses. In the dimly lit room, The Hokage chair, which should have been empty, now bore the unsettling presence of a figure. "Welcome back, third Hokage," rasped a voice that pierced the darkness. Illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window, Hiruzen Sarutobi discerned the distinctive garb, a long black robe and an eerie fox mask. The leader of Ember, Minma, the man who had single-handedly decimated the Kumogakure diplomatic delegation and left the Fourth Raikage near death, a terrifying figure capable of annihilating all of Konoha. Of course, this was merely a shadow clone. Lord Minma, the third Hokage's voice maintained an astonishing steadiness. "I believe Konoha has not engaged in any diplomatic affairs with your organization of late. Should you have sent a messenger in advance, Konoha would have been more than willing to host an official visit from Ember." Though his words were polite, the subtext was unmistakable. "In what capacity do you arrive this time? As a guest or an intruder?" Myanmar suddenly chuckled softly. "Do not be anxious, old man." He casually rotated his wrist. "I am not the sort who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. I have come this time to offer you assistance." "Assistance?" "The commotion stirred by your old acquaintance is rather excessive," Myanmar remarked, his fingertips gently tapping on the armrest. "Thanks to him, tonight the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. Since you are unwilling to act, allow me to sever the decaying roots of Konoha." The third Hokage's body momentarily stiffened. "I could slowly elucidate the circumstances for you here, but the condition is that you must not go anywhere. After all is said and done." The corners of the masked figure's mouth curled into a cruel arc. "You shall be able to retrieve the remains of your old friend." Myanmar strolled along the forest path, the moonlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mottled glow upon the glass jar in his hand. Inside, suspended in the nutrient solution, was a pair of scarlet Sharingan. "I owe this discovery to Shursui," he mused, gently shaking the jar, causing the eyes to slowly rotate. Had it not been for Shursui's suggestion, he might have overlooked this detail. If Itachi were to learn that Fugaku had not perished under Amaterasu, she might very well worry that her father's Sharingan could become a variable in the plan, prompting her to return and eliminate witnesses. To be prudent, Myanmar had already utilized the abilities of gold experience to reshape Fugaku's eyes into ordinary ones, and subsequently planned to warn Itachi. He hoped she would refrain from taking action against her parents. The night breeze rustled through the leaves, and Myanmar's thoughts drifted further afield. In truth, allowing Itachi's plan to proceed would benefit him. Following the predetermined course, should he, under the guise of Myanmar, eliminate the Uchiha hawkish faction, the outcome would be binary. Either Satsuki would harbor an intense hatred for his identity, or the entire Uchiha clan would be branded as traitors. Since Itachi was resolute in executing the genocide plan, let her bear that burden. Moreover, the Jin organization currently lacked reliable combat power. The Uchiha clansmen who were spared, whether out of gratitude or disillusionment with Konoha, were likely to become fresh blood for the organization. As a genius of the Uchiha clan and a former key member of the Hokage's Umbu, Shursui held significant sway within the clan. With his presence to soothe and persuade the clansmen, recruitment would not pose a challenge. Myanmar hoped Shursui could stabilize them. He halted his steps and gazed up at the night sky, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, and the moonlight flowed like water. "I apologize, clan leader Fugaku, but I shall temporarily borrow these eyes of yours. I shall realize true peace. Therefore, I entrust you with accompanying Satsuki through what should have been her lonely childhood." The moonlight cascaded gently onto the clearing in the forest. Myanmar paused, surveying the terrain. The area was open, with sparse trees, making it an ideal locale for resolving grievances. He cast a sidelong glance at Shursui. "From here on, it is up to you. Do not move. Nothing will happen." Shursui's brow furrowed slightly. He vaguely sensed Myanmar's intentions and feared he would be used as bait. Yet, he could not comprehend what value he possessed now that could attract Danzo. Having lost his right eye, his combat capability diminished significantly, and he realized he had become utterly inconsequential to that man. As thoughts surged within him, a tumultuous blend of emotions enveloped Shursui's heart. The impending act against Danzo did not evoke the thrill of vengeance, nor a compulsion to intervene. Even though Danzo had snatched away his eye and compelled him to leap to his demise, what welled up within him was not hatred but a profound sorrow and disappointment. As a prodigy of the Uchiha clan and a ninja of Konoha, striking against the higher-ups equated to the onset of civil strife. Yet, for this man, there were no constraints of allegiance. He simply desired to eliminate Danzo. It seemed he was destined to become an accomplice. The night breeze rustled through Shusui's black hair. From this night onward, he would no longer be Konoha's Uchiha Shusui, but a rogue ninja who betrayed his village. This realization weighed heavily upon his chest. Yet it also brought an inexplicable sense of relief. The man paid no heed to Shusui's swirling thoughts. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the hollow void of Shusui's right eye, which remained a dark abyss, unlike the left eye that had been re-embellished with the three-tomo Sharingan. Crazy Diamond. With a whisper, a brilliant blue stand materialized under the moonlight. The power of restoration surged forth, sending strange ripples through the forest surrounding Konoha. An extraordinary reaction, defying logic, was quietly unfolding in the vicinity. On the stone-paved road of the Uchiha clan, a voice beneath the mask of a root ninja bore a hint of hesitation. Lord Danzo, the number of corpses has been accounted for, and they all match. But what is it? All the eye sockets of the corpses were empty. Danzo's brow instantly furrowed into a tight knot, the wrinkles almost capable of crushing a fly. He slammed his cane against the ground. The coveted Sharingan that he had longed for had inexplicably vanished. Could it be that bastard Itachi? A glint of malice flashed in his one visible eye beneath the bandage. He had anticipated a double victory this night, eliminating the threat of the Uchiha while acquiring a plethora of Sharingan. But now continue the search. Inspect every single body. Danzo's voice emerged through clenched teeth. Someone must have intervened. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange tremor suddenly emanated from the socket of his right eye. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, which he regarded as his trump card, the very eye wrested from Shursui, began to convulse violently. A wave of excruciating pain surged, forcing Danzo to clutch his right eye. In the next moment, something even more horrifying transpired. With a squelching sound, the precious kaleidoscopic Sharingan detached itself from the eye socket. The bandage, soaked in blood, revealed a scarlet eyeball that seemed to possess a life of its own, writhing through the gaps of the bandage. Lord Danzo. Two root ninjas stared in shock as Danzo suddenly hunched over, panic rarely evident in the voice concealed beneath the mask. They then witnessed an unforgettable and bizarre spectacle. A crimson eyeball slowly emerged from the bloodied bandage, tethered by nerves and threads of blood, as if drawn by invisible strings. Floating in midair, the patterns of that kaleidoscopic Sharingan appeared otherworldly under the moonlight, and then it surged forward, speeding away into the night. Towanzo lifted his head, his remaining left eye wide with disbelief. Having lived for most of his life, he had never witnessed such an absurd spectacle. His very eyeball had fled. What arcane technique is at play? Who is orchestrating this? Yet, now is not the time for contemplation. Forget about me, Towanzo exclaimed, violently tearing away the blood-stained bandage to reveal his hollow, bleeding eye socket. Quickly pursue that eye. At the other end of the forest, the spirit power of Myanmar surged explosively. Invisible chains gripped the racing eyeball with unyielding force. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan traced a crimson afterimage in the air, its speed unfathomable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Towanzo, accompanied by two trusted subordinates, leapt frantically among the treetops, his heart pounding like a drum, an ominous premonition growing stronger. The sudden detachment of the kaleidoscope could very well be a ruse to draw them in. However, even with the awareness that they might be walking into a trap, he had no choice but to leap forward. The value of the Kodoame Tsukumi was simply too high. It was not only crucial for the safety of Konoha, but also his ultimate trump card for ascending to the position of Hokage. Accelerate. He must not allow his thoughts to falter. As the trio burst through the last thicket of trees, the moonlight suddenly intensified. In the center of the clearing stood a shadowy figure cloaked in black, wearing a fox mask, while the fleeing kaleidoscopic Sharingan now hovered above his palm. Good evening. Elder Shimura, you have finally arrived. Myanmar's voice resonated through the night, chilling to the bone beneath the fox mask, the blood-dripping Sharingan reflecting Towanzo's contorted visage. The atmosphere froze instantly. The intent to kill surged like a tempest, staining even the moonlight crimson. Whoosh! Suddenly, blinding purple runes illuminated the ground on either side of the clearing. The sealing techniques of the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper sages activated simultaneously. The runes weaving across the ground as if alive, swiftly intertwining into a colossal barrier formation. Boom! The purple light soared into the sky, sealing the entire area completely. Towanzo turned abruptly, realizing that both of his root ninjas, along with himself, had been ensnared within the barrier. More precisely, They were all confined within this cage. Myanmar slowly tucked the kaleidoscopic Sharingan into his sleeve. The temperature within the barrier plummeted sharply, the breath escaping in visible white puffs. Myanmar's voice rang in Tuanzo's ears like a death knell. You shall remain here forever. Jisue stood rooted in place, the skin around his hollow right eye socket tingling slightly. His emotions complex as he gazed at the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in Myanmar's sleeve, feeling the familiar power emanating from it. So, this ability not only heals, but also restores things to their original state. In other words, Myanmar has ultimately acquired Kodo Amatsukami. Jisue subconsciously touched his empty right eye socket. Even with the kaleidoscope so close at hand, he had no intention of reaching for it. I am sorry, Myanmar's voice suddenly interjected, imbued with rare reassurance. This cannot be returned to you just yet, but I assure you, I shall not misuse this power. Jisue could only offer a bitter smile and nod in response. Even though he harbored countless reservations, he found himself utterly powerless to deter the man, Myanmar, who had just rescued the entire Uchiha clan. He lacked even the stance to resist. I hope my judgment is not erroneous this time. On the other side, Danzo's eyes glimmered with a sinister light, his voice hoarse. Why? You should have no reason to strike at me. Within the purple barrier, Myanmar's voice pierced the oppressive silence like an icicle. Itachi is merely a tool in your hands. He slowly raised his hand, pointing towards Danzo's hollow, bleeding eye socket. The moonlight, once illuminating the Uchiha, was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, and Myanmar's fox mask gleamed with a cold light in the shadows. It is your hand, Danzo. Do you believe I would allow the sin of clan extermination to be buried in darkness? Danzo's stooped figure abruptly straightened. Absurd. The Uchiha's conspiracy is a fact. Everything I have done is for the peace of Konoha. Don't make me laugh. Myanmar interjected suddenly, his cold laughter falling like a bucket of ice water. He stepped forward, declaring that the mass slaughter under the guise of protection was the greatest betrayal of peace. The barrier suddenly constricted, the pressure intensifying, as Myanmar's silhouette cast a long shadow beneath the moonlight. You speak of helplessness. Yet why did you preemptively snatch Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami? And why, after the Uchiha's annihilation, did you rummage for the Sharingan like a hyena? Do not harbor delusions. Before me, you lack even the qualification for repentance. Danzo stared intently at the poised Myanmar, never having anticipated that this internal strife within Konoha would summon such a calamity. This madman. Memories flashed back to that day years ago, when the entire envoy from the Cloud Village was obliterated, and the Western Raikage was gravely injured. Yet Myanmar, the architect of it all, remained untouched by even a speck of dust. The power to evoke such disasters with a mere gesture had tormented Danzo with jealousy for countless nights. Why? Why should an unknown outsider possess such power? Why must he, as the disciple of the second Hokage, dedicate his life to Konoha, yet remain forever shackled from reaching the pinnacle due to his bloodline? The Sharingan. It was this jealousy that led him to pin his ambitions on the Uchiha's ocular techniques, spreading rumors about the Sharingan's control over the Nine Tails and inciting the ambitions of the Uchiha's hawkish faction. If the plan succeeded, he could eliminate the Uchiha and, under the guise of risk management, bring the Nine Tails under his dominion. A metallic clatter shattered the silence. Danzo gradually shed his burdens, his aged muscles taut under the moonlight. Since negotiations had collapsed, there was no recourse but to act. Fortunately, he still had the trump card left over from the Third Shinobi World War. At this moment, Myanmar turned to Shisui without looking back, commanding, "You need not intervene. For now, observe until the battle concludes." The masked Shisui appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he silently formed hand seals, the gust of his body flicker technique stirring a few fallen leaves as his figure retreated to the treetops at the edge of the battlefield. The sound of torn bandages echoed painfully within the suffocating barrier. Tuanzo slowly unwound the bandages that sealed his arms, revealing a hand so pale it seemed almost inhuman. More chillingly, embedded in that arm were several crimson Sharingan. Each eye sparkled vibrantly, the tomo slowly rotating beneath the moonlight. The Sharingan. It appeared the Uchiha clansmen whom the organization sought to rescue on the battlefield had met with unfortunate demise. The breath of Shisui momentarily halted. The Sharingan moved involuntarily, clearly revealing the familiar chakra fluctuations emanating from the eyes of the Uchiha clan. The words of Menma suddenly detonated in his mind. All unfortunately sacrificed. Tuanzo's expression darkened like still water. Minma's reaction sent a chill through him. There was no shock, no questioning, only a cold mockery of what he had long anticipated. This feeling of being completely seen through left Tuanzo in a state of unease. Humph. The elder glanced over his misshapen arm, each Sharingan reflecting his distorted visage. Shirzue's fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. He vaguely understood the origin of these eyes, those Uchiha brethren who had vanished during the Third Great Ninja War. Those recorded as fallen, yet whose bodies were never found. They had all been. Let us test just how fast he is. Tuanzo's fingers began to weave hand signs. Wind release chakra compressed into a sharp airflow within his mouth. Wind release, vacuum. A thunderous roar erupted from behind. Tuanzo barely had time to turn before feeling the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. His ninjutsu was forcibly interrupted as a massive white tiger, having appeared from nowhere, pounced from behind, its claws the size of basins slashing down with a foul wind. Boom. A dull thud echoed as Tuanzo, in a moment of dire urgency, turned, bracing his arm against the blow. The ground cracked under the impact, and Tuanzo's body erupted with an inconceivable force, delivering an elbow strike to the tiger's jaw. Crack! The prowess of a shadow-level warrior was laid bare as the several-ton white tiger stumbled backward from the blow. Yet, the chance to catch his breath was fleeting. Hiss! A golden snake shot forth like lightning, its robust body coiling around Tuanzo in an instant. As it tightened, it produced a sound that grated on the teeth, firmly pinning his arms to his sides. Lord Tuanzo. Two root ninjas attempted to advance, but the celestial maiden's long bandage swept toward them. With two sharp cracks, the chest bones of the ninja shattered, sending them flying like rag dolls, crashing heavily against a tree before sliding down. Ugh! The veins on Tuanzo's forehead bulged. With a creak, he managed to force a slight opening with sheer brute strength. But just at that moment, boom! The colossal figure of the azure dragon descended from the sky. The ground collapsed under the shockwave, and Tuanzo's body twisted at an unnatural angle beneath the dragon's belly, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, and in the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness. However, in the next moment, his corpse vanished like a phantom. Izanagi. Minma coldly watched as the unscathed Tuanzo materialized from the void, his gaze settling on the Sharingan on that arm, which had permanently lost its luster. Using the Sharingan as a scapegoat, you truly wasteful creature. Boom! The pitch-black spiral wheel once again erupted, a tempest of chaotic chakra completely engulfing Danzo's position. Newly sprouted trees were ground to powder the moment they came into contact with the dark stardust, dust swirling like waves. How unsightly! Danzo, a voice, laced with unabashed mockery, emerged from the other side of the haze, possessing the powers of both the Sharingan and wood release, yet only capable of such a meager display. This was a genuine derision. To the speaker, Danzo's utilization of power was utterly ludicrous. Setting aside wood release for a moment, after all, chakra was finite. What about the Sharingan? Kakashi had replicated thousands of jutsu with but a single 3-tomo Sharingan, earning the illustrious title of the copy ninja in the shinobi world. And Danzo? He had the audacity to use the Sharingan as a mere resurrection token? As the smoke gradually dissipated, Danzo's disheveled figure came into view. When he attempted to retaliate with wood release, the speaker remained unfazed, not even furrowing a brow. Why? Why did he know everything? Danzo began to suspect whether the speaker was in league with Orochimaru. Otherwise, how could his trump cards be so easily discerned? Heavy, labored breaths echoed clearly within the silent barrier. Danzo trembled as he raised his arm, with only one Sharingan remaining. His fighting spirit ebbed like a receding tide. It was impossible to reclaim the Kotoame Tsukumi now. His murky single eye scanned for an escape route. The position of Hokage, the ambitions he harbored, all became insignificant at this moment. Konoha could not be without its roots. He must survive. A sickening grinding noise echoed from his arm as bone scraped against bone. The cells of Hashirama were on the brink of uncontrollable agitation, tiny wooden textures surfacing on his skin. Chakra was nearly depleted, and even the most basic suppression was becoming a challenge. He had to break through those damned summoning beasts and destroy the barrier. Danzo trembled as he raised his hands to form seals, the last Sharingan spinning wildly on his arm. Izanagi. In an instant, the world seemed to reset. Danzo's figure suddenly vanished from the encirclement of the 9 beasts, rematerializing several meters away. This was his final gambit, a 60-second window of absolute invincibility. Roar! The white tiger's claws tore through the air, descending to strike. Danzo did not flinch. He allowed the massive claws to pierce his chest. In that moment of death, a new figure emerged beside him. The claws of the vermilion bird descended from above, slicing through the neck of the fleeing figure. In the next heartbeat, the unscathed Danzo reappeared, stepping forward. The combined assault of the azure dragon and black tortoise ground him into a pulp, yet before the blood could dry, a new body surged forward once again. 37 seconds. Only 23 seconds remained. The barrier's luminous screen was tantalizingly close. Danzo coughed blood as he formed seals, compressing wind chakra to its utmost limit. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A violent ball of wind, 2 meters in diameter, roared forth, violently distorting the barrier's wall. Purple runes shattered in succession, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the luminous screen. Yet, an eerie phenomenon occurred. The speaker and the 9 beasts stood completely still, as if they were savoring this futile struggle. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the barrier finally collapsed. Danzo stumbled out of his prison, fingers reaching for the liberating night sky. He was free. Escape was imperative. A sickly ecstasy erupted in his single eye. All thoughts of the Hokage position and grand ambitions were crushed beneath the primal instinct for survival. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to live. Not just for himself, but for Konoha. He must distance himself from that madman. He had to survive. Suddenly, Danzo's consciousness flickered. Wait. He recalled the mysterious figure standing beside Obito, adorned with a mask. During the other's movements, a crimson Sharingan had briefly glimmered through the mask's seams. A member of the Uchiha clan? A Uchiha lost to the world? The horrifying conjecture of the Nine-Tails rampage exploded in his mind, yet the instinct to survive urged him onward. His legs surged forth with astonishing speed, propelling him hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Abruptly, an unsettling sensation crept into his thoughts. Something was amiss. His chakra should have been depleted. He glanced down at his arm, where the Senjutsu cells, which ought to have gone berserk due to insufficient chakra, were eerily calm. No signs of woodification marred his skin. Even the pain had vanished. Could it be? Danzo suddenly attempted to weave hand signs to dispel the illusion. But just as his fingers moved, a searing pain erupted from his chest. Even breathing became a luxury. Amidst the agony, the world began to warp and crack. When Danzo regained consciousness, he found himself confronted by an intact purple barrier, Obito looming close, and a kunai deeply embedded in his heart. When had he coughed up blood? His voice hoarse and unrecognizable. At the moment Yuri initiated his Anaji, a voice, calm and observant, broke the silence. Shursui stepped forward, the Sharingan beneath his mask slowly rotating. The illusion had commenced at that instant. Danzo struggled to turn his eyes towards his arm, now severed at the shoulder, embedded with the Sharingan. The so-called invincible time, the shattered barrier, the hope of escape, all were but a meticulously woven illusion. Obito leisurely twisted the kunai, the metallic sound of it stirring within his heart, sending chills down Danzo's spine. Even through the fox mask, Danzo could sense the cat-and-mouse amusement emanating from his adversary. To think, Obito slowly withdrew the bloodied kunai, the metallic scrape against flesh producing a nauseating sound. Danzo violently spat out blood, the desire to survive rendering him oblivious to the illusion. Obito flicked the droplets of blood from the kunai, in a state of calm. You should have been able to see through this illusion immediately, shouldn't you? Danzo fixed his gaze on the masked figure, gasping for breath. Apologies, my nature is rather cruel. Seeing you desperately cling to life compels me to offer you a glimmer of hope. Yet, it is quite careless of you to have taken so long to realize it was an illusion. As Danzo's vision began to blur, every word from Obito pierced his ears like a dagger. To cherish one's own life so dearly while dismissing the sacrifices of others as mere necessities is a mark of profound moral decay. Indeed, Danzo. With great difficulty, he turned his gaze towards the enigmatic figure beside him. That voice, could it be? You are Uchiha Shursui. Danzo's pupils constricted in disbelief. Itachi had clearly stated that you had taken your own life. How could you be here with Jean? A surge of blood flooded his throat, causing him to cough violently. Have you betrayed Konoha? Shursui's mask shifted slightly, and he responded, I had no choice but to save the Uchiha clan. There was no denial, no argument. Only a calm declaration. Betrayal? Meima suddenly scoffed. If memory serves, it was you, a high-ranking official of Konoha, who attacked the very ninjas of your own village. You, who have betrayed Shursui, now dare to accuse others of treachery. I have grown weary of you, Danzo. This time, Your mentor will not come to your aid. The Hokage must consider the safety of all Konoha. As night deepened, she continued, "Please, quietly fade away." The final judgment was pronounced, and Danzo gasped for breath, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. In this dire moment, he staggered forward, despite the barrier still being intact and no escape in sight. The instinct for survival compelled his battered body to make one last desperate struggle. "I cannot die yet," he roared, his voice rasping like sandpaper. Dragging his mutilated form, he stumbled within the barrier, declaring, "For Konoha, I must survive. Only I can lead Konoha to true prosperity." His cries echoed within the barrier, yet they sounded so pale and absurd. Meima turned to Shisui. "Will you take action? This man once drove you to the brink of death. Now is the perfect opportunity for vengeance." Shisui's mask dipped slightly, revealing a flicker of complexity in his Sharingan. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head. "Huh." Meima chuckled lightly. "Your choice is quite telling. I understand." In the next instant, the fleeing Danzo suddenly froze in place. The 9 beasts had sealed all paths of escape. The white tiger's fierce claws were deeply embedded in the ground. The azure dragon coiled protectively in front. The golden serpent flicked its tongue, and the vermilion bird circled above, its fiery wings obscuring the moonlight. There was no way out. Danzo stared at the terrifying beasts before him, suddenly struck dumb. So this is how my teacher felt in such moments? Just moments ago, Danzo had been a picture of disgrace, yet now he strangely found calm. The teachings of the second Hokage echoed clearly in his mind. The moment of sacrifice will always come. Until then, preserve your own life. This time, I am the one stepping forward. Danzo understood that against Meima's flying thunder god and Shisui's body flicker technique, his self-destructive jutsu had no hope of success. Thus, he channeled his remaining chakra into his only surviving eye, locking his gaze firmly on the 9 beasts before him. For Konoha, the old man suddenly straightened his back, his tattered robes rustling as chakra surged within him. "Absolutely, you shall not be allowed to survive. The watchdogs of the inferno." He violently tore open his garments, revealing the seal of the Western elephant inscribed upon his chest. The black incantations writhed like living entities, swiftly enveloping his entire being. "Let us embark on this journey to the netherworld together." A chilling sense of unease suddenly seized Satsuki's heart. Her body began to tremble slightly, not from the chill of the night breeze, but from the faint yet increasingly distinct scent of blood in the air. This aroma awakened her most primal fears as a human: fear of death, of loss, and of unforeseen calamity. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably, instinctively grasping the only support nearby, Naruto's sleeve. The fabric was clutched tightly in her hand, providing a flicker of fragile security. Yet, reason screamed within her mind. If something truly dreadful were to transpire, Naruto should leave this place at once. It was utterly unacceptable to involve the most important person in potential danger. This thought was strikingly clear. However, a more primal and overwhelming wave of emotion, known as fear, swiftly engulfed the glimmer of rationality. To remain alone in this desolate darkness, suffused with the stench of blood? That notion sent a chilling wave through her, her fingers turning pale from the force of her grip on the sleeve. She lifted her gaze to Naruto, her eyes filled with intense struggle. She opened her mouth but could not utter a sound, torn between commanding him to leave or pleading for him to stay. Ultimately, all her confusion, fear, and dependence were laid bare upon her face. Naruto beheld Satsuki's typically proud or indignant obsidian eyes, now gazing at him with a sorrowful expression he had never witnessed before. That gaze was filled with helplessness and entreaty, akin to a small creature trembling in the storm. Seeking shelter, Naruto gently placed his palm over Satsuki's icy fingers, reassuring her. "It's all right. Something seems amiss ahead, doesn't it? Do not be afraid. I will remain by your side." These comforting words, akin to a lifeline for Satsuki, who felt utterly devoid of security, prompted her to refrain from her usual proud retorts. And she simply nodded obediently. Together, they moved step by step toward the corner of the Uchiha district. With each approach, the sweet, metallic scent of rust intensified, and Satsuki's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Finally, they rounded the fateful corner. In the next moment, the color drained from Satsuki's face, leaving it as pale as parchment. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon the street, illuminating a scene reminiscent of hell. Individuals clad in the familiar Uchiha emblem lay scattered in various poses amidst pools of blood. Their throats had been cleanly sliced open, gaping wounds grotesquely exposed. And each pair of eyes had become hollow sockets, dark crimson blood trickling forth. Among these macabre creations were both mere replicas and genuine corpses. Naruto's expression was complex. The truth of their existence hinged upon whether they had been doves or hawks in life. However, the disguise that even the deceased Danzo could not discern was an incomprehensible horror for the merely 9-year-old Satsuki. What on earth was this? Her voice trembled, nearly losing its tune, as the immense shock rendered her mind a blank slate. Instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. She suddenly seized Naruto's hand with a vice-like grip, no longer merely tugging at his clothing, but intertwining her fingers tightly, as if to weld herself to him. We must hurry. Without further ado, she dragged Naruto, stumbling and racing towards the depths of their family estate. She gasped for breath, the frigid air piercing her lungs, yet her steps dared not falter for an instant. Naruto did not resist, allowing her to pull him through the sea of bodies that littered their clan's grounds. From a rational perspective, Satsuki's most prudent course of action at that moment was indeed to flee the clan grounds immediately and seek assistance at the village's center. However, for a 9-year-old child who had witnessed such carnage, submerged in an ocean of terror, the first instinct was far from calm, rational analysis. Her innate response was singular: to seek the safest and most dependable haven in the world. Father, mother, sister. In her mind, her father, Fugaku Uchiha, was a formidable ninja, and her sister, Itachi Uchiha, was a prodigy of the Umbu. As long as she could find them, she would be safe. Everything would be all right. It was this reliance that propelled her not only to run towards home, but also to clutch Naruto tightly. She could never leave the most important person outside in this bloody hell alone. She was exerting every ounce of strength to grasp what she believed to be the only solid thing, racing towards the refuge of her memories. What was happening? Were father and mother still alive? Itachi Uchiha stood atop a rooftop, the night wind tousling her long hair, her crimson Sharingan fixated intently on the scene below where, amidst the corpses she had wrought, Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha lay quietly. Though their breaths were faint and their faces pale, their chests still rose and fell. They were truly alive. How could this be? To compel Satsuki to awaken her Sharingan and instill within her sufficient hatred to walk the righteous path, Itachi was willing to go to any lengths. When the enigmatic leader of the tsundere organization suddenly changed his mind and demanded the release of her parents, a profound sense of crisis and obsession prompted her to unhesitatingly unleash her freshly awakened power, Amaterasu. That black flame, which would not extinguish until its target was consumed, was ignited by her own hand. She endured the soul-rending anguish, watching as her parents' bodies were engulfed by the ominous black flame, convinced she had fulfilled this necessary sacrifice. But why? Why were they still alive? "You've finally returned, Itachi Uchiha." A chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind, shattering the silence. Itachi spun around, her Sharingan instantly locking onto the source of the voice. Not far away, a figure clad in a fox mask stood beneath the moonlight. "Must you make things so absolute?" Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi's Mangekyo whirled wildly. Amaterasu. The pitch-black flames materialized out of thin air, instantly wrapping around the figure like a malignant curse, igniting with ferocious intensity. However, before the pain could manifest, the figure of Myanmar dissipated like smoke. It was a shadow clone. In the next moment, the space slightly distorted, and another identical figure appeared in its place, calm and unperturbed. "Do not be foolish. My true self shall not present itself before you," the newly emerged Myanmar remarked, its gaze seemingly fixed upon Itachi's tear-streaked eyes. "I advise you to refrain from using that eye. You must already sense the price of wielding that power." Observing Uchiha Itachi, whose complexion was pale, yet whose determination was unwavering, Myanmar shook its head in disbelief. Unable to fathom that a child would harbor such intent to kill his own parents while an outsider sought every means to protect them. Truly, this world is a breeding ground for anomalies. Itachi's breathing grew labored, fresh tears of blood cascading from the corners of his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Myanmar, his voice laced with confusion and anger. "Why are you doing this? This should hold no benefit for you." "Jin? Benefits?" In response to Itachi's piercing inquiry, Myanmar's voice resonated with an elusive calm. "Who knows? Perhaps it has been a long-held scheme, or maybe it is merely a fleeting whim." This ambiguous, almost mocking demeanor unsettled and infuriated Itachi more than a straightforward denial. Yet, Perhaps the underlying reason was simply dissatisfaction. The night breeze swept through, stirring a few blood-stained leaves. To condemn hundreds of innocent lives, possibly unconnected to the few individuals that disappointed you, merely for your own disillusionment. Your voice drips with unabashed sarcasm. And you delude yourself into thinking this is the only correct choice, a necessary sacrifice. How utterly arrogant, Uchiha Itachi. Are you going to castigate me for this? Itachi's voice rose slightly in agitation, yet it was you who annihilated the Uchiha clan, Jin. We had made an agreement. Upon hearing Nyima mention innocent lives, her heart brimmed with confusion and absurdity. She had witnessed the fallen bodies in the clan's grounds, the suffocating stench of blood. These were undeniable proofs of the clan's destruction. She even questioned whether Myanmar was deliberately deceiving her, yet the evidence before her was irrefutable. Itachi was unaware that those lifelike deaths were merely indistinguishable biological replicas. However, at that moment, she no longer had the inclination to engage in this endless debate and entanglement with Myanmar. Time was of the essence. In her mind, Satsuki was nearing the location of her parents' unconscious forms. If Satsuki discovered that her parents were alive, if her hatred was not profound enough to awaken the Sharingan, then all the sacrifices, all the sins, would lose their significance. Panic gripped her heart. She could not permit the plan to fail at the last moment. My demands are simple. Do not lay a hand on the Uchiha clan leader and his wife. Itachi's pupils quivered slightly, but before she could process this directive, Myanmar's next word struck her like a thunderbolt. And that child, her name is Satsuki, correct? Upon the mention of this name, a subtle and nearly imperceptible shift in the voice behind the mask was evident. She had been unwittingly drawn into this cruel scheme, and you were forbidden from taking any further actions against her. If her initial response was merely confusion, at this moment, Itachi's heart was suddenly filled with doubt, even giving rise to a sense of absurdity. The leader of the Akatsuki was concerned for Satsuki. How could he possibly know her? And why would he go to such lengths to protect her? What could his true intentions be? This was entirely beyond her expectations and calculations. A leader of a mysterious organization, shrouded in terror and with unclear motives, would exhibit a protective demeanor towards her sister? That ocular technique of the Sharingan. It was called Tsukuyomi, wasn't it? This seemingly mundane statement nearly froze Itachi's blood. What? How could you possibly know? She exclaimed in shock, as she had never disclosed the name or its effects to outsiders. This was no longer a matter for you to ponder. Minma interrupted her, reiterating his prohibition against using the Tsukuyomi technique on Satsuki, as well as against Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. He paused slightly, the air around them thickening and chilling with his next words. Once I decide to pursue a course of action, I become exceedingly resolute. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped Itachi, constricting her breath. Should you dare to commit either of those acts, Minma's voice lowered ominously the next time, that ninjutsu will not merely be unleashed in the desolate wilderness outside Konoha. Cold sweat trickled down Itachi's brow, mingling with her tears of blood. The great spiral wind. That terrifying technique capable of reducing the earth to nothingness with a single strike, possessing the power to obliterate the entirety of Konoha. This threat bore down upon her. Heavy and unbearable. Uchiha Itachi, Minma concluded, my demands should not lead you to believe that it is worth dragging the entirety of Konoha into the abyss alongside you. As soon as the words left his lips, Itachi's vision blurred, and Minma's figure vanished silently into thin air, like a specter. She was left standing alone amidst the cold moonlight, stained with the scent of blood. She clenched her fists tightly, pain shooting through her. Yet, all her anger, resentment, and struggle ultimately dissipated into a sense of helplessness. Her fists slowly relaxed, falling limply by her sides. The frigid night breeze brushed against Satsuki's cheeks, carrying with it a nauseating stench of blood. She clutched Naruto's hand tightly, instinctively dragging him forward in a frantic dash. The surroundings blurred past her like fragments of a nightmare, familiar streets and clan symbols, yet strewn with the lifeless bodies of her kin, their necks grotesquely torn. Their eye sockets hollow. Do not look, do not look. She forced herself to avert her gaze, focusing solely on the direction of home. Only there remained a faint glimmer of hope. Finally, as she neared the brink of exhaustion, her lungs ablaze with pain, two familiar figures appeared at the end of her vision, crawling on the ground. The dark Uchiha clan attire, her mother's long black hair scattered about, her father's broad, yet lifeless back. Who are they? Satsuki's footsteps abruptly halted, her frantic sprint ceasing suddenly, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Her breath quickened uncontrollably, each inhalation accompanied by an involuntary tremor, and she clutched Naruto's hand with a grip as firm as iron. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, cascading down her pallid cheeks and dripping onto the frigid stone ground. Fear, once again, washed over her like the iciest tide, drowning her in an instant. She stood there, her legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, unable to advance even a fraction. She was terrified of approaching and witnessing the unbearable outcome she could hardly fathom. Move, move, she screamed inwardly, commanding her uncooperative body to act. Yet extreme fear rendered her uncontrollably trembling, every cell within her screaming in rebellion against confronting the potentially devastating reality that awaited. She was afraid of seeing her parents. Like the fallen clansmen she had passed on her way, devoid of all signs of life, cold and unresponsive. Suddenly, an exceptionally chilling gust of wind swept through the desolate street without warning, causing Satsuki to instinctively shut her eyes. When she cautiously reopened them, trembling, her pupils began to quiver. Not far ahead, a figure stood silently, perfectly positioned before the fallen bodies of her parents. Satsuki's heart leaped into her throat, beating violently as if it might shatter her ribs. It was the perpetrator. This silhouette could very well be the architect of this hellish nightmare. Her body reacted before her mind could catch up, her legs stumbling back involuntarily. However, in the next instant, an instinct she had not yet recognized compelled her to shield Naruto with her delicate form. The figure moved. Slowly, step by step, it emerged from the thick shadows. The cold moonlight gradually illuminated the visage of the newcomer. The first thing Satsuki noticed was the familiar attire, followed by long black hair cascading over the shoulders, and finally, the face of her sister, Itachi Uchiha, a visage so familiar that it brought a sense of safety in this moment. Sister? Satsuki almost whimpered this term, her tightly wound nerves snapping like a suddenly severed bowstring, her heart releasing a tidal wave of immense grievance and panic that threatened to overwhelm her. In her frantic quest for answers, she overlooked the usual warmth or sternness in her sister's black eyes, which now shimmered with a chilling coldness she had never witnessed before. Sister, what has happened to Dad, Mom, and everyone? Her inquiry was abruptly cut off. Watch out. Naruto's alarm rang in her ears. Almost simultaneously, a powerful force violently threw her aside. Whoosh. A frigid glint sliced through the air, barely missing her ear. With a thud, both of them crashed heavily onto the cold, hard ground. Dazed, Satsuki lifted her gaze just in time to see Naruto bracing himself above her, a strand of golden hair severed, gently drifting down. On the side of his cheek, near his ear, a narrow line of crimson blood emerged, droplets swiftly seeping forth and converging into a glaring stream that trickled down his taut jawline. A sense of bewilderment enveloped Satsuki's mind as her unfocused gaze fixated on the vivid wound adorning Naruto's face, struggling to comprehend its significance. The warmth of that red, emblematic of injury and betrayal, acted like a chilling key, forcefully prying open her senses, which had been sealed by fear. Stiffly, she turned her head inch by inch, her gaze traversing Naruto's shoulder to once again rest upon the figure she once called sister. Bathed in moonlight, Itachi Uchiha stood there in tranquil silence, her expression unyieldingly calm, as devoid of emotion as an unfathomable cold pond, absent of any vestige of warmth from days gone by, leaving only an icy detachment akin to that reserved for lifeless entities. Satsuki felt her legs weaken, trembling as she gradually rose. Yet, instinctively, she positioned Naruto behind her once more. Her terrified eyes darted between the two. On one side stood Naruto, tense and alert, his blue eyes shimmering with an unprecedented vigilance, that fresh bloodstain on his face striking her heart with unease. On the other was her once admired sister, now exuding a chilling aura that threatened to freeze her very blood. Had her sister truly attacked her just moments ago? Sister, what are you doing? Her voice, tinged with desperation and utter confusion, quivered. Naruto's tension and wariness were not mere facades. He understood that Itachi would not truly kill them, but that assurance was limited to the absence of death. Reflecting on the original narrative where Itachi had inflicted severe torment upon his brother to motivate him, leaving Sasuke battered and forcing him to relive the nightmare of their parents' demise for a harrowing 72 hours, it became clear that such restraint was backed by a merciless, soul-crushing discipline. This time, She had been warned. Surely she wouldn't resort to such actions again. Sister, please. Satsuki's voice brimmed with desperate sorrow. Her pleas a fervent hope that this was merely a cruel jest, yearning for her sister to revert to her former self. Yet, her supplications fell abruptly silent. All sounds choked in her throat as she witnessed Itachi, expressionless, slowly drawing the short blade from her back. The subtle sound of the blade's unsheathing echoed harshly in the stillness of the street. Oh, foolish sister, have you still not grasped the reality? The palpable malice surged forth like a tidal wave, yet even at this juncture, gazing upon the gleaming edge directed at her, and the unfathomable darkness in her sister's eyes, Satsuki clung to a thread of absurd, unyielding hope. She shook her head, tears finally breaking free, whispering, "It must be a lie, sister. I have done all this to test my own mettle." Itachi's voice resonated calmly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "All of this," Satsuki murmured, repeating the phrase as she scrutinized the familiar visage before her, desperately seeking a trace of jest or coercion, but ultimately only encountering an abyss of indifference. She still found it impossible to equate the person before her with the murderer who had annihilated their entire clan. Observing her sister's eyes, still filled with a painful mix of confusion and disbelief, Itachi felt a heavy weight in his heart. Her original plan was far from this gentle approach. Yet the warning from her companion acted like a chilling shackle, binding her actions and forbidding her from using Tsukuyami on Satsuki. At the very least, she thought, she could employ this. In the next moment, the black depths of Uchiha Itachi's eyes were suddenly flooded with crimson. Three Tomo appeared out of nowhere, spinning rapidly. The Jinjutsu was activated in the instant their gazes met. Naruto fixated intently on Itachi's movements. The moment he saw the Sharingan manifest, his heart leapt into his throat. He immediately witnessed Satsuki's form stiffen abruptly, her face frozen in an expression of sorrow and disbelief, as if the pause button had been pressed. Then a new, more primal emotion surged forth, akin to ink dispersing in clear water, swiftly staining her pale visage with sheer terror. Her pupils quivered violently, and within Satsuki's consciousness, she was witnessing a horrific scene reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. "Satsuki!" Without hesitation, Naruto pressed his hand firmly on Satsuki's cold shoulder, while his other hand swiftly formed a seal, channeling his chakra into her body, forcefully combating the foreign Jinjutsu's grip. "Release!" With Naruto's shout, the shackles of the Jinjutsu binding Satsuki's mind shattered in response. Why? Emerging from the illusion, Satsuki felt as though she had finally severed the last thread of her self-deception, and the anguish and despair that could not be articulated surged forth uncontrollably. She clutched her head tightly with both hands, tears cascading down like a string of pearls, crashing onto the ground. She finally comprehended the brutal, irrefutable reality. Everything was indeed orchestrated by her only sister. This was the truth Itachi wished Satsuki to confront. Watching Satsuki break down into tears, yet not fainting as she did in the original story, Naruto felt a slight relief. It appeared that Itachi had merely unleashed a relatively ordinary Jinjutsu, aimed at forcibly instilling the harsh truth, rather than the eye technique capable of utterly shattering one's psyche for 72 hours. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi silently observed his sister, whose eyes brimmed with tears filled with pain and fear, yet did not display the crimson hue he had hoped for, causing a slight heaviness in his heart. Was this level of stimulation truly insufficient? Was it merely for such a reason that he had slain their mother and father? The pent-up sorrow and despair were finally ignited by an overwhelming rage, and Satsuki hoarsely cried out, suddenly rising from the ground. She fixated her gaze fiercely on Uchiha Itachi, the reasons behind his actions maddeningly trivial in contrast to the profound sea of blood before her, forming a brutally ironic juxtaposition. What a joke! Emotion utterly eclipsed reason as Satsuki let out a wail of fury, clenching her small fists and recklessly charging towards Uchiha Itachi. Her movements were chaotic, entirely governed by the surging tide of her emotions. Satsuki, the disparity in their strengths loomed like an insurmountable chasm of despair. Faced with her sister's bitter yet feeble onslaught, Itachi remained utterly unmoved, not even shifting his stance. With an impassive expression, she effortlessly raised a hand and precisely seized the wrist of Satsuki, halting her momentum abruptly. Before Satsuki could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming force surged from her neck. Itachi's other hand clamped like a vice around her throat, effortlessly lifting her off the ground. A gasp escaped Satsuki's lips as the sensation of suffocation surged within her. Her feet flailed helplessly in the air, her small face quickly turning crimson. She futilely attempted to pry Itachi's fingers apart, but they remained unmoved. The struggle for breath became unbearable. Itachi gazed at her sister, who writhed in agony within her grasp. And a fleeting pang of compassion accompanied by an almost imperceptible pain flickered deep within her Sharingan, only to be swiftly eclipsed by the resolute necessity of the moment. For the sake of that distant, unattainable future, this trial must continue. Once more, she drew her short blade, aiming for a spot on Satsuki's shoulder, one that would not be fatal, yet would inflict considerable pain and fear. With great effort, Satsuki opened her tear-filled eyes, fixating on the lethal edge poised so close to her. A paralyzing sense of fear and betrayal pierced her heart like an icicle. Is she truly going to kill me? Please, don't stop. A weak plea escaped her throat, tears cascading down her cheeks. Let her go? Naruto, taut with tension, could no longer stand idly by. In the face of the choices available to him as the Vortex Naruto, he unhesitatingly activated his most potent trump card, adamant sealing chains. Whoosh! Several resplendent golden chains shot forth from behind Naruto. Just as Itachi's blade was about to make contact with Satsuki, clang! The living chains ensnared her in an instant. One firmly bound Itachi's arm, halting the blade mid-air with tremendous force, while others swiftly coiled around her waist and the other arm, completely immobilizing her. The unexpected binding and the overwhelming suppressive force emanating from the chains exceeded Itachi's expectations entirely. With her body constrained by this immense power, the grip on Satsuki's neck instinctively loosened. Cough, cough, cough. Satsuki fell heavily to the ground, clutching her throat as she coughed violently, gasping for the frigid air. Itachi slowly turned her gaze to the golden-haired youth standing behind Satsuki, whom she had previously overlooked. Naruto glared fiercely at the temporarily restrained Uchiha Itachi. If you dare to lay a finger on Satsuki again, I will kill you.